waiting. Walk out with it today at Diamonds Direct. And if you have a fine Swiss watch you want to sell, our buyers are always willing to pay top dollar. Maybe it's time for a trade-in or trade-up. Come and see the all-new luxury watch collection at Diamonds Direct. Get showroom directions, hours, and learn more at DiamondsDirect.com. Proud to call the Steel City home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tucking Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning, and it is the Fan Early Morning Show right here on 93.7 The Fan. I'm Sean Myers, taking you through the next 40 minutes or so before I turn things over to Adam Crowley and a returning Doran Dickerson for the Fan Morning Show. I have a myriad of topics that I would like to touch on today, and if anyone would want to chime in, give their thoughts, join the conversation, feel free to give me a call, 412-928-9370, 412-928-9370. Taking calls, as we mentioned, up to about 5:40 this morning. Want to, a little bit later on, discuss my experience going to an NBA game last Wednesday. I was in Cleveland to see Lakers-Cavs. Talk about that experience and why I think a lot of fans in this area, maybe who do not take a keen interest in the NBA, should be giving it a second chance, especially with a hockey team in town that looks like it could have a long, uneventful season, and the Penguins maybe an opportunity to check out some different sports throughout the winter and into the early spring. Also, one of the top basketball players that this area has produced in recent memory will be making his college decision pretty soon, and Pitt is a finalist. We'll talk about that, where the Panthers stand and what it could mean ultimately if they're able to secure a commitment from Malik Thomas, who is truly one of the most talented players to come out of Pittsburgh in the past decade or so. But I want to begin talking about the NFL. I mentioned in my update that the Kansas City Chiefs won their game on Monday Night Football to stay perfect. And we have known for many, many years Kansas City's success has come primarily because of their terrific quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, coaching and Andy Reid has a major factor. But it seems as though they have been able to make it work with whoever they throw in at running back. We have seen that different players have been their top running back. Kareem Hunt now has gotten the opportunity with Isaiah Pacheco hurt. Kind of gives a great example and a blueprint for how, if you have an elite quarterback, the pieces around him, especially at running back, maybe aren't all that crucial. We have heard for years and years the running back position has been devalued. Running backs no longer get lucrative contracts. They don't get a second contract very often. The Steelers are going through this right now with Najee Harris, who will be a free agent at season's end and then likely will test the market and leave Pittsburgh. There's still a chance that he stays, but I think the consensus would be that this is likely his final year because they turned down his fifth-year option, even though it was not for all that significant amount of money. However, I think what we are seeing this year with several running backs who have changed locations maybe should have some GMs or some fans even rethinking the running back market and the value of signing a marquee running back. If you look at the top three rushers in the NFL right now, after last night's action, they are as follows. You could probably guess the top two. Number one, Derrick Henry of the Baltimore Ravens. Number two, Saquon Barkley of the Philadelphia Eagles. Number three is Josh Jacobs of the Green Bay Packers. What do those three all have in common? They were free agent signings this offseason. Henry, of course, spent the entirety of his lengthy career having so much success with the Titans. He moved on to the Ravens. He signed for basically $8 million this season, which is unbelievable in retrospect. Saquon Barkley got a little bit more money. He's averaging about $12 million this year for the Eagles after spending the early part of his career with the New York Giants. And Josh Jacobs, after playing for the Raiders, is now at the Packers. He's getting about $12 million as well, slightly less than Saquon, but same ballpark. Those are actually two of the highest paid running backs in the NFL behind Christian McCaffrey, who has yet to play it down this season due to injury. Looks like he'll be on his way back as the 49ers had a bye over the weekend. So if they're able to get him back, they suddenly become a much different looking team, and they go from a team that's probably fighting for a playoff spot to maybe back to being one of the front runners for a Super Bowl. To me, this is a pretty clear indicator. Baltimore, significantly more dangerous because they spent $8 million to bring in Derrick Henry. The Eagles, although I don't think that they're quite the Super Bowl contending team they were a couple of years ago, Saquon Barkley has been probably their MVP. A.J. Brown has been so limited, has missed time with injury, even when he's been out there like this past weekend, has been compromised. He hasn't been the difference maker this year. It has been Saquon Barkley, and they're paying him just $12 million thereabouts, which is a bargain at just about any other position. You'll be hard-pressed to find a difference maker at receiver for $12 million. You might even have to pay close to 3 times that much for the top guys in the NFL. It's pretty common at this point that pretty good receivers, maybe not even absolute superstar tier 1 guys, are getting close to $30 million to pay a running back basically a third of that to transform the Eagles offense. What a bargain they got with Saquon. And Josh Jacobs, who had kind of an up and down career with the Raiders, but I think he'd been good but more than bad. I believe a former NFL rushing leader one season with the Raiders. He's getting about $12 million with the Packers, and he's been good for them. He's not been a transcending player, but I think proving that that's a decent bargain to get a guy like that. Some of the other players that I didn't mention because they're not in the top 3 in rushing, but that they have also made a significant impact in their first year with the new team. Joe Mixon, who when healthy has been outstanding for Houston. Aaron Jones, who left Green Bay, they replaced him with Jacobs. He's now been a pretty significant difference maker with the Vikings. So maybe this particular offseason and the early parts of this season have shown that running backs should be valued as free agents. Now, let's not completely change our thinking on this. I still think it is kind of wasteful to use a first-round pick on a running back, and we saw with Najee Harris. The Steelers, while he's been, perfectly serviceable and certainly good this year, probably bordering on very good, a guy that they might even consider keeping, but ultimately I don't think that was something you need to spend a first-round pick on. There's no scenario where running backs should be getting money anywhere close to the top the top receivers, and certainly not the top quarterbacks. But let's look at, speaking of quarterbacks, some of the guys this year. I mentioned the top paid running backs, guys like Christian McCaffrey, Saquon, Jacobs, Henry, a little bit further down on that list. Here's the top 5 quarterbacks this season for salary. Tell me if you see a kind of a trend here. $60 million for Dak Prescott, the number 1 guy. Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, all in the same ballpark of about $55 million per. And then Tua is around $53. 4 of those 5 guys, I would say, due to various reasons, have had disappointing seasons. Dak has been okay, but not great. I think certainly disappointing based on the price tag. Now he's injured. He's getting $60 million for a Cowboys team that has been very disappointing. Speaking of disappointing, perhaps no team has been more so than the Jacksonville Jaguars. They just paid Trevor Lawrence $55 million per season. That seems like that could torpedo their future if he does not turn it around in a big way. And to be completely honest, he's been a good quarterback, but he's never been anywhere close to what they anticipated when they brought him in as the number 1 overall pick a handful of years ago. Now they're paying him $55 million, and it's just kind of unbelievable that some of these quarterbacks are getting this much money without ever really proving to be elite players. Joe Burrow, he's worth the money at this point. He continues to have a great season, even though his team has not. He had a 5-touchdown performance over the weekend for the Bengals. $55 million for him, I think, is justified. He has lived up to it, at least by the standards of pay that quarterbacks get now. Jordan Love, it's been a little rocky for him. He's the NFL leader in interceptions. Last I looked, He's missed some time with injury. Packers are still a really good team. I think that they could make a postseason run. For them to do so, Love will have to be a big part of that. But it's hard to fathom paying a guy like that $55 million for basically one very good season. And maybe you say the same about Tua. And, of course, he has the major injury risks that come along with him to get $53 million. And now we see him get a concussion earlier this season. Thankfully, he's back, and he looked pretty good over the weekend. But he could be one hit away from maybe having his NFL career ended. You always hear that about running backs, right? Oh, he's 28, he's 29, not much left. He could fall off a cliff. We certainly could apply that to some quarterbacks. I'm not sure that Dak or Trevor Lawrence or Tua or maybe even Jordan Love are guys that you're going to be able to bank on being your top guy for the next 5 years. Or if they are the starting quarterback, they still could have, a salary that is so exorbitant that it weighs down what a team can do to build around that player. And I think there's no better example, of course, than Deshaun Watson and his contract that's basically ruined the Browns franchise and will continue to ruin it for the next several seasons. I really think seeing how this offseason has played out, maybe teams will start considering, okay, instead of throwing a boatload of money at a quarterback who might not be that great, why don't we go the cheap route in that regard? If we don't have a guy that we think can take us to the promised land and win a Super Bowl for us, why are we paying $53 million for Tua or $60 million for Dak when maybe we could go a cheaper route there? Maybe we could go the Justin Fields route. Or certainly we've seen teams year in and year out spend draft capital at the quarterback position. I think until you realize that you have a Joe Burrow, a player who is worth the $55 million, maybe you save a little bit of money there instead of just throwing the vast majority of your salary cap hit at a guy who's not that great, and instead spend some of that money to get an elite running back, even if he's a guy that's already been in the league for 5 or so years. We know once Derrick Henry gets to free agency, once Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs or Joe Mixon or Aaron Jones gets to free agency, you pretty much know they're a proven commodity. Now, that doesn't mean that you should give them a long-term deal because we know that has backfired. But why not give Derrick Henry, let's say, for instance, 1 year at $20 million as opposed to paying your quarterback who's not very good like a Trevor Lawrence $55 million. I think that might be something we see shorter term, but more high dollar figures for some of these running backs because the Steelers are going to have to think about how they want to approach this. They could try going cheap in the draft, bring another guy in. Jaylen Warren's not going to be all that expensive, although he'll be due for a pay raise at some point. Or do they keep a guy like Najee Harris and maybe pay him $10, $12 million for a season or two? Because we're seeing right now the value of really good running backs like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs, and even to a lesser extent Mixon and Jones. Guys like that can be acquired in free agency, and really they're acquired for less than what a lot of teams are paying backup quarterbacks, but they might have as big of an impact on a team as just about anyone in 2024. And again, I don't think that this is going to lead to teams all of a sudden going first-round picks at running back on a regular basis or teams shying away from trying to find the next quarterback or pay really good quarterbacks. But I think we should see teams maybe start to reconsider throwing an immense amount of money at quarterbacks who aren't that good and passing up on an opportunity to keep guys like Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley. If you're the Titans or the Giants, certainly they don't look better off for having those guys walk in free agency. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I want to talk about my recent NBA experience and why I think maybe it's a sport and a league that should get some more attention here in Pittsburgh. Also, one of the top players that Western Pennsylvania has produced over the past decade or so will soon be making his college decision, and the Pitt Panthers are a finalist. We'll talk about Malik Thomas a little bit later as well. Also, if anyone wants to join the conversation, feel free to give me a call, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. The Fan Early Morning Show is presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Sean Myers back with more after this right here on 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
Getting cold, getting into that season. Oh, yeah, you need that four-wheel drive. You do. All-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, get it. Schultz Ford. They got a bunch of locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Always online, schultzford.com. Schultz Ford in Wheeling, too. They're doing a booming business down there. So check it out. Gigantic selection of inventory. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. F-150, great in the snow. Grab that. So much out there. Like I said, that selection of inventory can't be beaten. Do yourself a favor. Go online and check out all you want. Look at the selection, look and see what you want, or drive out to one of those dealers and see what you like. Custom orders, too. Inquire about that if you're looking for something there. A Raptor, perhaps? I have a couple friends who got a few of those trucks, and man, are they sharp. So again, Schultz Ford, everything you want. The service can't be beat. The people are just incredible. Check it all out and everything at schultzford.com.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par-Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par-Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm gonna have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we get ready for the Election Day morning rush. Traffic on all 3 parkways, as well as Route 28, all up to speed. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. Meanwhile, we do have some overnight work on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for a westbound right lane closure between the Allegheny Valley and Cranberry interchanges. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and 1 blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as 1 click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We continue here on the Fan Early Morning Show. Sean Myers taking you for another 10 to 15 minutes or so before Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson will take the reins here with the Fan Morning Show on a jam-packed episode today. A lot of guests, including Jeff Hathorne, Jason Mackey, Jason Canfora, will all be on today's show. Excited to be producing for the second consecutive day for those guys in the absence of Nicholas Harry Callis, who is enjoying a much-deserved vacation. Not sure if he got the opportunity to go golfing yesterday. He was sending out a text amongst the producers here, and there's some of the hosts mixed in a group chat as well, but it's Callis, it's City Limits, Austin Bechtold, it is Donnie Football, some of the part-time guys like myself and Joel Nelson and gorgeous Charlie Borges, who's actually going to be in at least the next 2 days, maybe Friday as well. I haven't seen yet who's going to be filling Callis' shoes on Friday, but the next couple of mornings it'll be Charlie Borges. So we're all in on this group chat together, and Callis sent out a text Sunday night saying, anyone want to go golfing with me tomorrow? I don't think Callis has really been much of a golfer. I'm not sure if he's ever gone before, maybe once or twice, but he's talked about it at least. So I guess he's trying to take up a new sport. I know I can speak firsthand. He is a tenacious player on the blacktop for basketball. Had a chance to play with him last summer on a team that was formed by Adam Crowley, but then Adam completely no-showed at the event at Jamfest. And I was with Callis and Matt Cole and a few other guys that we had never met in our lives. It didn't go so well. Callis tried his best, but we were a little overmatched. And then once or twice over this summer, we got together and played, and I think a photo of Callis laying in a pool of sweat on the ground went viral. But, yeah, wonder if he actually ended up getting his round of golf in. If not yesterday, maybe today, where it's going to be absolutely gorgeous weather. It is unbelievable how it is like 80 degrees now, even though we're into the month of November. Going to get to the NBA, my thoughts on why it should be growing in terms of people paying attention here in Pittsburgh, especially this year. But if you want to join in, talk about that. We can talk about Malik Thomas, the big-time prospect who will be making his college decision and is considering Pitt. Or if you want to talk about the first segment topic, which was the NFL and how running backs have really proven to be valuable signings throughout this offseason. Some of the best guys in the entire sport right now at that position were had on the cheap relative to other positions throughout the offseason, how maybe teams are spending too much money on mediocre to slightly above average quarterbacks and ignoring some really good running backs that were out there just waiting to be signed this offseason. Feel free to give a call, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. So as I mentioned before, I went to an NBA game last week, about 2.5 hours away in Cleveland, as the Cavaliers hosted the Los Angeles Lakers. I am a near lifelong Lakers fan, going back to the late 90s when they had a three-peat with Shaq and Kobe. I was actually a fan slightly before that. So basically, as Jordan was retiring from the Bulls, I got into the NBA, and I chose the Lakers for whatever reason. I think it was based on a video game that I played back in the day, and obviously they were pretty stacked with Shaq. And Kobe wasn't really a complete superstar back then, but he was an emerging player. Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones and whatever. It doesn't matter why I got into it. But I've been a big-time NBA fan ever since. And to be completely honest, as a sports broadcaster, people always say, what's your favorite sport to broadcast? I tell them basketball. I just love the sport. I know there's a lot of people who like Pitt basketball, and the Panthers got off to a terrific start last night. They won their first game of the season by 40 points against Radford. It was 96-56. All five of the Panthers starters scored in double figures, a game that they should have dominated. They did, so that's a good sign, and I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of excitement around that program, and we'll touch on how that excitement could increase even further maybe in about a week's time. But it does seem like Pittsburgh has a lot of people who enjoy the sport of basketball in general, but they don't get into the NBA because there's no team to cheer for here. And even though it's a topic that comes up sporadically throughout the year, at least 2 or 3 times throughout the year, if you tune into our station or whatever sports radio in this area, you're going to hear, could Pittsburgh house an NBA team? Could it ever happen? Could it ever work? I'm going to be honest. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Probably not within the next several decades, to be honest. I think there is other markets that are much, much more likely. Of course, Seattle will get a team back. Vegas, which has gotten a team in every other sport over the past decade or so, will get an NBA team. There's even a few other markets that I think would be ahead of Pittsburgh. So I don't think an NBA team is going to come to Pittsburgh. Maybe a WNBA team, not an NBA team. Certainly not anytime soon. But I don't think that should stop people in this area from following the sport. And I think this year in particular, there's a good chance that things could be pretty ugly for the Penguins. Now, they have won a couple games in a row. They'll try to make it 3 in a row tonight on the island against New York. But they might have a pretty rough season. There's a good chance that this is really kind of the start of the downward spiral that could lead to a pretty lengthy rebuild. And I know they've got some bad contracts. It'll be hard to move. It might not look like a traditional teardown right away necessarily. But if the Penguins kind of go into a long winter that could realistically span 5-7 years, that's sometimes how long these things take to rebuild. And to be honest, some teams never really ever get back to a competitive level after they lose their terrific core. We've seen the Penguins kind of got lucky after the prime Lemieux and Yager. They got Crosby and Malkin and Fleury. That doesn't happen most places. So if the Penguins are a team that kind of wane in the public eye because they are no longer competitive and they turn out to be a bottom tier team in the NFL, or excuse me, in the NHL for the next near decade, I think there's a lot of people who are watching or have been watching Penguins games that might be looking for something else throughout the winter and into the early spring. Obviously, Saturday and Sunday, it's always going to be college football. It's always going to be the NFL. We know that. But for the majority of the week, I think that there's opportunities to take in NBA games. And again, Pittsburgh doesn't have a team, but you could go visit Cleveland 2.5 hours away. The Philadelphia 76ers are in this state. I know people generally have a hard time rooting for anything Philadelphia. The Washington Wizards about 4 hours away, as are the Pistons. So you could make the trek to go to NBA games, even if you're not a fan of any of those particular teams. I got an opportunity to see my favorite team. It is not cheap to go out to L.A. and watch a Lakers game at Crypto. I'm hoping to do that, but that's not on the horizon anytime soon. So why not do the next best thing and make the trip to Cleveland for a fairly affordable game? Now, the Lakers tickets are much more expensive than just about any other team, but you could go to see the Cavs, who are one of the best teams early in this NBA season. They looked the part of a real contender. More times than not, you could see them pretty cheap. If they're playing anyone other than basically the Lakers, Celtics, or Warriors, I would assume it won't be too expensive or prohibitive. But I really do think that it's a sport and a league that offers a lot. And just watch a handful of games and you'll get to see what I'm talking about. For instance, John Morant last night had 2 unbelievable layups where he did basically a 360 spin in the air against the defender and scored both times. He's just one of dozens of guys who have unbelievable athleticism, can do things that if you just watch college basketball, you will not see hardly ever. And that's no knock on Pitt or the ACC, which is an incredible hotbed for basketball. Obviously, there's probably a dozen or so guys in the ACC this year that will go on and play in the NBA next year. But the level of skill and athleticism is truly night and day compared to anything you might watch locally here with college basketball or high school basketball. I really believe that the NBA at the highest level is an incredibly fun product, incredibly exciting product, even in the regular season. And I know that it's gotten a knock where players don't try that hard or they miss games. The NBA has tried to clean that up, and to some extent, they've been able to get players to play a little bit more often. It's still a little bit of an issue. There's load management, but you have a guy like LeBron, who is the oldest player in the league and who will be turning 40 in a few months, saying, I want to play as many games as I physically can. Hopefully that's 80 or 81 or 82 games. So Joel Embiid is maybe an example on the opposite end of that spectrum, but by and large, go to NBA games or at least watch NBA games. Maybe adopt a team that will be your team since there's not one here again. I think the Cavaliers could be viable, although some people in Pittsburgh could never cheer for any team from Cleveland, although I think the Cavaliers and the Guardians have looked much, much differently than the Browns in terms of how Pittsburgh people feel about those organizations. But I enjoyed going to the game, even though my beloved Lakers got absolutely blown out. Got to see Bronny James score his first NBA points, which, you can have an opinion one way or another about that, but it was a cool environment because it felt like the entire arena was cheering for him to come into the game. Once he did, it was an explosion of cheers and then a big-time reaction when he got his first career basket. I truly believe the NBA has a lot to offer, and with the Penguins maybe not having as much to offer potentially this season and for the next handful of seasons, it is a very legitimate alternative for some fans that need their fix of sports. We're talking about the NBA. It is a safe bet that Malik Thomas will soon be in the NBA. He is one of the best high school basketball prospects in the entire country. Just about consensus top 10. You might see him as high as maybe 6 or 7. I think the lowest I saw him ranked nationally was 11th for the entire class of 2025. He is a guy that a lot of people have known for quite a while in this area. He played his first 3 years of high school basketball at Lincoln Park right here in Western Pennsylvania. I had a chance to see him at the Pete winning a championship with Lincoln Park over the winter. And he is a special player. He's a shooting guard. Incredible athleticism. He's got good length and long arms. I'm not going to break down his game, but I can tell you he's really good. And I think the belief is that he's one of the best players in the entire country. Probably will be a one and done in college because he's that gifted that he will almost certainly be a lottery pick if things go according to plan and probably after just 1 year of college basketball. That said, his 1 year could be spectacular at the college level. He is the type of guy that could transform a program. And for those who have followed him, I'm sure they realize that Pitt has been in heavily in recruiting him for a long time. I think probably going back 3 or 4 years now, he's been on their radar. He dwindled down his list of potential suitors to 3 yesterday. The Panthers, Arkansas, and UConn. I would say it's a pretty good list. Arkansas, of course, John Calipari, the connection there. He's been linked with that head coach for a while, and it seems like that is probably the betting favorite. If I were to venture a guess, and there's much more doubt in people than I am, I believe their belief as well is that he ends up at Arkansas, but the Panthers at least are in the mix. They're in the final 3. He will make his decision on November 11th, so just about a week from now. And wherever he goes, he will be a cornerstone of a recruiting class. He, by the way, I mentioned spent his first 3 years at Lincoln Park. He's actually now playing borderline professional basketball with Overtime Elite down in Atlanta. It's a collection of some of the best high school players in the entire country, basically like a prep situation to get them ready for high-level college basketball. So, unfortunately, it's a situation where you're not going to probably be able to go see him play in person this year, unlike if he had been at Lincoln Park. But I'm sure there's a lot of people hoping they will get to see him in person next year if he chooses the Panthers. And Pitt just put a guy in the NBA in the first round in Bub Carrington with the Wizards. Looks like he's off to a pretty good start and could have a good NBA career. Malik Thomas kind of dwarfs Carrington in terms of a prospect coming out of high school. He really would be one of the best players, one of the best recruits that Pitt has ever gotten if he decides to play at the University of Pittsburgh. And certainly they've done everything they can, so now we wait and see if Malik Thomas will be one of those players who maybe changes the narrative for the Pitt program forever if he ultimately selects Pittsburgh next week on November 11th. That'll do it for the Fan Early Morning Show. I appreciate everyone who tuned in, but now I will turn things over to the real pros, Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson, after a quick break. Sean Meyer signing off right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Are you handy with tools? Do you have basic skills in plumbing, finishing work, and painting? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. At Presbyterian Senior Care Network, they value skilled hands and dedicated hearts. Starting wages at $19 an hour, plus a sign-on bonus and on-call premium rates. Discover the joy of making a difference with Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Find your calling at one of their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
It's Dan Zangrili for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. Week 1 on Awaken 180, lost 21 pounds. Then through week 2, I got a little compulsive, got really stressed about continuing to drop weight. I started weighing myself every day. Turns out, I didn't lose a single pound in my second week. Didn't gain anything either, but didn't lose any weight. Here's where the Awaken 180 difference comes in. Because I spoke with my coach, Natalie, and she helped me focus on some things. 1, don't get so stressed. Stress is bad. My body's clearly adjusting to the program, and she made sure that I knew that. Secondly, I actually wasn't eating enough. I got so stressed and so busy that I forgot to fit in extra veggies and healthy fats that I should have been eating. What kind of program encourages you to eat more often? Yeah, Awaken 180. What program has supportive and knowledgeable coaches? Awaken 180. Do what I'm doing now. Do what Chris Smaller, Donnie Football, Paul Alexander, and what 23,000 others have done. Choose the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Go online for a consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Holidays are right around the corner. I don't care what you're celebrating. You're going to have family and friends over, and you know the judgy ones. Yeah, that one aunt, she looks at your sofa and your floor. And why is it not cleaner than that? Well, 'cause Aunt Linda, I screwed up and didn't call Zero Res last time. Not true. I did call Zero Res. It's what we do to get our home ready for the holidays. You should too. Don't try one of those deal of the day carpet cleaners to save a few bucks. Don't try to do it yourself either. You know that's going to end up being a mess and more trouble than it's worth. Call Zero Res today. They got their Gotta Love It guarantee, which is going to make it easy to get what you pay for, a clean home. And they'll stand behind every single cleaning. And don't miss this deal. Call Zero Res today for the 93.7 The Fan special and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Plus, you can take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. 412-701-1188 or online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Get your home winter ready with Window Nation. Save up to 40% on your energy bills. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Schedule an in-home estimate now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com. It's harvest season. Stop by Salem's Market today for your farm-to-table fresh and local produce. Perfect for soups and stews. Open every day. 29th and Penn in the Strip and 1850 Center Avenue in the Hill District. Find more at salemsmarketgrill.com. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
An Election Day morning rush getting an early start. This report brought to you by Zero Res. Already some heavy traffic on the inbound Parkway East. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing the lineup from Edgewood Twistvale down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Most other roadways are up to speed. However, meanwhile, PennDOT has announced that all short-term lane restrictions within Allegheny, Beaver, and Lawrence counties will be suspended from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. today to assist with traffic flow on Election Day. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, and Sean Myers behind the glass. Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good morning. How's it going? Everything going good? Sean, how you doing?
Sitting pretty.
Good. I heard you talking about some NBA. You went to the Lakers Cavs game last week?
I did. Yeah, that did not turn out how I was hoping for, but it's okay. It was only my third NBA game. Yes,
he is a big Lakers fan. Are the Cavs still undefeated?
I think they won yesterday, so I believe so. Honestly, I knew they would be good. I didn't think they would be that good. Mm-hmm. So I mean, they just destroyed the Lakers. It was 20-point margin almost the entire way. They didn't miss from 3. But love NBA. It was only the third game I ever went to. I've seen Kobe in Cleveland. I've seen LeBron now in Cleveland. And I went to a random Miami Heat game for some reason, which was not as memorable. So.
You've never been to an NBA game, right?
I have not.
They're fun.
I have not. Almost went when we were in Indianapolis a few years ago at the Combine to a Pacers game.
Mm-hmm.
But I drank too much. And didn't go.
Yeah.
Evan Mobley?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Is he a Cav?
Yes.
Let's go.
He is.
Let's go.
Good call. Darius Garland.
That's what I was just about to
Donovan
say.
Mitchell.
There you go.
Spider.
Yes. Jarrett Allen.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Bronny James, wait, did he get it? He did get in at the end of that game.
So it was crazy because, if you go online, he's the most hated guy in the NBA, right? Everyone's he doesn't deserve to be there. But in person at the game, all of the Cleveland fans, and I'm sure there were some Lakers fans as well, they were chanting his name for probably the entire fourth quarter until he got off the bench, and there was a eruption. And then he got in, he made his first ever basket in regular season play, and it was just an awesome environment. I was shocked because I didn't think he was going to get that much love, but he did grow up in Cleveland, so it makes sense.
Great point.
Was born there.
Great point. All I know is Mike Gansey from West Virginia is the GM of the Cavs.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Took the Mountaineers to the Elite Eight back with John Beilein.
Cavs are good, man.
Cavs are good. Celtics are good. Coached by Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah.
Final Four, West Virginia.
There you go.
There you go.
Nice.
You're going to find something to latch on to.
Yeah.
I'm just proud of the whole Evan Mobley thing.
Couldn't even say his name.
Off to a hot start. Today's a great day. I mean, it is a great day for two reasons. Number one, look, believe it or not, I don't think we want to talk about wide receivers every day.
No.
And after tomorrow, depending on what happens at the NFL's trade deadline, we're not going to have to talk about wide receivers all that much.
Yeah.
So that'll be done. And then, folks, guess what? Political ads after today. We're done, baby. We are done.
That's right.
I don't care.
Thank
you know,
goodness.
your person might win, your person might lose, but guess what? We're all winners tomorrow.
Maybe.
Well,
maybe.
At least there will not be the campaign ads. And then there will be wide receiver reaction, but then that's that. That's that. It's a glorious day.
It really
College
is.
football playoff rankings come out tonight. So, wonderful day.
Man, this is great.
It really is.
Man.
We can go back to boner pills.
Yes.
Yes.
Boner ads.
Let's go. Boner ads are back starting tomorrow. I did want to do a little cute election thing for you, Dora.
All right, cool.
A little cute election thing. The United States of Crowley.
Okay.
If I were the president, but I only cared about making policy that affected sports, I've come up with some things that I would change.
I love it. Let me see if I would be a supporter of yours.
Yes, this will be my platform. You tell me if you would vote for me.
Okay.
And people can text in at 412-928-9370. I like this kind of crap. If you were president, what kind of things would you change in sports? Number one, Super Bowl Monday, holiday.
Big fan.
Big fan.
Big fan of that.
It's common sense.
Very, very.
That cannot be a productive workday across the great country that we live in.
So what is the holiday this year? Because people are off on the Monday after the Super Bowl this year, and I think that they did that on purpose. What would the holiday be? It's not President's Day, is it? Maybe?
Super Bowl date, Sunday, February 9th.
The 10th is?
Calendar.
I forget what holiday it is, and I probably shouldn't.
Ooh, 2025 calendar. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Unless it's Christmas, Thanksgiving, St. Patrick's Day. I don't friggin' know. Easter. Okay, let's zoom in now and get a little February action. February. Oh, this doesn't have holiday. Let me look at my phone. My phone's always got it. There we go.
My goodness, I should have just did this myself. Should have just did it myself.
No, we're good. No, we're fine. This is good radio.
I guess there isn't a holiday. I thought there was. February 9th?
February 9th is the Super Bowl.
Oh, wait. No, if they did it another week, it'd be President's Day. So if they add that extra game, that's right. Or if they add the extra game, the 18 games, they'll try to make it that following week, which would be President's Day.
I don't want that. I want President's Day off, and I want the day after the Super Bowl. Spread out the goodness.
Okay.
Some people have argued move the Super Bowl to a Saturday, Super Bowl Saturday, so everyone's off on Sunday. No, screw that. Give us a 3-day weekend.
Yes.
We don't need it. All right, here's another one. You ready for another one? You can text us yours at 412-928-9370. Someone already texted in, I'd fix the NASCAR point system. Yep, fix it. I've said that for years.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I remember you saying that about 3 times in the last,
I've been saying it all morning long, frankly.
Yeah.
I mean,
before we started the show.
I mean, there's too many points. There's not enough points. Right. It's like, whose line is it anyway? The points don't matter. I've been saying it for a long time.
Mm-hmm. On board.
Okay, here's another platform. Another platform. No college football games before 1 p.m. Eastern time. Abolish the noon kick. I don't need a noon kick. Give me 1 p.m. I'm hungover on Saturdays, or at least I was when I was young.
You don't like to get college football started as soon as you basically wake up? Well, I mean, we wake up early, but if you're just a normal person that doesn't have a lot of responsibility, that's maybe 24, 25, 26 years old, and you get to sleep in till 11, you wake up and there's ball?
No.
Wow. I don't know if I'm going with you on this one.
When I was in college and West Virginia be playing at noon, I would be so mad. I'm not awake. I'm not ready to go. The only way I'm awake is if I stayed up all night.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, some pushback on that.
A little pushback on that, yes.
I would start all the NCAA championships. So the college basketball championship, the college football playoff games. They start at 8:45 p.m. Sometimes it feels like you're going to bed at 12:30.
Yep.
Is everything just based on you getting more sleep?
Quiet
Yes,
down, Sean.
Of course.
It's the United States of Adam Richard Crowley. It's not the United States of Sean. You can run against me, I haven't heard any ideas from you. And then I would probably shorten the NBA, NHL, and Major League Baseball seasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, the more sports, the better. I've often argued, and I argue that with like the college football bowl system. Oh my God, there's too many bowls. No, there's not. Let me watch more college football.
Right.
But especially Major League Baseball. Oh, this guy can't throw that many innings. You got to give him 7 days of rest. Well, what if you play 120 games? And now Paul Skeens, no one's worried about his elbow falling off. Bang, fixed it.
Yeah.
Fixed it. Yeah, fixed that.
Load management?
Same thing with the NBA. Like if you're playing 60 games instead of 82, you don't need load management.
Right.
And if you play 60 games in the NHL, Crosby, Malkin, and Letang can play forever.
Right. That too.
Play forever, yeah.
Yeah. Are those your 3, or is there more?
I don't have any more.
You don't have any more?
412-928-9370. How about a salary cap in baseball, someone texts? Would do that.
I would do that.
Would do that.
Yeah.
But you have to pay to the cap.
Right. Right.
Here's a good one. President declares Pitt, Penn State, West Virginia must play each year in football.
That is a great call. Great call.
Thank you. Texter, you're vice president.
That is a great call. Throw Notre Dame in there every other year.
Oh, yeah.
Great call.
Oh, yeah.
Love that one.
Texter, Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night football games start at 7 p.m. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Would do that.
Mm-hmm.
Would absolutely do that. Yeah.
I'd go away from the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, Pro Bowl's dumb.
I'd make it more engaging, like something I don't even know what it would be.
I've said do the toilet bowl.
Yes.
Take the 2 worst teams in the sport, make them play for the number 1 pick in the draft, and people always push back. The players wouldn't want to do that. Give them prorated game checks.
Yeah, get them a game check.
Give them a game check. Yeah.
They would do it.
Get them paid.
They would 100% do that.
Because you know what would happen? You'd play it wherever you, probably in Jerry World. People would go. Of course people would go.
Mm-hmm.
Or play it in Las Vegas. People would absolutely go. Have it the week where the Pro Bowl usually is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a meaningful game. Players get paid. Even bump it up. Because it's a game that currently doesn't exist. So you're going to get TV money off of it. You're going to get ad money off of it. You're going to get butts and seats money off of it.
For sure.
So do it.
What about, if they go to the super conferences, the 2 big ones, the SEC, Big Ten, the worst teams of those conferences have to play, and one team gets bumped out, and another team from a non-super conference gets moved in.
Relegation.
Yes.
Like Premier League football.
Correct.
I would be fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
Boise State, welcome to the Big Ten.
Yes. For a year.
And see you later, Purdue.
Right.
I like that. Texter, no loser points in the NHL. Yeah, I could buy that. It's kind of a weird deal that we do there.
What, the overtime thing?
Yeah. And they don't do it in soccer.
Mm-mm.
Right? Am I wrong about that? If you lose, well, they don't play regular season overtime in soccer. So what am I talking about in the Premier League? But if you tie, you get a point. If you tie, I get that.
Yeah.
You should bring back. People hate this. Bring back ties. Winning team gets 2 points. Losing team gets 1. Or excuse me, tie. If you tie, both teams get 1.
You have to iron that out a little bit before the
this is
inauguration.
I haven't even hired my campaign manager yet.
Right.
My future chief of staff.
I think for golf, too, shorts, you can wear shorts.
Doran, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you see Callis on the golf course yesterday?
I did. His swing didn't look horrible.
It looked better than mine, honestly.
Yeah, it didn't look horrible.
Yeah. He hit the 1 ball, and he goes, where'd it go?
Where'd it go?
Texter, NBA superstars in the dunk contest. That's a good one.
Yes, like a must.
Yes. It was badass when Michael Jordan's going from the foul line. Like, come on now. Tongues hanging out, Vince Carter, that kind of stuff. Texter, toilet bowl sounds fun in theory, but it would be like the Pro Bowl. Nobody would go or watch. Are you kidding me?
Yes, you would.
You don't think Browns fans and Saints fans would go to Las Vegas, and if your team wins, you get the number 1 pick in the draft?
That's a lot on the table.
Oh, my God. People love the draft in Cleveland more than they love their wives.
Mm-hmm.
It's all they talk about.
It's a great idea.
They're 2-7. They're talking about the draft today in Cleveland. You kidding me? I'm very passionate about this.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, push NBA tip-off to Christmas Day. Huh?
Like for the season?
Oh, to start the season on Christmas. That's not bad.
I like that, too.
That's not bad.
I like that, too.
Yeah, that's really good.
You can have it
That
through
works.
the summer.
If it's your 60-game season, that works.
Yeah. Thank you. Platform coming together here. Start the NHL season on Thanksgiving.
I would just like anything that we just don't have our dead month of July. So like push it. Whether you have to, whether you have to take away games or not. If you take away and go to 60, then push the season up, like this caller or texter said, to Christmas or whatever, and make it later so we can go through up until football. Like we don't there's that dead period with just baseball, which
Well, people around here call it the dead period because of our baseball team, but I think
true.
other people like baseball.
Yeah, but it's the only sport.
No, you're right. I mean, NBA far more popular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right.
I'd go away with you won't. Myers will like this. I'd go away with the whole stupid, system of 6A and PA. I'd go back to the 4 classifications.
Yeah, 6A
for high school.
Maybe in Philadelphia it works. It doesn't make any sense out here.
Yeah, Western PA. Then I'd go back to 4 classifications because there's like 4 teams in 6A.
Let the states decide.
It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm saying. Texter, start the NHL season on New Year's Day. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
NBA, Christmas.
Winter Classic. Start it off with a Winter Classic.
For sure.
How about that? Everyone plays outside. Well, that might interfere with the NFL. I'd probably go back to 16 games in the NFL.
Why?
I don't know. Just play 20. Screw it. Shorten every other season. Make the NFL season longer. Texter, flopping in soccer would be punishable by death. Nah, it's totalitarian. I'm not that kind of. I'm not that kind of politician. Not doing that. Nah. Yeah, it is annoying. Texter, we're all sick of politics. So you talk hypothetical presidential candidates. Shut up, Adam. I would vote for you over the 2 choices we have. Okay, thank you. Write me in today and send a screenshot. Write me in today. Tweet it. If you're serious, I'll take a vote, although I'm not old enough. I'm 34. I just missed it.
Just missed it. I'm old enough.
You are.
Could you be a vice president?
No.
How old do you have to be a 35 too?
I think so, yeah.
Really?
Because if you, keeled over and were incapacitated, I'm running the country. I can't do it at 34.
At 34.
God knows
35.
you can't run the country at 34. You can only run the country at 35.
It's like renting a car, right? You have to be like 26 or whatever for that.
Yeah, you're 24 years old. You are, whoa. You are way too irresponsible to rent a car. You're 25? Here, take 3.
Right.
Take 3. How about another one? 34, can't do it. This is way too immature. 35, you can run the damn country.
Yes.
That's young. That's like Cade Bell.
He's younger.
Cade Bell can't run the country for 4 years. Isn't he 31?
Yes.
Jeez Louise. Mm-hmm. He got a baby face.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a nice man?
Very. Awesome.
Does he have more energy than me?
Yes.
I don't like that.
Yes, way more.
He's a threat. Way more?
Yeah. Way more.
Another texter, different number. I would vote for Crowley over the 2 current choice. Write me in and send the screenshot.
There's 2 people right there. Jeez.
I mean, if you're vote for a candidate because, civic duty and all that. But if you're not if you were planning on not voting today, might as well vote for me.
I'd vote for you.
I'd vote for you.
Thanks.
I'd vote for Sean Myers. Sean Myers is old enough.
Yes, he is.
How old is Sean Myers? We've done this before.
I just turned 40 on Sunday.
Right. Happy belated birthday.
Oh, my God. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
He texted me happy birthday.
And you didn't text him.
I didn't text him. Oh,
You're both getting Christmas texts this year, though. So
let's go.
I do love that from him. He's very courteous with that. Very sweet.
Except for I've never gotten one. But
thoughtful.
That's great.
He never.
No.
But he's already on the list this year. I've already come up with a Christmas text list that he's on.
The nice
You've
list.
made a Christmas text list?
Sure have.
Now, is this in your head, or do you have this unfurled on a scroll like Santa Claus?
To memory. I have like the Pony memory. I can rattle off.
Is Pony on the Christmas text list?
Yeah, he'll be on there.
Craig on there?
Craig?
Yeah.
You have to butter up the boss.
You do have to butter up the boss.
Yeah.
I'm a big text your boss, hey, I'm really thankful for you.
Yes.
On Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Very thankful.
Yeah, but it's like half not serious.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Love you, Craig. I will text you on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Because I want to picture your bird.
What?
Your bird?
Oh.
He's frying up a turkey. He's smoking up a turkey, and he says he's jerking a turkey. How do you jerk a turkey?
Jamaican jerk sauce.
So what do you do? Do you put it in the oven after you jerk it?
Yeah. Yeah, you get all lathered up and you just, you smoke that thing.
Oh, so you smoke one and then you jerk smoke one.
Well, I jerk it, jerk it all up, lather it all up, and then I smoke it.
So there's 2 turkeys or 3?
There's 3.
So 1 regular smoked, 1 jerk smoked, and 1 fried.
Yep.
And you're telling me the fried one takes 45 minutes.
Correct.
You're frying one right here on the desk.
Yes, we're gonna do one.
Make the whole damn office smell like turkey.
Yep, it'll be very good.
Texter, Pete Rose into the Hall of Fame. Texter, nope, you always got to smoke a cigarette after you jerk it. Okay, all right. Okay, relax. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, Doran, the Chevy Red Tag event. Now through December 2nd, 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Unseasonably warm with some sun. A high of 82. I grilled last night.
What'd you grill?
Steak.
Nice.
And I had some potatoes.
Season it?
The steak, yeah. I got my Gibson steak salt from Chicago.
Yeah, that's right.
I did a little Italian dressing, just let them just hang out in Italian dressing for a good 24 hours.
Marinate.
A little marination action. Then I, sprinkled on the Gibson steak salt. It's very, very good.
What kind of steaks?
Delmonico?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good call.
And we hand them to our 9-month-old. She can't bite it off, but she take a big slab of steak and just sucks on it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Trying to make her a red-blooded American. That's right.
That sounds good. I might need to do that tonight.
Texter, wouldn't vote for any of you millennials. Well, I'm getting 2 write-in votes, so why don't you just take that, put it in your pipe, and smoke it? All right. It is a massive day, of course, in our country, because there is nothing more popular than the National Football League, and today, 4 p.m., is the NFL's trade deadline. One way or another, we're going to be done talking about wide receivers, but we ain't done yet, and we'll get to that next. In 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good morning, everybody. Election day, but it's NFL's trade deadline. Also, the first college football playoff rankings of the expanded playoff era are tonight. All things that will have our Twitter feeds pushing off all the boobs, which I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. For you, Tab, going to take one on the chin today. But you're not here to talk about boobs. I don't think. We're here to talk about wide receivers, and the latest report from a guy who has been doing this for a long time, Jerry Dulac, says the Steelers are looking to upgrade before the NFL's trading deadline, Doran. They're eyeing reinforcements, but receiver, according to Dulac, now a lower priority.
Oh.
Now, I will throw this out here. Dulac did not think that Russell Wilson was going to be here.
Correct.
Did not think Justin Fields was going to be here.
Correct.
Thought that the Steelers were going to take Malik Willis over Kenny Pickett, and Dulac also had the Steelers drafting the Duke guard this year instead of Troy Fautanu. So you take anything anybody reports with a grain of salt, but wanted to throw the facts out there. Dulac is tied in, and when Dulac hears things, you wonder who's whispering in his ear. How are you feeling about the Steelers getting a wide receiver, Doran? Do you think it's going to happen today? Because I've teetered, and now that we're here, I hope that it gets done, but I don't have a lot of faith, frankly.
I really feel that they are not going to just make a move to make a move. It would have to be somebody that's significant in their mind and not in our mind. We want a very significant player. There's people that want DK Metcalf, of course. We've wanted Brandon Ayuk. We've wanted Devontae Adams. We wanted the big names throughout the last how many months. Hasn't transpired, and I think the Steelers sit there and they're like, look, we're not going to just acquire and trade for a wide receiver just to do it. They would have to absolutely fit what they're doing and fit being a high productive player. So as I sit here right now, I don't have a great feeling. But if they were to do it, I'm still on board with them trading for a guy like Adam Thielen.
Yes.
Like that or Slayton. Your guy. Like, if they get one of those two, Slayton probably preferably over Thielen because I think he's more explosive and he has a lot more to offer right now. I think that would be a move that would be confident to what they're trying to do in their mind. But anybody else outside of those two, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. Those are the two names that I see that the only possibility of them making a move today, and Thielen being a guy that is just a high productive receiver, knows he know where he's going to be. He can trust him as long as he stays healthy. But as I sit here right now, no, I don't think they make a move.
I think they do, but I think it will be Thielen, and I think it's going to cost them like a 6th or 7th round pick. I don't think they're going to throw a 4th rounder out there. If they were going to, a guy like DeAndre Hopkins would have made a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. They were never going to get Amari Cooper. They were never going to get Devontae Adams. I don't know why you don't part with a late-round draft pick just to bolster the depth, if nothing more.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not one of these guys who thinks Adam Thielen's over the hill.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Thielen had 1,000 yards last year. And I saw weird discourse online. 1,000 yards doesn't mean as much as it used to with how much they're throwing the ball and how many games they play now. If you have 1,000 yards, though, you don't suck.
Right.
You're still able to get open. You're still able to catch the football. And I think Adam Thielen helps this football team. If George Pickens goes down due to an injury at any point, for however length, Van Jefferson cannot be your number one wide receiver. Calvin Austin cannot be your number one wide receiver. Everybody gets bumped up. Roman Wilson's not going to factor into this thing. You need depth. You need a better number 2 regardless, but you need depth. Now, I think there's a reasonable argument to be made. If Russell Wilson had been the quarterback since day one, maybe the Steelers are sitting here at 7-1. Maybe the Steelers are sitting here at 8-0, frankly. And the 13th ranked offense in the National Football League, which is where they sit right now in terms of points per game, you might be top 10.
Yep.
But just because you're a great offense, and you would be in the top 10, doesn't mean you can't get help. Buffalo scores a ton of points. They still went out and got Amari Cooper. The Kansas City Chiefs, okay, they're not lighting the world on fire offensively, but we know what they do when rubber meets the road. When it's nut cutting time and they need to score points, they will score points. They go out and they add DeAndre Hopkins. I think about the Ravens and how good their offense has been this year, and they said, we're great. Let's get even better and get Deontay Johnson. So I had waffled on that. If Russ were the guy all year, would you still say you need a wide receiver? I think you'd have more people on the side of no, but just because you're scoring, just because it looks good, doesn't mean you can't get better, as those other teams have proved.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head right there. You need the depth, like that, if anything. But I don't think that the depth that if you were to get somebody else outside of even maybe Mike Williams, he could add him to the mix. But anybody outside that, I don't know if that creates depth or just another guy that is a Van Jefferson, is a Scotty Miller,
right?
Is Calvin Austin. So, I mean, Dulac said that there may be other places that they explore, which is kind of fascinating to me. I'm trying to think where.
I was going to ask you that next. I wouldn't mind a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
A big guy.
Yeah.
That you could have on early downs play instead of Keanu Benton, or at least split the time there, because he's left a lot, I think, to be desired stopping the run. I mean, he is an effective pass rusher. I think he's kind of miscast playing over a center, so maybe there. I wouldn't say no to a Marshawn Lattimore if the Saints are moving him. I mean, I don't think he's a top 10 corner in the NFL anymore, but I think he's very good, and he's long, and that gives you more depth on the back end. You turn what could be a strength into even more of a strength. You're allowed to do that, as we just talked about with the Baltimore Ravens. Would not hate that. I mean, if I'm upgrading defensively, it's for a big guy in the middle, or it's for a corner.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at. Offensively, I just don't think you're not gonna add an offensive lineman.
No.
Because you're not gonna bump Broderick Jones out of the starting lineup. You're still trying to have him grow. They love Dan Moore.
Jack Frazier's back.
Yeah,
you created depth with him.
Right. So, like, if you're looking at where are they weak offensively, or where do you have concerns? I think it's the offensive line, but you're not gonna add a starter. Maybe more depth there. You always need depth, as they've shown this season. Dylan Cook coming back off the IR. I'm not sure he solves a lot. So maybe you add a depth offensive lineman, and those might be my 3 positions. But none of them should be a priority over wide receiver.
Totally agree.
And you're allowed to do both, too.
Right.
You can go out, you can get yourself defensive tackle who could be a rotational guy and a wide receiver.
Does Darius Slayton change the look of this team, the dynamic of this football team in your mind, though?
I think so.
Yeah. Just based off of what he did to the Steelers.
I think he's a very similar player to Deontay Johnson, and he's done it with really bad quarterback play, frankly, in New York, and he doesn't come with the Deontay Johnson baggage. So all the things they liked about Johnson, you get with Slayton, and he'll drop a ball or two, but he's not going to probably punch Minka Fitzpatrick in the locker room or get up in your quarterback's face. So he would be my number one target today. I threw out Chris Olave yesterday. People killed me because he got carted off the field. Yes, I know, people. I saw that. The reason he'd be available, though, is because he's been oft concussed. The talent with that guy is scintillating.
Yes.
And so I would be interested, and that would be more of a long-term kind of deal than a short-term solution. Because who knows if and when he'll be back this year. But he'll be available, and if he's here next season and then maybe you sign him on the cheap and beyond, like I would like a guy like that. But as for now, people are texting in Tyreek Hill. If the Dolphins want to move off of Tyreek Hill because they want to sell because they're 2-7 and their coach I don't think really has it. He might be an offensive coordinator.
For sure.
If they want to sell, I get it. Can you make a Tyreek Hill trade from the end of their game, which was their last stand, where they figure you win against Buffalo, you're still in the fight, maybe you got something there, hopefully Tua stays healthy, you lose that game, and now you want to sell, and you got to move, $18 million this year and $30 million next year off your salary cap, and you want to get that done and have those conversations in a 24-ish hour period? I just think that's too much to get done for a player whose salary is that big. Like, if Tyreek Hill had been available for a month and you can work out all those details, yeah.
It's just too much of a turnaround.
It is. So I don't see Tyreek Hill getting moved today, folks. I just don't. It would absolutely be interested. Now, Adam Schefter said on McAfee yesterday that DK Metcalf, who would obviously jump to the top of the list if available, is not available. So that's probably not going to happen. Like, a lot of people texting in on that. CeeDee Lamb, people are texting in on. No. Same kind of deal.
Yeah, no.
Like, I would love CeeDee Lamb, but they just signed him to a mega contract. They're not going to move him.
Right.
I know Dak got hurt. They're probably going to have to flush this season down the tubes, but this season ain't the only season that matters. They just paid Dak. They got Micah Parsons.
Yep.
They just paid CeeDee Lamb. They're not trading that guy.
Nope.
And if they were, it's the same kind of thing where that's a lot of money and you haven't been having these long-term discussions with Dallas. 412-928-9370. We can play the game. Just throw receiver names out there. We'll discuss them. Do you think the Steelers will get a wide receiver before the trade deadline at 4 p.m.? That'll be the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. If they don't get a guy, does that change your opinion at all on what Omar Khan has done to this point? 412-928-9370. And there's a guy the Steelers could have been in on and weren't, and they should have been. We'll talk about that coming up.
Coming up next.
Coming up next, yes, and the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. That kind of thing would happen a lot when you weren't here, Doran, and I didn't have a teammate.
I'm back.
You're back.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Right now, it's a Sean Myers fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. Kansas City Chiefs stay perfect. They are now 8-0, courtesy of their overtime win, 30-24 last night on Monday Night Football against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Penguins back at it tonight in New York against the Islanders at 7:30. The Pens looking for their third straight win. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Hey, Pennsylvania, you've got a big choice to make. Who are you going to send to the Senate?
Bob Casey's Pennsylvania through and through. Scranton-born, PA values.
Dave McCormick's the hedge fund CEO, living in Connecticut for 15 years.
Casey is taking on Mexican drug cartels smuggling fentanyl and voted for the toughest border bill in history.
McCormick opposed that bipartisan border bill and got rich investing in Chinese fentanyl.
Casey is working to restore abortion rights.
McCormick wanted to outlaw abortion with no exception for rape.
Casey wrote the bill to expand Social Security.
McCormick's plan could cut Social Security and your Medicare.
Bob Casey has always fought for you.
Dave McCormick fights only for himself.
Pennsylvania, it's your choice now, and you have a great one with Bob Casey.
Paid for by Win Senate, which is responsible for the content of this ad. WinSenate.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
If you needed one more reason to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler, get this. Diamonds Direct maintains involvement in the entire diamond process and handpicks the best just for you. You see, any jeweler can claim to be a direct importer or have so-called partnerships overseas, but Diamonds Direct has special access that others simply don't have. Nobody can get closer to the source than Diamonds Direct. Indeed, Diamonds Direct is recognized in the industry as a world diamond powerhouse with unrivaled buying power and decades of inside connections that go back to their roots as actual diamond cutters. Bottom line, Diamonds Direct is without question the jeweler here that can truly offer the absolute best value. We're true talking direct importer prices on hand-selected diamonds that come straight from the source. Make no mistake, Diamonds Direct refuses to be undersold on GIA-certified diamonds. And we challenge you, let us prove it. Diamonds Direct, your source for the ultimate diamond value. Proud to call the Steel City home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
I'm approaching the age where I'm gonna start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
PGT Trucking is fueled by the best drivers in the flatbed industry. This is Pat Bostic. For more than 40 years, PGT Trucking has been driven by the proud professionals. Fueled by the promise of great pay, reliable home time, quality equipment, respect, and family. Take the wheel in your career path and join the proud professionals at PGT, a 2024 Best Fleets to Drive For company. Visit pgttrucking.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Clouds and sun for Election Day, the high 81.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
When Morgan said nobody is a nobody, I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay. Thank God that I went to Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Election Day morning rush taking shape. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that traffic getting a little bit heavy now on the inbound Parkway West past the Banksville merge point to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 mainly steady from Harmon to the north side. Same story for the Parkway North from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. The Crosstown also pretty much up to speed heading over toward the Boulevard of the Allies and the Liberty Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
56-yard try from this spot. They don't get any more yardage. It's 3rd down and 8. Again, pressure. Mahomes was hit. Pass is caught by Hopkins.
Yeah, 8 catches, 86 yards for DeAndre Hopkins last night and 2 touchdowns. And the Chiefs got him for a 4th-round pick. Now, you and I weren't super enamored with the guy. And most of the conversations we had about DeAndre Hopkins were when Justin Fields was the quarterback. You and I were talking about this before the show. It's amazing what Patrick Mahomes can do for you. You think DeAndre Hopkins would be pretty good with Russell Wilson? Because I do.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, the moral of the story is the teams that feel like that they're in it, that feel like that they have a chance to win a Super Bowl and have been close before, they all added wide receivers. Like, I mean, we've talked about this 100 times, but, I mean, watching that game last night, it's like, oh, my gosh, like, okay. Like, the Chiefs understand where they're at. They needed a receiver. They had, Hollywood Brown get hurt in the beginning of the season. They needed an extra weapon. Hey, let's get a veteran in DeAndre Hopkins. Let's get Amari Cooper if you're the Bills, even though, Keon Coleman has been playing very good this season, and we lost Stephon Diggs. Hey, we're the Ravens. We have, Flowers. We have Andrews. We have some weapons in the passing game that we like. But you know what we need to add? We need to get Deontay Johnson. The Steelers are just sitting here.
And the Steelers arguably need one more than any of these teams.
Than any of those teams. But those teams are telling us something that, hey, we're close and we're going to go for it.
You know why? Because you need to score. You got to find ways to score. And the Steelers are scoring a lot more than they have. I saw Alex Kozora of Steelers Depot. He did a nice job doing the research for us. Not that he did it for that purpose. But the Steelers are 13th in the NFL in scoring right now. In the last few years, obviously, it hasn't. Now I can't, of course, find the research. But they're in a better place than they've been, and they've been in a better place now with Russell Wilson these last 2 games than they were with Justin Fields. But you can never have enough weapons. No. And we've talked about this chapter in verse 2. Not only do you need depth, you need a guy to take some of the pressure off of George Pickens, too. George Pickens has looked the part as a number 1 wide receiver these last 2 games with Russell Wilson. But other teams see that too. And they're going to do what they can to take the Steelers' most dynamic threat out of the passing game. You throw Darius Slayton on the other side, now it's pick your poison. Because that guy's pretty good.
Yeah.
And that guy's put up numbers with Daniel Jones. I'd like to see what he could do in the Steelers' offense. Now, he is concussed. He's in the protocol. Would that scare you away, Dorn, him being in the protocol?
No.
Me neither.
No, because he'll be out soon. It's not like he's a Olave. Olave, I'm a little bit more worried about.
That's a, hey, should this guy keep playing football kind of deal?
Because this has been multiple for him, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Slayton, he'll be out by the time that you would get him into Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he wasn't going to play. If you trade for Darius Slayton today and he's 100% healthy, he's probably not playing Sunday anyhow. Jumping on a moving train, things of that nature. You'd want to get him in there for the Ravens game. Well, okay, if he's dealing with protocol stuff, same deal. Not going to play against Washington. If it's not a horrendous deal, I'm going to play against Baltimore anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So no, it would not preclude me from going out and getting him. No. One thing on last night's game real quick. I'm sick of the Chiefs. Like I'm done. I'm tired of them now. They're fun, and I like Mahomes. And they haven't been accused of cheating, so I guess I like them better than Brady and Belichick and all that. But I am tired of them. I have Chiefs fatigue. And hey, Todd Bowles, grow a sack, man.
Go for 2.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
You're on the road. Kansas City's got this thing where they always win the coin toss in overtime.
Always.
And they're going to score. Like, that's what I talk about with the Chiefs. Like, the Chiefs' offensive numbers don't blow you away, but guess what? If they need to score 35, they will. If they need to score a touchdown to make sure you don't get a ball back in overtime, you know what they're going to do? They're going to score a touchdown. So you tie the game with like 30 seconds left, or you come within one with 30 seconds left, and you elect on the road to kick the extra point instead of trying to win a game. You got 2 yards to go, and you kick the extra point? What's the line from Batman? Have your balls dropped off? Like, what are we doing?
Right.
And Andy Reid was asked after the game, did you think that Todd Bowles would go for 2? He said no, and I'm happy he didn't. And if I were a head coach, I'd be a very bad one. I don't know football well enough to be a head coach, even close. I couldn't manage people. But my philosophy would be, do what the other guy doesn't want you to do.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a 4th down and you're considering, should I go for it or not? Flip it. Would I want them to go for it?
Right.
Andy Reid didn't want you going for 2.
Right.
Because he knew that's how you lose the game.
Well, I mean, I think it would, for me, not that I would ever go into a game scared of anybody or worried about anybody. I'd be realistic about my situation. My situation is I do not want to give 15 the ball back, and I don't want to take that chance. Like, and the chance I'll take is like we just grabbed this momentum. We just scored with 30 seconds left. We need to put this ball in the end zone one time from 5 to 6 whatever yards out.
2 yards out.
2 yards out on a 2-point conversion. Like, I don't want to get 15 the ball back, and look what happened.
Right. 15 gets ball.
You know that if he gets the ball back, like they did get the ball back with 30 seconds, and then they figured it out, and they went to overtime. But you still run the risk again of them winning the toss, like they did, getting the ball back and driving down and scoring a touchdown. Like,
yes.
I would have tried to eliminate all of that.
Yes.
And just go for it.
Yes.
On the road against a team that's undefeated, against a team that just won 2 Super Bowls.
Right. And you were a 9-point dog going in.
Yes.
Take your swing. If you don't get it, it's not like the pushback's the blowback's gonna be there either. I think everyone's gonna understand. In fact, the blowback is what happened, and everyone knew it was gonna happen. 412-928-9370. But back to receiver talk. Let's go to Big C in Florida. Hey, Big C.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, it's a pleasure talking to you. What you got?
I don't believe the Steelers are going to make a move, and this is just my assumption, because when you saw Russell Wilson come into the game, you saw the distribution of the football to various receivers. I mean, you've got Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin looked like a first-round pick. He even dumped it off to Mount Washington a few times, getting him more involved in the game. I think they feel with the receiving core that they have, and Russell Wilson being the savvy veteran that he is, he's able to distribute the ball to keep the defense.
You know what, Big C, and thank you so much for the call. I mean, that's how I read Dulac's comments.
Yep.
Is, they have faith in Russ, and all of a sudden these receivers don't look so bad. But again, the Ravens are averaging 30 points a game, and they got Deontay Johnson.
Right.
The Bills' offense has been a machine the last few years. Once Josh Allen became MVP, Josh Allen, and they said, screw it, we're going to go get Amari Cooper. The Chiefs, doesn't really matter who's out there. Look at the receiving core they won the Super Bowl with last year. Oh, well, let's go get DeAndre Hopkins. The Jets even. Let's go get Devontae Adams. And they have Garrett Wilson. And they've got Breece Hall. I mean, they got dudes. They got Mike Williams, who hasn't been great there, but he's a pretty good football player. So just because you got guys doesn't mean you can't get more guys.
Yes. He's absolutely right. That's exactly, I think, their thought process is right now. Is like, we're good with what we have.
But that's crazy to me, and I think you brought this up last week because it's too smart for me to have thought about myself, Doran. Before the year, leading into the season, they thought Russ was going to be their starting quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And they still were trying to get Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
Like they were still trying to augment that receiving core. Well, now what's happened is probably what they expected to happen because they had faith in Arthur Smith and they had faith in Russell Wilson. So if you needed one before...
Why wouldn't you need one now?
Exactly. And again, it's not cost prohibitive. We're not talking about giving up a first-round pick or a second-round pick or a third-round pick here. Now, the fourth-round pick, yeah, you're probably going to have to give that... You could have to give that up for Justin Fields, depending on how much he plays. You're likely going to have to give up a sixth-round pick for Justin Fields because he's, probably not going to play 51% of the snaps, but you just don't know. Okay, the fifth-round pick's still in play. Or a fifth and a seventh. You can get creative. You can make it happen.
Well, I'm sure you talked about this yesterday, but they've made it ridiculously clear that they want a number 2 receiver, and they were in on Christian Kirk before he got hurt.
Right.
So that probably shouldn't change from him getting hurt till right now, right?
Right.
You would hope not.
If you were going after Christian Kirk, and we have no reason to believe they weren't because the reporting is that they were close to getting that done before he broke his collarbone, then you would have to imagine that they're in on Darius Slayton.
Yes.
You would have to imagine. Now, there was another trade in the NFL yesterday that makes me think there could be another wide receiver in play. We'll get to that coming up next. How would you feel about Omar Khan if the Steelers don't get a wide receiver? 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, as always, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Sean Myers headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. It was a good night for Pitt men's basketball. They open with a 96-56 win at home against Radford. Jalen Lowe with 21 points to lead the way. 5 starters, all 5 of them scored in double figures for Pitt. The Panthers are back at it on Friday at 7 against Murray State. We will have pregame coverage of that at 6:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more headlines, check out 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tampa Bay gave the undefeated Kansas City Chiefs all they could handle in soggy Arrowhead last night. Baker Mayfield sure played his heart out and forced overtime at 24-all. But then he and the Bucs lost the coin toss to Patrick Mahomes, and that was basically the game. What might the Bucs have done differently to win? Should they have gone for 2 at the end of regulation? I would have. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is proud to offer a 10% military discount on many items. Get details at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Staples has amazing deals on everything you need for the holidays, from custom holiday cards and photo gifts to laptops and gaming systems, even shipping solutions. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. In-store only, offer ends 11/16. Unwrap huge savings at Staples.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got a real good show for you.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Cal's changed all the music, by the way. We got new beds.
It's one of my favorite songs right here.
He said he thinks he split it like 50-50. Stuff that he thought you would like, stuff that he thought I would like.
Yeah. He's done a good job so far.
He has.
I like it.
And it's nice to get a little change up in here.
Uh-huh. You know the song?
Yeah. Beatles, right?
Yep. There you go.
I just saw on the Twitter.com, Chris Canty has his top 5 challengers to the Kansas City Chiefs, Dorn. Detroit, Buffalo, Washington, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia.
Okay.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the Steelers to beat the Lions, but you'll take your swings in the Super Bowl. That's a good football team.
They're so good. Watching that game in the Green Bay, oh my gosh, they just did whatever they wanted.
If Mike Tomlin, and this is not going to happen, if he were to retire at the end of the year, you hire Ben Johnson, you don't think twice about it.
Right.
I mean, I think the Saints, they just fired Dennis Allen, right? And I don't know what's going to happen in Las Vegas. I don't know if he's going to survive the season. They just fired Luke Getsy, their offensive coordinator. I'm lining up, and I'm putting a bug in Ben Johnson's ear every single day from now until the decision can be made.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's going to be a superstar, but what a smart dude to stay in Detroit.
Right, after last year.
Man.
Yeah, just looking at all the situations and being like, all right, you know what, I have a better situation here than taking a head coaching job in, say, Carolina.
Right.
Like, think about that. He'd just be, who knows what would happen. Like, he could be a genius, but I don't know if there's any fixing certain situations whenever you have somebody that's above you that won't let you really do your thing.
Not to go, like, too far off the reservation here, but same thing with the Saints.
That too.
There's $60 million or something like that over the cap next year.
Oh my! Oh,
you can't take that on.
No,
I wouldn't have fired Dennis Allen. Honestly, you said this when he got hired.
Yep.
Yeah, win a Super Bowl with Dennis Allen.
Like, come on.
But I'd have kept him until you go really bad next year, and this offseason you have to blow everything up. And they don't even have a ton of contracts to move off. I don't know why they gave Kamara that deal that they just gave him. That's kind of silly to me because he ain't winning with that guy, even though he's still a good player. I don't know why you'd want that job. But anyhow, Broncos made a trade yesterday, Doran. At 5-4, the Broncos. Now they got their heads caved in by the Baltimore Ravens. Baron Browning traded to Arizona for a 6th-round pick. And I wonder if it does mean that they're just open for business on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And if they could move Courtland Sutton. Now, you brought up last week, and I think it's a salient point. Why would they trade Courtland Sutton to Russell Wilson?
Right.
Why pay Russell Wilson to win in Pittsburgh and then help him win more in Pittsburgh? If you were to get a Courtland Sutton, if he were available, you'd probably have to overpay.
Yes.
And I just don't think that that's realistic. A lot of people on the text line have brought up Courtland Sutton. A lot of people on Twitter yesterday opining, wow, the Steelers could get Courtland Sutton. I think your theory's the right one, that they're not going to ship him here.
I hope I'm wrong, but
I do too.
Just thinking just like kind of just cut and dry here.
I also don't know why you would, as Bo Nix is growing into this thing, take away his primary pass catcher.
Right.
I don't get that. Do you want him to figure it out, or do you not want him to figure it out? Now, I made the same argument with Kenny Pickett and Chase Claypool, who came off 2 good years, but I'm happy I wasn't the GM of the Steelers at that point. You want your young guy to grow. So I don't think Courtland Sutton's realistic. I think the most likely guy is Adam Thielen. I think everyone's top of the wish list guy is probably Darius Slayton. We'll see what happens. If they don't get a guy, how are we feeling about Omar Khan? Because I think he hit a ton of right buttons. I think Patrick Queen is growing into it. I think Deshaun Elliott's been really good. I think he's had a couple of good drafts, a couple of good off seasons. Russell Wilson seems like the right call at quarterback. Moving off of Kenny Pickett was something I didn't think they'd have the stones to do, and they did. He's done a great job through 2 years. You don't get a wide receiver, and I'm going to go, What I have is an A+, probably, or A at least 10 years so far. I probably got to bump down to the B range if he doesn't get a guy here.
I feel like it's too early to make that call because let's see how this season pans out and how Van Jefferson ends up at the end of the year, how Calvin Austin ends up at the end of the year, and the guys that are outside of George Pickens end up at the end of the year. So I if they don't, I'll just be like, man, well, at least I know that they've been trying. That's one. So I do have to factor that in. They've been trying to get a guy. It just hasn't happened. But I would have to wait until the end of the season to see how these other wide receivers on the Steelers roster right now pan out. And if they don't, and it kind of just looks like, then I'm going to be like, that's not – your grade's going to fall.
I think that's fair. Let the season play out, see where it goes. But if they miss out on winning the division by a game, I'm just telling you, I'm going to try to be as fair as I can. I'm just telling you, the first thing in my mind is going to go, oh, well, what if they had Adam Thielen? Or what if they had Darius Slayton?
Yeah.
Or if they win a playoff game and then lose the next one by like 4 points or something? Well, what if they had another wide receiver? Here's the other thing. I'm getting kind of a Pirates vibe here if they don't get a guy. And that's, we were close to getting Jazz Chisholm. We were almost there. Okay, we were almost there on Christian Kirk. We're almost there on Brandon Ayuk. Boy, we would have done it with Devontae Adams, but he wanted to go to New York. We were the second choice. Okay. You keep telling me how hard you're trying, and then you don't get a guy? Now I'm going to wonder if you were telling the truth at any other point. 412-928-9370. Jacoby Myers, someone texts in. I would, yeah.
Yes.
We're at that point. Mike Williams would be the guy that excites me the least, but Myers or Slayton, obviously Sutton, Thielen, any of those guys represent a significant upgrade, I think, over Van Jefferson. Texter, Crowley, all you say all the time is if Russell started the season, that they'd be 8-0, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. Again, if you're top 10 in scoring, you could try to be top 5. If you're top 5, you could try to be top 3. If you're top 3, you could try to be the best offense in the NFL. Just ask the Chiefs. Just ask the Ravens. Just ask the Bills. DJ Moore. You brought him up before the season.
Before the season.
But that, again, is one of those.
Yeah, too quick of a turnaround.
It's a quick turnaround, and why are you pulling away why are you trading away a wide receiver from a young player who you're hoping can grow and get better?
See, like, that's a different situation because they have two other guys that they can, like,
Sure.
especially a guy that they drafted in the same draft, Roma Dunze, with Caleb Williams. So that may be a little bit of a different situation of taking away a weapon and not worrying about him, Caleb Williams growing with a certain receiver.
Because you still got guys.
Because you still got two guys in Keenan Allen.
That Adunze is pretty good.
Yep.
Sound like an old man. That Adunze. Let me tell you this. That Adunze is pretty good. And now someone texting Keenan Allen and Gabe Davis. So that's where I am on this. Is there's so many names, and I could see all those guys being, maybe not Keenan Allen, maybe not DJ Moore, but Gabe Davis, all the guys we've already listed. So I don't want to keep hearing the Steelers were close but no cigar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's that many guys available. I don't think there's that much need around the NFL for receiver anymore because all the teams that needed them seemingly got them. Maybe the Chargers still need a guy. I'm trying to rack my brain to think of anybody else. The Texans with Diggs going down.
Maybe
That's a
Niners.
really good point. Niners, because everybody's heard, although Christian McCaffrey coming back, not a wide receiver, but you get what I'm saying. There's so many receivers out there and so few teams now that need receivers. If you don't get one, I don't understand what you're doing here.
Yep.
412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorne going to join us at 7 o'clock. Right now, it is a Sean Myers fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines, letting you know that the Penguins are in action tonight as they head on the road to play the New York Islanders. Puck drop at 7:30. Pittsburgh looking for its third consecutive winning. Speaking of win, that was what the Panthers did last night on the hardwood. Pitt with a 96-56 win against Radford. All five starters for Pitt scored in double figures. Their second game of the season will be Friday at home against Murray State at 7. We will have pregame coverage beginning at 6:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan and via the free Odyssey app. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to build. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. This fall, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing a little bit of heavier traffic now on the inbound side of Route 28 past the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that's getting in line near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East is heavy at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Traffic fairly steady on the Parkway North as well as the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
November is Veterans Month, and Awaken 180 is honoring all active duty veterans and spouses with 15% off your entire program, plus the same free support for life all clients receive. Celebrate Veterans Month with 15% off at awaken180weightloss.com.
The door-busting sales event is happening now at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. We're rolling out the red carpet and unleashing huge Black Friday savings all month long. Plus, available low financing rates, 0 down leases, top dollar trade allowances, and with any new Toyota, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and so much more. Hurry, come see one of the largest new Tacoma selections in Western PA.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh Firefighters. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matsey. Always flying the wrong way. Matsey sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia. While here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsey votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsey's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsey voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsey even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Going to be joined by our sports director, Jeff Hathorne, coming up at the top of the next hour. If the Steelers don't trade for a wide receiver, if they've got other needs, what are those needs? Will they get a receiver? Jeff tapped in. He'll tell us what he's hearing, what he thinks about their deadline goals. NFL trade deadline today at 4 p.m. Here's another name on the text line, Dorn. We just do this for months.
Oh, yeah.
Done this all day. I'm ready for it to be over.
Me too.
Why doesn't anyone ever mention Calvin Ridley? He would complement Pickens well. Calvin Ridley in Tennessee is having a nice season. 27 catches, 399 yards. That's a pretty good yards per catch average at 15. Thing with Ridley is $22 million cash next year, $20 million cash 2026, $20 million cash 2027. He's 30, and if you are paying that guy that money, you're probably not paying Pickens $25 to $30 million. And I was okay with that with Ayuk. I'm not so much okay with that for a Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, didn't they just pay him though?
They did.
See, I know that's happened before, clearly, but I don't know if they're going to be willing to give up somebody they just brought in 6 months ago.
Right. That seems like a stretch to me.
Right. It's not like, like the Steelers traded Deontay Johnson. he's been here. Like, it's not like the Steelers just paid him. They already paid him a couple years before.
Right.
So it's like, I'm trying to think of a receiver that was like just paid and then 6 months later gets shipped away.
You don't see that kind of stuff happen very often.
Like the whole CeeDee Lamb. Like, they're not going to do that.
Right.
Just paid him.
Right. They just paid him. And they just paid him immovable dollars. Like, that ain't happening. I'm okay on the surface if you had already paid Pickens and you wanted to bring in a guy that's getting $20 million a season. Like, I think Calvin Ridley's worth that money.
Yes.
But then you have to pay your quarterback, maybe. One of these guys is going to be here next year at the very least in Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. So you have to pay that guy. Maybe you pay both. You're trying probably to pay both. You want to tie up $20 million in wide receiver for him? I don't think so. 412-928-9370. We'll take your texts all morning long on wide receivers. What else should the Steelers be interested in at the trade deadline, if anything? 412-928-9370. More on that as we move forward in the show. It's a busy one. Jeff Hathorne coming up next. Are you smarter than a plumber at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour? Jason Mackey at 8. Jason Canfora, who will be great today at 9:35. Stick with us. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, Doran. It's here. You think Kate Bell brings energy? I bring energy. The Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Unseasonably warm today with some sun, a high of 82.
Chris Muller here. Don't suffer this winter with a cold, drafty house because of substandard windows. Call my guys at Universal Windows Direct. Get peace of mind, lower energy bills, and a more comfortable home. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, Universal stands behind their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call today, 412-545-6003. And for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. Week 1 on Awaken 180, lost 21 pounds. Then through week 2, I got a little compulsive, got really stressed about continuing to drop weight. I started weighing myself every day. Turns out I didn't lose a single pound in my second week. Didn't gain anything either, but didn't lose any weight. Here's where the Awaken 180 difference comes in. Because I spoke with my coach, Natalie, and she helped me focus on some things. 1, don't get so stressed. Stress is bad. My body's clearly adjusting to the program, and she made sure that I knew that. Secondly, I actually wasn't eating enough. I got so stressed and so busy that I forgot to fit in extra veggies and healthy fats that I should have been eating. What kind of program encourages you to eat more often? Yeah, Awaken 180. What program has supportive and knowledgeable coaches? Awaken 180. Do what I'm doing now. Do what Chris Muller, Donnie Football, Paul Alexander, and what 23,000 others have done. Choose the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Go online for a consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Today we could tie or break the record high of 80 degrees, becoming sunny through the afternoon. Mainly clear overnight with lows into the mid-60s. Rain showers arrive early Wednesday with high temperatures in the low 70s and a slight chance for showers Wednesday night with overnight lows in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell Traffic Cam taking another look at the Parkway West. You're heavy at the top of Green Tree Hill, but jammed approaching Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass towards Shaler Waterworks. A second delay between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Big day today. 4 p.m. NFL's trade deadline. Later on this evening, first college football playoff rankings in Durham. I think West Virginia is going to be in the top 25.
In what?
Football. 4 quality losses. That's all you need. You don't need to win.
Oh, yeah.
You need to win.
You need good losses.
Yes, just lose to good teams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Top 25. All right.
That's right.
Wow.
Jeff Hathorne joins us. Is he smiling ear to ear? His college football team able to get a massive victory this weekend. How you doing, Jeff?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Yeah, obviously the buzz about the trade deadline has kind of encapsulated the world today.
That's right. It is the most important thing going on today, bar none, not even close. So what do the Steelers get done before the deadline, Jeff? I feel like if they get a wide receiver, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to laugh because it was all off season and then it goes to the last possible day. I mean, thanks. It's good for talk radio. Do you think they get something done?
I'm not sure because this is the reasoning. It's going to depend on the cost. They're not going to go out and put out big assets for a wide receiver because I really think they've got this going through their mind. Look how much better Van is with Russell Wilson at quarterback. You know, do we have something in Austin? He looks to be better with Russell Wilson at quarterback. So maybe they're into the belief of we don't need to make a huge splash. I think they're going to look. I think they're going to do their due diligence. It's going to ultimately depend on the cost and does some other bidder drive up a price to where it's just not feasible. I mean, the names you hear, I think, are real. I think they're looking. Let's see what happens at $359 and if that cost is doable for the Steelers. And remember, a thing like this, like a 6th-round pick, well, you don't own that. That's conditional for Justin Fields. So there's other
Does that preclude you
have
from
to make with these trades?
Yeah, I would imagine that precludes them from being able to move the 4 too, just in case.
Unless you bring one back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or make another deal where you see one of these crazy. Remember last year, or maybe it's this offseason, the Pens made a trade of picks for some reason, but it's because the other team needed it to complete a trade. I mean, maybe you do something crazy like that with somebody else.
That makes a lot of sense. That's a good point there, Jeff. In your mind, though, What realistic wide receiver that is on the board right now, not the Tyreek Hills or anything, but the realistic wide receiver would fit the best for the Steelers? Who do you think would fit the best, like out of the guys that we've been naming for the past couple months?
I think Sutton would be the biggest play guy if you could grab him. I think maybe the best fit would be Lockett just because of his experience.
Oh, man.
With, his experience with 3 would be a big reason you look at Lockett. I mean, Slayton's the guy who has some ability. Thielen seemed like he had some ability. But Lockett still runs good routes. That one is intriguing to me, and you wonder what the cost might be for someone like that.
And I just pulled this up even before the segment because someone texted in about Lockett. I mean, his base salary next year, $10 million. So definitely affordable. Has the relationship with Russell Wilson. Would love to see that happen if they're sellers. You just don't know who's sellers right now. I mean, if I heard Belichick say yesterday on whatever show he was doing, if you've got 4 wins right now in the NFL, you still think you're in this thing. Jeff Hathorne with us on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Now, Jerry Dulac of the Post-Gazette put out yesterday that maybe receiver is down on the priority list for the Steelers now for the reasons you kind of laid out there, Jeff. Maybe they believe in Van Jefferson. Maybe they believe in Calvin Austin with Russell Wilson. Okay, so let's say that that's the case, and they were looking to augment their roster elsewhere. Where do they need help? What could they be looking for there?
Maybe a swing offensive lineman, depending on – we don't know about Faltano. We haven't seen him out at the practice field. We don't know what his situation is. I know they like Dylan Cook, but do you want to bring in another guy to help fortify that line, given the injuries they've already had this year? That might be one. I mean, beyond that, the deep at tight end, you feel good about their running backs. Even the secondary, now it's essentially like you've traded for Cam Sutton that you're adding to the mix. Your middle linebackers have been pretty solid. Your depth on your defensive line's been pretty good. So, maybe you take a flyer on somebody, but I think those moves would probably be moves of guys off practice squads.
Jeff, you just brought up Cam Sutton. How much do you think he'll be infused into defense on Sunday? Do you think we'll see a lot of him, a little bit of him, just a little? In the middle? What do you think about Cam Sutton?
Yeah, I think we'll see a little of him. Obviously, Beanie Bishop is the guy that would see his playing time reduced in that scenario. He told us today, yesterday, and I think he was being, realistic and legit that he doesn't know. He hasn't been told how this is going to impact him. Obviously, he knows about Sutton. They were in training camp together. He understands the scenario and what he brings and how much Tomlin loves him. But I don't think he knows exactly how that's going to work, and that's probably something they're going to work out during the week. Like, they haven't seen Sutton on a practice field. Let's see, what his movement is like, how he fits. But make no doubt, Cam Sutton isn't here to sit on the bench. He's going to get some time. Mike Tomlin's seen his game. He likes his game. Cam Sutton's going to make an impact, but it may take a little time. Look, he hasn't been on a real field in a real game for what is it now, 11 months, 10 months?
Jeff, we've seen this defense a couple of times this year, most notably against the Giants, get gashed in the running game. Patrick Queen talked. They're second in the league in points allowed right now, but Patrick Queen said they haven't really played that well. They should have the guys to figure it out, right? What's the issue in the running game? Is it a scheme deal? What do they think?
Yeah, and more of what Queen was saying yesterday, he thinks at times guys are so anxious to make a play, they're getting out of their gaps. And their gap integrity hasn't been what they've needed to be from the line on out. And that's what caused, especially they were, you could see it a couple of times. They were anxious, to finish off a series against the Giants, and boom, big run happened. And he said that they're just having problems of guys so anxious to make plays that they're getting out of where they need to be. That's probably a part of it. I do think these guys playing together a little bit more, I think they will improve as a run defense. You're not going to be perfect in everything, but I do think there's definite, within that room, you make no other changes. With the Landon Roberts, and I think Queen has improved almost week to week, that they have those capabilities to be better than they've been.
Jeff, do you think Penn State should move on from James Franklin?
Wow.
No. I mean, listen, they've lost some really mostly tight games to Ohio State. Here's his chance, though, because it's not a one and done. I mean, you've got a chance to run the table. Even if for some reason you don't get in the Big Ten championship game, you could run the table. You're going to be in the college football playoff. You've got a chance still to host a playoff game. Now, you lose that, I think it's a different conversation. But just because of those losses, and I say that as a guy who went to a school that fired coaches because they couldn't beat one team. And I get that emotion, but the guy's a hell of a recruiter. They just make those mistakes, like not throwing to the tight end when you're at the goal line,
right?
Like just things like what are you doing? But I don't think that's fireworthy at this point.
No, I'd let it play out with him a little bit longer.
Me too. That's where I stay. I mean, yeah. I think it'd be ridiculous if they fired him.
And Sean Myers brought up a good point. He's producing the show this week. He brought up a really good point yesterday because I made the case to keep Franklin. I said they probably would have made the playoff 5 times in 11 years under Franklin. But what he said was, okay, after they've lost Ohio State games or Michigan games in the past, they let that loss beat them again. And maybe if the pressure was on them to run the table and make a playoff, maybe things wouldn't have gone that well. You can't give them credit for something that didn't exist. I think it's a really good point. We'll see this year.
I mean, listen, if this team falls to a mediocre Washington team, then maybe that case is built a little bit more. But after one game, a hard-fought game, a tight game, no.
As for Pitt, Jeff, I mean, if they – look, I don't think anybody wants this to happen, but let's say they lose to the other 2 ranked teams on their schedule, Louisville and Clemson. I mean, 9-3 is still a really good year, no? Like, I heard Starkey going off yesterday talking about, well, people are saying Pitt at 9-3, that's a good year. Penn State, if they're 11-1, you got to fire James Franklin. I think there's different expectations.
Yes.
There's different money. And, Penn State's trying to win a national championship. Pitt won an ACC championship a couple of years ago. You're not going to win a conference every year at Pitt. But if you go 9-3 and you bring Holstein back and Cade Bell back next year, I think next year's the year. So I think 9-3 would be good, Jeff. What do you think?
Yeah, especially coming off a 3-win year there are probably some people in the fan base thinking, do we need to move on? Like, what are we doing here? These three wins? I mean, come on. And Narduzzi went out and replaced the entire offensive staff. No one saw 7-1.
No.
At this point in the season. No one. And they've still got their season in front of them. I mean, they've got a Virginia team with a tough quarterback, but that's a winnable game. I think Clemson's a winnable game. At Louisville's going to be tough. And then, at a coach that was pretty good at Ohio State or at Penn State and Bill O'Brien on the final week is going to be a challenge. But none of those games you look at, whereas maybe in the season, at the beginning of the season, I don't know if they can win these games. They can win any of those games. And that's where I think, Narduzzi deserves his flowers. I think what he did was he stopped the slide and got it back going in the right direction.
Stop the slide. Jeff, it's an important day in American history. College football playoff.
I have a quick one for you, Adam. You might want to cover your ears. We were talking to Darius Nichols yesterday after the Pitt basketball game. He coaches Radford. He's, of course, a former West Virginia guard. And I asked him, I said, what was it like walking back in this building? And he said, well, the last time I was here, I remember walking in that same locker room after Ronald Ramon hit that shot from the corner. That was his last game at the Pete.
Oh, man.
And he said, and Bob Huggins was mad. And how they should have switched over on defense, but it was kind of interesting to relive that through Darius Nichols' eyes. Just how he loved those matchups and said those atmospheres. And man, think about that, Doran. You know it very well. I mean, those 04 to 08 when he played those matchups with West Virginia.
Money.
Those were awesome.
That to me is why Pitt, West Virginia, the backyard brawl is one of the best rivalries in collegiate athletics, is because it's not just on the football field. It's also on the hardwood. And that game will be next Friday
yes, it
at
will.
the Peterson
go to
Event
wrestling
Center.
and watch it.
Seriously.
And you feel that energy.
It's awesome. And Huggins was right. If there's a guy you don't want to leave open for the corner three, it's Ronald Bleepin Ramon.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm still bitter. Jeff, this was really good. As always, man, thank you for coming on, and we'll talk to you on Thursday.
See you, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Hathorne, sports director. Great man. Yeah, that was those games back then.
Oh, they were like football games.
You were allowed to play in the old Big East.
Yes.
You're allowed to get after it. Real quick thought on the backyard basketball next Friday. I think West Virginia much improved. I think they got the right coach. I think it's going to be a good season. I'm not sure how high the expectation level should be in year one, but they got guys, and he's very smart. I think Pitt, lengthwise, that's the one area where West Virginia, if they're going to be exploited, when they're exploited this year, that'll be it. I think Pitt just 1 through 5, and they're deep. Length.
Yes.
So my early thoughts on that game are Pitt's going to win the rebounding margin fairly significantly, and it's an uphill battle then for my guys. That's the early read on the game.
Yes.
Early read. We going?
Probably not.
I'm not going, Actually, Craig asked me to do a pregame show from 6 until 7:30 that night.
Oh, by yourself?
You can come. You want to come?
No.
I figured you wouldn't.
Okay.
It'll probably save me from myself. Because I probably would have drank 800 beers and walked into the Pete and got beat up by some guy. So now I'll just sit here and do a little pregame show.
Wait, that game's here.
At the Pete, yeah.
Oh, wow. Then Clemson, then the Ravens. What? A weekend?
Is that the weekend?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Backyard Brawl, Clemson, which a noon kick. Get the hell out of here with
ridiculous.
that. And then
the Ravens.
The Ravens.
Wow.
All at home.
All at home. What a weekend.
Let's do them all. Won't go to one. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Lot to chew on there from Jeff, and we will when we come back. We'll keep you up to date on any breaking news around the NFL as the deadline is at 4 p.m. Right now, it's a Sean Myers headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. They were just talking about Pitt men's basketball. They were impressive last night at home. 96-56 Panthers over Radford. Jalen Lowe with 21 points to lead the way, but all 5 starters for Pitt reached double figures in scoring. They'll play again on Friday at home against Murray State at 7. Pre-game coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan can be heard beginning at 6:30. And the Penguins are in action tonight on the road. They travel to New York to play the Islanders at 7:30. Pittsburgh in pursuit of a 3rd straight victory. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
He stepped up to serve his country, deployed to Iraq. Now Chris DeLuzio is fighting for Western PA families in Congress.
I'm Mike Solanowski, president of FOP Lodge 91. Chris has had the back of local law enforcement. It's why we gave him our endorsement. Chris is a real one. He's protected Western PA families, and he's the right man for the job.
I'm Chris DeLuzio, and I approve this message. I joined the Navy after 9/11 to protect our freedom. Now it's what I fight for every day in Congress. Freedom from greedy corporations that raise costs and price gouge working families. And freedom from extremists trying to cut Social Security and Medicare and attacking our fundamental rights. I'm fighting the big corporations to lower costs and get families relief. And I'll always protect Social Security and Medicare. Because the freedom I defended is about helping our families achieve the American dream.
Chris DeLuzio for Congress. Endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police. Paid for by Chris DeLuzio for Congress.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Paid
for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan's silver bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan silver dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1 ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan silver dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1 ounce Morgan silver dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Visit Brushes and Beans Cafe, a small cafe and paint your own pottery studio on William Penn Highway, Murraysville. Caffeinate and create at Brushes and Beans Cafe. Go to brushesandbeanscafe.com to reserve your spot and say 93.7 to get 20% off your first drink.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fabrice.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Yeah, Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to move. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Parkway East starting to bunch up a bit at the Forest Hills on-ramp as you head down toward the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, that's in line near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28, that is mainly steady from Harmer to the north side. And the Parkway North, that's also steady from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. Mainly steady traffic as well on the crosstown. Meanwhile, northbound Route 51 out of the South Hills. Traffic light delays at all the key intersections heading for the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, look what Callis did. He did do this. He did put this one in there.
I think Myers did that. He kind of just looked at me like,
I don't have any control over that as far as I know. They just come up randomly.
You're smarter than I know you're smart.
He could have put an end to it. He didn't put an end to it. He could have stopped it.
Yeah, he could have did something.
He could have done something. I'm happy you didn't. Yesterday, last segment.
You're trying to tell me I got to listen to this every day?
Not every day. Probably once or twice a week. Sweet Caroline was on yesterday, final segment of the show, so don't worry about it. Texter, is jerking a turkey anything like choking a chicken?
Correct.
I love the spell check problems, the misspellings, the bad grammar on the text line. People just want to fire their opinions off. And so earlier in the show, someone said, really missed you, Doris, which got a big chuckle out of me. And then Adam Thelma is 34 years old.
Oh, Thelma.
Mm-hmm. And then they responded a couple minutes later, sorry, Thielen, spell check. Yeah, Adam Thelma's probably 85.
Yes.
And a woman.
Right.
I don't think we're doing a lot of Thelmas these days.
Nope.
I think we're done making Thelmas.
Mm-hmm.
I had an Aunt Thelma who passed away a few years ago. She was 96. So that might have been the last living Thelma.
Your family, they live a long time.
My mom's side lives a long time.
Yeah. Good.
My grandma, 96. Her sister, 96. Dementia at the end, though, no good.
I mean, 96, though.
96. Brain probably not going to hold up at 96 no matter who you are.
Right.
Few and far between.
Still 96.
I don't know if I'd want to be 96. If I could still be as spry as I am today, I'd like to be 96. But given where my back is, and I have an MRI on Friday at 34, I'm guessing 96 ain't going to look good on me.
I'm thinking that you're going to be able to get away with a lot of things that you wish you could get away with now at 96. So you might want to live to your 96, because you being 96 and being like, whatever, being ridiculous, and everybody just being like, yeah, they're 96, I think that you would like that a lot.
96-year-olds do tend to get the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Anything after, like, 78, I think people will be like, he's 79.
Right.
Don't mind him, he's 82.
Right.
You're right about that. It's not bad. How about this one yesterday, Doran? Coach Dan Casey on Twitter. I don't know who this is. Guess they do some film breakdown stuff on the internet. They showed a clip of Falcons running a rub wheel route out of bunch versus man coverage, okay?
Yes.
And Darius Slayton quote tweeted it and said, interesting. So maybe Darius Slayton not all that happy being a New York Football Giant.
Probably not.
Food for thought. Happy to see him tweeting while in concussion protocol, too. Means he's healthy. Trade for him, Omar.
Yes, get him.
Another name I've heard thrown around, this is not a wide receiver, but Tomlin has talked about him glowingly in the past, is Chase Young, now on the New Orleans Saints. And I believe it was Dulac who said the Steelers could be looking for some edge depth. And his contract, $13 million for this year, but only 1.25 and change or whatever in base salary. I mean, I guess.
He hasn't really done anything.
Boy, what a disappointing NFL career.
I know. Well, he was the second pick or something?
Yeah, man. First season, 7.5 sacks. Then he got hurt. 9 games, then 2 games. And then he only started 6 games in 2023. And I think injuries have kind of derailed his career. He was the defensive rookie of the year in 2020. And that's when Tomlin said, yeah, we never draft high enough to pick guys like you. Back when Washington beat the Steelers to end their undefeated season.
Honestly, like if he's a depth piece and and he could just rotate and not have to be the Batman, he might be all right.
Well, the play of the game that ended the game, Beanie Bishop's interception at the end against the Giants, neither Highsmith or Watt were in the ballgame.
Right.
Now, you would think, get Herbig back this week. We'll find out more from Tomlin today in his Tuesday press conference. If you had Herbig and Chase Young as your rotational edge pieces, you would feel a little bit better if Watt was hurt and had to miss a game. I just don't want him going to the Ravens, Chase Young.
Right.
Like that, I think they
Ravens are going to get somebody on defense.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And their sack numbers aren't bad this year. But if you watch them, they blitz a ton. And their secondary can't make up for it. Their secondary's a hot mess. Their miscommunications all over the place. Their secondary's awful. It's one of the worst, if not the worst, in the NFL this year. And they've got good players. I think it's a schematic thing. If you bring in a Chase Young and you can squeeze whatever's left of that ability out of the guy, at 25, by the way, he's still 25 years, came into the league at 21. Now maybe you don't have to blitz as much. Maybe he figures it out. Now you can drop 7 guys into coverage.
I wouldn't hate that.
If I'm them, that's the guy I'm going for, Chase Young. A player of that talent at 25 years old, yeah, I'm trying to get him in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Bengals will probably try to add. Like, this might be their last best chance. Is T. Higgins going to be there after the season? Is their edge rusher going to be there after the season? Thank you. This is the final year for those guys. And they're only a game out of a playoff spot. So don't only pay attention to what the Steelers are doing today. Pay attention to the Bengals and the Ravens as well. And I think the Ravens will be knocking on the door of Chase Young. If I'm New Orleans, I'm trying to get rid of everybody. Texter, choking a chicken and jerking a turkey are not the same, my friend. Oh. Interesting.
News to me.
Back into the trade deadline talk coming up around 7:50 and an injury that wasn't in the NFL. But coming up next, are you smarter than a plumber? I think we are. We battle wits with Southside Jake once again coming up next. But first, it's a Sean Myers fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. Monday Night Football went in favor of the Chiefs. They are still perfect at 8-0 after their overtime win 30-24 against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina G. & Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Anna was ready to sell her home in Mount Washington, and she wanted to work with the best, so she contacted Gina. Anna said that Gina went above and beyond to sell her home, and Gina's extensive understanding of the real estate market made her an invaluable advisor to Anna. Anna said that Gina guided her through every decision with care and precision, and she was very impressed with Gina's determination to get her the best offer, which was over $700,000 for her home. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G. & Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com. Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at Robinhood.com/election.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sportsman Ed. In the wake of New Orleans' embarrassing loss to Carolina, the Saints unfortunately fired head coach Dennis Allen. Can't say I'm all that surprised, folks, as this team now needs to go into full rebuild mode, and it faces looming salary cap challenges, as it always does every year, it seems like. A ton of injuries greased the skids for the team's free fall. Now the team may clean house completely. More in the next hour. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at robinhood.com/election.
Getting cold, getting into that season. Oh, yeah, you need that four-wheel drive. You do. All-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, get it. Schultz Ford. They got a bunch of locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Always online, schultzford.com. Schultz Ford in Wheeling, too. They're doing a booming business down there. So check it out. Gigantic selection of inventory. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. F-150, great in the snow. Grab that. So much out there. Like I said, that selection of inventory can't be beaten. Do yourself a favor. Go online and check out all you want. Look at the selection, look and see what you want, or drive out to one of those dealers and see what you like. Custom orders, too. Inquire about that if you're looking for something there. A Raptor, perhaps? I have a couple friends who got a few of those trucks, and man, are they sharp. So again, Schultz Ford, everything you want. The service can't be beat. The people are just incredible. Check it all out and everything at schultzford.com.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Southside Jake joins us now for Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? Southside Plumbing and Heating. Hello, Jake.
Good morning, fellas. How are you today?
Pretty good.
Man, you look defeated already. You know we're going to kick your ass.
Man, almost as defeated as that guy wearing that WVU gear over there. Man.
You're defeated.
I am defeated. Always, eternally. All right, what do you got for us, Jake?
All right. First question right off the rip. Again, we're going to go with our old-style trivia question for the first one. In 1945, the NFL put in a rule that states socks must be worn to cover from the top of the shoe to the bottom of the pant. I think Juju Smith-Schuster had an issue with this years ago when they played for the Steelers. But there is one exception. What is that rule of exception?
See, he always starts with one of these crappy questions just so that we get it wrong. We have to run the table in the final two.
Wait, an exception that you don't have to wear the sock?
Yes, correct.
You can have the sock down within like one or two plays.
I don't know about that.
I have a guess.
You have Sean Myers off the top rope. Let's go.
Exception.
Barefooted kicker.
Oh, my God.
He's disqualified. I'm telling you, he's disqualified.
Wow, the barefoot kicker!
Oh, my God.
Yes!
Oh,
Sean,
my
don't call me Seth Myers!
Oh, my
I want
goodness.
Callis back. Callis will never guess that.
Can you imagine going into the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field in like 1948, trying to kick a game-winning field goal from 33 yards out, and your little piggies are freezing?
Yeah, no way.
No chance.
No way. Wow, Myers, that's big time.
What's
Let's
the furthest do you think you can kick a field goal?
Oh, I don't know. 30 yards, maybe?
What about barefoot?
I don't know.
You would never
15?
put caramel toes in harm's way.
No.
All right, so we'll let that one be a push. You weren't counting on our producer being competent. So,
No,
all right.
you win. That was good.
That was great.
That was good.
That was a hell of a job.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I'm giving him that one.
That's
Yeah,
outstanding.
that was amazing.
All right, give us number 2 here.
All right, back to our name that player. 11 NFL seasons, also a Hall of Fame running back. 4-time NFL rusher leader, 1-time NFL Offensive Player of the Year, and he was the Rookie of the Year in 1983. Also, SMU Mustang alumni.
Oh, God.
Eric Dickerson.
There you go. Any relation?
Is that it? Final?
Yeah.
Final? Yep, you got it. Nice job.
Was he at the game?
Job.
Yeah, he was at the game.
Did you hug him and say, hey, man, long-lost relatives?
No, I didn't. Tony Dorsett was there, too.
Dorset.
Dorset.
That's a
Would you
hell
have
of
known that if he wasn't at the game?
Yeah, he would have known that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he would have known that. Yeah.
My cousin.
I don't know. I didn't know that.
Question 3, now that your ass has been handed to you.
All right, I'm going back. I'm saying the first one didn't count.
I got to get one here because you guys have contributed and I did nothing.
All right, 4-time Stanley Cup champion, 3 with the Edmonton Oilers. Coached the Oilers for 9 years. Last player to play without a helmet in the NHL.
I think I know it.
Take it away, Sean.
Is it Al McInnes?
Is that a final?
Yeah.
No.
Oh!
Craig McTavish.
All right.
I mean,
I went with the hot hand.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Like you got a dude that cans a 40-foot jumper, and he says, "Give me the ball." I mean, you're setting screens for that guy.
Oh yeah.
So we'd have been dumb not to let Sean Myers rip that one. All right, this was fun as always.
He might be cheating back there. I can't see him.
No, he ain't.
He's not cheating.
No, he's a man of God,
I
a
didn't
man
cheat
of faith.
very well if I cheated on that last one.
That's right. He got it wrong. Jake, this was a pleasure as always, buddy. We'll beat you next Tuesday at 7:35. Appreciate it.
Bet you will. I'll see you later.
Thanks,
Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating, one of the good guys. I just saw a tweet. I think it was retweeted by our brother station KDKA. One of the polling places in Allegheny County, and outside the polling place, there's like 800 Democrat signs, like 800 Republican signs, and I'm just wondering if anybody walks into a polling place and goes, "Oh man, well, hey, look, there's a Dave McCormick sign. You know what?
That's the guy.
I changed my mind.
Right.
It was this sign right here. It got me."
I do wonder what the percentage of people do that, though. Probably not.
There's got to be someone who walks in there with no idea.
Yep.
I mean, we got 350 million people in this country. I'm sure someone doesn't know what they're doing.
Yes.
I've often thought, too, like all these political ads, like they're obviously targeting the undecided voters. How many of these ads change minds? And I would think for like intelligent people, it probably doesn't. Mm-hmm. However, they're not spending millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars if they don't work.
Mm-hmm.
Like people ask us all the time, or tell us all, don't talk about this, talk about this. No, we talk about the things we know work.
Right.
We've got the data. We know what you want to hear more than you know what you want to hear. So a lot of smart people are spending millions of bucks. It has to change minds. It has to, I guess.
But is there a lot of, there's a lot of smart people, but there's also a lot of dumb people.
And I think they're going after the dum-dums.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Just a thought.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about actual politics on this show.
No.
Can you tell the Jet story real quick? Because it had me rolling earlier.
My middle son, Jet, he had his Super Bowl. They made it to the Super Bowl. They unfortunately lost. And, Now he's 8 years old, and he plays all defense, and he very rarely plays offense. And it's towards the end of the game, they were getting beat by a lot, and they're like, Jet, we're going at running back, and they gave him a toss, and he's like on their own 25-yard line, backed up, right, and he ends up scoring a 75-yard touchdown. But after the game, the ref and a couple of the coaches on the other side went up to Rochelle and was like, your son had us laughing so hard during that run. She was like, why? Because whenever he got the toss, he looked and he screamed, there's nobody there! And he just took off running. He screamed. He was like, there's nobody there! And he just booked it down the sidelines and scored a touchdown. It was unbelievable.
There's nobody there!
There's nobody there! It was like a Little Giants movie scene.
Like Willie Parker, Super Bowl 40.
There's nobody there!
Thank you, Alan Faneca. Did that happen in the NFL? Guys talk out there during the play?
No, not really.
Because this is totally different. I know people can kill me. When I play pickup hockey or when I'm playing D League, rec hockey or whatever, and I'm out there, I'm like, whoop, hep, oh, what a move, yeah, whole time. Like, what, got me there?
Yep.
Sometimes whenever I spin too, I'll go whoop whoop whoop. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I don't think guys do that much.
Oh,
sorry.
I think Saquon Barkley could have done it this weekend.
Yes.
Boop. Oh my God.
Man, jumped over somebody backwards.
That's
amazing.
Backwards.
Amazing.
Nobody attempts that.
No.
And not only to attempt it for Saquon Barkley, but to land on his feet like a cat.
Crazy.
Pretty doggone cool.
Crazy.
All right. Coming up next, yes, the Chiefs won again last night, and I am mad at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for scoring a touchdown in the final seconds and not going for two. That's loser stuff. Well, there was an injury that looked real bad to a key player in Kansas City. Was it real bad? What would it mean if it were? We'll get to that coming up next. But first, a Sean Myers, MVP of Are You Smarter Than a Plumber fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, I should probably figure out a way to stop this.
You know what? This is a technical issue that has plagued us with this in the past, and even Callis. So I don't quite know what to do with this. But it is a thing.
It's still running. I don't know what to do. So
yeah, and it'll continue to run.
We'll just give the fan headlines during this terrific background music. Chiefs 30, Buccaneers 24 last night on Monday Night Football. Kansas City is now 8-0. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Election Day morning rush chugs along. This report brought to you by Duncan. Parkway West, you are jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound fairly steady as you head past Green Tree and out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, just a little heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass towards Shaler Waterworks. Out of the South Hills, seeing traffic light delays approaching the intersection with Route 88 on the inbound side of 51, and then multi-light delays as you head toward the intersection with Mills Lane toward the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only price. Participation may vary. Valid at accommodates. Conditions apply.
This planet is so incredibly beautiful that I can't get enough of it. I did 950 miles on the Pacific Crest Trail, and Good Feet was with me all the way.
Are you worried about pain and discomfort? Don't let your feet get in the way.
Learn how the Good Feet store can help you.
Your passion's important, but if your body aches and if your heel feels like you've got a nail stuck in it and won't come out, trust me, it's going to wear you down. The Good Feet store knew what they were talking about and took the time to really dial in what I needed. I hiked 84 miles in the Himalaya and to do it pain-free. You think I'm not grateful for Good Feet?
You deserve a better life, too. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet, because you deserve comfort in your life. No waiting required. Good Feet arch supports are immediately available and proudly made in the USA.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Gowker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Gowker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGowkerRoofing.com. Craig Gowker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh Firefighters. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right. They're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matzy. Always flying the wrong way. Matzy sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia, while here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matzy votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matzy's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matzy voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matzy even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matzy in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matzy doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matzy, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I ran to the loo during the break. When did the plumbing music finally end?
It just ran out. End of the song.
That's a really fluky, bizarre kind of deal there.
Yeah.
I don't know quite what happened. Neither does Sean, and Callis has had that problem in the past. Perhaps we just dump the file and get a new one. I don't know.
Probably.
I don't know. I kind of like it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Just behind the political ads, it's just... Bam!
Just drowning it out.
All right. So, Patrick Mahomes, non-contact injury last night, which looked really bad. He went to the tent. People were fearing Achilles. Looks more like an ankle, but he's fine. Leads the game-winning touchdown drive. And, man, that close. That close. If he were to get hurt, and you don't wish that on anybody, especially a guy like that, who's vying for all-time great status. If he were to get hurt, wide open AFC.
Definitely.
I mean, totally wide open AFC.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, it's why you need to bolster yourself at the trade deadline, because I think it's KC and everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the everybody else pile, there's debate that the Steelers could be right there with Buffalo, with Baltimore, with the Chargers, with Houston. I think the Steelers are as good as any of those teams.
Yes.
And all you need to do is beat Kansas City one day. One game. One game. Not saying you'd favor the Steelers or you'd feel really good about your chances, but give yourself the best opportunity. And you have until 4 p.m. today to do it. And I just hope that they do. And I'm not super optimistic. I think it'll be like Mike Williams or something, which even that'll be fine. It'll be fine. But I don't want to do the Pirates thing, right? Where you need to get someone. Oh, how about Jazz Chisholm? No. How about Rooker? No. Okay. And then you wind up with De La Cruz and IKF. Well, at least they got guys.
Right.
No.
At least they were close.
Right. The hell out of here. Give me some Darius Slayton, please. That's my guy. Or a Tyler Lockett. That's my other guy. Mm-hmm. Or Jacoby Myers. That'd be my third guy.
Yeah. You got another one? You got another one you want to throw in there?
Sterling Shepard looked pretty good.
He did.
How about him?
No, they need him because they don't have any receivers.
Oh, they need him too. That might be a wide receiver needy team, by the way.
For sure.
Tampa.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 guys out with injury.
Godwin out. And
Godwin ain't coming back. That looked nasty.
Mike Evans not being back for probably a couple more weeks.
And they're right there in the thick of the thing down there. So that might be a team to look out for. If there's any breaking NFL trade deadline news, we will bring it to you, of course, right here on the Fan Morning Show. Jason Mackey going to join us next. We'll talk about, you guessed it, Steelers needs when we come back. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here. The Chevy Red Tag event. Now through December 2nd, 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Unseasonably warm today with some sun, a high of 82.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us. They're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and November is Veterans Month, a time to celebrate and honor the heroes who have served our country. This November, Awaken 180 Weight Loss is showing their appreciation for active duty, veterans, and spouses by offering 15% off your entire Awaken 180 program, free support for life included. It's a thank you for the sacrifices you've made, protecting our freedoms, and making this country what it is. This is special. Awaken 180 has never offered a discount, ever. If this incentive can help you turn your focus on you, your health, your goals, and your happiness? I say go for it. Do what I did and choose the solution for weight loss. So if you're active duty, a veteran, or a spouse of one, this month is about you. Celebrate Veterans Month with 15% off your Awaken 180 program. And as with all clients, receive free support for life after reaching your goals. Do what I did, Donnie Football did, Paul Alexander did, and over 23,000 others have done. Take control at awaken180weightloss.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Pennsylvania, you've got a big choice to make. Who are you going to send to the Senate?
Bob Casey's Pennsylvania through and through. Scranton-born, PA values.
Dave McCormick's the hedge fund CEO, living in Connecticut for 15 years.
Casey is taking on Mexican drug cartels smuggling fentanyl and voted for the toughest border bill in history.
McCormick opposed that bipartisan border bill and got rich investing in Chinese fentanyl.
Casey is working to restore abortion rights.
McCormick wanted to outlaw abortion with no exception for rape.
Casey wrote the bill to expand Social Security.
McCormick's plan could cut Social Security and your Medicare.
Bob Casey has always fought for you.
Dave McCormick fights only for himself.
Pennsylvania, it's your choice now, and you have a great one with Bob Casey.
Paid for by Win Senate, which is responsible for the content of this ad. WinSenate.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of disabled vehicles slowing you down this morning. One of them on the inbound Parkway West, a disabled truck off to the side at the Parkway Center on-ramp, causing delays near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East, we had an earlier disabled vehicle blocking a lane at Edgewood. Swissvale, they just removed it, but the damage is done. You are stacked back to the Wilkinsburg on-ramp. Meanwhile, Route 28 out of the North Hills, that's looking pretty good, but it's heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. And if you're traveling on 51 on the northbound side, you're jammed approaching Route 88 and then again approaching Nobles Lane. A third delay approaching the intersection with Bousman Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
The machine's working against Sean Myers today. To the dozens of you who texted in that we had the "Are You Smarter Than a Plumber" music rolling the entire last break, we know there's nothing we could do. Couldn't get the darn thing to end.
Nope.
And now the 540 music has inserted itself at 8. The computers, they're rising up against all of us.
Yes. Only a matter of time for this to happen.
That's
it's
right.
happening now. Look at it.
And what a way for it to go. I mean, trying to sabotage the best morning show in the damn market here. Try to take us out.
Mm-hmm. Very, very peculiar. This is the day that the machines want to backfire.
I would rather them come after us than the voting booths.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps we're the test guinea pig here. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And we are joined now by 93.7 The Fan Zone and Post-Gazette columnist Jason Mackey. Good morning to you, Jason. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. Thought there would be no politics, though. Don't be dragging politics into this.
Oh, there's no politics. It's just the machines are rising up and sabotaging our radio program this morning. All right, the NFL trade deadline today at 4 p.m. Jason, if the Steelers come up empty, if they don't get a wide receiver, if they don't get help anyplace, Should Omar Khan come under fire here?
Criticized, yes. Under fire, no. I mean, they're still 6-2. I think people will be upset if he doesn't do anything, but I think it would probably be a little undeserved. It would be a little bit harsh. I want him to do something. I mean, I think they have areas of need. You guys are probably talking about them. I don't know how you can't get a wide receiver, whether that's Darius Slayton or somebody else, and the number of guys that they've checked on without getting one to land, it's unbelievable. It's almost Pirates-like in terms of finishing as the runner-up.
That's what I just said the last segment, Jason.
Really?
I'm starting to think, okay, do they really want a guy, or do they just want us to think that they're close to getting a guy?
Yeah, it's like always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Like sooner or later, one of these things has to pop, man. And I mean, I know Jerry had a piece yesterday about, they're not just looking at wide receivers, which is, good and fair, and I hope that's true. Defensive line is another place that I think is probably not being talked about as much as it should in terms of adding depth and this being an opportunity to do it. But I know wide receivers the headline. I can't guarantee they're going to get anybody, but man, they've checked on a lot of guys. I'm surprised they didn't get one.
Who's the best fit? I asked Jeff Hathorne this in the last hour. Who's the best fit if they were to get a guy at the wide receiver spot? Who would you be like, okay, like that guy is going to make a huge impact?
DeAndre Hopkins. Oh, wait, he's gone. Crap. Darius Slayton, I think, would probably be my pick at this point. We talked about this before. Adam, you and I were texting about this. I don't understand why there's not more smoke around Tyler Boyd. To me, he fits the skill set, the acquisition price. I can't speak enough for what Tennessee is willing to do, whatever. But in terms of the guys who are out there on teams going nowhere, who I think would fit the offense, Slayton would be my guy.
If the Steelers don't get a guy, can they win the division? Can they win a playoff game? I mean, I think those are the questions Omar Khan has to be asking himself. And so, in turn, Jason, I ask you those questions.
Yeah, I mean, I have my doubts. I do. Maybe they can win a division. I don't think it's deep enough. I really don't. And I feel bad being negative saying that. But I worry about the depth. If there's an injury to George Pickens, my goodness. I mean, neither of those guys are number ones. I'm not sure they're number twos. If there's an injury to one of those guys, like where did they turn? And then I watched Baltimore's offense on Sunday doing what they did, and they went out and got better and added Deontay Johnson. My answer is probably no. I don't think they have enough to win the division. I think the second half of the schedule is going to be awfully difficult for them. And, I worry about the ability to win a playoff game if they have an injury to a wide receiver.
Who's going to make the biggest impact on defense this second half of the season?
You can't say what.
I know. I feel like that's Alex Highsmith, I guess. Is that too cliche too? I feel like we haven't seen nearly his best ball. I think he's finally getting back healthy and into form. I'm trying to think. Cam's been pretty good, so I feel like that's a cop-out. I'm mystified by why Micah Fitzpatrick is not creating more turnovers and splash and all that stuff. That's surprising to me.
What about Cam
I don't know
Sutton?
if I want to go on. I don't think so, Doran. I don't see it, man. I think he's going to play, but I don't know if he's going to make more of an impact than Alex Highsmith. Are they suddenly just going to screw Beanie Bishop to the bench? I don't see that happening. I think you probably integrate Sutton in there some way. I think he helps them, but I just don't see a path to regular playing time and a bunch of production. What about you guys?
Well, I want to get into this in long form coming up at 9 o'clock because we've talked about wide receiver. I think the second half of the season lies on the defense. And you got a bunch of guys making a lot of money, and so far so good statistically, but we're all seeing cracks. Jason, let me turn this around here. I think it might need to be Minka Fitzpatrick, but we haven't seen Minka take the football away since the penultimate week of the season 2 years ago. Are they getting enough from that guy? Are they getting enough out of the highest paid defense in the NFL?
They probably aren't, Adam. Through 8 games, the defense has been good. You can look at numbers, and they've done, largely what's expected. I look at their second half schedule, man, and some of the quarterbacks they're playing, and you're right. They are going to need to turn these guys over. Jaden Daniels, okay, he's first out of the chute, but we're looking at 2 games against Lamar Jackson, 2 games against Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts on the docket, Patrick Mahomes. This is something I'm going to get into a little bit later today on my own forum and a column form. But the defense needs to be able to turn these guys over, make them uncomfortable, not just pressure them into things, but get the ball back, be dominant. I think they can, But yeah, you're right. A lot of that centers around Minkah Fitzpatrick and doing what he, has kind of been unable to do in the past 18 games or whatever for the Steelers.
Zach Frazier, he'll be back, right? Cordero Patterson probably will be back. Out of the players being back and healthy coming out of the bye week, who makes the biggest impact there?
I think the train might have left the station a little bit with Cordero Patterson. So I'd probably go Zach Frazier, Dorn. And that's not to say Ryan McCollum hasn't been serviceable at center. I think he has. It's actually surprisingly so. But the way Najee has been running, the way Jaylen Warren has been running, the groove that running game has found without Patterson, I mean, I could see them, getting him involved for 3-4 carries. And maybe he's a kickoff guy. It's nothing that, against Cordero Patterson. But, as far as the impact, I don't know if we've appreciated enough what Zach Frazier was in the first half, man. I was looking at Pro Football Focus over the bye week, and I couldn't believe Creed Humphrey was the only one better. And I'm not talking, just centers. Just absolutely dominant first 8 games. Really surprising to see out of a West Virginia product, frankly.
I agree.
I
agree.
Go to hell. All right, Jason. Are you going to the Tomlin press conference today?
I am not. No, I got to write something else.
If you were, because I'm not moving off my spot because you said the West Virginia thing. If you were, what's the most burning question that he should be asked today in his press conference?
Most burning question he should be asked today.
Burning.
What is your assessment of Minkah Fitzpatrick been over the first 8 games, and how do you get him involved to do more? What Cam Sutton's role is going to be, although I believe he's been asked that, if not the coordinators have at least been asked that. And I'm not saying wide receiver because it's going to be before the deadline falls. And, somebody should be asked about that. Omar will be asked about that. And that's the most burning topic with the Steelers, right? Like whether they do something or whether they don't. But I've covered a few of these things in hockey and Major League Baseball, and I do try to caution people against reacting to something that hasn't happened. So I don't know if I would list that as the most burning thing. But yeah, the defense second half, splash, Minkah, that whole amalgamation of things is probably where I'd go.
I like it. Mackie, you're working on a lot. We can't wait to read it in the Post-Gazette. Appreciate you coming on, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
You guys are the best. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
We are the best. Jason Mackey.
We are.
Of the Post-Gazette. I am having a rip-roaring text debate with Joe Starkey right now.
About what? Who knows? Oh, my God. What are you two talking about?
Well, and this isn't personal. It's just a sports debate. I mean, he seems to think that Penn State and Pitt should have the same expectations every year in college football, and I just vehemently disagree with that.
Well, they should. Everybody should have the same expectation. That's to win the national championship, but to be realistic, that's where it's actually at.
Yeah.
And you have to be realistic about where you're at as a program, and you have to have goals of where you want to get to. Okay, fine, but being realistic and, having goals and having fantasies are two different things. Everybody should – I mean, Akron should want to – Their goal should be to win a national championship.
Yeah, of course. But so Pitt wins the ACC, and then they win 9 games, and then they have a really bad year last year. And then they're undefeated through 7 weeks, and they're sitting here at 7-1. That's one elite season, one really good season, a horrific year, and then what is tracking to be another very good year. I don't think Pitt's going to win the ACC every year. Like, they're just not. Does Clemson? No. Does Florida State? Look what's happening to them this year. So I'm just wondering what the expectation should be for Pitt. Like, the way I view it, you win an ACC once every 4 years. You're in the college football playoff then, ipso facto, once every 4 years.
Right.
I think Pitt fans should be okay with that. You don't want to bottom out at 3-9 ever. I get that. Totally understand. That's unacceptable. I think that clearly, though, looks like the outlier for Pat Narduzzi. So what I'm saying is 7-8 wins, 3 out of 4 years.
You should be in the top 20 every year.
Okay, that's fair, too. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Expectation. And then whatever happens from there, if it's good, all right, then you take it. But the line should be top 20.
Well, he says, it's professional sports, and I agree. But it's not the NFL. The NFL's got an even playing field. The NFL's got a salary cap.
Right.
College football doesn't.
Right.
College football is much more like Major League Baseball. So the Pirates, every year, their expectations, okay, internally, you want to win a World Series, fine, whatever. They can't do what the Yankees do. They can't do what the Dodgers do. Pitt can't spend the money the way that Georgia can. That's just a fact of life, the way Ohio State can. Ohio State gets better talent than Penn State. It's just the way that it is. And I think it's much more analogous to Major League Baseball than it is the National Football League.
I think that was very evident in ways on Saturday. SMU has deep pockets, and they spent over $10 million in getting guys this year, and it was very evident. And that's nothing against the Pitt players, but they got guys from Alabama, they got guys from Georgia, they got guys from Oklahoma. They had 33 transfers. They had like 18 on offense, or maybe 18 on defense. And it was somewhat evident whenever you watched that game Saturday.
SMU has a massive donor base, oil money, and then stock traders, so much so that they joined the ACC without taking $1 of TV money.
They paid into it.
Right. They paid into it, and then on the football field, they understood the assignment. Hey, if we're going to get in there, we got to spend the money to be good. And I don't, $10 million NIL, like, how many schools are really doing that? I mean, Ohio State reportedly upwards of $20 million. Now, every school is going to have to do it with 20-ish because you're going to have to do 20% of your athletic revenue, right? But that's not going to preclude the NIL folks from still getting involved. So everyone's going to be getting paid their $20 million or whatever, and that's going to be dispersed. But the NIL game is still going to exist.
Absolutely.
We have a breaking trade in the NFL. We'll get to that coming up next. And I'm reading very, very long text from Joe Starkey all break long. We'll tell you what that deal is when we come back. Fan text line brought to you by Egger Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Sean Myers headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. No background music this time, thankfully. Monday Night Football goes in favor of the Kansas City Chiefs last night. They win in overtime to stay perfect at 8-0. It was a 30-24 victory against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It was a victory for the Pitt men's basketball team as well last night in lopsided fashion, 96-56. They defeated Radford. Jalen Lowe with 21 points to lead the way, but all 5 starters for Pitt reached double figures in scoring. They'll play again on Friday at home against Murray State at 7. We'll have pregame beginning at 6:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza. Thank you.
But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it. Crispy and cheesy, paired with delicious and refreshing. My mouth is watering already. Ooh, too high. Yeah, we've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Holidays are right around the corner. I don't care what you're celebrating, you're going to have family and friends over, and you know the judgy ones. Yeah, that one aunt, she looks at your sofa and your floor and goes, why is it not cleaner than that? Well, 'cause Aunt Linda, I screwed up and didn't call Zero Res last time. Not true. I did call Zero Res. It's what we do to get our home ready for the holidays. You should too. Don't try one of those deal of the day carpet cleaners to save a few bucks. Don't try to do it yourself either. You know that's going to end up being a mess and more trouble than it's worth. Call Zero Res today. They got their gotta love it guarantee, which is going to make it easy to get what you pay for, a clean home, and they'll stand behind every single cleaning. And don't miss this deal. Call Zero Res today for the 93.7 The Fan special and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Plus, you can take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. 412-701-1188 or online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Disabled truck off to the side on the inbound Parkway West at the Parkway Center on-ramp that's causing delays back toward the top of Green Tree Hill past the scene to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy at Green Tree and then again from the 79 interchange out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North slowdowns around the bend at Bellevue Westview heading toward Perrysville. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I've been going back and forth with Starkey. Whole break. Break.
What is he saying now?
It's a good debate. Wish we'd do it on the air. Can't, though. Got to go vote today.
Right.
Yeah. What are you laughing about?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
I'm leaving here. I'm going to my polling place. I got a haircut. Daughter's got swim.
Got a busy day.
Busy day. Gonna
No
drink
time
some...
to debate.
That's right. You ever had
drink
that?
some what?
Yam Jam Dancing Gnome. You ever had that?
No.
It's real good. It's an IPA, and they condition it on yams.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little Thanksgiving.
That's right.
Brewski.
Mm-hmm. I had some mashed potatoes last night, too.
Right.
Yeah.
And a steak.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Some Brussels sprouts.
Oh, some sprouts, too?
Yeah, with a little bit of that balsamic glaze. Yeah.
See?
You knew exactly.
Yeah.
I like when the little bits fall off, the crusty little flaky bits.
Yes. The Brussels.
The Brussels, yeah.
Or is it the sprouts?
It's hard to say. Yeah, I think Narduzzi's done a great job on the whole, by the way, and continues to do one this year. I mean, they got their doors blown off by SMU. It's not good. You don't want that. But in 7 out of Narduzzi's 10 seasons at Pitt, he's had the team in the top 25.
Yep.
At some point. Like, that's a good job.
Yes.
Last year can't happen. So you know what he did? Made sure it wouldn't happen. And you gain your footing, and maybe you make the college football playoff. Maybe you run the table. I don't know. If you do, great for Pitt. If not, though, and you finish 9-3, and you retain the potential star quarterback, I don't know how it's not a good year. I just don't. Not to get all hot and bothered. Breaking NFL news. Mm-hmm. Zadarius Smith, now formerly of the Cleveland Browns, as he has been traded to the Detroit Lions, who obviously were in need of a pass rusher after losing Aiden Hutchinson for the season. And here's what they're giving up to get Zadarius Smith from Cleveland. 2026 7th-round pick going to Detroit for a 2025 5th and 2026 6th-round pick. It's amazing, man, what little return there winds up being on these NFL trades during the year.
Really?
I mean, a 5th and a 6th-round pick for a guy that's on pace to have double-digit sacks this year. He's got 5. Like, that's nothing.
Right.
For a team that's trying to and looks like it's got a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
And imagine what they'd be doing with Aiden Hutchinson, first of all. But you know what this makes me feel like? Just go beat the Browns twice.
Yes.
Let's go beat them twice.
Yes. I mean, they had their moment where it's like, all right, got a new quarterback in, little shot of life. They end up winning that game against the Ravens, and then they come back down to earth.
Yes.
You know, that was like that spark, but you knew the spark was only going to be just a little bit.
I was hoping it would just be a little bit, and I think we saw the same thing with the Dolphins this weekend. They gave Buffalo their best punch, and that's a team that has owned them in the Bills, and you get Tua back, you feel like you're healthy, let's win a game here, and let's see if we can put something together in the second half. And then, a 62-yard field goal goes through, and your hopes are dashed, and I think it was your last stand. Like, I would bet against Miami a lot the rest of the way. Cleveland, best punch to Baltimore, it works. You win. Hamilton drops an interception. Bates drops his number 2 wide receiver status by a football hitting him in the mask, and then they trade for Deontay Johnson. So Cleveland's thinking, okay, we got one more shot at this thing. Chargers just come in and push him around. And that's that.
Mm-hmm.
So no Amari Cooper, no Zadarius Smith for them. Jack Conklin could be available, their right tackle. I think he'll probably get traded before the day is over. And I think when the Steelers play the Browns in, 3 weeks, I think DTR is going to be the quarterback.
Probably.
Because at that point, what are you playing for? And it's tough to sell to your locker room, we're going with the young guy, when all those dudes seemingly believe in Jameis Winston. Well, what message are you sending them by trading a bunch of guys whenever you're sitting here at 2-7?
Exactly.
So if I'm them, I would strongly urge them to play DTR.
You're hoping that.
And if they do, I think the Steelers should beat them twice. With Jameis, I think it becomes a little bit more in doubt. I mean, Jameis is a professional quarterback. But I like the Browns getting dismantled because this second half of the season schedule's tough. You play Baltimore, and then you turn right around and go to Cleveland on a Thursday.
On a Thursday, right? Yeah.
I don't care who you're playing, say for maybe Carolina. You play Baltimore, and then you turn around and play on a Thursday? Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to play Baltimore and play anybody. The way that they run the football and how physical they are. But if it's DTR, you feel a little bit better about that. Sean, did you have something to add? You looked like you were meandering around the microphone.
No, sir.
Okay, very good.
I agree with everything you said.
Every syllable and half syllable. Just to pull a Starkey. Texter, DTR already beat the Steelers. Yeah, who was the coordinator? Who was the quarterback? Things have changed since that point. Really an important day in Pittsburgh Steelers history. DTR beats the Steelers. Canada gets fired. They've moved off Kenny. Really changed things.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's different.
Including the way, really, that they operate. Like, it was that day where they kind of drew the line in the sand. Like, winning's good, but it's the way you win that matters more.
Yeah, it's how you win to actually win whenever it's for real.
6-4 wasn't good enough. You can't just keep rolling the ball out there and trying to win games 16-13. Did you have anything you wanted to add on the Pitt-Penn State debate with Joe Starkey?
No, I mean, the standards are different. And, you know, Penn State has a coach that has got them fairly close a lot of years. They have, you know, big-time quality players that they recruit and that transfer in every year. And, you know, Pitt is trying to find its way after having a losing season, and I think that you have to be realistic about the situation. And I think you nailed it. Like, you're not going to win the ACC every year, but can you come in third and then some years win it? For sure. And I think that that's the expectation, and then find your way into the playoffs now that the system has changed. And I think that that'll be the expectation. And I think you look at it like, if Pitt, say Pitt does make it to the playoffs the year they win the ACC championship game, who knows what could happen? You know, they were a pretty good football team. Who knows? They could have, I'm not saying they could have won a national championship, but they could have beat somebody.
Cincinnati didn't score any points, but they were game for a little while in the playoff game. I think the Pitt team was every bit as good as that Cincinnati team.
Right.
I mean, Ritter, Kenny. I mean, they had Kobe and Sauce Gardner on the back end defensively. Why am I breaking down Cincinnati from 3 years ago?
The standards are different, though.
They are different,
and it's okay.
I think it's akin to Moneyball. Like, if you are a quote-unquote have-not in college football, you have to develop well. You have to find diamonds in the rough in recruiting. You have to hit on guys in the transfer portal like Desmond Reed, who, I don't recall many people talking about him. They found an absolute diamond in the rough in that guy.
Only reason why he came here is because of Kate Bell.
Right. And that's another kind of deal. Like, you go out and you hire somebody that probably should have been garnering a lot of attention, wasn't. And, okay, the offense hasn't been great the last 3 weeks. But you went out and hired a 31-year-old offensive coordinator because you knew 3-9 wasn't good enough. We're having a totally different discussion right now if Pitt is sitting here on track to win 3 games again.
Right. Yes.
But they're not. They're 7-1, and they still have 4 games to go, and perhaps we can revisit the conversation at the end of the year because the season's still not over. 412-928-9370. You can text us as well, same phone number. We'll let you know if there's any more breaking NFL trade news, but if you missed it, Zadarius Smith, edge rusher for the Browns, traded to the Detroit Lions. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL a little bit. Who needs what? Who's available? All that fun jazz. But first, it's a Sean Myers fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Penguins back on the ice tonight. They'll be on the road in New York as they face the Islanders at 7:30. Pens looking to win their 3rd consecutive game. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Doran.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone AutoZone. The Saints yesterday named 54-year-old Darren Rizzi as the interim head coach following the firing of Dennis Allen. It's not uncommon for teams to elevate their special teams coordinators as interims. Special teams coaches generally have relationships with the entire roster. They certainly have a good sense of game management and a focus on attention to detail. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you could, you'd buy her the biggest, most beautiful diamond ring out there. But your budget is pretty modest. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. My dad always said, if you don't know jewelry, you better know your jeweler. If you're working on a tight budget, a bargain deal from a chain store might not be your best investment. Let one of our diamond experts guide you through the ring buying process. Urbanowitz Jewelers has been helping couples get engaged for over 40 years, and we can help you find the perfect ring at the right price. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village and Peters Township.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
For the next 15 seconds, there will be no political ads. You're welcome. You know, we don't just remove junk, we restore sanity. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Sims. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh Firefighters. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? You get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. It has a built-in siren to deter intruders, plus 2 3,000 lumen floodlights so you never miss a detail. And right now, get 50% off Guardian's floodlight security camera with a professionally installed smart home security system. Just visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Limited time offer, new customers only, terms apply.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
A little black and yellow. Why don't we go around the NFL? Brought to you by Champ Tires, Pittsburgh trusted tire source since 2009. It is trade deadline days at Arius Smith, going from the Cleveland Brownies to the Detroit Lions. So the Browns waving that white flag, Doran.
They have been.
Things you like to see for 500, Alex. I'm paying close attention to the Baltimore Ravens and Cincinnati Bengals today because I am worried about both of those teams to varying degrees. Baltimore's offense is absurdly good. The Steelers have historically done very well against Baltimore in the Lamar Jackson era. So I'm less afraid of them than I think other teams' fan bases should be around the NFL. But if they would go out and get an impact defender, now I'm big worried.
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati, I don't think it's going to win the division. I think it's a two-horse race. But Cincinnati's defense, which isn't very good at all, if they went out and got an impact defender, now I would be concerned. Because you can make a reasonable argument, I think, Doran, that those are the two best quarterbacks going in the AFC right now and maybe the NFL.
Yeah. I would have a close eye on. I mean, it's farther away and not directly affecting the Steelers, but the Chargers, I feel like the Chargers can do something. They can make some noise. Jim Harbaugh, fantastic coach, clearly. If they add a receiver or take somebody away off the board away from the Steelers, that's just only going to enhance them. And, the Steelers, here's the situation. The Steelers may need help at defensive line. They may need help in the back end a little bit, I guess. Maybe need some help on the offensive line. They can do two things. They can get two guys. They can get They can get a receiver and somebody else to kind of take something away from, what two of those teams, as you said, in the division that maybe need defensive help by getting somebody, implementing them in their roster, the Steelers, and then getting a wide receiver too. They can do both.
It's why I brought up Marshawn Lattimore earlier too. Cincinnati, T. Higgins has been hurt, but they're going to have T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Joe Burrow just threw 5 touchdowns. I mean, he's playing some of, if not the best football in his life, and has been all year. I mean, that just underscores how bad the defense has been. Look, Dante Jackson's been pretty good. Joey Porter Jr.'s been pretty good. You add another corner to the mix. I would not hate that if they made that move. Baltimore, Zay Flowers has really come into it, man. He's a good player.
Yep.
Lamar from the pocket the other day. I mean, he had a passer rating 158.3. It doesn't get better than that. He's just carving them up.
Dyson.
From the pocket.
Yep.
And then they can still do their tricky, silly run stuff, and they hand it off to Derrick Henry. Another corner wouldn't hurt. Another defensive lineman wouldn't hurt. And I'm happy you bring up the Chargers, because I think they might be a sleeping giant.
Yep.
Because their defense is very good. Very good. And don't look now, Herbert against the Browns. 2 touchdowns, 282 passing yards. He's throwing to no one. Lad McConkey, quarterback rating of 126. Against the Saints, 111. Cardinals, 97. Then 92, 91-4, 105-1, 100, 92-5. Justin Herbert's having a quiet, really good year with 10 touchdowns and 1 pick, and they're trying to run the ball with J.K. Dobbins. You get him a guy. You get him a Darius Slayton. You get him a DK Metcalf. You get him a Cortland Sutton. Now you're thinking about them inserting themselves from a wild card team that you're thinking, okay, could be a first round of the playoff kind of deal too. All right, they might be a problem.
Yes.
I love what Pony threw out there. You saw this?
Yeah, of course. I mean, starting something out there every single day.
Rumor. The Steelers will call the Seahawks one more time today about DK Metcalf, a possible package, a 2025 second-round pick and 2026 fourth-round pick. Deadline 4 p.m. I would do that. There's also this girl, back when I was in middle school, Doran, that she was maybe the most popular girl in school. And when she dumped her boyfriend, I called her house like a dozen times because I couldn't find her phone number. Someone told me her phone number, but then I couldn't remember the digits. So I would continue to call her house, hoping that it would be the correct number. And on like the 12th call, I figured it out. I asked her out. I'm me. I wore socks to my knees and tighty whities and didn't play a single sport and was a F student coming over from Catholic school. So point being, yeah, I gave her the call. They have to be
willing
on the other end of the phone, yeah. And I'm not sure that the Seahawks are going to be trading DK Metcalf.
I don't think so.
If he's out there, yeah, I give up a second-round pick next year. Absolutely.
For sure. But that would tell me if this were to happen, which would be insane, it would be honestly ridiculous for the Steelers. But if this were to happen, and I don't believe really anything that Pony says, but
whoa,
that means Russell Wilson's coming back next year. That would tell me that Russell Wilson would absolutely get a contract for next year. He'd be your starting quarterback of 26.
I mean, I think that's more likely than not, no matter what. But, yeah, you bring his guy in. Yeah.
2026, 2025, sorry.
Yeah. Calendar math.
Yeah.
I think as long as Russ stays healthy through this year, he's the Steelers' starting quarterback next year. It just depends on the price tag. And I hope he'd be willing to take the Baker Mayfield deal and not the Kirk Cousins $50 million a year deal.
Mm-hmm.
All right, more around the NFL coming up next. The NFL's trade deadline. Oh, I'm going to try to do math here. 7 hours and 15 minutes away. Nailed it. First, though, it's a Sean Myers headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. Last night, Monday Night Football, the Kansas City Chiefs, they stayed perfect. They are now 8-0. They had to take it to overtime to prevail, but it was a 30-24 victory over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Penguins, they're in action tonight on the road as they travel to New York to play the Islanders at 7:30. Pittsburgh looking for its third consecutive win. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more headlines, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Disabled truck still slowing you down a bit. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale this month only. 888-5 Helmet. Inbound Parkway West. Earlier disabled truck still off to the side at the end of the Parkway Center on-ramp. Traffic is stacked back from the top of Green Tree Hill past that scene and down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, you're jammed in Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 Etna bypass, remaining heavy down toward Millvale. And also delays on the inbound Parkway North right around the bend at Bellevue Westview. The crosstown is fairly steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Is your roof winter ready? Call Weather Seal today and get your roof problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's November roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system in just a week with no interest for up to 2 years. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. But you can't wait. This offer isn't going to last. I've trusted them, and you should too. Call 877-351-SEAL today. That's 877-351-SEAL. Or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. It's Weather Seal Home Services.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Continuing our trip around the NFL, brought to you by Champ Tires, Pittsburgh trusted tire source since 2009. But first, Starkey trying to get me. He's trying to get me by saying that I'm giving Pat Narduzzi a pat on the back and Dairy Queen treats.
Why?
For me saying it'd be okay if they went 9-3 and lost to the best 3 teams on their schedule. That is basically participation trophy. Just give him a pat on the back and a Dairy Queen treat. By the by, Blizzard's very good.
Yes.
I like the ones with the Reese's in them.
They are good.
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rob Rossi's family used to own a local Dairy Queen and no longer own it.
Really?
Yeah. And Jim Rutherford once was going back and forth with him on the elevator and called him Ice Cream Boy.
No way.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Ice Cream Boy?
No, he didn't.
Swear to God. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Do you think the Steelers will wind up with a wide receiver by 4 p.m.'s deadline? And did I already do the 50-minute mark? I did not. It's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We have another trade. Doran, the Chicago Bears shipping Khalil Herbert to the Cincinnati Bengals. So we said we'd be paying close attention to the division rivals. Khalil Herbert was pretty decent each of the last 2 years, 611 yards, 731 yards with 2 touchdowns and 4 touchdowns respectively. Cincinnati has a decent enough rushing attack this year with Chase Brown, but trying to fortify their depth there.
Mm-hmm. It's going to start flowing. It's going to start opening up. The Steelers need to do something soon, not wait till all the way up to the deadline. Well, let's get it done.
I feel like they're going to wait until like 3:59 because we've been talking about it all damn offseason.
Right.
Cincinnati getting a running back, okay. Here's a tweet from Diana Rossini here. Cincinnati Bengals trade with the Bears to get running back Khalil Herbert, and I was told they're not done. Cincinnati continues to look around the league for an addition on defense.
Yep.
Would you worry about the Bengals if they get some defensive help?
No, because I don't think that any of the help out there, I don't know. Depends on what they would get. I don't know. Were they the weakest on defense?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really transform your defense
with one guy.
Unless it's like what the Ravens did a couple of years ago with Roquan Smith.
Right.
Like the numbers pre-Roquan and post-Roquan, it was like, holy cow, this guy was the linchpin in the middle of their defense. They needed that guy, and it worked. I haven't been, looking around as much on the defensive side of things because of, the Steelers' obvious needs. So I don't know if there's a giant fish out there defensively. We already brought up Chase Young earlier, and I don't know that he qualifies. From a talent standpoint, he does. From an age standpoint, he does. But his NFL career to this point has been really a disappointment. Texter. Marianne in Monroeville reporting the Steelers are going to call Seattle and offer a second-round pick for DK Metcalf.
Exactly.
Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I think if the Steelers are to win the division, you probably got to go 4-2 in division, and you're hoping you bank a couple of wins clearly against the Browns. So that has you 2-0 to start, right? So then you got to go 2-2 against the other guys. I don't think Cincy's winning the division.
No.
At 4-5. And when your quarterback's already doing qualify for the playoff math as Joe Burrow, you're not in a great spot standings-wise, and their conference record's not good, and they're 1-4 at home. These things are all true. I think they're an incredibly flawed football team. So you don't worry so much about the division, but you do worry about their chances going up to beat you. And I think the Steelers' offense, based on Cincy's defense, can keep up with Cincy's offense if Cincy's offense is clicking on all cylinders against the Steelers' defense. They had an impact pass rusher. I think that changes. That's all. All right, coming up next, we spent a ton of time talking about the Steelers and how they can improve offensively. I don't think we spent enough time on the defense, which is about to be challenged big time this second half of the season schedule. Shall we spend some time on the D, Doran?
Need it.
Fan weather brought to you by Sunshine.
Wait. You just got me right there.
I didn't mean to.
Yep.
But let's just replay that real quick. Shall we spend some time on the D? And Doran's response is needed. Just throwing that out there. Fan weather brought to you by, we're mature. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Unseasonably warm with some sun today, a high of 82.
Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. Week 1 on Awaken 180, lost 21 pounds. Then through week 2, I got a little compulsive, got really stressed about continuing to drop weight. I started weighing myself every day. Turns out, I didn't lose a single pound in my second week. Didn't gain anything either, but didn't lose any weight. Here's where the Awaken 180 difference comes in. Because I spoke with my coach, Natalie, and she helped me focus on some things. 1, don't get so stressed. Stress is bad. My body's clearly adjusting to the program, and she made sure that I knew that. Secondly, I actually wasn't eating enough. I got so stressed and so busy that I forgot to fit in extra veggies and healthy fats that I should have been eating. What kind of program encourages you to eat more often? Yeah, Awaken 180. What program has supportive and knowledgeable coaches? Awaken 180. Do what I'm doing now. Do what Chris Smaller, Donnie Football, Paul Alexander, and what 23,000 others have done. Choose the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Go online for a consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Throughout this campaign, I've seen the best of America, and I've seen what is holding you back and weighing you down. High costs, fundamental rights being taken away, and politics that too often have driven division. Next January, one of us will be president. If it's Donald Trump, he's made clear he'll wake up every day and stew over his enemies list. That will help no one. If I am president, I'll be focused on my to-do list for you, the American people. I'll cut costs by cracking down on corporate price gouging, make housing more affordable, lower taxes for 100 million Americans, and protect Social Security. I'll focus on you and getting things done. And now I'm asking for your vote, because as president, I will get up every day and fight for the American people. Let's get to work. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Look out, here comes Wrong Way Rob Matzy. Always flying the wrong way. Matzy sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia, while here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matzy votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matzy's not flying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matzy voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matzy even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matzy in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matzy doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matzy, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish. He shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Southbound heavy from 79 out to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 Etna bypass down toward Millvale, and the Parkway North slow around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the Voice of Pitt.
1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry! A BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. It's NFL trade deadline day. The Bengals have traded for running back Khalil Herbert from the Chicago Bears. The Cleveland Browns are waving the white flag. They have moved Zadarius Smith to the Detroit Lions, who are a prohibitive NFC favorite. So 2 moves made today, 2 division moves made today, and you're wondering, hey, Omar Khan, when are you going to get up off your ass? Now, I just saw a tweet. Our boss, Craig Riley, got up off of his backside, Doran, and he posted the quintessential, cliched, I voted sticker selfie. And I got to tell you, it's the smallest I voted sticker I've ever seen. Did you see this thing?
I didn't. No, let me check it out.
Did he only get half a sticker? It's like the top half of an American flag, and it says I voted. And Craig's not a very big man. That is the smallest sticker I've ever seen. It's almost like, okay, you voted, that's great, but don't pat yourself on the back too much for that. Will you be tweeting out an I voted?
No, of course not.
No?
No, I don't care. I don't want people. Who cares?
I don't need people to know that I voted.
No.
I really don't.
No.
I don't think me saying I voted is going to make a single other person want to vote.
No.
Either. Texter. Adam, what is with this by-the-by stuff? It's almost as bad as all of Mulsey's stupid little I'm smarter than you sayings, Mark in Pittsburgh. First of all, Mulsey is smart and has a vocabulary that dwarfs mine. And number 2, by-the-by is something I may well use as a crutch.
Yes.
Yeah. Do I do it a lot?
I don't think so. It's not like you're like sitting there acting like you're smarter than somebody. It's just something that you say.
I don't think I do the I'm smarter than anybody anything.
No, never.
By the by, the bye week, a good time to self-scout. And so I've combed through the audio tape, I've listened to my crutches, and I aim to change my tendencies. Like the Steelers want to run the ball less on second long. I want to get by the by out of my vernacular. And I'd like to throw the phone number around less than I do. 412-928-9370. It's the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Okay. So, we all want the Steelers to get a wide receiver. I'm afraid they're going to go the Brian De La Cruz IKF route here, and they're not going to get their Jazz Chisholm or Brent Rooker. We'll see. Time will tell. Deadline's at 4. So while we're all worried about the offense and improving there, I think a lot of the second half and the way it goes is going to be on the Steelers' defense too, man. They're 6-2, second in the league in points against, and you can't really be better. I mean, you would have liked them to knock a pass down against Dallas and be sitting there at 7-1. You'd like to be perfect and have played a better first quarter and a half against Indianapolis. I get those things. You have the highest paid defense in the NFL. You need to be able to score with teams. I get it. Mm-hmm. That's how you win a championship. I'd like to see the Steelers' defense win a game or two against elite offenses in the second half. Like, is that too much to ask?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. And I think it's really incumbent upon one guy more than anybody else. I'd like Minkah Fitzpatrick to make more of a splash. He's been good. He helps keep the lid on the defense. But he's one of the highest paid safeties in the NFL, and you don't pay those guys only to keep a lid on things. You pay those guys to affect games tangibly by taking the football away. So for me, it starts with him.
Well, I know one thing. These next 2 games will tell the story about the defense and where they're at. And, going against Jaden Daniels, an explosive young quarterback, and that's on the road. Then coming back home and playing against that offense of the Ravens, you'll see what the defense is really capable of during these next 2 games. This is the best test. If they get through this test, then they could play with clearly anybody and maybe win games against a lot of the opponents going down the stretch of the rest of the season.
You are right about the next 2.
I mean, they tell the story about a lot of things.
Baltimore, second in the league in scoring, 31.4 points per game. Washington, third, 29.2 points per game. With a good coordinator in Cliff Kingsbury and a quarterback that does things that no quarterback that we've seen on the Steelers' schedule to this point can do. I mean, Jaden Daniels is special.
Mm-hmm.
And he played last week. The whole rib thing, much ado about nothing, was able to put 60 air yards under that football for the Hail Mary. Steelers a 2.5-point underdog at last I checked. Massive test. And I do want to see in one of these games, can you make it look like the other offense is laboring? Because at times against the Giants, they were moving that football. Against Dallas, Dak throws a terrible interception at the goal line, which you give the Steelers defense credit for taking the ball away, but some are giveaways, some are takeaways.
Right.
That to me was a giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
Can you go in there against Washington or when Baltimore comes to Pittsburgh and make it look like these offenses need to labor? Like, okay, great. Statistically, you're very good. You pay these guys to win you some games. I want to see the defense find a way to win one of these 2 games.
I also want to see, if it is kind of my theory of the game plan specific, okay, we'll let this guy beat you if we take away this guy, kind of against the Giants. The run defense looked terrible. The Giants rushed for 150-some yards, but I believe that they were like, we don't want Daniel Jones rushing the football, which he had under 10 yards rushing, and he usually has around 40. And they're like, we'll let the Tracy kid run all over us. He ain't going to beat us at the end of the day. I do wonder how they're specifically going to game plan for the Commanders and how they're going to specifically, clearly game plan for the Ravens. Are they going to try to take out the, Derrick Henry? Or are they going to let Derrick? Because that's a tough task. They've done it against teams where they're not scared of somebody else beating them. They've done it against teams where it's like, okay, we'll let this guy rush as many, times on us, and we don't fear that will beat us. Whenever you play the Ravens, they could beat you in so many different ways. I wonder what's the pick your poison type deal in their game plan against the Ravens.
Yeah, I'm teetering on those Ravens, man, because one side of my brain is screaming, Steelers have won 7 out of 8. Harbaugh's going to outcoach himself, which he tends to do against Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin wants to drag him into a rock fight. He's more often than not okay with obliging. And then the other half of my brain is going, Zay Flowers can catch the ball in traffic like he did at the end of the first half last week, and next thing you know, he's in the end zone.
Yep.
And Rashad Bateman's now their number 3 receiver, and Deontay Johnson's their number 2 receiver, though that didn't transpire in that fashion last week. And you've got Derrick Henry, and you've got even Gus Johnson, who now is the second back I think you feel really good about. And you've got Likely.
Johnson.
What did I say?
Gus Edwards, I think, is the guy you're thinking of, right?
Gus Johnson's the announcer.
Big noon Saturday.
Kickoff. Did it annoy
Ohio State? World famous Ohio State.
I was just about to ask, Sean. So
Maserati Marv.
Did you go to the game, or were you watching on TV?
I was watching on TV, unfortunately.
And so the world famous Ohio State Buckeyes had to have struck a nerve.
Yeah. So
how many times do you think he said it?
15 years ago, I really liked Gus. I cannot stand him now. I get so upset when their games are on Big Noon because that means I have to listen to him for 3.5 hours.
I still love Gus. I just love the emotion. I like when you have anymore. You get all these cookie cutter broadcasters who kind of paint by numbers, and they're very technically sound. I like that he stands alone, that he's different. One of my favorite all time. I'm going to butcher it, but that's okay. Who cares? T.O. is playing for the Bills, and there's a lob into the end zone, and T.O. goes up and snags it out of midair, and he just goes, T.O. up top! Ha ha! Like, that's just great to me. It's outstanding. But the Maserati Mav and the world-famous Buckeyes would get under my skin.
Have you ever heard his Stokely call? That crazy tip pass. This was a long time ago. This is probably.
Can you
15.
recreate it like I just
Brandon
did?
Stokely caught a tip pass. I might have to play it. We'll have to try to find that.
Yeah, go find them.
But you did say, Gus Johnson.
Instead of Gus Edwards.
I think Gus Edwards plays for the Chargers.
Who's the guy I'm thinking of?
43. I forget his name.
Is it Hill?
Yes, Justice Hill. What?
You're rolling, and they got, Gus Johnson. Not Gus Johnson and Gus Edwards. That's who you're thinking of. Isn't even playing for them.
Well, I knew he was being coached by one of the Harbaughs. Notorious SMB tweets, "You guys do great work. It's very comforting to me. Well, we're human, and I say dumb things every day." You think that texter might want to pull back the criticism that I'm trying to sound smarter than everybody else?
Gus Johnson.
Buchalter right next to him. Orton pumps again to the sideline. Batted up. Oh, God! Stokely down the sideline. Can they catch him? Stokely! Wow! Touchdown! Denver! Unbelievable!
I just imagine Gus Johnson whipping his pants off in pure excitement, or like taking his jacket off and swirling it around his head. He also had the Will Greer touchdown against Texas in 2018 in the final seconds, and he just goes, Greer throws it in the air. Oh! He doesn't even need to tell you the ball got caught or what happened. He just makes guttural noises into the microphone.
Oh, man.
I find it charming and delightful. All right. It doesn't matter where we were. It's just where we're going. Jason La Canfora, a NFL insider from Odyssey, going to join us at the bottom of the hour. He's a perfect guy to talk to today. Rumors all around in the NFL. What are the Ravens trying to do? What are the Bengals trying to do? What's he hearing on Steelers and their search for a wide receiver number 2? La Canfora at the bottom of the hour. Coming up next, we'll continue whatever the hell this was. More of our Steelers defensive conversation. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And right now, it's a Sean Myers headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. It was Monday Night Football. Kansas City winning in overtime 30-24 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Chiefs stay perfect. They are now 8-0. Also last night, Pitt men's basketball claimed a 40-point win against Radford, 96-56. Jalen Lowe had 21 to lead the way, but all 5 of the Panthers starters scored in double digits. Pitt, Murray State, that'll take place Friday at 7. We'll have pregame coverage beginning at 6:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan, also on the free Odyssey app. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Doran.
Want a satisfying meal for $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium, hot, or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
Oh, the bacon, egg, and cheese is toasty and delicious, and crispy golden hash browns are a must there in the new $6 meal deal, too. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Hi, I'm Rob Matze. It's been my honor to represent you in Harrisburg.
Now, I know the last few years haven't been easy. Folks are working too hard for too little, and politicians just point fingers instead of solving problems. I stay focused on helping you. Investing millions here to create good jobs and raise wages, leading the fight against big corporations to eliminate junk fees and fighting tax increases. And I'm looking after those who looked after us, lowering the cost of prescriptions and investigating mistreatment in nursing homes. I'm proud to be endorsed by organized labor, police and firefighters, Governor Shapiro, and folks from both parties. I've avoided the drama in Harrisburg and stayed focused on delivering for Beaver County. I'm Rob Matsey, and I'd be humbled to continue working for you.
Paid for by people from Matsey.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The Season of Performance event is happening now at Spitzer Acura. We're rolling out the red carpet and unleashing huge Black Friday savings all month long. Plus, available low financing rates, 0 down leases, top dollar trade allowances. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry, our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Hey, Pennsylvania, you've got a big choice to make. Who are you going to send to the Senate?
Bob Casey's Pennsylvania through and through. Scranton-born, PA values.
Dave McCormick's the hedge fund CEO, living in Connecticut for 15 years.
Casey is taking on Mexican drug cartels smuggling fentanyl and voted for the toughest border bill in history.
McCormick opposed that bipartisan border bill and got rich investing in Chinese fentanyl.
Casey is working to restore abortion rights.
McCormick wanted to outlaw abortion with no exception for rape.
Casey wrote the bill to expand Social Security.
McCormick's plan could cut Social Security and your Medicare.
Bob Casey has always fought for you.
Dave McCormick fights only for himself.
Pennsylvania, it's your choice now, and you have a great one with Bob Casey.
Paid for by Win Senate, which is responsible for the content of this ad. WinSenate.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some rush hour left over. This report brought to you by Train. Parkway West, you're getting in line just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 and the Parkway North have pretty well cleared out. Meanwhile, if you're traveling out of the South Hills, traffic light delays on northbound Route 51 as you head past Bousman Street toward the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora joining us at the bottom of the hour on NFL trade deadline day. The Ravens already got their wide receiver Deontay Johnson, and they are now poking around on some players that can help their maligned defense. The Bengals defense no good, but they've added some running back depth, taking Khalil Herbert from the Chicago Bears. Even the Browns got in on the fray, although they're in the sellers camp. They trade Zadarius Smith to the Detroit Lions, so only one team in the AFC North has yet to do something to him, and that would be the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll get to that coming up in a minute. We've been talking about the defense and the challenge presented to this Pittsburgh Steelers D in the second half of the season, and look, I wonder how much some of these issues they've dealt with are schematic or tendency related. I would hope that they continue to use TJ Watt more the way they did last week, move him around a little bit. The Steelers play more cover 3 than just about any team in football. They blitz very rarely, although they did more against the Giants. I hope that they change some things up schematically in the second half, and I'm wondering if less Beanie Bishop might allow them to do some of that because of the miscommunications that they had early on in the season.
You took the words right out of my mouth, man. I think that with Cam Sutton being back there, I don't know how much he's going to play, but he's going to play. But that may allow them to do some of the things that they really want to do on defense, moving guys around and, showing different looks and ended up in different spots. And also, I think that it does allow TJ Watt to move around whenever Alex Highsmith is in the lineup. I think that's why they didn't do that whenever,
Good point.
The first how many games, or, how many games that Alex Highsmith was out of the lineup. You don't really want TJ Watt moving around and somebody else. It just doesn't.
Now you're putting more on Herbig's backup,
right?
Or on Herbig,
or on some of the other players. So I think that with Alex Highsmith being in the lineup, you could see TJ Watt moving around, and this does give them a lot of time to do that, to prepare, to implement things whenever you do trust guys on the back end to head into this half of the season and look like a different defense whenever you roll out there. So I do think that they're going to change it up a little bit, but still be the same, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can change. Like, you're not going to throw out your entire scheme or anything like that. Like, West Virginia just fired their defensive coordinator, and I got friends like, if they play good defense, they won't. They got the same players. They have the same system. Like, you can't change everything. You look at tendencies and a little bit different player usage. But the bones are the bones, and to this point, second best in the NFL in terms of points allowed. But I am starting to worry that we're going to see a Steelers defense that we've seen the last few years, which is against all of the also-rans, all the have-nots, all the not great quarterbacks. Okay, second best scoring defense in the league. When you play the Buffalo Bills of the world, not so much. Mm-hmm. I'm just hoping that's not what we're headed for. Because I actually think from a personnel standpoint, this is the best defense they've had in a very long time. Like, on paper, there's not a lot of holes here. Like, Dante Jackson's in a fine number 2 corner. I think Joey Porter Jr. has been kind of up and down, but you believe in him and his trajectory. And with Cam Sutton being in the role that he thrived in with the Steelers, you would expect good things. The safeties are good. You have depth at that position. Your inside linebackers are deeper. Wouldn't mind getting another defensive lineman. But point being, you've got the talent now at just about every position to where the expectation is you don't only play elite-level defense against mediocre teams. 412-928-9370. Someone just tweeted in this word, and I think it's a good one, and I think it makes a lot of sense here. I said on Twitter that I'm worried the Steelers aren't going to get a move done. And this guy, Chris Rudd, Doran on Twitter, Chris Rod, says it's going to be nothing at all or a defensive player. That I'm sure of. The one thing you can count on the Steelers to have is hubris. That might be my biggest point of criticism coming out of this if they don't get a guy. Is Mike Florio was on the PM team the last couple of weeks talking about the Steelers they want a guy, but at their price. Sometimes you have to pay the other guy's price.
Yes.
Like, oh no, the Steelers gave up too much. You need to be okay with that. And you watched DeAndre Hopkins go off last night, 8 catches, 86 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he goes for a 4th-round pick. I get that you have to kind of be married to your 4th-round pick and to your 6th-round pick because of the Justin Fields trade.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. You still have a 5th, you still have a 3rd. You can trade future picks. So why not a 7th this year and a 4th next year, or a 5th this year and a 5th the fall? Things like that. And just go get it done. But this feels, if they don't get a guy, and I don't want to presume that they won't, but this would feel, if they don't get a guy, more like the old way of operating from the Steelers, when all offseason long, and really since Omar's been the GM going all the way back to the Chase Claypool trade, it seems like they've got a different MO. And I was hoping to see more of that. I'm still hoping to see more of that at this deadline.
Yeah, I just don't think that they're just going to do it just to do it, though. I feel like that they had their eyes set on, 2 or 3 guys that they missed out on, and that doesn't mean that just because they missed out on the guys that they wanted, for their price, are they just going to, just throw their hands up and get somebody like Darius Slayton?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Well, okay, so let's get to that then. Who would be a guy just to get a guy, and who would be a guy that really helps you?
A guy just to get a guy is Mike Williams.
Yeah.
That's just to get a guy. Like, I don't know how much better Mike Williams would make this wide receiver core. I really don't. He's with Aaron Rodgers and can't get stuff done. So I just don't think that he's that of an effective wide receiver that could really, really transform this team. Now,
is Thielen just a guy?
He's a stable guy. Like, he's more stable. Like, that he's like a number 2. It's just, can he stay healthy?
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be hurt? So, like, you don't want to just get a guy just to get a guy, and you have injury concerns. But a guy, and then what's the second part of the question is a guy to go get, like, for real?
Yeah, like, who's a guy, and who's just a guy?
A guy would be DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
Like, Tyler Lockett. That's a guy. That's a guy that can come in here as soon as he puts his feet on the ground, can be effective, like, in transform.
I think Slayton is closer to guy than just a guy.
Absolutely.
That still is the one that I want. And he's tweeting out weird stuff last night, and had a Giants beat writer on 2 weeks ago, and he said he didn't think it would cost a pretty penny to go get him. That's the guy, because it's not going to cost a lot. He's, for my money, a Deontay Johnson clone without all the headaches. Makes you a lot better at number 2. If you're missing number 1 George Pickens for a game or 2, you are losing something, no doubt. But not all is finished without George Pickens in that regard. I would be fine with Thielen. I'd be fine with Jacoby Myers.
You're going to say Brissett.
I was going to say Jones. Not that many Jacobys. I get and I'm worried about the guy to get a guy thing, because all the names that have been thrown around, like that got you thinking pie in the sky stuff. So, like, Mike Williams for a 7th-round pick.
Well, they just really are unlucky, too. I mean, look at Christian Kirk.
But trade from earlier,
I agree.
Like, Jacksonville sucked. Jacksonville sucked for a long time now, and we keep shipping Jacksonville overseas. Like, this team blows. We know it. We don't even want to subject the American population to these guys. We're just going to ship them to Munich again. They're over there again, I think, this weekend. Like, just leave Christian Kirk behind.
No, the game is this weekend, I think.
It's not Jacksonville?
No, it's worse. It's the Giants and the Panthers. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's so bad.
Now I have to chase the shiny object here and look this up.
I think it's the Giants and Panthers. That's so bad.
Oh, my God.
Is it?
Yeah, I hope they haven't left and have Darius Slayton with them.
True.
Leave his ass here in the States. Oh, my God. New York at Carolina. I've seen the commercials, and it's like, Some guy, not with a German accent either. Like, they're playing in Munich, and you got, I believe, a guy with a British accent that's like, have your, I can't do a British accent now when I need one. Have your crumpets and watch New York and Carolina.
Guten Morgen.
Right.
That's what you want to hear?
You know what I'm going to do instead? Sleep in.
That's awful game.
All those games do is they send bad teams over there. Like when the Steelers played in London, they were winless against the winless Vikings. They send bad teams over there, and all this winds up doing is mean that I accidentally play a guy in fantasy that I didn't want to play.
Yes.
Because I forget to set my damn lineup.
Yep.
Because I take my mid-morning dump at about 11 o'clock, which is perfect time for lineup setting. 11:30 when all the inactives come out, and no, the ship has sailed because the Giants in Carolina are playing halfway across the globe for no friggin' reason.
Oh, what an awful game.
Anyhow, not to digress. Can you do a British accent there, Sean? I couldn't get one.
I'm so bad at accents. I think I'm hilarious, but I'd be so much funnier if I could do accents. It's the only thing I'm missing.
I can't get one to come out.
I gotta hear something. I can do it. I can't hear it right now.
Good morning, governor. That kind of thing. All right, Jason La Canfora saves the show. Coming up next, Odyssey NFL Insider on a big day, a busy day for NFL insiders. The NFL trade deadline fast approaching. It is 7.5 hours away. Math. Right now, it's a Sean Myers fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. It was a good start to the men's basketball season for the University of Pittsburgh last night. A 40-point victory at home, 96-56 against Radford. Jalen Lowe had 21 points to lead all Panthers, but 5 starters, including Lowe, reached double figures in scoring. Pitt, Murray State, that's the next matchup on the schedule for the Panthers Friday at 7. We'll have coverage beginning with the pregame at 6:30. You can listen at right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also tune in utilizing the free Odyssey app. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply. Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burritos. Hey, today's birthday shout-out goes to Nick Folk. At 40, he's the oldest kicker in the NFL these days, and so far here in his 17th season, he's actually been perfect on 11 field goal attempts and his 15 extra-point tries. Last month, Folk became the oldest kicker to hit 3 50-yards-plus field goals in one game. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply. Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with profit boosts all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Ryan Horvat, and I'm here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Cardinals are red hot right now, and it's the perfect time to cash in this week. They're up against the Jets, a team that struggled to find success on the road with a 1-3 record, both against the spread and straight up away from home. The Cardinals, as a 1-point favorite, is a 4-star best bet from BetQL. I like the Jets. I'm Ryan Horvat. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's trade deadline day in the NFL, and so we are very pleased to be joined by Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora, host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle. Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise, Mayo Game Day, be delicious. The Browns have shipped Zadarius Smith to the Detroit Lions. The Bengals have taken Khalil Herbert from the Chicago Bears. What are the Ravens up to today? Jason, what are they looking into? A little defensive upgrade or two? They've already added Deontay Johnson.
Oh, yeah, look, I think they're going to absolutely add to the defense. Shame on them if they don't. A Jadeveon Clowney reunion would make some sense. This was another week where they didn't get to the quarterback. I mean, if you look at some of the box score, like they got some sacks late. They were playing with a huge lead. It was Bo Nix in garbage time. But their pressure rates in the first half, while this was a football game, were really low, and they took David Ajabo a couple years back in the second round and, we'll redshirt him for a year. Everybody remembers, looked like a top 10 pick at Michigan, has a terrible injury at his pro day. He's a healthy scratch every week. Odafe Owe is a guy. He's a guy you get in the third or fourth round, not a guy you take in the first round who you think is going to replace Matthew Judon. Like, that hasn't worked out. And Kyle Van Noy had a 3-week stretch. He was shot out of a cannon early this season, but he's really regressed and shown some of his age, and he's probably playing too much. Nnamdi Madubuike is not having as strong of a season as he did a year ago, in part because I think the edge group is not doing anything. And they have a free safety issue as well. And you know what? They could use a linebacker like your old guy Spillane to settle things down with Roquan Smith. The Roquan Smith, Trenton Simpson thing, it ain't close to the Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen thing. So, do you go get Jordan Hicks? There's a lot of veterans out there on teams that aren't going anywhere who at least I think could form a little bit of a better linebacking tandem. So, Tyrann Mathieu, where are the Saints going? What are the Saints doing? I mean, there's things they could try. I don't know that they're going to be bold, but they better do something.
How bold do we think that the Bengals are going to be? They just traded for Khalil Herbert, a running back, but on defense, do you see them, exploding in the market?
I mean, adding a body, like a Dietrich Wise kind of a thing. Like, could they do some things to fortify their D-line? I think so. Calais Campbell will be an interesting name for them. Calais Campbell might be an interesting name for the Ravens, another reunion guy. But, B.J. Hill dinged up again. Like, they have gotten a little bit better defensively, but I think there's still some areas you can exploit there. They haven't been stout always against the run. Again, a little better now than it was in September for sure. I don't think they're going to add major salary. I don't think it's going to be anything like overly significant. But yeah, that's another team adding some bodies to their defense would make some sense.
Jason La Canfora joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. All right, now to the Steelers and to wide receiver. We've done this all off season. We've done this every week during the season. Mercifully, it all comes to an end today. Yeah. Does it come to an end today, Jason, with the Steelers acquiring a wide receiver?
I think so. I think so. Adam Thielen. I mean, I guess it just depends how much you want to add a body. I know Mike Williams is somebody who there's some interest in, and that might be the best you could do. The Saints, some of those contracts are pretty complicated. You're dealing with players with some serious injury histories. I just don't know. Christian Kirk, unfortunately, the Jags didn't trade him to Pittsburgh or somewhere else when they should have 2 weeks ago. He got hurt. It's been a little bit dwindling returns there, and a lot of guys have already been dealt at that position. But I know the will is there. I know the want is there. It's not like they're a difficult team to deal with or they have unreasonable expectations. Sorry, I got to get this dog in 2 seconds. He's killing me.
It's all good.
I don't know how much you guys can hear, but I thought he was going to sit outside and enjoy the sun. But yes, and will Mike Williams end up maybe costing more than he should? Yeah, but I also don't know, even with Lazard beat up, how the Jets are going to manage that wide receiver room.
Are any of the guys in Seattle available, do you think?
Well, a lot of people are calling on DK Metcalf. There's no two ways about it. John Schneider really likes him. He's one of his favorite players, the GM out there. But they played Tyler Lockett, and they probably wished maybe in hindsight they didn't, but they did. And Jackson Smith-Njigba is their best receiver, and they're going to have to pay him. And the defense needs help. And they got a rookie head coach, and they didn't make any splashes in the offseason. They didn't make any significant moves. It was kind of about playing the long game. Well, yeah, that injury isn't very significant, and he's probably he would be the best guy to get moved at the deadline. And there's still a handful of teams who really would like to add a wide receiver and add one of some significance. So, yeah, I mean, I wrote about this in the Washington Post a week ago or so. I think the calls have only intensified, and he's a difference maker. I mean, that body type, what he can do, the spatial awareness of the sidelines and the body control and the physicality, I think he'd be a great fit in this division. I think he can play AFC North football. So I'm sure they're having conversations. Where it goes, we'll know for sure in the next, 7 hours?
Jason, we appreciate the time. Good luck with the dogs, and I know it's a busy day for you, so appreciate your time.
All good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Take care now. We'll talk to Jason La Canfora coming up next Tuesday at 9:35, and he, of course, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Odyssey Original Podcast. In the Huddle Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. I haven't really thought much about the DK Metcalf thing because this offseason his name was thrown around, but not by really anybody credible, and It seemed like any time it got shot down. Jason's tapped in. It won't be for lack of trying. Sounds like they're taking a lot of calls on Metcalf.
That would be, like you said, difference maker. If the Steelers got that done, I mean, watch out. Seriously. I mean, and especially with the rapport that he has with Russell Wilson. If they get that done, like I said earlier, that to me signifies that Russell Wilson probably would be back next year with DK Metcalf. And I'd be okay with it. I think that's if you get that guy, yeah, we're talking some serious Steelers moving forward. Serious.
You would be asking for all kind of hype and smoke, baby, and of course that's what you want. Now, you had DK Metcalf, and now you got Pickens in the way that Najee Harris is running the ball.
I mean,
and Jalen Warren's back and healthy, and you're going to get Cordero Patterson, and you're going to get Zach Frazier back. If you don't win the division, massive disappointment if you got a guy like that.
I mean, DK Metcalf would be the equivalent of the Ravens getting Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It'd be the same thing.
And the Steelers' offense on no planet can be compared to the Ravens' offense. I know the Steelers' offense has been much better. The Ravens are in a different world. But the Steelers are better on special teams. They're way better on defense. And if you added DK Metcalf, you should be able to score with the Ravens.
Yep.
Absolutely. You should be able to score with anybody at that point. Look, if they're open for business in Seattle, too, I am circling back on Tyler Lockett, too. If I'm Omar Khan, I'm having conversations about both of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Tyler Lockett, yeah, $30 million cap hit next year, but $10 million in real money. Like, you can make that work. And he's still, he's like drinking from the fountain of youth, man.
Yeah.
Like, he's in his mid-30s. He's having a heck of a season. He's on pace for about 1,000+ yards this year. We'll get more to the wide receiver talk when we come back. And then tomorrow we'll react to whether or not they get a wide receiver. And then, my God, we're done with it. We're done with it. My brain's bleeding. My ears are bleeding. My heart hurts.
Yep.
I'm tired of it.
Yep.
I'm tired of the wide receiver talk. I'm tired of the political ads. Tomorrow, a brave new world. But next segment isn't. And you can give us a ring if you want to on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And also in the last segment, math that matters, Doran. Oh, yeah. First,
but Crowley math?
No, someone did the math for me.
Okay.
Yep. But first, a Sean Myers headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Kansas City Chiefs, they're still perfect. They are now 8-0 after a 30-24 overtime win last night against Tampa Bay on Monday Night Football. The Penguins in action tonight. They'll be on the road against the New York Islanders at 7:30. Pittsburgh looking for its third consecutive victory. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Doran.
The leaves are falling, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews into roofing. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Quick look at the PennDOT cameras as we end up the morning rush. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET. One of those places was the Parkway East, where you're only heavy around the Edgewood Twistvale off-ramp to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. If you're approaching the Liberty Tubes, just traffic light delays right now at Nobles Lane, and then again past Bousman Street to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. And right now on the Parkway North, that is fairly steady from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. The crosstown is also cleared out. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half-geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
To all you tool people out there, has Harbor Freight got a deal for you? Big savings every single day this November. Because we know that right now, when the price of everything only seems to go up, you need a place where prices stay low. So shop in-store or online for quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love every day. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
As you prepare to cast your vote, ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Grocery prices up 26%. Gas prices tripled. Home prices skyrocketed by 46%. Kamala Harris's failures have left Americans struggling. Plus the border crisis. Over 10 million illegals have entered in the last 4 years, threatening our safety and security. Enough is enough. Stop the chaos. Vote for change. Right for America PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason. What's something that you've always wanted to learn? An instrument, a new language, how not to burn pasta. Whether it's big or small, imagine how great it would feel to finally do it. As kids, we're always learning and growing, but as adults, sometimes we lose that curiosity that made life feel so exciting. So it's easy to think that we are who we are and we can't change. But BetterHelp is here to tell you that it's never too late to be who you want to be. Therapy can help you reconnect with your sense of wonder because your back-to-school era can come at any age. BetterHelp makes it easy to get started with affordable phone, video, or live chat sessions you could do from anywhere. And the option to message your therapist between sessions if anything comes up. So why not rediscover possibility with BetterHelp? Visit BetterHelp.com/Boomer today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Boomer.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This planet is so incredibly beautiful that I can't get enough of it. I did 950 miles on the Pacific Crest Trail, and Good Feet was with me all the way.
Are you worried about pain and discomfort? Don't let your feet get in the way. Learn how the Good Feet store can help you.
Your passion's important, but if your body aches and if your heel feels like you've got a nail stuck in it and won't come out, trust me, it's going to wear you down. The Good Feet store knew what they were talking about and took the time to really dial in what I needed. I hiked 84 miles in the Himalaya and to do it pain-free. You think I'm not grateful for Good Feet?
You deserve a better life, too. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet, because you deserve comfort in your life. No waiting required. Good Feet arch supports are immediately available and proudly made in the USA.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigars AJ Fernandez Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet John Shibachi, AJ Representee. Save 25% on AJ Fernandez box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free, plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona News AJ Fernandez Cigar Smoker. Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details. You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We had Jason La Canfora on in the last segment, Odyssey NFL Insider, saying teams are calling on DK Metcalf. We'll see if he gets moved. Diana Rossini reporting that after the Bengals got Khalil Herbert, that Cincinnati not done. Continuing to look around the league for an addition on defense. And here is social media's biggest loser, Doran. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It is Jerry Jones, who just finished up with his radio segment in Dallas and announced that Dak Prescott's going on IR, so minimum 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, says that the 3-5 Cowboys are buying, not selling, and says they are trading for a wide receiver. So they've entered the wide receiver trade chat.
Interesting.
Buying at 3-5 when your quarterback goes on IR. I'm not suggesting you have to sell, but I don't know why you would give up any assets. What are you gonna win games with Cooper Rush to keep you in this thing for 4 weeks?
They have before.
Yeah, but now they're losing with Dak.
Yeah.
You're losing with Dak. You think you're going to win with Cooper Rush? I don't know, man.
Gonna get Parsons back.
Right.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, and you're kind of pot committed because you just paid Dak and you paid CD and you got Parsons. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He went on to say, we are going to get a player we really like at wide receiver. So says they're going to get one.
Well, they clearly messed up in not getting Derrick Henry, not even entertaining that. That's where this all lies. Like, they could have Derrick Henry. He trains in Dallas. They never even picked up the phone.
He would have transformed their whole deal out there.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Does the name Jason Bourne do anything for you? Would he interest you?
Jason Bourne, the movie?
Kendrick Bourne.
Oh my God.
That's who I kind of feel like. That's what the Steelers are going to do today. They're going to get like a Kendrick Bourne action movie star. Or they're going to get a Mike Williams. That's my third one today. Oh, here you go, Doran. The Cowboys have made a trade for a wide receiver. Jonathan Mingo. Does that do anything for you?
Nope.
12 catches, 121 yards this year for Jonathan Mingo. Had 418 yards last year.
Jason Bourne.
Okay, so maybe he's not that dumb, because I can't imagine, Jerry Jones I'm talking about, I can't imagine you gave up a lot for Jonathan Mingo from Carolina. Jason Bourne. I'd say it's an all-timer. It's not even number one today.
No.
Yeah.
Gus Johnson. Gus Johnson got me.
It's been all downhill from there. It's been a bizarre second half of the show. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, though. We'll have the deadline to break down. We'll have Doug Whaley on from 9 o'clock until 10, Ray Fittipaldo. And we'll start looking ahead maybe a little bit to the Washington Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else? Oh, yeah, math. I teased math. We will eventually pay attention to these things at the end of the season, so why not do it briefly now? Pitt jumps from 38th to 32nd in KenPom after their victory over Radford. West Virginia jumps from 87th to 75th. I said it yesterday. When you play bad teams, beat them by a million. That's what Pitt did. It's what kind of cost them last year, not making the dance. So I pay attention to the math right now.
There we go.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
It was a pleasure working with you guys.
And he's done.
Yes,
we got
yes.
Charles Borges the next 2 days, and I have no idea who's going to be on Friday.
Probably Jason Bourne.
Yes, or Gus Johnson. I'm on Friday.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here. The Chevy Red Tag event now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Unseasonably warm today with some sun. A high of 82.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When your drain is clogged, you need help.
We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Pittsburghers, Pat Bostic here. Winter is coming. Are your tires ready? You can save hundreds, even thousands of dollars on brand name tires with Champ Tires. I saved nearly $1,300 on Bridgestones for my SUV. Used tires, like used cars, are an affordable way to keep you safe through rain, snow, and sleet. Champ Tires has 2 locations in Pittsburgh and offers free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan to start saving today.
Kamala Harris worked with Joe Biden to make things cost less for all Americans. Here are a few examples of what they did. They made a rule that prescription drugs can't cost more than $2,000 for people on Medicare like seniors and the disabled. They lowered the cost of inhalers to $35. They lowered hearing aid prices by making them available over the counter. And they lowered the price of insulin to $35 per month. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The door-busting sales event is happening now at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. We're rolling out the red carpet and unleashing huge Black Friday savings all month long. Plus, available low financing rates, 0 down leases, top dollar trade allowances, and with any new Toyota, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and so much more. Hurry, come see one of the largest new Tacoma selections in Western PA.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Introducing Pittsburgh's first concept store, Tons. Discover exclusive designer brands for women and men in the heart of East Liberty, 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining has sewer hydrojet with camera black and gold special, $299. Most other companies charge $600 to $1,500. Don't just snake your sewer, clean it. Fast, effective, and affordable. Call Metz 412-872-4105.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound, just heavy below Parkway Center, now down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, pretty well steady, just a little heavy at the Squirrel Hill Tunnel entrance. Route 28 is fairly steady as well from Harmon to the north side. Also, the Parkway North, just fairly steady traffic from 79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. And the HOV lanes are now closed alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The open border is one of the largest forces driving up costs of basic necessities. Each illegal immigrant costs taxpayers nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Total costs since 2021, $72.8 billion. Fentanyl continues to pour in, bringing more countless, senseless deaths every year. We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue. This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security. Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, it's a big day today. NFL trade deadline at 4 o'clock. Will the Steelers make a move? Wide receiver, defensive line, corner, lots of different options for the Steelers before the 4 p.m. deadline today. It's also at 8 o'clock, the unveiling of the first college football playoff rankings. Where will Pitt fall? Where will Penn State rank in the first rankings of the season? More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is absolutely incrinculant. That's all I have to say right now. 4 o'clock's the deadline. What will the Steelers do? I think it's a major issue. God bless me. Not a minor issue. You can augment a team that's in the mix here. The question is, at which position is now your priority? Jerry Dulac writing yesterday that it might not be receiver that they're looking at. You and I talked about, and Pomp talked about the defensive line yesterday. Oh, limitless wonder. Could I interest you in a gently used Chase Young? He's the 5th best player on the trade market, according to USA Today. Could I interest you perhaps in a Calais Campbell? How about that? 6-time Pro Bowler outpacing all reasonable expectations for the Dolphins, posting the 4th best pass rush win rate. I know you love that stat. Of all interior defensive linemen through 8 weeks. Are we thinking about this right? Would you rather have a defensive lineman? Larry Ogunjobi, by analytics measures, not having a great year. Keanu Benton's kind of been up and down. Cam's been unbelievably great. PFF says he's the best player at his position in the whole league. But that's it. And if you include Ogunjobi as a disappointment, that's what you have on your defensive line. They got run over by 2 teams that can't run. The Giants and the Cowboys on their home field. It begins up front. If you believe, as I believe, little wonder twin, and you're growing up every day, and I'm damn proud of you.
Thank you. Good morning, Joe. I hope you're well.
I'm doing fantastic. If you believe that games are still won up front in the NFL, and that they're actually won up front more on your defensive line than anywhere else, and you can look at any Super Bowl winner you want of late, almost all of them have had destructive players, destructive lines up front on defense. That's where you wreck games. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not even saying I'd rather have a defensive lineman, but now I'm starting to think when I see some of these names on the market and I look at the Steelers' situation and I look at their schedule down the stretch and I consider the fact that the Giants and Cowboys both ran on them with running backs whose names I've forgotten already, I start to wonder, will they be more interested in somebody up front on defense? And should they be? Should they be? Dalvin Tomlinson, another guy mentioned in this story, he's a defensive tackle for Cleveland. Described as such, a formidable presence on the interior who helps control the line of scrimmage while disrupting the passing game. I mentioned to you about Calais Campbell, what he does, what he's been doing for, I don't know. Did he come into the league when Mulsey had hair? I think he did.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, he came into the league like 18 years ago.
Like the 90s.
Like. Yes. And then Chase Young. What about him? I haven't looked into the analytics on him, but as it says here in the description, the 25-year-old former NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year hasn't recaptured his peak form, but he still shows enough of a spark, including a 6-pressure performance in the opener, for a contender to take a flyer on him.
He's still only 25?
What if, yeah, can you believe that?
Seems like he's been in the league for 7-8 years.
Feels like he's older than Ron, who I got asked about on multiple occasions in my mailbag today. How's Ron? What's Ron up to? People miss Ron a lot. Did you know that, Limits?
You're a pathetic person, you know that?
I don't think so. I think I'm a nice person for
I miss Ron,
considering
too.
Ron. Listen, man, one injury on that defensive line, and you're in a lot of trouble. And last I checked, as great of a year as he's having, Cam is still 35 or whatever he is right now. How does the second half of the year go? I don't know. Hopefully great. He's been legitimately great. Again, Benton up and down, Ogunjobi disappointing, and zero depth, none whatsoever. So that, to me, is a position of keen interest for the Steelers. And, man, I wouldn't mind Calais Campbell or a Chase Young coming in here. I don't know if Cleveland would trade within the division, speaking of Tomlinson. But that interests me. And then we move on to the receivers. I woke up this morning and said a thank you prayer that today is the last day we'll have to talk about the Steelers acquiring a receiver. Oh, who am I kidding? If they don't acquire one, it's all we'll be talking about the rest of the year if they fall short in the passing game against one of the good quarterbacks in the AFC.
Andy Isabella wasn't good enough for you?
No, I had an Aunt Isabel. Wonderful person from Potomac, Maryland Limits. I used to ride a big wheel down her street. It's unbelievable, actually. It was a dead-end street. Is a dead end the same as a circular thing, a little island?
The cul-de-sac.
The cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Used to get on the big wheel. She made me wear a helmet. All my mother's sisters extremely paranoid. Aunt Viv once attacked by a squirrel in her house.
A lot of good Aunt Viv stories.
Yeah, which is where my fear of squirrels came from. Aunt Isabel had me wear a helmet, but I'll never forget some of the greatest times of my life. She lived at the top of this place. It was a big hill going down and then a cul-de-sac. The feeling of being on that big wheel, going down that street in Potomac, Maryland, nothing like it, Limits. Top 5 feeling of all time.
When we redid our driveway, I was riding my bike along like the edges of the driveway that wasn't done yet.
Yes.
And there was a bunch of mesh at the end of the driveway for what they still had to lay in the driveway, and I drove my bike into the mesh, and I fell into the mesh, and it hurt.
Were you okay?
Yeah, I was fine.
Do kids
Couple
still ride
scrapes.
bikes? Do we ride bikes? Does everything have to be done? Why are we talking about this? With the parents watching all the time, the helicopter parents? We used to take off on our bikes. Me, Brian Pitts, Chris Warden, Dan Collins. The express purpose of taking off on our bikes, from both parties, mind you, us and our parents, was not to see them for the rest of the day and night. Their idea was, get the hell out of here. Our idea was, we don't want you around us. So off we'd go on our bikes, exploring. You can't do that anymore. Nobody even plays pickup basketball. All these playgrounds are empty. We even played pickup baseball. You couldn't hit to right field. It was like a 4-on-4. If you hit to right field, it's an automatic out. Nobody does this anymore.
And that's why Baldwin wiffle ball was invented, Joe.
Yes,
for that main purpose, to bring it all back.
Do parents call you and complain about playing time in Baldwin wiffle ball? I've had enough of this crap.
No complaints, but the parents do watch. Parents do come and watch, yes.
Anyway, I honestly don't remember why I started talking about Aunt Isabel. Oh, Andy Isabella.
Andy Isabella.
Yeah.
Not good enough. Trade for a wide receiver.
Call me crazy. I don't think he's the answer. But there's a lot of them out there. And one that I'd forgotten about until it started to pipe up again last night and this morning was DK Metcalf. What about him? And you'll have the established Steeler media saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, they'll never do that. The Steelers would never do that." Of course, they're the same people who tell you that they would never bring in Russell Wilson. They would never bring in Justin Fields. Last I checked, they did both, plus Patrick Queen. Plus, they were absolutely in on Devontae Adams and Brandon Ayuk. They're absolutely willing to take on money. They're absolutely willing to part with resources. But now we've reached the point, if the idea was to cut down on the money committed and get the best deal possible, fewer resources committed, well, for better or worse, Omar Khan's made it to deadline day, right?
For better or worse.
We're finally at the old rummage sale here and looking for the best deal. Maybe there's still one to be had. Maybe by the end of the day, Omar Khan looks brilliant. He doesn't right now, but maybe he will. And what about DK Metcalf? And I read somewhere today that, we're down to the scrap heap, and we're even looking at the likes of Adam Thielen. All right, he's hurt. I get that. But he has returned to practice. And just last year, Adam Thielen had 100 catches. Like, we're not talking about, do you like garage sales, flea market type things? Some people obsessed with them limits.
Not obsessed with them. I'll go to them. Typically don't get anything. Sometimes I will at the local church flea market.
You'll go into the flea market willing to spend a couple bucks?
I found some good things. Like I found a 91, 92 Penguins plaque with all the wins in the playoffs.
There
on
you
it.
go. I
Very
love
nice.
those things.
$25.
Well, not everything in there is just like, not everybody available right now is just a cheap bum. Not everybody is a 91, 92 Penguins plaque with a crack on the glass. Adam Thielen just last year caught 100 passes. If I have assurance that this guy is healthy, he's an answer for me, a big-time answer. You heard Patrick Peterson, who knows way more about dealing with wide receivers than I do, raving about Adam Thielen with the PM guys. 100 catches last season. I don't care who he was playing for. 100 catches is 100 catches. Only 9 times in Steelers history has anybody had 100 catches. Only 3 times where the person wasn't named Antonio Brown. Can you name the other 3? Go ahead, Limits. I'll give you all the time you want. I don't feel well. I've had too much coffee and was arguing with Crowley for hours.
Could you repeat the question, please?
No. Yes. It seemed like a fairly straightforward question, but you might have been distracted.
I needed time to think about it.
3 Steelers not named Antonio Brown have had 100 catches in a season. Please name them.
Hines Ward.
Right.
John Stallworth.
Wrong.
Willis
Wrong.
Lips.
Wrong. I'm sorry. Juju.
Yeah, Juju.
And the last one you might not have gotten. Good old wrong way Deontay. Sure, he ran backwards on 95 of them, but he did catch over 100 balls. Yep. How about
All
that?
recent.
How about that?
I mean, the expanded ways of passing in the NFL now compared to the 70s. Didn't think Stallworth would have got there. Knew Swan didn't.
I know. It was a good guess. I wouldn't have gotten him either, I don't think. I don't know if I would have gotten Deontay.
Juju and Deontay.
Point being that Adam Thielen, it's not like he's 39 years old. It wouldn't be Jerry Rice on the Broncos here. The dude has a hamstring injury. If he's healthy, he's a guy that can play inside, outside, beat man, beat zone, be open all the time. He's Cooper Kupp, basically. And we know the Steelers were in on him, too. 412-928-9370. Here are my questions for you. 928-9370. If I gave you a choice of a receiver, let's say Adam Thielen or Mike Williams or Tyler Boyd, who nobody ever mentions anymore, or a defensive lineman, Calais Campbell or Chase Young, what would you rather have? What do you think would be more important, more impactful for the Steelers to have with their whole division left? You tell me. Dulac reporting today again that the Steelers feel like people such as Calvin Austin, that their games have been elevated. Who else am I thinking of behind Pickens?
Van Jefferson.
Van Jefferson, that's the other one. That their games have been elevated here, that maybe there's not so much to worry about. I beg to differ. In the arms race that is the AFC, with shootouts pending in the playoffs against the likes of Mahomes, Allen, Stroud, Jackson, who knows, Burrow, you got to have all the weapons you can have. So I think it's very important to get a receiver. Then again, I'm not sure it's not more important to fortify yourself up front on defense. And it depends on who. Like if you're giving me Mike Williams or Calais Campbell or Chase Young, I think I'm taking the defensive lineman, if that's my choice. And by the way, there's no rule about bringing in 2 guys. You're allowed to do that, too.
That's probably what I would do at this point. I mean, a Chase Young type. I probably want Calais Campbell more as an interior defensive lineman more so than an outside guy like Chase Young.
No, right. You take either. I just want help on the defensive line because I got a guy who's 35 he's 35. I got an up-and-down young nose tackle and a guy in Ogunjobi who, by every available measurement, is having a bad year.
Yeah, he has one or 2 games, then disappears for 3 games.
I just watched the Cowboys and Giants come into Acrisure Stadium and run on this team. That's what I saw. So the conversation changes, of course, if we're talking DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf?
Significantly.
Let's hear what Jason Canfora told the morning guys in between my arguments with Crowley.
Are any of the guys in Seattle available, do you think?
Well, a lot of people are calling on DK Metcalf. There's no two ways about it. John Schneider really likes him. He's one of his favorite players, the GM out there. But they played Tyler Lockett, and they probably wish maybe in hindsight they didn't, but they did. And Jackson Smith-Njigba is their best receiver, and they're going to have to pay him. And the defense needs help. And they got a rookie head coach, and they didn't make any splashes in the offseason. They didn't make any significant moves. It was kind of about playing the long game. Well, yeah, that injury isn't very significant, and he's probably he would be the best guy to get moved at the deadline. And there's still a handful of teams who really would like to add a wide receiver and add one of some significance. So, yeah, I wrote about this in the Washington Post a week ago or so. I think the calls have only intensified. He's a difference maker. That body type, what he can do, the spatial awareness of the sidelines and the body control and the physicality, I think he'd be a great fit in this division. I think he can play AFC North football.
Sign me up. Sound like Jason was getting attacked by a pack of rabid dogs there, but that's okay, too.
His dog likes DK Metcalf, apparently, to the Steelers.
Listen, you were surprised to hear that Chase Young's only 25. DK Metcalf is only 26. Ron covered him 30 years ago, didn't he?
He did. That would be an expensive ask, though, for DK Metcalf.
Nah, who cares? They were more expensive than Ayuk? More expensive than Devontae? Maybe.
Did you hear about the trade that the Cowboys made today?
Who cares about expenses at this point? Now, what happened?
Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver, former second-round pick of the Panthers, has been traded to Dallas for a 4th-round pick.
What are his numbers? What are his numbers?
Just okay. He's their 3rd receiver behind Wrongway, Deontay, and Adam Thielen.
So, all right, tell me about DK Metcalf's contract then. What are we looking at? Limits? You were very forward there about this would be an expensive acquisition. Does he need to be signed to a new deal? What's his status right now?
So in 25, he has a base salary of $18 million. Now, in terms of the amount of money that's going to count against the cap, it's
That's
31.
Peanuts. It's peanuts. Oh, 31?
31 against the cap in 25, yes.
Stretch it out with a new deal. I'm way past, decades past, people worrying about the Steelers and money. It seems to me they always re-sign who they want to re-sign and bring in who they want to bring in. And if they have to deal with money issues to do that, there's a million different ways. This is DK Metcalf we're talking about. 1,100 yards last season on just 66 catches. 17 yards a catch, 8 touchdowns. Russell Wilson quite familiar with his work, yes? This would be a grand slam still. I wasn't thinking the Steelers still had a chance to hit a grand slam. This is the guy.
Now, would Seattle want $21 million as a dead cap for next year, though? That's a lot of money to eat.
I don't know. I don't know what they would want. There's a reason why people are saying he's on the market. They have somebody else as their top receiver now. Metcalf 2 years ago, 1,000 yards on 90 catches and 6 touchdowns. This year, when he's not the main guy anymore, he's still on pace for, 70 or 80 catches, over 1,000 yards, and 6 or 7 touchdowns. That's not as the number one guy. Bring him in here. I don't care what you have to do. He's my number one priority. After him, it's Adam Thielen. You?
Yeah, I'd say Metcalf number 1. Thielen 2, maybe Calvin Ridley thrown in there.
Tell me about Calvin Ridley. Is Calvin Ridley on the market?
Calvin Ridley is kind of on the market. Christian Kirk was more on the market than Calvin Ridley was in Jacksonville. Would the Jags want to move off another wide receiver? If so, it's just a complete and utter
The
fire
Jags should be
sale
ready
there.
to move off everybody.
Well,
Their
yeah,
coach,
Peterson will be gone.
Their coach, their quarterback, their entire franchise.
And just paid the quarterback.
Move to England. They can play all their games in London. They stink.
They're the biggest disappointment of the year.
No doubt. So things are heating up. That's what I like. I'd love to hear from you. If I gave you a choice of the Mike Williamses of the world or a Tyler Boyd compared to a Calais Campbell or Chase Young, what would be your priority? You may have another position in mind. There's guys available out there. What's your priority if you're the Steelers by 4 p.m. today? 412-928-9370. And does DK Metcalf spark your interest? You just heard La Canfora say teams are calling. That doesn't mean that they do it, but logically, there's some sense here to this. Can you imagine that guy walking in here? And again, that's somebody with whom Russell Wilson is quite familiar. There was once a season, not that long ago, where DK Metcalf had 83 catches for 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns with a man named Russell Wilson as his quarterback. Do you remember those days, Limits? Of course you do. And the very next year, 75 catches for 12 touchdowns. He's only 26. I can't believe that. It feels like he's been around for 15 years. So, yeah, man, that would be a home run. For me, that would be of almost, I think of anybody on the board at the whole trade deadline at any position. That would be my guy. Now, then it becomes, of course, what are you willing to give up? Whatever. I don't care. Not a first-round pick, obviously. A second-rounder? A third-rounder? Yes, I would. The Steelers have enough young talent around. They've hit on enough early draft picks to where they don't have to desperately cling to the second and third round pick, or third round pick, I should say. It's not like, man, we need an infusion of youth. We can't get rid of a second round pick. No, you can. That's the whole point, is that you've hit on a number of these picks in the past couple of years, so you already have a pretty good abundance of under 25 talent. You have that luxury now. By the way, did I mention this guy's only 26? So you're adding a young player. Complications to re-sign, all of that. Yeah. They've done it before. They could do it again. You've got Zach Frazier. Hopefully Fatanu. Little Peyton Wilson here, a little Mason McCormick there. Little Joey Porter Jr. here, a little Keanu Benton there, a little Nick Herbig here, a little Mount Washington there. Come on, man. They've got young talent. When did everybody become a GM? Oh, my God, a second-round pick, the franchise will fold. For DK Metcalf? Who cares?
I mean, I'd do a second and more. And Calvin Ridley's on Tennessee now. I mean, easy to forget. Very forgettable franchise right now, other than our buddy Mason. But I'd give up a second. I'd give up a second and a fifth. I would package that for DK Metcalf. Why not? Even if it's a fifth and 25,
if you were
26.
If you were fairly confident you could re-sign him, but he still has a year left anyway. So, yes, that's where I stand, is DK Metcalf is number one on my whole board. Then I think it's Adam Thielen second, and then a defensive lineman before receiver, believe it or not. Because I feel like I could get by with the guys I have, and if the choice was to be Mike Williams, for example, or Calais Campbell or Chase Young, man, that is so tempting. I'd rather have the better player at a still very important position for the Steelers. And I'll remind you one more time that they're about to face some really, really good offenses, like one after another practically. The exception of Cleveland, of course. And they've been run on. They've been run on, And aside from Cam, it's been very up and down on the defensive line, and there's no depth. 412-928-9370. Let's discuss this on trade deadline day. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Brian Batko going to join me right around noon, right after Tomlin. The Tomlin news conference at noon should be very interesting. Maybe the Steelers will have a new player by then. Do you have a little bell ringer there? Can you ring a bell every time an angel gets its wings and every time there's an NFL trade limits?
I could find one.
Did you have a big wheel as a kid, or what was your vehicle of choice when you were really little?
Yeah, we had one of those big wheel trucks that we would drive around the yard. We also had bikes. I rode my bike a lot.
Yeah,
I rode my bike a lot with my grandfather in Youngstown at the little park.
Awesome.
We bike ride for 5, 6, 7 miles just up and down the trail in the woods. It was very nice.
Nothing like it, is there?
No, I miss those days.
So do I. I miss the big wheel. All right. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Of course, our six-pack, as always, brought to you by Bet365. And if you want to interact with our dear friend Limitless Wonder, the Fan Text Line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. FanDuel. Lots of good games this weekend. Lots of big games, too, including the local tilt. And I kind of like the Steelers on the ground in this game. How about Najee over rushing yards? Something to that effect, I think would be a good place to start an SGP, a same-game parlay. Tons of big games, like I said, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Go anytime touchdown, over rushing, over passing, all kinds of things. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
4 p.m. today is the NFL trade deadline. Will the Steelers make a move? No deals yet. Pitt basketball winners against Radford last night in the first game of the season that you heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can hear the Mike Tomlin press conference right here on The Fan as the Steelers prepare for Washington. Press conference today at noon, followed by Brian Batko in studio until 2 o'clock. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Midio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Sharkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This fall, escape to the mountains for the ultimate gaming getaway and the perfect chance to win big at the casino at Nemacolin. This season, experience explosive jackpot prizes like black and gold football tickets, free play, and a brand new Ford F-350 Tremor. Featuring the newest slots, thrilling table games, and a stunning high roller lounge, your next big jackpot is waiting for you at the casino at Nemacolin. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is honored to recognize the service of our military personnel. To show our appreciation, O'Reilly Auto Parts is proud to offer a 10% discount on many items to all active duty, reserve, veterans, and their dependent family members. Exceptions apply. Get details at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burritos. Several wide receivers turned the football world on its head literally last weekend. It all started on Saturday when Jalen Walthall of Incarnate Word did an end zone headstand, bouncing for a second or two on his helmet. The celebration went viral, and the next day, Atlanta's Drake London and later Detroit's Amon-Ra St. Brown copied it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is honored to recognize the service of our military personnel. To show our appreciation, O'Reilly Auto Parts is proud to offer a 10% discount on many items to all active duty, reserve, veterans, and their dependent family members. Exceptions apply. Get details at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
Hey, Pennsylvania, you've got a big choice to make. Who are you going to send to the Senate?
Bob Casey's Pennsylvania through and through. Scranton born. PA values.
Dave McCormick's the hedge fund CEO, living in Connecticut for 15 years.
Casey is taking on Mexican drug cartels smuggling fentanyl and voted for the toughest border bill in history.
McCormick opposed that bipartisan border bill and got rich investing in Chinese fentanyl.
Casey is working to restore abortion rights.
McCormick wanted to outlaw abortion with no exception for rape.
Casey wrote the bill to expand Social Security.
McCormick's plan could cut Social Security and your Medicare.
Bob Casey has always fought for you.
Dave McCormick fights only for himself.
Pennsylvania, it's your choice now, and you have a great one with Bob Casey.
Paid for by Win Senate, which is responsible for the content of this ad. WinSenate.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Yes, I remember it well. Peter King would come on with me and Ron late last season and say, Russell Wilson to the Steelers makes all the sense in the world. I think Mike Tomlin wants a veteran quarterback in there. You can't come back with Rudolph and Pickett. And everybody laughed. They laughed at poor Peter King, who was retiring soon. But look who was right in the end. And look what else the Steelers have done in recent years. And you tell me why it's a silly idea that DK Metcalf would come here. They're already known to have been in on Brandon Ayuk, who what was his final deal with them? Did he get $30 million?
He got $30 million.
I mean,
right at 30.
They already have told the world we're in on the most expensive receivers out there. Devontae Adams, they were in on. Cooper Kupp, they were in on. I believe the reporting there. So would I be completely stunned if sometime before 4 today we get a report that the Steelers have traded a third-round pick for DK Metcalf and maybe something else? No. Why would I be? I'm not predicting it by any means, and I'd actually forgotten that Metcalf might be on the block, but you just heard. You can read for yourself, or you can listen to Jason La Canfora talking on this station this morning. He could easily be had. Why? Because you're going to have to pay him pretty soon again, and because he's not the number one receiver there anymore out in Seattle. I would be all over that. Before we get to the phone lines, let's play a little game of either or with our dear friend City Limits.
I'm excited for this. I have no idea what's coming.
I know. It's going to be very exciting. I'm going to give you a choice of picking up this guy or that guy at the deadline, regardless of expense, what you have to give up, all that crap. Okay? Who would you rather have at the trade deadline? Oh, limitless wonder. Darius Slayton or Adam Thielen?
Adam Thielen.
What's the deal with Darius Slayton's concussion? Is that indeed his injury?
Yeah, he's in the protocol.
Giants injury. Yeah, he's in the protocol. I see that. That's not good. But guys tend to play pretty soon after those, too. Some guys are out multiple weeks. Some guys are back on the field in the same game, for God's sakes. And some are back within a week. We just saw that last weekend.
Yeah, I don't think it would affect his market really much. Maybe one game to be missed this week.
All right. What did you say, Slayton or Thielen?
I said Thielen.
Me
I think
too.
his consistency just over the course of his career, he's still a really good receiver in a bad position right now in
Cortland
Carolina.
Sutton or Adam Thielen?
Cortland Sutton.
Adam Thielen for me.
I forgot Cortland Sutton was really somebody on the market.
I mean, I don't know why he is, other than his contract, I guess.
Well, they reworked his deal.
Because they're good. And they have a young quarterback, and he's their leading receiver, I believe. So why is he on the market?
And the Steelers tried to trade for him during the offseason as a caveat if they couldn't get Ayuk, and Denver basically said not interested.
Cortland Sutton or Chase Young? If you're more interested in the defensive line.
Cortland Sutton, I'm more interested in wide receiver.
Cortland Sutton or Calais Campbell?
Cortland Sutton.
Calais Campbell or Chase Young?
Chase Young.
Adam Thielen or Chase Young?
Man, Chase Young, I know he's on a contract here. Same thing with Thielen, but he's still young, 25. Just to get him in the building with Tomlin and with that defensive coaching staff, I think I'd go with him just to see if he can be somebody that can stick around on the edge for a while.
Mike Williams or Tyler Boyd?
Mike Williams. I don't know how much Tyler Boyd has left.
Calvin Ridley or Mike Williams?
Calvin Ridley.
Of course.
Big contract in Tennessee, though.
Who cares? Calvin Ridley. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that as an insult. I meant it legitimately as I don't care about the contract.
Yeah.
Me right now. DK Metcalf or Cortland Sutton?
DK Metcalf. He's just a freak of an athlete. To get him in the building.
Cortland Sutton or Calvin Ridley?
Cortland Sutton.
Thank you, Limits. I have no further questions. Please go to the phone lines.
You're quite welcome. Let's begin with Cade in Illinois. Wants to talk receivers and more.
What's up? Receivers and more. How about DJ Moore then from the Bears, the guy who stepped out of bounds, although I guess he turned his ankle, right? Sir?
I'm not sure if he did.
I saw that highlight this morning. It was Caleb Williams was scrambling around, and DJ Moore just left the field in the middle of a play. But I did see that. I think he turned his ankle, but that just reminded me, a guy from Illinois, and we're talking about the name Moore. What about DJ Moore? Is he on the market?
I wish he was.
What's on your mind?
I like the Metcalf, but you say go after defensive line and all this. I would rather not take a step sideways and go after a Mike Williams, who's 29, has injury, been known for getting injured. Thielen at the later end of his career, why not go after a pass rusher instead of another guy like Van Jefferson? But you say DK, I say go out. I'd give a first rounder for DK.
A first rounder?
I would, and it's because if we don't get a receiver this year, I think T. Higgins is possible to get in the offseason. But if you don't do that, I think you have to use a first-round pick on a receiver. Why not give it to Seattle and you know what you're going to get out of DK? First-rounders don't always work out. We saw that with Devin Bush.
Limits? What if I phrased that this way or rationalized it this way? You bring in DK Metcalf, he's essentially your first-round pick for next year. He still would be only 27. You sign him to a new deal. I don't think I'd give up a first-rounder for him. I wouldn't. But I could see the rationale. If that was your rationale, he's got one more year. He's got a $31 million cap hit that can obviously be stretched out if you sign him long-term. He doesn't miss games, I don't think. Does he?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's been banged up in his career. He has missed some games. This year has been banged up again. I mean, I think he missed the last game.
He's played 16, 16, 17, 17, 16, and 7 out of 8 this year. So, not many.
Yeah, he doesn't miss too many games. He usually a lot of, as Tomlin calls it, bumps and bruises associated with play. But I would give up a second and try to get another pick for him. I don't think you want to do the same thing that you did with Minka, giving up a first-round pick for basically making the same trade, whereas, hey, this is our first-round pick. We'll just roll with it now. Minka being 23 in the position that they were in, I think definitely helped in that trade. I would rather keep it in my pocket and try to make it a 2 and add on other pieces, but if you can get DK Metcalf, why not?
I would give up a second to get DK Metcalf. I would. Next.
Let's go to Mick in Mars.
Good morning, Mick in Mars.
Hey, good morning, guys. I would, without a doubt, wouldn't even think I would give up a first-rounder for DK Metcalf in a heartbeat. And this is the reason why, okay? You want to beat the big boys. You want to beat the Chiefs. You want to make your mark. You go get DK Metcalf. You have Najee, Warren, DK Metcalf, George Pickens, Freiermuth. That's what you need to beat the Chiefs. They have proven that when they look bad, they still win. You need, and also he's a Steeler guy, man. He's physical. He's mean. Look at it. Go look on YouTube. Him mic'd up. He is a mean SOB.
Oh, I love him. Here's the problem. The more we talk about this, the more I think about it. Can you pay two receivers giant money, Pickens and Metcalf?
I want to get to that. Pickens is not worth. Now I know, Joe, you're right. He's going to want $100 million. I love Pickens. I think he is he's going to go to the moon. I mean, that's how much talent that kid has. But at this time, he is not worth $100 million, and he needs to understand that. I would think he's probably worth 80, 75, 80 3-year deal, with 65 guaranteed, something along those lines. But I still would do it. If you lose Pickens with DK, then that's just part of doing business. I don't want it to happen, but he's also not worth $100 million at this point in his career.
Well, there's a lot of thinking about that for me, and I appreciate the call. Those are interesting thoughts. They wouldn't be the only team in the NFL to pay two receivers. And then how does Russell Wilson's future figure into this? Would Wilson be a guy who's willing to give a major discount in order to win? I'm not saying he should, by the way. I never say that with players because I know how I would be. I'd want the most money possible. I don't blame anybody for that, but I'm curious if he would, having made a ton of money in his NFL career, still being paid by the Broncos to play for the Steelers, and knowing that this is a place that definitely wants him, and I'm projecting ahead, assuming the rest of the year goes well. This is a place that definitely wants him, and where he is thriving. Would he want to go start all over again just to make a few more bucks? I don't know. What if? What if he's a guy that would play here on not just a discount, but a major discount? Then all of a sudden, you have money freed up that you otherwise would have spent on a quarterback for luxuries like paying two receivers. Wonder Twin.
Yeah, I mean, right now, and I don't know any inside information on it. I think Russell Wilson is probably going to want to get as much money as he can. I mean, right? Don't you think he's going to try to get $35, maybe close to $40 million from the Steelers?
I don't know. He's got, like I said, made a ton of money. His wife is richer than him. Does he need that money? Now, you could say it about anybody, but what I mean is, does he need that money at the expense of starting all over somewhere else? You'd have to have somebody who definitely wanted him, definitely wanted to pay that money, and I would think at this point in his career, his main interest is winning.
Yeah, go the Tom Brady route and give more back to be able to add good pieces.
So
I hope that's the route Wilson would go.
Right. You might be right, and like I said, I wouldn't blame him. I don't blame anybody for that. But I am curious because the pieces kind of add up to a situation where you might get a guy who's willing to give a major discount. And what would that do with the rest of your roster?
If that's the case, you can afford a DK Metcalf. Because, you got to remember, you paid Cam Hayward. You're not paying any quarterbacks right now. So that's going to add on an additional $25 million, maybe $30, just to begin with. So what else do you have to sacrifice? There's going to be a lot of cap shuffling going on. Because is anybody coming off the books this year, contract-wise? Dan Moore, you're not paying him as a former fourth-round draft pick.
Good point there.
Who is? All your contracts are rolling over. Minka, Watt, Hayward. You're not paying really anybody on your offensive line. James Daniels comes off the books, but he's not commanding a lot of money. So I do wonder where a lot of this money is going to come from. And Omar Khan, being the cap wizard that he is, I'm sure will come up with it, and the cap will go up this year. But it's going to be a delicate balance trying to pay a quarterback if Wilson's your guy or if Fields is your guy and Wilson goes elsewhere, and paying another receiver. That's why I think they're probably going to draft one in the first or second round.
Yeah, you're right. Daniels comes off the books. Who else does this year?
Daniels, Dan Moore. You're not paying Cam Sutton anything. Joey Porter's still paid. Elliott's around for another year. Patrick Queen's under contract.
You're right about that, Limits. And it's a wonderful point by you. I'm looking up and down the roster right now. I don't know how you get by without Isaiah Loudermilk after this year, but I think they're going to have to. One guy you'll have to pay a little bit of money to is Jalen. right?
Yeah, $3-4 million.
Yeah.
Try to get rid of Ogunjobi.
Maybe the expense there is you make no attempt to re-sign Najee. James Daniels, pretty big number off the board. You get to make a decision with Ogunjobi coming back next year. And who was the other one you mentioned?
Well, I was talking about Ogunjobi at a cap hit of over $10.5 million.
Don't they have the option to? Oh, no, he's in for next
No, he's
year.
in.
Yeah. I mean, you always have an option to try to cut it down. But some money's coming off the books for next year, it would appear right now.
But he has no guaranteed money on his deal next year. He does have a $3 million roster bonus, Ogunjobi. So you'd have about $3 million, $3.5 million that you'd be eating if you cut him before June 1st.
In the meantime, the Steelers have a chance, if you simply look at available players, to greatly enhance their chances this year. In many ways, it's a one-year league, and they've got a chance. They're 6-2. They've got the best defensive player in football, in my not-so-humble opinion. Another star up front. They have stars at all three levels of their defense, although it would be nice if Minka got a turnover one of these years. And then they have weapons on offense and a real quarterback suddenly. You have a chance. You absolutely have a chance. That's not a prediction by any means. I still don't think they're going to win their division because I think the Ravens are the better team. But would I be surprised if they did? No. They play really well against the Ravens, although they've had the benefit of playing against a lot of Ravens backups. Although then again, Lamar Jackson's 2-4 against the Steelers with 4 touchdowns and 7 picks. Although then again, just winning your divisional games doesn't mean you're winning the division, as the Steelers have proved lately. You got to win outside the division too. All of which adds up to this. It's a very thin margin between the Steelers and the Ravens. A chance to cut into that margin in a big way is to bring in a wildly talented player or two. I don't think that's a mystery.
It does take 2 to tango, though. I mean, is Seattle in the mix of a division race really want to move off of DK Metcalf when everybody's jumbled up?
I don't know.
Same thing with Denver. I mean,
Jason Canfora seems to say yes.
That's why it seems like they missed out on the opportunity to strike when the iron was hot, with Devontae Adams preferencing playing with Aaron Rodgers. Jacoby Myers is available. Would the Raiders trade him? I'd be okay with that for like a 4th, 5th round pick.
That'd be okay. Jacoby Myers and a defensive lineman.
That'd be fine. Max Crosby's not available.
Might be, but no. Calais Campbell is.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I mean, you're not
Chase Young is.
Not giving up much for Chase Young and Calais Campbell.
Very interesting doings, not only here but around the league. And you saw last night what a difference one receiver can make. DeAndre Hopkins with a couple touchdowns. That's only going to get better. That's a guy who's been a great, great player in the league who still has more left. Now he's playing with Patrick Mahomes. You know? So other teams have made moves. Bills brought in Amari Cooper. He hasn't done much yet. Bring somebody in here. Enhance your chances. 412-928-9370. We'll continue this conversation and also take a look around the league at some of the best players available at the deadline and where they might wind up. And you don't know about a guy like a Max Crosby. Oh, limitless wonder. There's been some talk about him.
Yeah, where are you going to play him? If you were the Steelers.
No, I'm not talking the Steelers. I just said around the league. Around the league. Max Crosby.
I love trade deadline day.
And it could directly affect the Steelers. You go up against the Buffalo Bills in a playoff game and they show up with Max Crosby. That's a little different than what they have now.
Or Cincinnati. He'd be a good fit there.
Or Cincinnati. Or Baltimore. I don't know what's going to happen here. That's the beauty of it. We have a deadline day. Why hasn't there been any bell ringers? No trades around the league?
No trades yet. Other than the Mingo trade that happened just before we got on the show.
All right. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Brian Batko going to join me after the Mike Tomlin news conference, so we're going to have fun breaking that down. Talking football. It's all football all day long. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event. Now through December 2nd, 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High is 79 today with sunny skies. It's absolutely beautiful outside. Here's another beautiful thing. JP Roofing and Siding. As nice as it is right now, the weather's about to turn. We all know that. And if your roofing siding isn't up to snuff, well, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. You're going to be a little bit uncomfortable when it starts to get real cold out there. So now would be a great time to give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding. Joe and his mustache, back-to-back Northeast trifecta MVP. What does that mean? Means he's an expert in customer service, in roofing and siding, in community service. All of this goes into the trifecta MVP, and this guy's pulling home MVP awards left and right, old Joe. And he's not that old. I didn't mean that as an insult by any means limits. Although when you've been in business for 43 years, let's say that you're a savvy old vet, right? That's what he is. You know you're in good hands. 412-829-7711, 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Winners of 2 games in a row. The Penguins will play against the Islanders tonight on the road at 7:30. Pens are 5-7-1. That's 6th place in the Metropolitan Division standings. It's actually ahead of the Islanders, who fall currently in 7th. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Lions, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Brian, owner of Awesome Electrical Services. If you want your home's electrical system to be awesome, call Awesome Electrical Services, 412-331-8999, or awesomeelectricalservices.com to schedule a free estimate with me today.
We all want more. More laughs, more hangouts, more, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rita, hot hair, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Claich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matzy. Always flying the wrong way. Matzy sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia. While here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matzy votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matzy's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matzy voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matzy even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matzy in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matzy doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matzy, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The Fan.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigars AJ Fernandez Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet John Shibachi, AJ Representee. Save 25% on AJ Fernandez box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free, plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona News AJ Fernandez Cigar Smoker. Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? Well, you get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. And guess what? You can set this camera for full floodlight, strobe light, or a combination of flood and red and blue warning lights. And right now, with a Guardian Smart Home Security System installation, you can get 50% off a Guardian floodlight security camera. Visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball winners last night in the season opener at the Peterson Event Center. Panthers defeated Radford, and the season is underway with the Panthers already moving up in the net rankings. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar.
go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Talking Steelers trade deadline day. I got an interesting tweet from somebody who calls themselves Toy Called God.
Oh.
Toy Called God. I think he's in a heavy metal band. Is that the name of his band?
I don't know. I don't know how to decipher that. A band sounds about right.
I think it might be, and he could have been on the show, right? Because we're thinking about, provided we get, I think, written permission from these bands, of having people give us our music because our music is so bad right now. Is that right? So who's to say we wouldn't have called Toy Called God?
Maybe Toy Called God can call us for a song.
Well, the problem is that Toy Called God is unable to interact civilly. Just, it's a disease out there among people. See, he writes, the Seahawks aren't trading their best offensive player when they're only one game back in their division with 9 games to go. You freaking clown. Stop trying to brain. You're ill-equipped. Is brain now a verb? I'm trying to brain. Is that something people say nowadays? Am I trying to actively brain right now?
Yeah, not maybe in a different context and qualification, but if I were you, would you go back to the block party there? I don't know. You love the block party. Why? Here's my thing about people on Twitter and that throw things out at us and the text line and on Twitter. Like, we are all fine having a good civil conversation and a good back and forth.
Right.
But when you throw names out there and you call people morons or idiots or just clowns.
Why so angry?
Come on, people.
It's fun. It's the trade deadline. It's football. We have Jason Canfora and a bunch of other people saying they're taking more and more calls about DK Metcalf. So should the Steelers call? What would it take? Am I making a prediction that they're going to get DK Metcalf? No. I don't know that he's their best offensive player. According to Canfora, Jackson Smith and Jigbus, their leading or their best receiver, their top receiver. Kenneth Walker's a pretty good player too, last I checked. Is he still their best offensive player? Maybe. We could have a civil conversation about that too, but that seems impossible. So I write back to him, yet another person unable to interact civilly. Instead speaks insultingly and angrily on what should be a fun topic. Also could argue that Metcalf's their third best offensive player, and he's going into the last year of his contract. Anyway, goodbye. In honor of the late Dikembe Mutombo, a little finger wag. Goodbye, Toy Called God.
Great for talk radio, my man.
Bye. You could have been on the show. Instead, you're gone forever. Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with here?
You can call me Ron.
You call him blocked, apparently.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone forever. It's very sad, as a matter of fact. Let's go back to the lines because, at the risk of insulting somebody or invoking anger, the Steelers do need a receiver, and there are people out there who are available. We think they're available. People calling about DK Metcalf. I mean, the other part of the Seahawks thing is that do we really take them seriously as a contender? And Metcalf going into the final year of his deal? Do we really not think the Niners are going to bounce back in that division? I kind of think they are. Are we discounting the fact that the Seahawks... I mean, I hate to insult Toy Called God, but they have lost 5 of their last 6 games, Toy Called God. 5 of their last 6, they appear to be imploding to me. So, call me crazy, but I think it's possible to get DK Metcalf from them. Then there's Mike Williams, there's Tyler Boyd, there's Adam Thielen, there's Darius Slayton. There's defensive linemen. Some people out there may prefer a defensive lineman, especially when you see a name like Chase Young. The numbers really aren't there. I haven't broken down the film. I'm sure Toy Called God has. Maybe he could tell you, since I blocked him, about Chase Young's individual snaps this year.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
Or Calais Campbell, who I have seen a little bit of, and he's just Calais Campbell every single year, right? Just a destructive guy out there. Wouldn't that be interesting? Especially if you're of the opinion, like many, that Ogunjobi's not having a great year. Benton's up and down, and there's no depth whatsoever, and they're getting run on by people you've never heard of, by teams that can't run on anybody else, like the Giants and the Cowboys. I would consider that a major concern going into the second half of the season. Maybe Toy called God wouldn't. Let's go to the lines.
Let's go to our buddy Seth in Long Island.
What's up, man?
Hey, good morning, gents. Hope it goes well. Couple things. I agree 100% with DK Metcalf. If we could get him second, third, definitely with the familiarity with Russell, that would be a fantastic get. The defensive line, yes, Chase Young would be a great acquisition for them. And the only other point or question I have for you guys is, since you're closer to the situation than I am in Pittsburgh, why didn't the Steelers have a reunion with Juju Smith-Schuster? I always wonder that when he was out there. So thanks again, man.
Well, to me, it's clear they think that he's not the guy he was, and I tend to agree with that. I think that Juju, for his age, is just a guy who, because of the way he played, which is to be respected, is like 8 years older in NFL years than he really is. And then when you actually look at the season he's having, everybody talks about the game against New Orleans when he had 8 or 7 catches for 130 yards. Do you want to hear his other games this year? 0 for 0, 0 for 0, 0 for 0, 0 for 0, and 2 for 17 yards. So let's not get too crazy here on Juju, if you don't mind. Limits.
Yeah, I was not somebody that really wanted Juju to come back. It was not the biggest proponent of the offense in Kansas City. And again, there's a reason why New England got rid of him. He can have moments in Kansas City, sure, but he's not a consistent wide receiver anymore.
No, we've had people certainly on the station advocating for him, but the last time he was any good was 2 years ago in Kansas City's offense. In Kansas City's offense. Last year he was just awful. 11 games, 29 catches for a 9-yard average. At some point in his career, Juju became late-stage Hines Ward. I mean, those numbers are for average per catch, and I'm not sure it's entirely his fault. Like in 2020 here, he was actually good. He had 97 catches, but for only 831 yards. That's 8.6 yards a catch. Do you know how bad that is? That's literally late-stage Hines Ward. That's nothing. And then last year he was at 9 yards a catch. Let me go back and look just to prove that. I mean, if you're down under 9 yards a catch, you're not just a possession receiver. You're like, I don't know what the word is. I can't think of a word.
Could I throw out a rumor from our friend Pony that he tweeted out?
Of course you can. Yes.
Pony from a couple hours ago tweeted, rumor, the Steelers will call the Steelers one more time today about DK Metcalf.
Steelers will call the Seahawks, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The Steelers will call the Seahawks about Metcalf with a possible package being a 2025 second-round pick and a 2026 fourth-round pick.
Yeah, I'd do it in a second. Hines Ward in his last season here, and you remember that, and I'm the biggest Hines Ward fan maybe that there's ever been. He could barely walk, and he averaged 8.3 yards per catch. They had to give him a little pitch behind the line of scrimmage to technically give him his 1,000th catch. Juju is right around there these days at like 8.6. So, yeah, let's not get too crazy about that. What did you just say? Oh, the package for Metcalf, a second and a fourth. I would
second
do that.
and a fourth and 26.
In a second. I mean, again, the big complication here would be paying him into the future if you also have to pay Pickens.
Because you're talking about 2 receivers at 25 plus.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a
not,
lot.
It's not unprecedented. Like, people pay receivers.
No, Philadelphia. I mean, it would basically
Philadelphia's
be their
one,
plan.
Miami's another.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Miami right now, and I know their quarterback's banged up.
Well, their quarterback's banged up. So is everybody else.
Why is Jalen Waddle not on the market?
I don't know that I don't know that the reason that Miami is where they are is because they're paying 2 receivers. Jalen Waddle, I don't know. Would Miami want to trade one of their receivers at the last minute?
They did just pay Waddle, which is probably why they would have no consideration as to moving him. But, I mean, you have to consider, if you're Miami, how long is Tua, honestly, realistically, going to be in the NFL? That has to be a significant concern for Miami. Because one more concussion, and I know Tua has been very bullish about coming back, not wearing a guardian cap, and being healthy and playing football as long as possible, but that's a significant concern.
They're a dangerous team with Tua.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Unless they play somewhere cold in January.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of teams probably lose in Kansas City in January. Miami's a dangerous team, but so are a lot of teams with their starting quarterback, and everything changes when that guy's out. And he's out more than most, unfortunately. They're paying Tyreek Hill $30 and Jalen Waddle $28.25. So might one of them just pop up today? Would that be worth a call? Just a little call.
And Waddle hasn't had a great year, but albeit because they've had no quarterback throwing him the ball.
And that's just a question. Would it be worth a call? So I don't want people like Toy Called God to get offended by that and become very angry and start playing heavy metal in his garage. I don't want that to happen.
He's looking for a toy for the Steelers wide receiver room.
He could have been on the show. Maybe he still can be. Toy Called God, if you want to reach out to Limits, and if you have a song for the show, we'll certainly entertain it. Won't we, Limits?
Yes, maybe Toy Called God can tweet at me.
Yes, maybe he could ask politely or interact civilly. That would be a big step in Toy Called God's life. Let's get back to the phones, please. Go ahead.
All right, we have Paul in Pittsburgh who wants to talk about Adam Thielen.
What's up, Paul?
How you guys doing today? I want to talk about Adam Thielen. He's a guy that's played with Justin Jefferson, Stephon Diggs. He's a red zone killer. Has seasons of 9, 10, and 14 touchdowns. The Steelers have had their red zone issues this year. I think you sign him, if you have to re-sign him, you sign him cheap because he wants to win. And then when he gets off his contract, these young guys we have to sign, like, Joey Porter, some of these offensive linemen, and potentially Najee, you still have the cap room to do so.
I'm with you, Paul, from Pittsburgh, and I have a treat for you. Are you still there?
I am.
We're going to play for you. We've played this a couple times. Patrick Peterson. Last I checked, he was a pretty good football player. He was given a choice by Pony of a couple different receivers. I don't know exactly which ones Pony included.
I was listening to that as well.
Oh, you've already heard this.
I'm a big listener. I have.
We appreciate that.
I just don't think DK gives you anything different than George Pickens gives you. He's an over-the-top guy. He doesn't really – he does go over the middle, but what does
wait a second here. Wait a second, Paul from Pittsburgh.
Yep.
I'm the biggest Adam Thielen fan there is, but if you're giving me a choice of Adam Thielen or DK Metcalf, I'm taking Metcalf every day of the week. You're taking Thielen over him?
I'm saying we need a guy that's going to be a red zone threat, that can run this dirty slants. If you've seen Russell Wilson when he played with Doug Baldwin,
have you seen Russell Wilson when he played with DK Metcalf and he was catching double-digit touchdowns? I mean, listen,
yes,
I hear you.
What do you get out of it?
Touchdowns.
What does Pickens and DK give you? Say to Thielen. Thielen has a season of 14 touchdowns.
I like Thielen. Now that was 6 years ago, but he did catch 100 balls. Don't get me wrong. Thielen tops my list of most realistic targets here, but DK Metcalf changes the conversation for me. That's all.
What's up with Najee after this year? You sign him. You got to sign him if he's running the way he is. You got to sign a quarterback. The last thing you want to do is get DK and then have money issues when these guys like Dak Frazier.
No, the money would be a real issue to sign 2 receivers. I'll grant you that for sure.
And then Thielen's off the books if you sign him. And I just think he gives you a red zone threat that we haven't had and needed. Think of the Jets game and some others, Atlanta, games where Boswell's, practically won us those games.
Yeah, but you also had a different quarterback in those games who wasn't throwing for touchdowns.
I just think he's so much like Doug Baldwin, and I think it's a better option for Russell than DK. I know they played together, but Pickens and DK to me are very similar. Their route trees are similar and things like that. So I just don't see it benefiting us as much as someone like Thielen. Plus, the Carolina Panthers are selling.
Yeah. Well, then the question becomes health. Thank you, Paul from Pittsburgh. We're on the same page as both liking Thielen, believe me. But there's a question of health. There's a hamstring injury involved here, and the dude hasn't played in 6 weeks. But having said that, he's back at practice. If I was assured that this guy's going to be healthy, I like him a lot. It's just limits. DK Metcalf becomes available. That's a game changer.
Well, yeah, he moves the needle more than anybody that's even out there. I mean, if there was a percentage chance, though, you'd ask me, how likely do you think it is that DK Metcalf gets moved today? 10, 15%? I mean, it's less than a quarter. Adam Thielen, I think there's a 75, 80% chance gets moved today, unless people have problems with the health.
Here's what Adam Schefter said 2 days ago. The Steelers were in the process of trying to get a deal done for Christian Kirk before he got hurt. So he may have been headed to Pittsburgh before he broke his collarbone. They've been making calls, checking on any and all available wide receivers before Tuesday's 4 p.m. deadline, including Mike Williams and Adam Thielen. The Steelers will continue pushing in an attempt to improve by the deadline, but they are far from the only team looking to better themselves for the second half of the year. And then he goes into all kinds of people. And again, look at what's become of DeAndre Hopkins and the Chiefs' offense, catching a couple of touchdowns. I mean, they've improved. The Ravens, Schefter says, are looking to add more players by Tuesday's deadline. Get in the game here. That's what I would do. Let's go. They brought in Deontay Johnson. He didn't do much the other day, but he's going to catch balls for them, don't you think?
Well, yeah, he's going to become not a focal point in that offense, but probably somebody who on third down makes a couple big catches. I'm sure against the Steelers he'll make a couple.
Hopefully he'll run one backwards. Can you imagine if Deontay took like a wide receiver screen at the Steelers 20 and ran 80 yards the other way for a safety?
He did what Jalen Waddle did in that reverse against Buffalo, right? And he ran backwards for like 24 yards.
What Jim Marshall did all those years ago.
Pretty bad. He's what? Deontay, probably their fourth best option behind Zay Flowers, Derrick Henry, Mark Andrews, and then Johnson, likely?
Yeah. Andrews is a little bit down, but yeah. I mean, he adds a weapon. He's good. Deontay Johnson's a good football player.
But that's the point. Like, their weapons are significantly better than what the Steelers have weapon-wise on offense. And why you have to add somebody else. And it's just really an embarrassment of riches for Baltimore. I know their wide receiver room isn't that good, but when you look at running back, tight end, and number one wide receiver, they're up there with just about as good as anyone.
Yeah, their offense is ridiculous right now. Now, the Steelers' offense has taken a dramatic turn for the better. So I'm with you. Augment it and then see where we go here. And by the way, the second half of the schedule is better teams all the way around, but I'm not sure it's significantly better defenses. Like some of the Ravens' defense has not been impressive. Neither has the Bengals, and that's 4 of your games. I think it's the offenses that the Steelers are facing. It's going to be a dramatic upgrade from what they've seen so far. So then the question becomes, do you add a defender of some sort? And I think that's a very intriguing question.
Depth-wise, yeah. I think you have to.
Something up front, something in the back end in your secondary.
I think you probably add somebody up front first because you're getting Cam Sutton back. It's basically like a trade acquisition.
True. That's true. And it's a wonderful point by you. And let's hope Cam Sutton, settles back in. A lot has happened with that guy since he left Pittsburgh. So is he just going to settle right back in and be a good player again? That's the hope.
And you're going to get Corey Trice back off IR.
Yeah. And Beanie has taken a large step forward. Beanie might have the biggest play of the whole year. 412-928-9370. I was asked in my mailbag today, incidentally, should the Steelers have just kept James Conner? And then I've got a couple of Conner notes for you that are absolutely going to blow your mind, Wonder Twin. And then we have Mike Tomlin at the top of the hour. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I want to tell you about the Good Feet store. It's a story about a store because the story starts out sad but has a very nice ending for me. Used to be pain in the joints of my big toes. Not a pleasant feeling. You probably know, a lot of you, that there's nothing that ruins a new exercise regimen, no matter how light it might be, like foot pain. Could be needles in your heel, could be pain burning in the balls of your feet, plantar fasciitis, whatever it might be. There's all kinds of maladies. And thus, all kinds of reasons for you to say, forget this, my feet hurt. I don't want to do this. That's where the Good Feet store comes in. I got pain relief from the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System. Fully customized, designed around your feet and your shoes. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, anything like that. The supports fit right in, as they say. You can go to goodfeet.com for the lowdown on all of this, or visit a store, which I highly recommend. Robinson Town Center across from IKEA is where I went. Cranberry Township, Route 19 next to Walgreens, and then there's a store now open in Crowleytown, otherwise known as Morgantown, in the Suncrest Town Center. So come on in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
96-56 was the final at the Peterson Event Center last night as Pitt beat Radford. Ish Leggett with 19 points and 12 rebounds recorded a double-double. Penguins are in New York against the Islanders tonight, 7:30. Puck drop against the Islanders with the Penguins 6th place in the Metro, Islanders 7th. And the NFL trade deadline is today at 4 o'clock. Will the Steelers make a move? Mike Tomlin will address the media at noon in just about half an hour. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis, Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for Week 10. Joey Felitsky, the Whipple's leading passer, completed 24 of 37 for 247 in a win for North Catholic. Mars running back Eric Kasparovich scored 6 touchdowns in an upset win over Montour. And wideout Drew Cook, along with quarterback Ryan Coates, connected for 4 touchdowns for South Allegheny. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron, presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined, as always, by my co-anchor, Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits. Eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits, and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan Silver Dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan Silver Dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan Silver Dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at robinhood.com/election.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Kansas City Chiefs are 8-0 after a win over the Bucs on Monday night. And the most impressive aspect of this team, they are never satisfied. The Chiefs have added 5 players to their roster since the beginning of the season, headlined by DeAndre Hopkins and Kareem Hunt, who combined for 3 touchdowns last night. The Chiefs are aggressive, which makes a three-peat feel almost inevitable. I'm Maggie Gray.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at robinhood.com/election.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19, McMurray. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. 0% for 36 and 48 months on 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. 0% APR for 36, 48, and 60 months on 2024 Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models. 0% for 36 months on 2024, 2025 Equinox models. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Some customers may not qualify, not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Must trade in a 2010 model year or newer vehicle. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Copyright 2024 General Motors, all rates reserved. That's the Chevy Red Tag event going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 in McMurray. Sunchevy.com. Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and November is Veterans Month, a time to celebrate and honor the heroes who have served our country. This November, Awaken 180 Weight Loss is showing their appreciation for active duty, veterans, and spouses by offering 15% off your entire Awaken 180 program, free support for life included. It's a thank you for the sacrifices you've made, protecting our freedoms, and making this country what it is. This is special. Awaken 180 has never offered a discount, ever. If this incentive can help you turn your focus on you, your health, your goals, and your happiness, I say go for it. Do what I did and choose the solution for weight loss. So if you're active duty, a veteran, or a spouse of one, this month is about you. Celebrate Veterans Month with 15% off your Awaken 180 program. And as with all clients, receive free support for life after reaching your goals. Do what I did, Donnie Football did, Paul Alexander did, and over 23,000 others have done. Take control at awaken180weightloss.com.
O'Reilly. You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Having said all this, you only make a significant deal today if you believe you have a chance. I happen to believe the Steelers do have a chance. Again, that's not a prediction. In the prediction game, I think the Ravens are still going to win this division, but even that wouldn't mean the Steelers don't have a chance. I think they do. I think the 5th seed is probably going to play in Houston in the first round. And I think the Steelers could win that game. Yes, they could win a playoff game. More to the point, though, if they're healthy, they have a real quarterback suddenly. Plus the best defensive player in all of football. Why wouldn't they have a chance? That doesn't make sense to me. There's a difference between making predictions and saying the Steelers have a legitimate chance in the AFC. If they're healthy, they would. I don't think that's some crazy kind of hot take. If they're healthy, they'd have a chance to beat people in the AFC. It's as simple as that. Back to the lines limits as we head for a 4 p.m. trade deadline. Would you rather have a defensive player up front or maybe some other position? Jerry Dulac suggesting that the Steelers may be looking at other positions besides wide receiver, maybe instead of wide receiver. They like the production they're getting from Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin, or at least like their trajectory. All that's on the table at 412-928-9370. DK Metcalf might be too. Teams reportedly calling about him. Should the Steelers be one of them, and what would it take? Limits?
Here is Dave in the South Hills.
Hey, Joe.
What's up?
Hey, actually, a little off topic, wide receiver. I'm not really concerned about that. I'm looking positive towards the second half playing the stronger teams because, the Steelers in the past playing the teams that they can just kick the crap out with the JV team, they lose to all the time. So, hey, I think as long as we stay healthy, I think the second half is looking good.
Thank you, sir. They don't lose to bad teams all the time. There's a Tomlin bad loss, usually, but they usually beat bad teams.
And they got the bad loss out of the way with the Colts. Or at least that's what we think.
I don't think that was a horrible loss. I think the Colts are a very respectable team.
Okay, is Dallas the bad loss then? Because they have Dak Prescott probably going on IR, and he's going to miss at least 4 weeks.
No, we know what kind of loss these are. They're losses at the Raiders. They're losing at home to the 2-10 Cardinals and the 2-10 Patriots. Losses like that you'll get.
I'd put the Colts in that category. I don't think the Colts are that good. They're better with Joe Flacco, but Anthony
You'd put
Richardson.
them in the category of a 2-10 team?
Not completely, but in terms of a disappointing Tomlin loss, I would. Now, there are different levels of disappointing Tomlin losses, obviously. I mean, I was at that game against New England when they lost. Just a despicable loss. Maybe that's a little bit too strong of a word, but just a horrendous loss. And Arizona, too. But, I mean, I still think that the Colts are not going to make the playoffs. They're just a fringe team.
Yeah.
Should win that game, though. I know you went down 17-0.
Yeah, they're a middle-of-the-road team. I mean, they lost by 2 to Houston, beat Chicago, beat the Steelers, lost by 3 to Jacksonville, beat Tennessee, beat Miami, lost by 3 to Houston, and lost by 1 score to Minnesota. It's just, I think they're a pretty competitive team. But, yes, they're sitting here at 4-5, and now they have the Bills coming to town.
They beat terrible Tennessee, and they beat Miami without a quarterback. So, I mean, a lot of their losses are against teams that really are not either full strength or not good.
Yeah, I don't put the Colts in a category like that. They were 9-8 last year. They're probably going to be about 8-9, 9-8 this year. That's not where I put when people talk about these horrible Tomlin losses. They're teams way worse than Indy, but we can agree to disagree. Limits on that. What would be your first question for Tomlin today?
Ooh, that's a good question. First I'd want to know the availability of Herbig and Zach Frazier, and I think he's going to address that just right away in terms of injuries. I would also want to know because somebody is probably going to ask, Mike, any calls going out today? Any interest? Because remember when that was always asked about Ayuk? Is it a little too early on the West Coast? Remember that response?
Yes.
Any fun calls going out today, Mike?
At least to get a good quote. I agree with that.
Yeah.
You'll get a good quote from Tomlin on that, and maybe a little bit of a laugh. I'm sure he'll be laughing a little bit on that. 50-minute mark on the Fan we're coming up on, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. And yes, hopefully we hear confirmation that Zach Frazier, Nick Herbig are beyond the leave a light on for them.
Ideally.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, by all accounts, at least by what I go off my buddy Nick Faribaugh, what he puts out there from Penn Live, and he said 2 weeks ago that his sources were indicating that both guys will be back after the bye week.
You said you had some choice clips from Steelers assistant coaches. Why don't we listen to a couple of those, City Limits, as we get ready for Mike Tomlin and then Brian Batko to visit after the Tomlin news conference for the whole rest of the show. Batko will be here.
Yeah, so Roman Wilson is obviously such a huge question mark this entire year. So Azani, the wide receivers coach, was asked about Roman Wilson, and once again, it's hard for Roman Wilson to get up to speed. It's a common message we've heard from Tomlin.
It's very challenging. It's challenging for anybody, especially a rookie that's never played in the NFL. So, that's why in practice we got to push them, and because it's not going to get easier on Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening. So it's very challenging, and that's part of my job is to throw him in situations out there that are uncomfortable for him. I throw him at a position he's never played out there on purpose, just to show him that, hey, this could happen in the game where you got to back up all three positions and whatever the case may be. So, we're continuing to monitoring that, and what he can handle, what he can't when he comes back is going to be part of our job as well.
Yeah, this has been one of the stranger stories of the year. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and Zach Azani saying I have to throw him out there in different ways and different positions and different roles. Is he talking about like practice reps? I mean, obviously he's not getting any game reps. It's just weird to me. Well, you draft this guy pretty highly, think a lot of him. He had 14 touchdowns at Michigan last year, and he can't even see the field. I know he's hurt now, but still.
Yeah, Tomlin just appears to have been trying to send messages to this guy from as far back as I can remember. And he might be right, but man, that would be disappointing if he were a guy that needed messages to be sent to practice maybe the way they want him to practice and things like that. I don't know what's going on. I just think it's been very cryptic and very odd what's happening. Maybe it's just a case of a guy being hurt, but it sure sounds from some of the comments from his coaches that it's a little bit more than that. Am I crazy?
No. I mean, when he came back from the injury, at least at first, the first hamstring injury, it seemed like Wilson was, he was practicing for 2 weeks. He was a healthy scratch. Whether that's learning the playbook, I don't know. Maybe being meshed into the playbook a little bit better at practice was a problem. But there's something that we're missing here, Joe. There's something that we don't know regarding Roman Wilson that's in-house that nobody is saying that is caused. I don't know if it's tension between Wilson and Tomlin, Azani and Wilson, whatever it might be. Something is not right here that we're not sure about.
What do you got?
Tom Arth was asked about Russell Wilson pushing the ball downfield and how that can help the
Tell
offense.
us who he is, please.
Tom
He's their
Arth
quarterback guy.
That's correct, quarterback coach.
Yeah, I think Russ is played very well, and you talk about pushing the ball down the field. I think that's been a strength of Russ's throughout his career, and certainly has been that the first couple of weeks. I think we felt that, and the opportunities that our guys have gotten down the field to make plays. Russ is giving them those opportunities, and they've made the plays. So it's been a big plus for us.
Well, that was exciting. I'm glad that Tom Arth has weighed in on Russell Wilson.
He's not the most excitable guy, but what that does kind of sound like to me is Justin Fields wasn't able to push the ball down the field, at least consistently and accurately. And he likes just that added weapon, added dimension of Russell Wilson throwing up the moon balls, 50-50 balls with enough loft on it to give your guy a chance.
Yeah, that's been clear, is the obvious difference there in getting the ball downfield. I remember Collinsworth was all over that in Russell Wilson's first game after the slow start. Just the touch he can put on the ball. Everything we've talked about. From recognizing things at the line of scrimmage, knowing where you're going to go, sometimes before the ball is snapped or right after, the ability to read a defense, and then the ability to deliver the ball with a little bit of loft, a little bit of touch. He's just a better passer, and he's a veteran quarterback. Somebody else asked me in the mailbag today what if it took Justin Fields? What if somebody else has become quite enamored with Justin Fields based on those 6 games and wanted to trade for him? Would you be open to that if you were the Steelers?
Not really. At this point, I'd want to keep it the same because, let's say Russell Wilson, who still is, 35, 36 years old, gets hurt.
Yeah.
I would want the assurance of having Justin Fields, who's already played 6 games, rather than Kyle Allen.
Yeah, I would like to have that insurance too, but man, what if Seattle was enamored with him? Wouldn't that be interesting?
If I was offered a second-round pick for Justin Fields, I'd do it. But the Steelers are not going to be offered that.
No, they're not going to be. But is he off limits? City limits? No, not for me, because I don't think he's their quarterback of the future. People talk of him, and I think he did a pretty good job in there, and he has some very good attributes. They speak of him like he's a 17-year-old straight out of high school. This dude has now played more than 3 seasons in the NFL.
Yeah, and they have to nurture him at the quarterback position.
Is he suddenly going to become a good passer? What are we talking about here? I don't think so, but maybe he'll surprise me.
Finally, we have Pat Meyer, the offensive line coach, giving a little bit of praise, but also some critiques of Broderick Jones.
Broderick's been awesome. I mean, his attitude, he's nothing but listening. He just got to learn. He's got to focus. I think he's just got to focus each and every play. He plays a lot of good plays. You watch him, and it's like, wow, he does some really good things. And I think it's just more him just, again, young. Hasn't played a whole NFL season. He's 23 years old. He's going to grow. But the thing that Broderick is a confident kid. He plays hard. He loves the game. You just got to continue learning. We just got to get him to learn it faster.
Well, he is legitimately still very, very, what is he, 21? Broderick Jones?
About, I think, 22, 23, but he is on the younger side.
Yeah, and didn't have a lot of college experience on top of that.
No.
So that's going to be very, very interesting in the offseason. Do you think there's any chance they move Fatanu to guard, keep Jones at right tackle, and re-sign Dan Moore?
No, I don't.
On his way to the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
I mean, they seemingly love Dan Moore. That's why they keep him there, but somebody's going to pay Dan Moore a lot of money, and I don't think the Steelers want to do it when they drafted 2 bookend tackles in back-to-back years.
Let's see how the Dan Moore season plays out here. Why don't we see how the season plays out? So far he's been good this year. He's also given up some pressures. I mean, he's not an elite left tackle, but I would say he's above average right now.
Yeah. He's been better than expectations.
Yeah, and that's after multiple years of being not very good. So is somebody going to break the bank for him? Maybe. Maybe they will. Is there any chance the Steelers could re-sign him? They seem to love him. I can't imagine there's a team out there that loves Dan Moore more than the Steelers. That's unimaginable. So would they throw some money at him and move Fatanu to guard with James Daniels leaving?
Every year my dad predicts Dan Moore to make the Pro Bowl. Every single season. And I keep telling him it's not going to happen. Maybe this is the year.
Could be. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High 79 degrees today with sunny skies. We have the Mike Tomlin news conference coming up next as the Steelers prepare for the Commanders. And who would have thought that these two teams would be a combined 13-4 going into this game? This is now a high-profile game this weekend. Limits.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see Jaden Daniels against the Steelers defense. And I was thinking about going to this game. Ticket prices are about $300. So I don't think it's happening.
I think you should go to this game.
You have $300 lying around?
Yes, I do. I'm going to treat you to this game. No, I'm not. That's too expensive.
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
You don't want to know what we paid for to go to the Rams game last year.
How much?
Over $300, I'll say that.
Not including the flight and the hotel,
Not including the flight and the hotel.
But you saw a good game.
Great game. They won. It was all worth it.
You saw T.J. Watt make a game-turning play.
Yeah.
Did Steelers fans take over that stadium?
Oh, yeah. Probably 70%.
That's part of the fun, isn't it?
Oh, it was exciting. And I wanted to see SoFi so badly. And we went to the USC-Utah the day before that. Incredible trip.
Somebody asked me today, in fact, it was the last question in the mailbag, James Cucinelli, I think his name is, or Cucinelli, perhaps. Can we start a new road game tradition, hashtag Sing Renegade on the road for Steeler fans at road games, that we sing Renegade in the fourth quarter? Just an idea. Did that happen where you were? Is that a good idea? Your thoughts on this, Limits, as a traveling Steeler fan?
It did not happen. I don't think that's something that you can have happen. Like, Renegade is not an easy song to just sing. You know, like...
A cappella, you mean?
I guess, yeah. But there are a lot of other... like, Sweet Caroline is a lot easier to sing just in a group of fans that could just start it up in a section compared to Renegade.
Yeah, you might have some logistical problems. You're right. Or some audio problems, I should say.
They're not going to play it at opposing venues.
Well, certainly not. No, it would have to be organic. It would have to be just the fans singing together.
I think the soccer stadium in San Diego once played it, trying to troll the Steeler fans, and they backfired completely on them.
I was there at that game.
Weren't they?
The most I don't remember. Still the most incredible venue I've ever watched. I can't believe that I watched an NFL primetime game in the year 2020, was it?
I think it was like 2018.
19?
Duck Hodges was on the team.
That's right. Well, that was his first start.
Yeah.
In a high school soccer stadium is really what it was. It was unbelievable. And my seats were like, I don't know, 20 rows up, it felt like. 50 rows up.
Didn't it hold like 15,000?
It was incredible, man. It was great. I loved it. I'll always remember that game. Devin Bush was unbelievable in that game. You remember? Duck Hodges was good. Michael Vick was up in the press box. I talked to him for a little while. It was absolutely incrinculant. And they had I remember the tacos they served that night were fabulous. That was a memorable night. Never happen again. You'll never see it. Well, I shouldn't say never. We have a Major League Baseball team that's going to play at a minor league park in Sacramento, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
That should be fun. Mike Tomlin coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers will prepare for Washington. You can hear the Mike Tomlin press conference right here on the Fan and also on your Odyssey app in a matter of moments. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This afternoon, mostly sunny with high temperatures right around 80 degrees. Mostly clear overnight with lows into the mid-60s. Rain showers arrive early Wednesday. Then we'll see those taper off through the afternoon. Highs in the low 70s and a slight chance for showers Wednesday night with lows around 50 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Siddler Weather Center.
Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Is your roof winter ready? Call Weather Seal today and get your roof problems fixed fast during Weather Seal's November roofing sale. Get a brand new Weather Seal roofing system in just a week with no interest for up to 2 years. Plus, get a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. But you can't wait. This offer isn't going to last. I've trusted them, and you should too. Call 877-351-SEAL today. That's 877-351-SEAL. Or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. It's Weather Seal Home Services.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
As you prepare to cast your vote, consider this. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Groceries are up 26%, gas prices tripled, and home prices have risen by 46%. More than 10 million illegal immigrants entered the United States in the last 4 years. Our southern border is a gateway for crime and chaos, posing a direct threat to the safety of Americans. It's time to stand up to Kamala Harris and say enough is enough.
Right for America PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today. You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
He calls to tell me that he's been in an accident, and I'm just scared to death.
I couldn't have hoped for anybody better than Morgan & Morgan. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
It really did feel like family.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a MyLowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals every week on everyday essentials, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe's Because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Moments away from the Mike Tomlin press conference on the South Side, as Tomlin will preview the Steelers matchup after the bye week against the Washington Commanders at 6-2. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com.
That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's time for the Tomlin Rewind. The Tomlin Rewind, a recap of the coach's presser, is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I would imagine Bob Pompiani is getting ready to introduce Mike Tomlin over on the south side here. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, man, the Steelers got to deal with a beast. Jaden Daniels, here's the coach.
Good afternoon. Just feel really awesome coming off a bye week. Been in the league a long time. I don't know that I've ever run across a bye week that I didn't feel like was timely or appreciated for the collective, and this one's the same. From a football perspective or a strategy perspective, probably less significant than in years past. I think with the flow of information today, I think some of the self-scout things, some of the things that you traditionally think about regarding bye weeks are more of a continual thing in today's game. At least it is for us in all three phases. Every week we allocate a certain amount of time into self-evaluation or self-scout or analysis, if you will. And so it makes that less of a dramatic thing when you lean in on bye week than years past. But we did have a productive week in that regard, just looking at everything that we do in all three phases, how we divide the labor up, what we're doing well, what we're not doing well, in the effort to narrow our focus so we can make victory more fluid over the second half of the year in terms of our performance. So it was a good week in that regard. It was also a good week for those who are leaking a little bit or lack 100% health to regain some of that and get on a moving train, if you will. We got a lot of guys who've been out who have a chance this week, man. We'll be watching their participation on a variety of levels to determine whether or not they'll be included or not. Guys like Corey Trice, Nick Herbig, C. Patterson, Zach Frazier, Tyler, all of those guys who have been out in recent weeks and in some cases an extended period of time on the cusp of it. And so we'll see where their participation leads us and what roles we might carve out for them. Same thing could be said for Cam Sutton, who's available to us now. And so, really bye week is probably spent pondering those possibilities, how to better divide up labor as we get capable people back to us. But I don't view that as a problem, man. That's a first world problem if that's a problem, having guys that are capable and guys that have ascended and performed well in their absence, and the complications of infusing them back into the fold, again, is a problem that I'll welcome if you want to describe it as that. And so that's what bye week was about for us. But now as we turn our attention to the Commanders, I'll talk briefly about those guys. Really impressed with first and foremost what they're doing offensively and their young signal caller. Quarterback mobility is an asset to him, but I've been really impressed by his prudent use of it. Not only him, but you got to acknowledge Coach Kingsbury as the architect of it. Their ability to prudently utilize his mobility, particularly in weighty moments, to keep the defense off balance, to win lines to gain, to score points. It shows up in a lot of situational statistics or circumstances. They got 15 rushing touchdowns. They lead the NFL in rushing touchdowns. His quarterback mobility is a component of that. They're 11 of 11 on the season on fourth down conversions. You watch that reel. His mobility, whether by design or ad lib, is a component of that. It doesn't matter what tape you put on, third down, red zone operation. His mobility is a major factor, whether it's by design or by ad lib, play extension, escape. It is something to be reckoned with. It's one of the core components of why they're a dangerous group. You couple that with their unique ball security. They've turned the ball over 3 times in 9 games. I think that's a record of some description through 9 games in the NFL. They thrown 2 interceptions, and they fumbled 1 time. You lead the league in rushing touchdowns. You're running the ball as effectively as a collective as they are, and you've only turned it over 3 times in 9 games, man. You're going to be 7-2. And so, man, we're preparing with an edge. We respect those things. But they got a total unit. McLaren is a guy that is a significant winner in one-on-one matchups. We better do a really good job of thoughtfully managing our exposure to him and working to minimize him, particularly in circumstances. But they do a nice job of utilizing all the eligibles. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the impressive complementary backfield that they have. Robinson is kind of a nuts and bolts downhill guy. Everyone in football is familiar with Eckler and his talents in the running game and in the passing game. And Jeremy McNichols has done a really nice job for him. We had Jeremy here a couple of years ago in training camp with us, man. He's a core special teams contributor. And, Coach Kingsbury is doing a nice job of finding football for him within the offensive structure as well. Ertz is a dangerous tight end. Is capable of getting down the grass, man, and they got a well-rounded wide receiver group that makes them a formidable group in 3 wide receiver sets and so forth. On the defensive side of the ball, man, they're highly fundamental. They're very rarely out of place. They don't give up big plays. I think they're 5th in the league in pass defense, and I think that's reflective of the lid that they keep on it continually. Man, their inside linebacker tandem not only is a catalyst for them in terms of playmaking and energy, but you see how they thoughtfully utilize their talent schematically. Luvu, man, is an awesome combination linebacker in that he's really good at playing off the ball, but he's also good at rushing the passer. You get in one-dimensional passing circumstances, he essentially becomes a defensive end. They deploy him in similar ways as they did Michael Parsons when Michael was young, and he was kind of more of a hybrid player in Dallas. Obviously, Michael's more of an end now. But when he was young, he was more of a hybrid, and I think about that when I see the many ways that they're moving Luvu around and finding ways to get him on a variety of people from a rush standpoint. Bobby Wagner, what can you say about Bobby that hadn't already been said, man? He's got a legendary body of work for this generation, 194 games, 193 starts, over 1,000+ career solo tackles. Man, you can tell he's a student of the game and hub of communication for them. Their new outfit in that everyone is new to the schematics and new to Dan Quinn's approach to business, but Bobby Wagner isn't. And I imagine that he is a catalyst for growth within that collective and a hub of communication, and really steadies a lot of warders. You watch their tape. You can tell he has a lot of latitude in terms of getting them in and out of defenses, and just that time-tested relationship in a variety of locations, man, you cannot put a price tag on, and I'd imagine he's been really significant while they've done some of the really nice things that they've done. Up front, man, you got to deal with Payne inside, Fowler outside. They've got some turnover on the edge. But, again, they have some guys that are familiar to Dan Quinn, man. I think Dan coached Fowler at Florida, for example. And so there's some relationships or some depth to those warders that I think aid transition. They've been really thoughtful in that regard. They've done a nice job of tooling their secondary in recent years with top-quality draft talent. Mike, Forbes at corner, and the acquisition of Jeremy Chin at safety, I can't say enough about. I've always respected Chin's game. He's good in a lot of ways, man. He's good down in and around the line of scrimmage versus the run. He plays big nickel for him. He's a good blitzer. He covers tight ends in one-dimensional passing moments. And so he's a good and versatile player that I think really adds value to them on the back end. As I mentioned, they're very good at the turnover game. They're good at getting them. They're good at possessing the ball. We're playing them in their venue. They're a 7-2 bunch, and so on the surface, obviously, there's a lot of things to be excited about. We're equally as excited just to getting back to doing what it is that we're doing and getting back in a stadium and competing. And so, with that being said, I'll pause and open it up for questions.
Mike, is 8 games enough of an indicator to determine, what you are or what your identity is?
I think that that's a slippery discussion because oftentimes your immediate identity is affected by current circumstance. When there's a lack of player availability in certain areas, oftentimes it affects how you go about business. For example, for a large part of that 8 games that you mentioned, we only had TJ and we didn't have Alex Highsmith or Nick Herbig. And so that might affect, how you rush, particularly in one-dimensional moments. And so broadly, yes, but there's some complexities if I'm legitimately answering that question because oftentimes your day-to-day decisions in the short term are affected by current circumstance. And so the larger body of time that you look at, the more true that statement is. And oftentimes 8 games can be or cannot be enough of a sample size to legitimately address that.
You like where you are after 8 games?
I've learned not to overanalyze it, to be quite honest with you. There's a, axiom in coaching, you are what your record is. And so I don't waste a lot of time pondering, to be quite honest with you. I'm just trying to focus on number 7.
Mike, what did you see in the Giants tape that you want to shore up run defense-wise?
There's a lot. Some of it is really good execution by them, to be quite honest with you. I think that was reflected in their ability to run the ball last Sunday against the Commanders. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that, man. We're in the ultimate competitors league, man. The people that we play week in and week out, man, are very good at what they do. They spend a lot of time preparing. And as I watched football from afar last weekend, sitting on a bye, it didn't miss me that the Giants had an effective run game in the subsequent game. And so I tip my cap to them, but certainly we can get better in some areas in terms of, fundamental things, whipping blocks, making tackles, us as coaches putting them in the very best position to do those things. I think particularly on that big breakout run, that's a call that we as a coaching staff wish that we could have back, for example.
Like, what do you anticipate Cam Sutton's role to be now that you have him back?
That's to be determined, but I think that's one of the things that makes Cam so interesting and valuable to us. He is a utility back. His football intellect and physical capabilities is such that he can play anywhere, and he has, to be quite honest with you. His last year for us, he was an outside corner. He was a nickel. He was a dime. He was capable of playing safety at times and allowing Mika to move around and come down and do other things. And that versatility, that utility component is a major attraction to us. I know there's been a lot of speculation, to be quite honest with you, about how he and Beanie might function. It's really 2 separate discussions. Cam is capable of playing anywhere in the secondary. And so if people need to be concerned about reps or division of labor, I would advise everybody in the secondary to be on notice because Cam is that versatile.
Mike, what have you learned maybe about your wide receiver depth through the first 8 games?
That when called upon, they're capable of delivering. And I just think with each passing week, like the sample size component discussion we're having over here, there'll be more opportunities to display that, particularly as people work schematically to minimize George. It creates one-on-one opportunity for others. Sometimes people have dual agendas. They want to minimize George and Pat, and that further creates opportunities for others. I just feel like we have a group that's hardworking and capable and can't wait to show the football world those capabilities. And every time we step into a stadium, they get an opportunity to do so, and you've seen some examples of it already.
Obviously, the trade deadline is here in a couple hours. Is there a piece that needs to be added to that group? Do you anticipate any kind of movement?
We work the trade market, not only at that position, but all positions. I think every team does, particularly those of us that are trying to lean in as the road gets narrow. And so I acknowledge that we're active participants in trade discussions, but to be quite honest with you, we always are. And so, I wouldn't read too much into that behavior. I just think that's normal, prudent business for us if you're trying to be a developing world championship outfit.
With Russ at quarterback now, does that perhaps heighten your desire to add to that room because you might be able to net more out of the passing game, or is he the kind of quarterback that can get more out of what you have?
I don't know that his presence or lack of his presence changes our appetite for adding talent. Talent that could help us win, not only at that position, but any. I just think that's always our mentality, particularly talent at value.
Mike, what do you think about the trajectory of the discipline you guys have shown in your pass defense from coverage assignments and reacting to what opposing opposition does?
I think we've done some nice things, but I think that particularly when you face quarterback mobility and the ability to extend plays, that really gets challenged. And so stay tuned. Particularly over the next couple of weeks, you'll get a good example of where we are in terms of some of that.
Mike, before the bye week, Najee had posted 3 consecutive 100-yard games. Just collectively, offensively, what needs to continue to keep you guys on that current trajectory running the football?
We don't define ourselves by Najee's 100-yard games. We got to run the football as a collective. Obviously, he's a significant component of that. But we got a bunch of capable people. Jalen's capable, Patterson's capable, and so if you're talking about the running game, certainly we desire to have an effective running game and control the line of scrimmage to minimize one-dimensional moments, to be in third and manageable. That's been an agenda of ours, and that's been the component of the 3-game stretch that you're talking about that really captures my attention.
Mike, you mentioned Jaden Daniels' mobility. What strikes you as when you watch him as a passer?
His prudent ability to maintain possession of the ball, to be a young guy, to extend plays, to do the things that come with extending plays. Oftentimes, play extensions means more variance in terms of outcome of play, sometimes good, sometimes bad. He's been able to extract the good from those moments while minimizing the bad. And I just think that speaks to his savvy and his experience. And I say experience because, rookie quarterbacks come at you in a variety of forms, man. This guy has been a franchise quarterback for 2 different universities. He brings experience in the way that Bo Nix does. All rookie quarterbacks aren't the same. Some guys come with a lot of experience. Some guys come as guys with upside, man, and talent. And so I can't say that I'm completely shocked by some of the things he's done because he had an extended body of work in college at 2 different universities.
When you're preparing for him, do you go back to that body of work in college to do some of the scouting, or are you basically?
No, we got 9 games of NFL tape to look at.
In that same vein, what are some of the challenges of specifically facing a rookie compared to some of the vets, guys like Rodgers, Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins you've seen this?
I don't view it any differently. I don't categorize what I'm looking at as rookie or veteran. I just look at what's on tape and build an appropriate plan relative to it. I don't think you'll find anybody that would say he's playing like a rookie, and sometimes some veteran players play like a rookie. And so I generally just look at tape. I don't care about the narrative component of it, to be quite honest with you.
Mike, what happened with Justin Fields at the end of the last game week, and do you expect him to be ready this week?
He experienced a minor hamstring injury on our last day of practice going into the Giant game. We didn't want a small problem to become a big problem. We designated him the 3rd quarterback. But given the bye week, man, and the week that's ahead of us, we're not imagining that to be a problem. But, again, we'll let participation be our guide in terms of how we divide the labor up.
Russ, the starter, you did say that there was going to be the potential for a Justin Fields package. Do you anticipate seeing that as we go down the line here?
I would always anticipate seeing that, as long as both guys are on our roster.
Mike, when you have a week where you don't do that well stopping the run, play Cam, for example, is upset about after the game, does it help in a way when you know, like you got team that leads the league in rushing touchdowns, and you got the Ravens coming the week after that? Does that help get their attention maybe even more quickly?
No, we don't care about the Joneses, man. Our story is our story. We got an agenda that we're trying to live, and when we don't meet it, man, we're thumb pointers. We guys that look in the mirror, and so the opponent, the nameless great faces that we play are relevant in terms of the agendas, particularly the things that we value and the places that we hang our hat.
Just following up on your comments about McLaurin, in terms of his personal skill set and how he's deployed by Washington, is it similar to what you've seen recently in Devontae and CeeDee Lamb?
No, it's not, particularly in terms of CeeDee, man. CeeDee works a lot inside. This guy's his own man. They do a nice job of highlighting him and getting him in one-on-one circumstances. Devontae was so new to the Jets, I really can't describe his role, or I didn't have a clear understanding of his role. And so I'd be reaching if I was comparing that to recent matchups in that regard.
Mike, have you used Joey a little less to shadow a guy? And if so, is that a byproduct of having Dante on the other side?
No, we're putting him where we deem appropriate. Sometimes matching the guy is most appropriate. Sometimes putting him in isolation formation structure is appropriate, meaning people that do a lot of backside one-on-one stuff on the backside of formations probably merit that he plays away from the nickel. He's been doing some of that. The big thing is week in and week out, man, we believe he's a top-notch guy, and we want to figure out the best way that we can utilize his talents and the effort to help us. Sometimes it's one-on-one football. Sometimes it's within the framework of offensive structure, and we make that decision week in and week out. Sometimes it's right and left. We have a lot of information at our disposal relative to analytics that aid us in that discussion, that make it a little bit more complex discussion as opposed to, telling Joey to follow McLaren, for example.
Mike, when it comes to Russ, we've got Calvin Austin, George Pickens, guys have talked about how much they worked with him before and after practice on specific routes, timing, and extra things that they're like, hey, we're really nailing this down. How much have you seen him bring that better experience away from just practice to go the extra mile in ways that, maybe haven't been as regularly?
I'm not going to make that something unique, and they're probably not either. They're just answering questions. I don't know a professional quarterback and receiver crew that doesn't work before and after practice, particularly if you're trying to be great and compete for a world championship. That's just standard operating procedure.
Anyone else? All right.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations on the most boring news conference of the year, Brian Batko, although I expected it. They're coming out of a bye. There's other things happening that he can't talk about, presumably, like calls on trades. It was all set up to be boring, and everybody delivered. How are you?
I'm doing well, Joe. I mean, the trade deadline answer from Tomlin was what we've come to expect, of course. Not going to tip his hand one way or the other. He's not going to pull the Jerry Jones and say, we are bringing in a receiver we've liked for a long time.
Right.
And then delivers Jonathan Mingo on the doorsteps of Cowboys fans. But the answer before that about the receiving core, I feel like he's not laying it on too thick to praise these guys. He's leaving a decent bit of wiggle room of, yeah, they're professionals. They get opportunities. They try to show what they can do, but there's always something left unsaid there.
Yeah.
A little bit of dearth of playmakers, certainly.
Our friend Benzie took a little shot at the end, did he not?
He just didn't get any back and forth, any interplay from Tomlin. And really, I mean, neither did our buddy Chris Carter there at the end either. Tomlin was kind of all business. I wonder on a day like this, do you want to just get right back to watching the film, getting the intel from Omar Khan and company? And like you said there, Joe, when we came back, they're a boring team right now in a good way. There's no drama. There are no distractions, which is good for a team that's 6-2 and at least temporarily has figured out the quarterback situation.
The injury situation, to me, is the most interesting thing. And basically, he just said we're leaving a light on for all these guys, and we'll see where their participation leaves us. Everybody from Corey Trice to Nick Herbig to Cordero to Zach Fraser, Matakevich. Is there anyone I'm missing from that?
I mean, Justin. Did you say Justin Fields? He
and
said
Fields,
that was a minor hamstring deal.
Missioning is a new word, Brian. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Sounds like a horror movie. The Missioning.
Of those guys, is there anybody from what you hear that won't play?
The one I'm probably the most concerned about would be Nick Herbig. I was out there yesterday at practice getting some of that coveted video of players going through individual drills, which we're allowed to shoot and take photos of and disseminate to the masses. And I don't know that maybe I missed them, but I didn't catch a glimpse of old Herbig in there. But I mean, we'll see. You got to think he'll be back sooner than later, but it'd be nice to have him this week to have that three-headed monster of edge rushers.
Man, I'll say, and it leads to a question that I would ask you in a moment here. Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette joins me every Tuesdays with Batko, we like to call it. You can read his stuff at postgazette.com. The Mike Tomlin presser reaction brought to you by your local Parmore stores. Remember, there's not a Parmore store near you now. There will be soon. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The idea of adding somebody today, Brian, it's where we spent a good hour and a half this morning. Our colleague Jerry Dulac says they may be focusing on other areas instead of wide receiver. Where do you think their focus should lie? I suppose it depends on the player involved, but defensive line for me is a big one. And among the top 10 players listed out there as available, Chase Young is there. Calais Campbell is there. If you're of the mind that Ogunjobi's having a so-so or bad year, Benton's been up and down, and the depth is lacking, that could be an important position. Where would you put your priority?
Still receiver. And if I were the Steelers, I would want feelers to be put out there to the outside world that it's not that high on our priority list. Don't worry about this conditional 7th-round pick we're offering you for your wide receiver. We don't really care that much. We need our better picks for D linemen, maybe an O lineman, maybe an edge rusher. That's what I would want the outside world to think if I were Omar Khan and crew.
Well, then we get into the receivers, and we had a long discussion. What was the name of the heavy metal band there? Toy something God? I can't remember.
Toy Called God.
Toy Called God. Have you ever heard of them?
No, I haven't.
Their lead guitarist, I believe, weighed in from Seattle or somewhere out there. That it was ridiculous to talk about DK Metcalf because it's never going to happen, and he's their best offensive player. Yet we had Jason Canfora on the air today saying teams are calling left and right about DK because his contract's up, because Smith and Jigba has taken over as the number one receiver. Many reasons for that. Would you have interest in him, and do you think they do?
Absolutely, but I don't. I'm with the Toy of God guy. I don't understand why the Seahawks would deal him when they're 4-5, still in the thick of the NFC. That seems like a division, the NFC West, that is basically up for grabs in the second half of the season.
I mean, for those reasons, his contract is up. They have a new number one guy, and they've lost 5 of 6. They're falling apart, Brian.
I'm seeing here that he's got another year left after this season.
Yeah,
on his deal.
Right, but
what do you mean his contract's up, though? Why can't he be a part of the solution for them?
I mean, he could. What I'm saying is he'll need a new contract. I don't think he's going to go into next year with a $31 million cap hit. The guy's going to need to be signed in the offseason. So technically, you're right, his contract
I don't know enough about the Seahawks' salary cap circumstances and overall trajectory of their franchise. I just, looking at it as I'll call myself a casual NFC West observer, as I think most of us are here in Pittsburgh. I just don't see why they would deal him. I mean, if they can get an absolute treasure chest of picks and assets, I guess everybody has a price, but what kind of message would that send to your team? And even Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's a good player, and he's been doing well lately, but DK Metcalf is, in my mind, still an absolute stud receiver at this point. And that's why if I were the Steelers, sure, I'd call. If I were really any of the other 31 teams, I'd call.
Of course. Why not? Brian came in here very feisty today. I can tell limits. He doesn't want to be taken off guard by the pit bull like he was last week. So he's come in and he's proactive this week. Are you sensing the same?
He got a lot of rest during the bye week, so he's got his whole bit of energy.
Yeah.
Daylight savings. Although daylight savings with little kids is not really helpful.
No, they
Sometimes
don't care
it's actually
about that.
Counterproductive.
Right. He's champing at the bit, or is it chomping at the bit?
It's technically champing, but I believe both are accepted now, right?
What is the act of champing? What does that mean?
It's probably an old word.
Is it a synonym for chomping? And what's the bit?
The thing that I'm a stickler for, since we just had it, is bye week. Why has bye become so acceptable when it doesn't advance you in a bracket or a tournament in the NFL?
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's just an off week. A bye is when you get a opportunity in a bracket or a tournament you don't have to play and you advance.
He's very argumentative today. Are you sensing that, Limits?
Well, they advanced from week 5 or from week 8 to 9 to 10. That's why they advanced. Advanced in the NFL week. It was a bye to another week.
Now, wait a second.
I don't think that's the definition of a bye, though.
I know, but we need to move on.
Okay.
You're right, I think, technically. And you're very good at those things, picking out technicalities.
I'm a very literal person.
Surely you can see the rationale behind dealing Metcalf, even if you don't think the Seahawks should. He's going into the final year of his deal. They have a new number one receiver, at least according to people like Canfora, and they're falling apart. They're falling apart. They've lost 5 of 6.
They're a Jekyll and Hyde team, for sure.
I can see the rationale in wanting to keep him, for sure, because they're still in it in that crappy division, although I think the Niners are going to come together and win that division by 3 games. But I can also see the rationale for why they would be, why teams think they have a shot at him.
I just think with a middle-of-the-road kind of QB like Geno Smith, who's a veteran, who's played some pretty good football, better than people anticipated when he got that opportunity, I'm not sure what else you're doing if you're the Seahawks. If you send Metcalf away and then you're just in kind of full-on rebuild mode, turning the page.
Maybe. I mean, they're under 500 and they've lost 5 of 6. They stink, Brian. But you're probably right,
I don't know
though.
if they stink. They've got some talent on that team.
They're okay.
And Metcalf is probably the most talented player.
Maybe. All right, then I'll give you a choice of some other people, and you can tell me who you'd pick. In fact, I'll give you the intermission, the very brief intermission.
Are we doing this in a vacuum?
To think about this.
Or are we considering the
vacuum?
value that it would probably take to get these guys? Because, obviously, DK Metcalf's going to be higher than a Mike Williams.
Sure,
but
I'm going to take Metcalf off the table because it's caused great consternation here. We're going to go with more realistic choices. And I'm going to give you the very brief intermission to contemplate. Darius Slayton, Mike Williams, Adam Thielen, perhaps Cortland Sutton, or anybody else you can name. And then I'm going to give you a choice between any one of those guys and fortifying your defensive line with either Chase Young or Calais Campbell. Brian Batko can think about that. You can think about that. You can think about how many assets or what kinds of assets you want to offer up right now. Because you would only part with precious assets if you consider yourself to be a legitimate contender, I would think. Do you consider the Steelers to be that? That's question number one that you need to answer if you're them and us and you out there. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. We'll let Brian Batko answer those questions, and undoubtedly we will have some contention coming up next. That's what makes this show what it is. First, I want to talk to you about Gina Giampietro and a little story that I have about Anna. She was ready to sell her home in Mount Washington, wanted to work with the best. So she contacted Gina. Anna said that Gina went above and beyond to sell her home, and Gina's extensive understanding of the real estate market made her an invaluable advisor. Anna said Gina guided her through every decision with care and precision, was very impressed with Gina's determination to get the best offer, which was over $700,000 for her home. Anna said if you're thinking about selling your home, you'll want somebody like Gina in your corner because she'll go the extra mile to get the best outcome for you. She's right. And you can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh. Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL trade deadline is today at 4 o'clock. We are just 3.5 hours away with the Steelers not making any moves yet. Pitt basketball victorious last night against Radford in the season opener. The Penguins will play tonight with Alex Nedeljkovic in net 7:30 against the Islanders on the road. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Doran Dickerson here. I've got to tell you, don't go with just any guy to replace your roof. Choose PJ Fitzpatrick. Why would you choose the B team when you can go with the A team from PJ Fitzpatrick? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get your roof done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. Plus, they can install most roofs in just one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take full advantage of all the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Cowboys season was already going poorly. Yesterday they learned that Dak Prescott will miss several weeks with a hamstring injury. At 3-5, Jerry Jones is facing his worst nightmare, irrelevancy. Cowboys usually get attention no matter what they do, but they're getting very, very close to becoming an afterthought. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
From Profit Boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hi, I'm Brian, owner of Awesome Electrical Services. If you want your home's electrical system to be awesome, call Awesome Electrical Services, 412-331-8999, or awesomeelectricalservices.com to schedule a free estimate with me today.
Gatorade, the world's most popular sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It feels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you? Find Gatorade at your local Giant Eagle and Market District stores. Gatorade and Giant Eagle are proud supporters of high school football in Western Pennsylvania and athletes everywhere. Gatorade, is it in you? Looking for the perfect weekend? Join us at Shooters Golf for brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy delicious bites alongside mimosas and Bloody Marys while catching your favorite football team on 30-plus HD TVs featuring the NFL ticket. Remember, golf isn't over. Our heated bays are open year-round, so you can swing your clubs no matter the weather, whether you're here for brunch, games, golf. Shooters Golf, located in Wexford, PA, your ultimate destination. Visit us today and make every weekend unforgettable.
Kamala Harris was supposed to secure our southern border. During her tenure, over 10 million illegals have entered America, with more arriving every day. Kamala Harris is still the border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
And the gates are still wide open. Kamala Harris had one job, and as she admitted on the NBC Nightly News, she didn't even bother to show up for work.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Criminal aliens murdering Americans. Cartels allowed to flood our country with poison. Women and children sold as sex slaves. Taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. That's dangerously liberal. Kamala Harris's record is no laughing matter. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like wipers. If your wipers are streaking, skipping, chattering, or even worse, loud, you need to visit AutoZone and get some fresh new blades. We've got basic wipers to get you back on the road, as well as premium blades from Bosch and Rain-X. So if you're hearing this, just head to your nearest AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What's going on here, Limits? This is the worst trade deadline day ever.
Everybody made the trades before the actual
deadline. Nothing's happened. There's a lot of guys out there. Maybe that's good for the Steelers, Brian. Maybe Omar is playing this right. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Because either he's playing it really right or really wrong. We have a bell ringer.
We're waiting for the bell to be rung.
Oh, you teased me there. That was a bell ringer.
It was a tease of the bell.
When you get to deadline, that's when bargains happen. If you're bargain basement shopping, but if he doesn't make a move at receiver, will he have failed this team?
I think that's a fair question to ask with the way things are going right now for this team at 6-2, and just from being in the locker room most days, Joe. I don't get a sense that this is one of those Steelers teams that's like closing ranks and saying we got. We don't need anybody else from the outside. I think they would welcome a little bit of an influx of experience or talent to try to get them over the hump. I also don't think these guys are delusional. I mean, they see what the Chiefs have done in back-to-back years. They've been on the receiving end of some poundings from the Bills, the Texans. They know the Ravens are really good, even though they always play them tough. I think you never make a move just for optics. That's silly. But I think it would tell these guys a little bit if Omar Khan just does something, just tries to take a flyer on somebody. Not mortgage the future. I'm not saying that. Although I would give up a lot for DK Metcalf, to go back to our previous discussion. But
would you give up a second-round pick?
Yeah, I think I would.
So would I.
I think I would. But no, I mean, even if you just give up a late rounder for one of these receivers that you were about to bring up. The game that you were saying before the break sounded quite stressful for me to partake in, but we can still do that if you want.
The either-or game that we were going to play?
It was multi-layered. There were many names,
we're going to get there. We're going to get
draft
there.
Picks.
But let's not, and this is a general just statement, let's not pretend that trade deadline moves can't change your season in the NFL, can't make your team appreciably better. Like, why is my daughter calling me? That's always concerning in the middle of a show. Sometimes I think her and my wife just don't know that do they know that I'm on the radio?
Maybe she has a trade.
Has that escaped them for some reason?
Maybe she has a scoop.
Roquan. Oh.
What
do we have here, Limits? We have, it's not a trade, but it's a significant rumor to monitor that we have a player that we haven't heard his name before.
Yes, we've resorted to using the bell on rumors.
Yes, big rumors. Ian Rappaport saying nothing's been agreed upon or finalized, but talks centering around Saints cornerback Marshawn Lattimore have picked up over the last couple of hours. With the team being in on it, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Washington Commanders.
Holy bird
Washington's
follicles.
a team. Washington's definitely a team to watch, I think, ahead of this game Sunday. I mean, 7-2, quarterback playing out of his mind. I mean, obviously he's on a rookie deal. He's a rookie.
Yeah.
So why not push a few chips into the middle? Maybe not all your chips like the Chiefs are doing.
A chip or two. A nice little chip or two. Not all your chips. No one's asking for all your chips. Roquan Smith went to the Ravens in 2022. I think that was pretty good. Von Miller went to the Rams in 21. You think that helped them win a Super
Hopkins
Bowl?
Is looking like a nice addition already for Kansas City.
Isn't he? Other guys, Christian McCaffrey went to the Niners right around this time 2 years ago. I think that was kind of significant. Oh, my God, all hell's broken loose. What now?
Adam Schefter reporting.
Oh, I have something. Okay, go ahead. Brian, perk up a little bit. This could be big.
Despite any speculation, the Seattle Seahawks will not be trading wide receiver DK Metcalf by today's 4 p.m. trade deadline.
I feel somewhat vindicated.
You're vindicated.
Me and Toy of God.
And so is Toy of God vindicated.
How did he get it? Is he a Steelers fan who just happens to live out there?
I don't know. He sent me an angry and highly critical text for even bringing up the topic.
Or is he eavesdropping in on anybody who dares to speak of stealing Metcalf?
He may.
He's a Seattle fan. What did you have, Joe?
That was it.
Oh.
Jalen Ramsey.
Maybe that's what your daughter was calling to tell you.
It could be.
Dad, DK Metcalf is not on the move. Give it up.
I can't take the Ron laugh anymore. We got to come up with a new Ron.
Come on.
Maybe it's good for talk radio, my man. I'll take that one. Jalen Ramsey to the Rams happened around this time.
Chase Claypool to the Bears. I think that nearly put them over the top that year.
Way back when, Eric Dickerson to the Colts, Herschel Walker to the Vikings, and Marshawn Lynch to the Seahawks.
You want a funny story about the Chase Claypool trade?
Yes.
So the trade deadline was coming up. I was in a class. There was only 6 people in my class in Waynesburg. It was like a PR class. And when the trade went down for Chase Claypool being traded to the Bears for a second-round draft pick, I yelled in the middle of the class, in the middle of the lecture, "Whoa!" And everybody looked at me. And I started going crazy. And then they asked, what is going on? And I said, the Steelers got a second for Chase Claypool? And the guy next to me starts clapping. He's all excited. And they were like, oh, okay. But I didn't get in trouble. I was a little embarrassed after, but it was great.
That's okay, Limits. We're very proud of you in any case.
What a fun story.
I mean, that's notable in the context of what we're talking about right now. 2 years ago, Omar Khan, very busy at the deadline.
Who did he bring in? I forget.
Oh, how could you? William Jackson III, Steelers legend.
Yes.
But that's one of those deals where, I mean, they gave them basically nothing, and they took a chance on a guy who I guess had a bad back, other issues, never even played for them. But, I mean, it was a flyer. You do something like that this year, and you hope for something better than what William Jackson III gave you a couple years ago. But what I was going to say was last year, we had much of this same speculation on the, well, I guess it wasn't the first Tuesday in November because they moved it back, then the last Tuesday in October, and he did nothing. So, yeah. But that team, that 2023 Steelers team, nobody knew what they were. I mean, Kenny Pickett there was a referendum on his play every single week. They were even further from being real contenders, I think, than they are right now. They did go in the tank in the second half of the season. I don't think any sort of player they were going to bring them in was going to help them avoid some of the pratfalls against the likes of the Cardinals and Patriots and Colts. So I didn't necessarily blame Omar Khan for not pulling the trigger on any moves last year, but this year does feel different. This year feels like one where you kind of owe it to yourselves and how you've set yourself up with the Russell Wilson free agency play this offseason. And I'm not going over my skis about Russ, but through 2 games, it looks really good, and you got him for the veteran minimum. So you kind of owe it to yourselves, him, TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, some of the other guys on this team. How about we just bring in another potentially helpful piece or two and see what happens?
I agree with every syllable and quarter syllable you just uttered.
Thanks,
honestly. And 4 p.m.'s the deadline. I really want to hear that bell again. I feel like Pavlov's dog. I want to hear the bell like the rest of the show. I'm responding to that.
Somebody on the text
like
line
an animal
called me a jerk for ringing the bell when it's not a Steelers trade.
Jerk.
He said, hey, jerks, just ring the frickin' bell if the Steelers actually make a trade.
No.
My goodness.
To be clear, it's not just Steelers making a trade. Any trade before, well, in our case, 2 p.m. gets a bell ringer, Brian. Do you agree with that philosophy?
Yes. I want to know what's going on around the league. I want to know if anybody's cut.
At this point, we're so desperate because nothing's happened that we've resorted to ringing the bell just on rumors. And I'm okay with that, too.
Do you care about the Browns cutting Quentin Jefferson?
No.
Defensive end. Veteran. He's from Woodland Hills, but he's probably not helpful at this point.
I want to hear the bell. Here's USA Today on several trade deadline topics. You ready?
Yes.
Browns trying to tune out deadline buzz. They've already traded Amari Cooper, several other candidates to be sent packing, including Zadarius Smith.
Well, he did get sent packing.
Oh, yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah, you're right.
So they really tuned it out pretty well by trading another player.
Dalvin Tomlinson and Shelby Harris, wide receiver Elijah Moore, and cornerback Greg Newsome. Those are some enticing names there. Would they trade within the division? If the Steelers called for Dalvin Tomlinson to fortify their defensive line, would they bite?
Probably not, but you never know. I feel like that's a little different than trading a big ticket receiver or something like that to your rival. Shelby Harris, he was once traded for Russell Wilson, if I'm not mistaken, in the Seahawks-Broncos deal a few years back. Elijah Moore doesn't do much for me. I mean, I've been saying for a while now, if the Steelers are going to bring in another receiver, get somebody who's looking down somewhat considerably at me in the locker room. They've got a lot of guys that I'm not quite eye to eye with, but it's getting close with Scotty Miller and Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson if he ever gets back. I just think another bigger body is needed on the outside, not just to potentially rotate in, but some depth if George Pickens were to ever go down. He never has, knock on wood to this point in his NFL career.
I agree with that, too. Could the Saints be sellers at the deadline, writes this person from USA Today, after firing Dennis Allen? And I'll just add, they stink. So you have people like Chase Young. Brian, Chase Young's only 25. And I realize, the injury or injuries have rendered him sort of a shell of what he was. He looked like a defensive player of the year type, but he's only 25.
Tomlin had that interaction with him on the sideline a few years back when he was with Washington.
Right.
So I guess it would have been 2020, and he said something about how we can never get guys.
Yeah, we're never bad enough to get a guy who looks like you.
I think edge rusher is somewhat of a distant fourth on their list of potential.
I don't even consider him like fitting into that limited of a category. To me, he's a body on the defensive line that can help you, and I think they need help.
Yeah,
I don't think Ogunjobi's been good. Benton's been inconsistent, and they got no depth.
Yeah, I'd rather somebody who can really maybe occupy a couple gaps and help you stop the run. That's not Chase Young, but I get what you're saying. An influx of talent,
yes,
to some extent. Although it seemed like a lot of people in San Francisco were not very happy with Young last year after they traded for him.
I know. That's the problem.
He's still young, though. It's the kind of reclamation project the Steelers have been attracted by the last several years. So, that's a name, certainly. The Saints are – I don't know who else they really have other than Lattimore, and I don't think the Steelers need a corner.
I wanted to hear that. It's very satisfying. Well, what's happening?
They don't have Lattimore anymore.
Oh,
According to Adam Schefter, the New Orleans Saints are sending four-time Pro Bowl corner Marshawn Lattimore to the Washington Commanders. You'll see him on Sunday.
If I'm any fan of an AFC team, I'm really glad you didn't just say the Kansas City Chiefs, because it gets to be ridiculous with them. Doesn't it, Brian?
Did you say the compensation? Did I tune you out, City Limits?
No. Okay. Ian Rappaport is saying it's a premium draft pick, though. Okay. No specifics yet.
That is a big move. That's
good for the Commanders.
Move. Yeah, good for the Commanders. And is he hurt or no? Didn't he have a hamstring issue?
The new trend this year for all the trade targets is get quote-unquote hurt and don't play. And then you'll get, unless you're Christian Kirk,
and then do a somersault like Willy Wonka with your new team.
Unless you're Christian Kirk, who reportedly the Steelers actually were trying to pry away from the Jaguars, and then lo and behold, he breaks his collarbone. I wouldn't have been thrilled by that move either, honestly, if the Steelers had made that happen.
What happen?
Christian Kirk.
I would have been happy with that move. Maybe not thrilled, but I think they need a guy. That's what we're going to get into, Brian, coming up, the either-or game. I've given you a lot of time to prepare for this. I think in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to have a lot of bell ringers. I'll take anything at this point, Limits. You want to do a bell ringer and give me the standings? I'll take the standings.
Norv Turner.
Oh, what do we have? Are you just ringing for the hell of it?
Bell.
Okay.
That's why that he deserves to text you angry things after that.
And then he responded LOL after hearing the bell rung again and us talking about his text on the air. The guy who texted it in.
Toy God?
No, not God Toys or whatever the heck it is.
You trolled this guy with that one.
And he responded with, LOL, haha, I just heard the bell.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's have a couple Mike Tomlin clips. Actually, let's not. It was unbelievably boring today. Let's play the either-or game with you and Brian Batko. Listen. If you're out there, do you want a receiver? Would you rather have a defensive lineman? Jerry Dulac reporting maybe the Steelers are looking at other positions than receiver. They're kind of happy with how Calvin Austin and Van Jefferson suddenly look with a quarterback who can actually throw the ball. 412-928-9370. You know what? We're going to up the ante here. If you merely call, you're going to get a bell ring from Limits. All you have to do is call, and you will be a bell ringer. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here. The Chevy Red Tag event now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 79 today with sunny skies and limitless wonder. What do I owe you here? I've become very confused and disheveled. Oh, of course, JP and his mustache. I blame Brian for that. JP's been doing this for 43 years, roofing and siding, and quite frankly, doing it better than anybody else. And he has a hell of a mustache. That's always an aside to this story. You can, I think, see it on a billboard right now out by the home offices on Route 30. There he is, man and mustache. They've been out to my house several times, multiple times, and identified the problem and then fixed it. That's all I want. If I could do house projects on my own, believe me, I would. I can't. That's why I hire people. And I've had some bad ones come out to the house. You have too. You Google people out of the blue. They show up, have no idea what they're doing. This guy's been doing it for 43 years. When they fix something, I don't worry about it. Haven't thought about it one time since then. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
As we just told you, New Orleans is sending Marshawn Lattimore, star cornerback, four-time Pro Bowler, to the Washington Commanders, who's the Steelers' opponent this upcoming week. And also Adam Schefter reporting that despite any speculation of a potential trade, Seattle's not trading DK Metcalf today by the 4 p.m. deadline. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Some think that you have to be part of a club or know someone to get in. Not the case. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply need to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, and you're eligible to join for just $5. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup. And get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
With the weather changing, November is your last chance to replace your old drafty windows before the winter cold weather arrives. If yours are cracked or leaking and won't open or stay open, then it's time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off all styles of windows, double hungs, bows, bays, sliders, it doesn't matter. Plus, you could save even more with 0% interest for 60 months. That's 5 full years. Window Nation's windows come with a lifetime warranty and can be installed in 1 day or less. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes, and you can too. So if your old finicky windows and high energy costs from this winter are cutting deep into your finances, don't miss out. With 50% off all styles of windows plus 0% interest for 60 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
The heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matzy. Always flying the wrong way. Matzy sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia. While here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matzy votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matzy's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matzy voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matzy even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matzy in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matzy doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matzy, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19, McMurray. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. 0% for 36 and 48 months on 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. 0% APR for 36, 48, and 60 months on 2024 Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models. 0% for 36 months on 2024, 2025 Equinox models. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Some customers may not qualify, not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Must trade in a 2010 model year or newer vehicle. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 12/2/24. Copyright 2024 General Motors, all rights reserved. That's the Chevy Red Tag event going on now through December 2nd at Sun Chevrolet, Route 19 in McMurray. Sunchevy.com. Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Losing sleep over your business? Get advanced surveillance cameras that detect illegal activity, recognize license plates and faces, and measure traffic inside your business. Leading edge technology from Guardian Protection Security experts. For more than 70 years, Guardian has given businesses peace of mind, so get more sleep. Get advanced surveillance cameras from Guardian. Visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
The Marshawn Lattimore deal is done as the star corner goes to Washington. Lattimore and a 5th to D.C. The Saints will get a 3rd-round pick, a 4th-round pick, as well as a conditional 6th-round pick back in the deal. The Steelers will see Lattimore and Washington on the road this Sunday at 1 o'clock. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. We're under 3 hours away from the deadline at 4.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show.
The biggest in the game.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limit's favorite Chevys come from Bowser. His favorite show was Doogie Howser. Limits has never heard of Doogie Howser, Brian.
I've heard of it, never seen it.
Oh, my God. Am I that old? Doogie Howser is unknown. How old are you, Brian?
In this room, yes.
How old are you?
33.
All right, you're getting up there a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, getting up there a little bit. Is he throwing some shade at you, Brian?
I'm not even eligible to be our country's president yet. So I'm
not. No, I mean 33 though. You're closer to 40 than to 25.
Technically, yes.
You never heard of Doogie Howser?
I've heard of it, but I don't know the concept of the show.
You had a great line as I was singing that and other songs to you. Then you started singing on your own when you didn't know I was looking in there, and then you said, I've always been strange, a little bit strange, but what did you say?
You've made me become so much stranger and to a different level when I sit back here and I hear you singing.
It is kind of sad what I've done to people. Can you believe that Ron Cook used to stand in here and sing, Brian?
Yeah,
nobody would have predicted that 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah,
he was in some ways a bitter man that I softened before he retired.
I wouldn't say you corrupted Ron. I think he was too far down that path, but you warped his mind. I think that's probably the best way to put
I think I softened him. I think I maybe make him. That was like the end of the movie Shrek. Yeah. Shrek, where he became.
He has layers. You had to peel him like an onion. And
or
I think
the Grinch.
You did that every day in here.
I think so. Remember Shelby Cassesi? Once when Ron did sing, she was doing the updates, looked over and said, "You broke him." And I did. I think in a good way. Do you think he's drunk right now?
Maybe. I mean, it's kind of not that he has anything to do now that he's retired, but it's also kind of a holiday, election day, right? A lot of people have fewer responsibilities on this day.
Great for talk radio, my man.
Especially the presidential election every 4 years. So maybe.
I just love that. Be. What's your favorite off-the-radar TV show? I have to admit, I loved Doogie Howser. I thought it was a great show. It was about a kid doctor. You know the plot,
I did know
right?
the premise, yeah. So there's a spectrum from City Limits at age 13 to me at 34. What did I say I am?
33.
And I'm 13.
But who's 33. Counting? Yeah.
Yeah. And then you.
Right.
When we don't need to get into what
almost
age
twice your age. Yeah. No, not that old.
But no, I mean, it's not an off-the-radar TV show, but the only reason I even know of Doogie Howser is because Neil Patrick Harris was in How I Met Your Mother, which was one of my favorite shows in like high school, college range.
I watched that.
You with him there?
Yeah.
What's your favorite show? What did you grow up on?
Well, I've loved watching reruns of Friends, but I've also grown up watching NCIS, Chicago PD, like The Walking Dead, all kind of stuff like that.
You strike me as a Ted Mosby type from How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah?
I could see that. Yeah.
How about a Ted Lasso type? Do you like that show?
I don't think I'm a Ted Lasso type.
That was my last second Halloween costume was not Ted Lasso because obviously I wasn't going to shave the beard and keep the stash, but I went as Coach Beard, his assistant.
Nice.
Yeah.
Does Brian watch Big Brother? Brian? We've talked about this before, somebody that you know.
I've only watched one season of Big Brother, and that was when my high school classmate Ian Terry from Shaler Area High School was on the show. Not only was he on it, but he won the show.
Yeah, he was really good. I've actually talked to him before, not in person, but over messages and stuff like that.
But speaking of shows, let's play a little game show, Brian. And I invite people out there to play along with us. First of all, let's answer this question. 4 p.m. trade deadline. Tomlin sort of alluded to this in his news conference, like we're always active. Yeah. He's basically saying we're always in it. But there are certain years where you're really in it and others where you're in it in name only. And I would say that's what the Steelers have been for a number of years now. This season feels different. They have a quarterback. They got the best defensive player in football. They have a star defensive. They have a star really at every level of their defense if you still consider Minka to be one.
Not only do they have a quarterback, but they have an unprecedented situation with the salary that their quarterback is earning this season, and probably will never have again.
They're in it.
A team paying the entire freight, but a little bit more than $1 million for that starting quarterback.
They should carry Sean Payton off the field if they win a championship. I think they're a legitimate contender. I'm not predicting them to win, but the idea that they have a chance to beat some of these teams in the AFC, I don't even feel like that's like a hot take. That just seems real at this point. So, do you agree? Like that's it. You have to be that. You have to be a legit contender in order to be willing to sacrifice resources to go out and make a big move at the deadline. I'm not saying they will, but only a team with real aspirations would even think of that.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet as far as putting them in the same breath as the Chiefs and Bills and the Texans. Other than that Jets game the other night, they mostly find a way to win, although they're leaking oil with injuries too.
See, I think the Steelers would beat the Texans right now in a playoff
Right,
game.
yeah. I mean, right now they might. I mean, it's easy to do the kind of comparative game. They beat the Jets beat the Texans, and the Texans do have all those guys banged up on offense. But I still don't think they have quite enough firepower, and I'm not there yet on Russ's play to put them in that discussion. But I think you're close enough that you got to try. I mean, that's what we were saying there before we went to break. I think you got to kind of send that message to this team and this locker room that we're close, and we're going to make a move to at least take a puncher's chance at putting us over the top.
All right, then let's play the either-or game. And we'll get to your calls in a moment at 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can always weigh in with our friend, the Limitless Wonder, on the Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Forget the package coming in return. Forget contracts. Forget everything else, okay? Would you rather have Mike Williams or Tyler Boyd?
I'd probably go Mike Williams.
Mike Williams or Cortland Sutton?
Cortland Sutton.
Do you think Cortland Sutton is on the block?
No, because I think the Broncos are kind of like the Seahawks in that they're still in it. I mean, they have a chance here. The NFL, there's so much parity. I mean, why punt on the season when you're above 500 or in the Seahawks case, just barely under and still in your division race?
Mike Williams or Adam Thielen?
Mike Williams for me.
Holy bird milk. Because of Thielen's injury?
Combination of that, the contract is not great, the age. It's close, but I think Mike Williams, maybe there's still something in there. He's at least the type of guy that you don't have in your receiver room.
Can you milk a bird, Limits?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. All right, so Mike Williams is still your winner. Mike Williams or Darius Slayton?
Here's where I think I'd go Slayton.
Even with the concussion, allegedly, or he's in the protocol?
Yeah, I mean, not to minimize that, but that shouldn't be a season-changing injury at this point.
Talk more about that. Why Slayton over Williams?
I thought he looked pretty good when he was here. I mean, Mike Williams got, one ball thrown his way at Acrisure Stadium, and he caught it. And I liked what I saw from a guy who's, 6'3", 6'4", has been on the receiving end of a lot of those moonball type of passes from other quarterbacks over the years. So that could click with Russell Wilson. But I just think Slayton's younger, has got a little bit more juice left in him.
Slayton or Jacoby I wanted that. I was just going to ask
Here
for that.
It is.
What is it?
Here
what
it
do
is.
we have?
Here's the move, everybody.
What?
Ian Rappaport. The Jets are trading wide receiver Mike Williams to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, right when we said it.
Right
For what?
when we said it. Perfect timing. There's no compensation that I'm seeing yet.
You sure it's the real Ian Rappaport?
A 2025 fifth-round draft pick, according to Adam Schefter.
A fifth-round pick for Mike Williams. I'm not thrilled. It sounds like you are. I'm not. I'm not a big Mike Williams guy myself.
It's a little steeper than I thought they might have paid, but remember, they have that sixth-rounder tied up in the Justin Fields trade with the Bears, so I imagine that complicated things a little bit.
I don't know. Am I wrong here? He's 6'4", 218.
You don't have that body type in your receiver room, which I think is at least worth something. You now at least have some different varying parts and pieces that maybe you can make something out of. And like I said before, it's also Pickens' insurance to some extent. Now, if Pickens would go down, you don't need to run the wing T or triple option to move the football.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
It's not so surprising because we knew they were interested in him in the offseason.
I wanted Thielen, I'll be honest with you.
Over Mike Williams.
Yeah, I'm with Patrick Peterson on that. I wanted a guy who caught 100 balls last year and can beat all kinds of coverage and gets open all the time. That's what I wanted. But in the not-so-distant past, this guy has, in 2022, in only 13 games, 63 catches for 900 yards and 4 touchdowns. It's okay. It's all right. You like it more than me.
Yeah, because this also tells you the big winner here, assuming there's not another receiver move, which I don't think there will be now, is Calvin Austin.
Yeah.
Playing in the slot, doing a lot of the things you just mentioned about Thielen, albeit, 6 or 7 inches shorter, but he's coming off the best game of his young NFL career.
Yeah.
The big loser here is Van Jefferson, and he's been kind of a placeholder, I think, for the most part, since they signed him, since they didn't get Ayuk, since they didn't get Devontae Adams. So now you've got another guy who can play on the outside, opposite George Pickens. I like this because now Arthur Smith has another club in the bag to say, okay, opposing defensive coordinator X, you want to devote all this attention to George Pickens and what he can do to hurt you, or Pat Freiermuth over the middle of the field. We still think at this age and with terrible medical history that Mike Williams has, that he can at least win a one-on-one matchup with your lesser corner.
Yeah.
That he can at least go down there and catch a 50-yard go ball from Russell Wilson that touches the moon and then drops back down under the shining lights of Mount Washington from upon high.
I'm trying to catch up here on some scouting reports on Williams.
I mean, that's the big issue with him, Joe, is that he's been hurt so much over the course of his career. I think that's why he didn't have much of a market this offseason, but it was our Jerry Dulac who reported that the Steelers were going to have him in for a visit, and then I don't believe he ever made it here because he signed with the Jets. They threw probably too much money at him. They didn't know in March or whenever it was that they were going to trade for Devontae Adams. So the calculus did change, and there was also the report, it might have been Rappaport, I can't remember, before the Steelers played the Jets here a few weeks ago that they were negotiating and they were going to table those talks until after that game. So it's kind of been a little bit of a cat and mouse game with Williams and the Steelers for a while.
Limits, how do you feel about this? On a scale of 1 to 5, you're not excited at all as a 1. In fact, you barely even care. And 5 is they just won the Super Bowl.
2.5. I think it helps them at the wide receiver spot. Like, I think he would have been a decent addition at the start of the year, and the Steelers, like Brian was saying, were interested in him. But I mean, he has not been productive with the Jets. He seemed like an outcast, maybe more so of a...
Rodgers ripped him.
Yeah,
after
Rodgers.
That one game, that's when you kind of knew the beginning of the end was here for Mike Williams, when Rodgers ripped him for running the wrong route on his game-losing interception.
He was going to be moved. I think he'll be decent in this offense, but he's not the substantial player. Like, didn't DeAndre Hopkins go for a 5th-round pick to Kansas City?
It's a conditional that becomes a 4th if the Chiefs get to the Super Bowl and he plays 60% of the snaps, which I assume he will.
I'd be fine with that instead. So, yeah. I mean, I don't feel great about it.
When you compare it to some of the other deals, that's when it looks a little less appealing.
Yeah, it could have been better. They could have done better.
All right, here's some background. This is when the Jets were interested in him in the offseason. And this is a deep dive. Perhaps some people will find it boring. I don't care.
No, I think
his route tree is more like a tiny, hedge in front of your house. But it says he doesn't just run go routes, doesn't have a complex route tree, Brian. His downfield abilities open up a lot for him underneath on hitch routes or crossers. He's shown an ability to counter physicality. He's a physical receiver when he wants to be. His catch rates, going into this year, he has gone 15 games and 115 targets without a drop. You like that? Do you like to hear that, Brian?
That's good.
Contested catches, better than a 50-50 success rate, and has made 90 such catches in his career.
That's what he does. I mean, when you have that kind of size, that's what you should be doing. I remember him doing it at Clemson, too, back in the day. I think he was on that Clemson team that Pat Narduzzi beat with Pitt down in 2016.
Here's a little, here's a little treat for you. Red zone. This was going into this season. 19 of Williams' 33 career touchdowns were 20 yards or less, including 8 from inside the 5. He's clearly a good option to throw the ball up so he can win a one-on-one matchup. I'm warming up to this, Limits. 412-928-9370. Steelers said to be acquiring Mike Williams for a conditional fifth or a fifth?
It's just a fifth.
Okay, for a fifth. I can warm up to this, Brian. After the catch, not particularly special numbers, it says here.
He's not a yak guy.
No, he's not a yak guy. He's a red zone guy.
But you have those guys.
Yeah, you do?
George
Yeah, I
Pickens,
guess.
Calvin Austin.
Yeah.
Even Scotty Miller. I mean, if he ever catches a pass, he can do some things after the catch. So that's why I thought it was better than Thielen on its face, because everything you just laid out so eloquently there, Joe, from someone's scouting report.
Yeah.
You can't identify a player on the Steelers roster, at least a receiver, who gives you those things outside of George Pickens. The red zone catches, the contested catches.
Well, right, but George Pickens gives you those things. So I was looking for a real counter to him in an Adam Thielen.
I think the other part of that discussion, too, though, Joe, is Russell Wilson. I mean, he did a little bit more against the Giants. He's not really known for throwing over the middle of the field all that much at this point in his career. I mean, his strength, which the Steelers have really touted since the moment they signed him, was that deep ball. So Mike Williams is going to help you more there than Adam Thielen would.
Listen to these two incredible stats. Are you ready, Brian?
Maybe.
Are you
Depends
ready,
what they
Limits?
are. I
Two
might not be ready.
unbelievable stats on Mike Williams here. A little bit obscure, but eye-opening nonetheless. And this was coming into this season, so this may have changed. I want to be very clear about that, Brian. What are you doing over there? You keep reading your phone. Are you reading scouting reports?
I'm reading tweets. And
what's the reaction
He's talking
out there
to sources.
this? Are you talking to sources?
I haven't looked at the reaction. The only reactions I'm worried about right now are Joseph, Raymond, Starkey, and City Limits, and whoever might be on that phone line.
Listen to this. Coming into this season, Mike Williams had never fumbled in an NFL game. How about that? Here's another one.
Najee Harris-esque.
He has never, going into this season, been called for holding or any other kind of illegal block at the NFL level. This guy's not going to hurt you, Limits.
He's a choir boy.
He doesn't fumble. He doesn't fumble, and he doesn't get penalized. He's not highly penalized. He's lowly penalized.
He says his prayers at night. He does the right things. He doesn't get in trouble.
You know, now that I think about it, and it's partially because he's never really risen to, like, Pro Bowl, let alone All-Pro status, but I can't think of any sort of, like, bizarre Mike Williams storylines, which is unusual for a receiver who was a first-round pick. So, I mean, let's hope for our sake in the locker room as reporters, beat reporters, that the Steelers brought in a low-maintenance guy, as Mike Tomlin likes to say. And, yeah, at this stage of his career, maybe he's got a little fire lit under him that Aaron Rodgers did put him on blast. Now, Rodgers said they patched up that little tiff after, I forget what game it was, but he probably wants to show people that he can still get the job done here in the AFC.
I'm warming up a little. I guess I'm a 3 out of 5. I'll warm up a little bit to this. He does have 2 offensive pass interference penalties. Is there anything else you'd like to know about Mike Williams?
I don't think so. What's his birthday?
I don't know. I'll give it a 3 out of 5. All right? Is that good enough for you?
Yeah, I'm probably there as well, just because of you do start looking at other trades that have been made where the market was set. Now, Deontay Johnson's a weird one because obviously the Steelers couldn't and wouldn't have reacquired him.
Oh, my God. His birthday is my daughter's birthday, October 4th.
You're in.
I love this guy.
You are in.
October 4th, 1994 Limits.
It's a sign from the cosmos, if anything.
This is the greatest trade in Steelers history.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, so he just turned 30. I'll take this. It's better than what they had.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of what I was just saying there. It's going to be a guy that players in that locker room are familiar with his work. He's going to look great getting off the bus at 6'4". I mean, he's got all the physical traits. If he can stay healthy, if he can still run, which the Steelers have been a little bit leery about dipping into that over 30 pool of receivers in recent years. Now, Allen Robinson, I don't remember his exact. I think he was only 29 when he was traded for last year. But, I mean, he was basically in that bucket, and I would say he didn't give them much.
That was a disaster. Let's go to the phone lines, shall we?
Yeah, let's do that, Joe.
Limits?
Let's go to Steve in Gibsonia.
Hey, Steve, thoughts?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I was kind of hoping towards Jacoby Myers before Williams.
Jacoby Myers or Williams, Brian? Who would you rather have had?
You know, I ranked a bunch of these guys in my mailbag last week. They were both in there, and I can't remember who I had higher. But now on the Joe Starkey birthday family scale, I'm going Mike Williams for sure.
Yeah, I think they're is there a huge difference between them, sir, or
They're
not,
pretty different
in
players.
your opinion?
They're pretty different players. But, Steve, why were you more on the Myers train? Younger, a little more versatile route tree, if you will?
Very well phrased question. Go ahead. Is he still there?
He hung up.
That's all he had to say?
I guess.
Who's next?
Let's go to Tim in the North Hills.
What's up, Tim?
Joe, this drives me absolutely nuts. You're telling me they sat there and they waited, and they waited. They said, DeAndre Hopkins, no thank you. You know what, we don't want to give up too much for him. But let's give up the same round pick. I know it's conditional. If the Chiefs make the Super Bowl, I mean, that's a pretty big condition. We sit there and we hear all these receivers named, and then the best they can do is Mike Williams, who
He's
I
right.
do think is an upgrade.
You're right. I've changed my mind back. I was swayed by his birthday. Brian, what have you done to me and to all of us? They were in on Devontae Adams and Brandon Ayuk, and DeAndre Hopkins went to the Chiefs for this price.
The first two, they weren't going to be able to get Adams. He wanted to go to the Jets to play with Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
We know that. Ayuk, I mean, they tried a lot. They weren't willing to go as far as the Niners wanted them to go, and I'm fine with that ultimately. But Hopkins is the one where you say, yeah, what happened there? Why would you not have been more aggressive in that pursuit?
Yeah, we've gone all the way from having keen interest in Adams and being hotly in pursuit of Ayuk and Cooper Kupp, according to Schefter, and now it's Mike Williams. I've gone back the other way. Is this guy still on the line? Sir, you've swayed me the other way. Keep talking, and maybe you'll talk some sense into Brian.
No, Brian, I see your point. It's just, to me, as a fan, they don't go all, like you said, they don't go all the way for Ayuk. They don't. They wait on Christian Kirk. It's just I would have expected more for all of this waiting and all of this planning. And I just an extremely disappointing situation, I think, based off of what you're seeing other players go for. I know they couldn't have traded for Deontay Johnson, but I'll tell you what, in my opinion, at this point in his career, even though he's had a down year in Carolina, who hasn't, he's still a better receiver than Mike Williams at this point.
Yeah, the Ravens stole him. The Ravens stole him for what they got, and it probably tells you what Deontay's reputation is around the league at this point.
You know what he's saying? After all of this, it adds up to Mike Williams. It's disappointing.
It's somewhat similar to the Ayuk situation in that it felt like simultaneously the Steelers were both too patient but not patient enough. I mean, if they would have taken this up to the deadline, did they get someone better than Williams? Did they get him for cheaper? It comes across here at, what was it, 115, 120? I mean, obviously there were negotiations and talks happening for quite a while. I don't know ultimately why Omar Khan decided to get it done right now and what changed on their end or the Jets' end. Maybe they heard back from somebody, say the Giants with Slayton, that, yeah, we're not going to do it for this price. You got to go higher. And Omar said, we're not going higher. So it's hard to know unless you're in those rooms. But, yes, certainly when you compare it to Hopkins, I think Hopkins is a better player at this stage than Mike Williams. And it's every other team around the league had to be watching him with the Chiefs last night saying, how did they let this happen?
I'm back to it, too. Where are you guys with this? That caller was very good.
I'm still
after all this drama and all these months, they come up with Mike Williams. Where are you, Limits? I'm at a 2.
Again, I'm like a 2.5, maybe a 2. Just not that enthused about it. This is not Mike Williams of 3 or 4 years ago.
412-928-9370. Perhaps you're flip-flopping, as I am. Give us a call. Let us know how you feel. Steelers said to be acquiring Mike Williams for a 5th-round pick. Injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. We heard Mike Tomlin say about a lot of different people today that he's sort of leaving the light on for them. Everybody from Cordero to Herbig to Frazier. Sounds like a lot of optimism on most of those guys. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's talk a little FanDuel, shall we? We have all kinds of games this weekend, and we have all kinds of NBA games, I might add. So if you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now, every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Who knows? It might become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boosts. New to FanDuel? Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Steelers have their wide receiver acquiring Mike Williams from the New York Jets for a 5th-round draft pick. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Did you know the cost of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform? The total cost to taxpayers since 2021 is $72.8 billion. Current Washington leaders have irresponsibly allowed entry of over 7 million illegals, 5 times the number from our prior elected officials. This election, remember, politicians aren't just ignoring us, they're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold. Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED. And it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burrito. Just a heads up, long before most of you start paying any real attention to the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder are 7-0 for the first time in franchise history, and each of those 7 wins is by 12-plus points. This on the heels of 57 wins a season ago. The real test is the postseason, but OKC could not have started much better. I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's Breakfast Burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble. Now through November 12th, get thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan to auto start bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention.
which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It was a great moment in show history. Limits, if you can tape that or clip it and replay it. We were waiting for the trade bell, hoping that the afternoon guys didn't get it, because we don't want Pony and Muller to get all the good stuff, Brian.
We
want to get
Deontay
those.
Johnson right after we got off the air last week.
I know. We want the good stuff, and we got the trade right in the middle of a segment.
We want the funk.
It's Mike Williams to the Steelers, according to Ian Rappaport and others now, for a 5th-round pick. Brad Spielberger, whose opinions I respect greatly, says never ideal to pay $6.6 million for a half-season rental, but the Jets made the best of it. Sounds like he thinks getting rid of him was good for the Jets. And this was a subtweet of Adam Schefter saying Steelers will take on the remainder of Mike Williams' contract, which I'm guessing is obviously about $3.3 million. He will become a free agent at season's end. Brian, I've now had the intermission to think about this. I'm very unexcited about this, especially after all the rumors, all the reports, all the pursuit of receivers for this team, and it winds up with Mike Williams on trade deadline day for a 5th-round pick. I hope he surprises me, but I'm pretty nonplussed, I think is the word. I just am.
Yeah, I mean, this one's more of a rental. Adam Thielen has another year on his deal after this one, so there'd be also financial ramifications to bring him in. If you were deluding yourself into thinking they were going to get a DK Metcalf type or whatever, that wasn't realistic to me. I mean, I said it as soon as I sat down in this chair here across from you, Joe. But I can understand when you stack it up against some of these other guys who were on the move. Our buddy Adam Crowley just put it succinctly on Twitter that, you know, the Chiefs get DeAndre Hopkins, the Ravens get Deontay Johnson, the Bills get Amari Cooper, and the Steelers are sitting here with Mike Williams in their lap. So, I mean, I get it. It's not a deal that blows you away. Maybe he'll be a good fit for this offense. Maybe he will click with Russell Wilson. Maybe it'll be good for the role allocation. It's not going to upset the apple cart with George Pickens. He's still clearly the number one guy, the go-to guy, and Williams is either going to start opposite him eventually or he's going to provide backup help.
And now they have size, on the other side. So 2 options there. Russell Wilson likes to throw the ball down the field. He's an option there, and especially red zone. So, all right, Limits, play that moment, and then we'll say goodnight. Slayton or Jacoby I wanted that. I was just going to ask
Here
for
it
that.
is.
What is it?
Here
what
it
do
is.
we have?
Here's the move, everybody.
What?
Ian Rappaport. The Jets are trading wide receiver Mike Williams to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, right when we said it. What a moment it was, Brian. You and I shared it.
I was waiting patiently for that news, and you were hounding City Limits.
I know, and he came through. They all came through, except maybe for the Steelers. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Brian Bacco every Tuesday from 12 to 2. You were great, as you always are.
Thanks,
Thank
Joe.
you, Brian.
Sure.
Fan Weather, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High is 79 today with sunny skies. Thank you, Limits. You did a bang-up job, and I'll see you tomorrow as we start to turn our attention to a pretty big ball game here.
Thank you, Joe. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Mike Williams from the Jets, the newest Steeler for just a 5th-round draft pick. The trade deadline is at 4 o'clock, so still 2 hours and change for the Steelers to make another move. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. A Canadian battle on the ice tonight as Montreal will host Calgary. Both teams come in tonight's matchup averaging less than 3 goals a game on the year. The Flames have been really cold lately, with 8 of their last 10 games going under the total. That's where the BetQL model is looking. Their 5-star best bet on the ice tonight is the under between Montreal and Calgary. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app tonight.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, Pennsylvania, you've got a big choice to make. Who are you going to send to the Senate?
Bob Casey's Pennsylvania through and through. Scranton-born, PA values.
Dave McCormick's the hedge fund CEO, living in Connecticut for 15 years.
Casey is taking on Mexican drug cartels smuggling fentanyl and voted for the toughest border bill in history.
McCormick opposed that bipartisan border bill and got rich investing in Chinese fentanyl.
Casey is working to restore abortion rights.
McCormick wanted to outlaw abortion with no exception for rape.
Casey wrote the bill to expand Social Security.
McCormick's plan could cut Social Security and your Medicare.
Bob Casey has always fought for you.
Dave McCormick fights only for himself.
Pennsylvania, it's your choice now, and you have a great one with Bob Casey.
Paid for by Win Senate, which is responsible for the content of this ad. WinSenate.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends, and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Well, I'm Phil Sims. I played pro football for 15 years, and I'm taking Balance of Nature. Let's read some of the ingredients of this. Tomato, banana, papaya, apple, cherries, cranberries, broccoli, spinach, onions, green cabbage, garlic, carrots, kale. Just nothing but a lot of good ingredients in this.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off with your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code
Phil.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. Week 1 on Awaken 180, lost 21 pounds. Then through week 2, I got a little compulsive, got really stressed about continuing to drop weight. I started weighing myself every day. Turns out, I didn't lose a single pound in my second week. Didn't gain anything either, but didn't lose any weight. Here's where the Awaken 180 difference comes in. Because I spoke with my coach, Natalie, and she helped me focus on some things. 1, don't get so stressed. Stress is bad. My body's clearly adjusting to the program, and she made sure that I knew that. Secondly, I actually wasn't eating enough. I got so stressed and so busy that I forgot to fit in extra veggies and healthy fats that I should have been eating. What kind of program encourages you to eat more often? Yeah, Awaken 180. What program has supportive and knowledgeable coaches? Awaken 180. Do what I'm doing now. Do what Chris Smaller, Donnie Football, Paul Alexander, and what 23,000 others have done. Choose the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Go online for a consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Kamala Harris worked with Joe Biden to make things cost less for all Americans. Here are a few examples of what they did. They made a rule that prescription drugs can't cost more than $2,000 for people on Medicare like seniors and the disabled. They lowered the cost of inhalers to $35. They lowered hearing aid prices by making them available over the counter. And they lowered the price of insulin to $35 per month. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%, and cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and right now at Universal Windows Direct, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today, 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boosts all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers have their man, Mike Williams. He's coming to Pittsburgh for a 5th-round pick. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now on a trade deadline Tuesday, it's Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mike's a quiet guy. He just kind of goes about his business. You know, Mike had a rough injury last year, that ACL. It's tough to come back from. And he worked his ass off all off season. Wasn't around for a lot of training camp. He's working on the side. But I felt like, you know, he was getting better throughout the early part of the season when he felt like his speed was getting better and he was feeling more comfortable with it. That's a tough injury. I had that injury. He'll be good in that locker room. Obviously, got a lot of great veteran leadership. He's had a nice career. And sometimes change of scenery is great for certain guys.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. 2 hours away from the trade deadline. The one topic that went on and on and on like the song from a Lamb Chops show. This is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friend. The Steelers' pursuit of a wide receiver. Around 1:30, about a half hour ago, a deal that was long rumored actually happened. Mike Williams is finally coming to Pittsburgh. We have Aaron Rodgers to thank for that, passive-aggressively talking about Williams there on the McAfee show, because we know Mike Williams is a Steeler because Aaron Rodgers had no use for him. So if Mike Williams goes on to have a fine Steelers career, we can send Aaron Rodgers an edible arrangement or whatever.
How about an ayahuasca arrangement?
Now it's cayenne pepper and water. He's calling that the fountain of youth. That's his new thing.
Because he's a dumbass?
He said that it was making him feel much better, and when I read that, I'm like, this seems
specious.
No, I said this seems like not so dangerous that I might try.
How much
it to
cayenne
see if
pepper is he doing?
See that
in
I
the
don't
water?
know about the exact formula.
I can probably explain it real quick. It's spicy. It's therefore probably got some anti-inflammatory properties.
I think I might try it. Like, I'm going to go to the gym tomorrow morning. I think I'm going to drink
Donnie,
a
I
little
think
bit
our guy over here needs to
beforehand.
buy some new T-shirts. It looks like his arms are popping out of this one like he's Hulk Hogan, like he's Jesse the Body Ventura.
Come on, stop.
Look at him. He's got that Final Four T-shirt on from 2003. It looks like his arms can barely be contained.
Gonna have to start to pre-rip them down the neck.
That voting
Make
sticker.
it easy to tear it off.
He's got his I voted sticker, and it looks like it's I voted because that O is getting stretched out.
I give the trade a B-. They overpaid for Mike Williams. I thought they were going to be able to get him for a throwaway 7th-round pick, that the Jets were just going to say, here, take him and take his salary and get him off our hands because the quarterback calls the shots here, and we don't. We've all been made eunuchs by Aaron Rodgers. He's the boss, not us. And I also give it a lower grade when I compare it to what DeAndre Hopkins got traded for. It was a 5th-round pick for him. I watched him catch 2 touchdown passes last night. I think DeAndre Hopkins is better than Mike Williams. But the reason why I end up giving it a solid grade of a B- is because I am of the opinion right now that the Steelers are a Super Bowl contender. They're not the Chiefs. They're not undefeated. They haven't won Super Bowls in back-to-back seasons. But they are among the tier below the Chiefs and Lions that are capable of winning multiple playoff games. And maybe if everything broke right on any given Sunday, they could beat a team like that. Tampa almost did it last night, and they've got, when I talk about wide receivers, they were throwing the ball to Sterling Shepard. My dad, who's in town, looked at me and said, I thought this guy was out of the NFL 5 years ago. And I actually said, me too. He was their number one. He was their number one wide receiver. And maybe they go for 2 points, and they should have. They win the game. Who knows? And so my stance on this team is, they're not just thinking about adding a guy to clear some low bar or finally exceed lowered expectations. I think they might have something here. And when your team is in that class or in that category, and you have an obvious need, I think it's incumbent upon you to do something about it. And it's not Brandon Ayuk or Cooper Kupp or Devontae Adams, even DK Metcalf in the last 24 hours. His name popped up. These
How about
guys
Darius Slayton, Pony?
Evidently, Giants fans think he blows ass, and he played apparently the best game of his entire life against the Steelers.
Well, he had like
on Monday
8
Night
for
Football.
$125 and a touchdown before that game. In a game this year. He
Yeah,
had a couple 100-yard games.
I'm hearing just a lot of Giants slander.
Yeah, from Sean Marash,
who does afternoon drive there. But he has not been traded yet. We'll see what Slayton gets dealt for in the next hour or two. He also is in concussion protocol.
Is the reason Mike Williams went for for a lot in terms of a pick relative to, I think, what we all thought? Because unless I'm reading this wrong, his cap hit this year, his actual salary this year is only $627,000. The Jets, therefore, had to pay him $3.3 in signing bonus right when they got him.
Okay.
Like, I would think that the Steelers are taking on very little money here to do this, and that has to at least be part of the compensation going the other way, because in my brain, I have the same thought. Why is he not being traded for a much lesser pick overall? I give it like a C+. So I give it a lower grade than you. I mean, he's better than Van Jefferson as long as he's healthy. He helps Russell Wilson with Russell Wilson's favorite pass. It's another target for the moon ball.
So
that's it.
But that's another reason why I don't give it. So I guess I disagree with some of the reaction to it that I've seen on social media so far. That part of it seems redundant to me. Yes, you needed another outside wide receiver, and he is an outside wide receiver. But if Mike Williams' specialty is the deep throws, the contested catches, the go up and get the ball downfield, that's what George Pickens does. And there's no rule against having two of those guys, but my preference would have been somebody that's better inside of 15 yards. If I have the deep ball with him, and I have it to a much lesser extent in Austin, who's more of a down-the-field guy, and a much, much lesser extent in Van Jefferson, that's like the only thing he was advertised as a guy that could go get it downfield. I need someone to catch, I think, the intermediate to short routes that are vital to winning
Jefferson's done
games.
that a little bit lately, suddenly. I mean, he's caught the touchdown was a short little route, a little rub route.
But that's why, in theory, as far as a fit, I liked Thielen more. But now
is Thielen ever going to be healthy?
Well, not only that, it sounds like because they traded another receiver in Carolina today,
Mingo.
They're just going to hold on to him for veteran presence, for veteran savvy to school younger guys there and have him be the shepherd to the wide receivers that are in their first or second year that they actually like. So
if
there's no guarantee Thielen's going to get traded in the next 2 hours.
The good of Mike Williams is if he's right physically, he forces a team, if you happen to run a pattern that has two guys going on more or less deep balls, they have to decide who's getting singled up back there. And I would think he keeps safeties off the line of scrimmage the more that he's out there, in which case it is complementary to their running game. Because if you're running against two high safeties, we all know they want to run the ball, and when you're running against two high safeties, it's a lot easier to play the numbers game. I mean, that is true. I give it a C+ because I always do this when we do these grading segments. It is a better than average move in the sense that it makes them better. But it doesn't knock my socks off. He is having a much worse year. I don't care if Darius Slayton is having the greatest 5-week run of his life. He is having a significantly worse year than that guy who I wanted, who probably will be more expensive. I think Donnie brings up an interesting point.
I haven't heard Donnie talk yet. Where did he bring up
tweeted
this? Okay.
I think he should say it right now. I think it might be true.
Say it, don't spray it. We
want the news, not the weather.
Meaning what I just tweeted a couple of minutes ago?
A minute ago. Why the waiting game? The waiting is the hardest part.
Yeah,
Donnie.
I mean, I think 2 weeks ago, I think this could have been had for a 7th-round pick, maybe a 6th. But they waited like they did all offseason. They waited. Sometimes you take it down until we're hours away from the trade deadline, or sometimes it's last call at the bar. They're playing closing time, and you're like, oh, man, we don't have a partner here. And that's what happened. So a slight overpay. It's not as bad because they have a pair of 5th-round picks from the Kevin Dotson trade. But they could have made this trade 2 weeks ago and probably got a 7th-rounder.
I don't like saying that pair of fifths thing because everything you read about next year's draft, not to get in the weeds, I'll make this quick, is that because all the COVID eligibility guys are finally done with college this year, that next year's draft, the 2025 draft, is supposed to be one of the deeper ones people have ever seen. Like, day 3 is going to have much more useful players on average than it usually would.
But I'm comfortable overpaying because of where my team is.
Well, they're going for it. They're trying to make themselves good enough to actually compete.
And overpaying and taking a player that was valued as a guy that would go for a 7th, maybe a 6th, you end up giving up a 5th. It's much easier for me to swallow and much easier for me to digest instead of a guy that you had valued as a 4th and you gave up a 2nd-round pick for him. We could go through it. It would take time, but we can look back on the Steelers' 5th-round picks over the last 10 or 15 years. We would not come up with many players that ended up becoming contributors to this team. In fact, there's a line of demarcation. This is usually the round where they end up trading picks.
Well, they haven't had one in the last 3 drafts.
They've had one in the last 7 years, I think.
Isaiah Loudermilk.
Yeah, that's it.
Gentry was a 5th rounder too.
They usually just say, okay, we're getting to the point where we're willing to trade a long-term prospect to help us win now. And in the last few years, trying to win now seemed like it was far-fetched because of the gap between their quarterback play and what the rest of the league was getting and their team compared to the top contenders. But it does not seem like it's this Grand Canyon-sized gap that they need to make up now.
Jeremy Fowler apparently reporting the Steelers, quote, took a hard look at Darius Slayton before making this trade. So it does seem like the Slayton situation is the Giants might want a lot for a guy that's suddenly picking up steam as one of the best guys realistically available.
And Mike Williams didn't have as big of a game, though we're close to Slayton, but he did come into the game against the Steelers with the Jets and caught a big 4th down, and they pulled him, and you could see his body language was very unhappy with that decision. Donnie, you're great on this trade.
I gave it a B+, similar to you.
I gave a B-.
A B-. Yeah, so we're all around the same ballpark here.
Wait,
B-, C+.
Okay, you gave B- too.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I gave B-. Sorry, I got confused because we're giving B-, C+, as we all pretty much have the same answer. Because I don't hate it. I don't hate the move because we've been saying for weeks that I like the offense where it's at. These guys are playing well. Jefferson looks better. Calvin Austin looks better. But add another capable body into there, and it maybe brings it up to getting into the conversation with some of the big dogs in the AFC. Now, then you give the other viewpoint of, well, they could have had him cheaper a couple of weeks ago, but they were doing their due diligence, which they've been doing since March.
I mean, I've gotten a text while we've had this conversation.
They love their due diligence,
I can't tell if this is from a Steelers fan or somebody who roots for the Ravens trolling us, mocking the Steelers.
You don't know who it is?
Well, I don't. The person didn't identify who they root for. All I'm saying is the person did say that the Steelers gave up a 5th for Mike Williams, whereas the Ravens got Deontay Johnson for basically nothing. And just from hearing you guys talk about Deontay Johnson for years on this show, I get the impression that both of you guys think Johnson is better than Williams, even though the Steelers they weren't allowed to trade for him. They were banned from doing so. But just as far as the arms race of the division goes, the Ravens gave up less and got more, is what this texter is saying and mocking the Steelers for.
I mean, right now, Johnson is a better player.
Your best availability availability, Donnie. Can't make the club from the tub, bub.
And the trade was a swap of a 5th and a 6th for Johnson, whereas the Steelers just gave up a 5th. So if we're grading where we thought the teams were pre-trade plus what they did at the deadline, I don't think the Ravens are better than the Steelers, period. But I understand that when I talk to you two guys, I'm kind of...
Or most of our listeners who don't agree with your assessment there.
Really?
I mean, I think the people who...
You think if we just threw it out there, 412-928-9370, better team at the deadline, Steelers or Ravens, the vast majority of people are going to call in and say, I root for the Steelers, but it's the Ravens? 412-928-9370. Comment on that in the next few minutes.
Sure, throw out your little pet question here. I'll be right, and the people who will agree with you will sound partially unhinged.
I don't sound unhinged. I had a nice, relaxing vacation.
You sound like you picked up a nice little head cold on your vacation.
No, Stella was crying. I did the let her cry it out method last night, and I think I'm just
emotionally drained and physically.
I think I'm just sleep
How
deprived.
long did she have to go before she cried it out?
Like 30 minutes.
Have you stepped up to 30 minutes, or did you just go cold turkey 0 to 30? You're
Well,
supposed to give
is out of town, so it went 0 to 30.
Was there a game on?
No, it was from 1 a.m. to 1:30.
Oh, middle of the night's a different story. I thought you might have
she
been.
goes right down.
I thought you might have been like sleep deprived or addled because you were watching Lemoyne give Syracuse all it could handle.
I watched that
night.
too. Mike Williams to the Steelers. They finally have their wide receiver. So what is your reaction to this trade? We all feel okay about it. I feel decent about it. How about you? 412-928-9370. We'll get your calls on the Steelers finally getting a wide receiver when we come back. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops, 96-56 win in the opener against Radford last night. The Panthers will welcome Murray State on Friday. Tip set for 7 at the Pete. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Pre-game starts at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. And yes, Weather Seal is a company that I have endorsed and talked about fondly for years. I'm a big fan of these guys and the job that they have done here in Pittsburgh with people like me, at the time a younger homeowner, now middle-aged homeowner, and trying to maintain the value of the house. Old house needed something repaired before I sold it. This house wanted to add something to it. And Weather Seal right now is a great deal going on when it comes to the roofing sale that they have. No interest for 2 years with approved credit within just a week. That is Weather Seal. So 2 years of no interest. You don't pay a penny until 2026. Plus, you can get on-site financing. You can get your loan approved immediately and get that new roof done in a week's time. That's all, plus free gutter upgrade coming your way, too. That's Weather Seal. Call now, 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Sharkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? I'm telling you, these guys simply cannot lose. You know which guys? Kermit and company. All they do is win. It doesn't matter what the conditions are. It does not matter what the stakes are. It doesn't matter what time of day or where the game is played, or if Kermit jacks up his ankle throwing a touchdown. In the end, the Chiefs just win. I'm Jim Rome.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sideline, high steps his way in for the touchdown.
Mike Williams really did not come out of the blue when the Aaron Rodgers incident happened with Williams a few weeks ago when he was on the outs. This was looked at as a logical landing spot, and the Steelers got him today. Omar Khan finally pulled the trigger, a fifth-round pick going back to the Jets in the deal. We still have an hour and 40 minutes until the trade deadline. We'll see if anything else happens. 412-928-9370. Let's get to your reaction. Here is GP on the Fan. Hello, GP.
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, I got two things for you. The first one is, this is an insurance policy. That's all it is. What if Pickens goes out and gets hurt or something? He goes up for a combative catch and gets hurt. You got somebody to back him up.
Yeah, but he'll play over Van Jefferson. He'll be their number 2 wide receiver.
Yes, correct. But I think it's a good pick. It's better than nothing. Better than not making a move at all. You agree?
Yes. Yeah, when you say it that way, when you see a man that hasn't had a meal for 2 weeks and you offer him a cheeseburger, he's going to act like he just ate at Morton's. I mean.
Exactly. I just gave a gentleman a ride home from the voters poll that didn't have a ride home. I gave him a ride home to his house.
He thought you were driving a Maserati. What were you driving him, GP?
No, I was driving a Chevy Trax 2024.
Well, congratulations on all your success.
Hey, I appreciate it. And then the second thing is look, I think they're going to make another move here before 4 o'clock.
For what?
Who do you think they're going to get, GP?
They're going to get a defensive lineman because Cam's getting up there.
An edge guy or a guy who will play on the interior behind Benton?
Interior, somebody who can clog up the middle because they're having trouble stopping the run. So if they get help up front, they might have to spend a little bit of money, but that's what they need. Either that or that cornerback that's available.
Well, the cornerback that's available went to Washington. They got Marshawn Lattimore, and that means he'll probably suit up against the Steelers on Sunday.
Which means the chances of an actual fist fight breaking out in that game just went up by 10%.
Well, he's a get-under-your-skin guy? Well, that'll be fun with GP.
I think
Not
Mike
the guy
Evans,
on the phone, I mean George Pickens.
I think Mike Evans, who always struck me as more mild-mannered, he is to Marshawn Lattimore as Andre Johnson is to Cortland Finnegan.
Those guys got into a big fist fight.
Correct.
Puka Nacua got thrown out of a game for throwing
and
a punch.
killed my fantasy team. Hey, Puka, what the hell are you doing?
Mike is on the Fan. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Quick question.
Sure.
What was Mike Williams' stats last week? Deontay Johnson, didn't he only catch one pass?
He hasn't done diddly. You talking about Deontay Johnson had 0. He had 0 yards, 0 catches, 0 touchdowns, Deontay.
And what was Mike Williams'
1 catch for 6 yards.
Already, boom. Okay. We've done better than the Ravens.
And I agree with that statement for the simple reason when you guys were talking earlier about they got Dante Johnson for exchange of the 5th and the 6th.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yep.
They're giving up 2 players for we gave up 1.
Mike Williams has 2 catches for 21 yards in the last month.
What did he do against us and the Steelers?
1 catch for 15 yards.
And what did Dante Johnson do when he was with the Panthers?
More catches than Williams.
Well, the reason why I asked that question for simple reasons.
Deontay Johnson, 30 catches, 357 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
And Williams has 12 catches for 166
and no
yards,
touchdowns.
Mike. Thank you.
I can hear the circuits just going popping. What was the point there? You know, when you're out,
that he agrees with me that the Steelers are better than the Ravens, and he was trying to find a cute and clever way to say it. Here's Joe on the Parkway. Hello, Joe.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Your question is, though, the Steelers better than the Ravens right now after the trade deadline? 100%, because I don't see where is their holes at in their team compared to the Ravens. Because last week I watched the Ravens drop multiple interceptions, look like a team that was – I'm sorry, not last week, the week prior against the Browns.
Yeah, when they played the Browns.
What did they do this past week to a team the Steelers beat by 7?
Did we have Russell Wilson that week?
Were the Steelers going to beat the Broncos 41-10 with Russell Wilson?
I don't know. Well, could they have?
Well,
was Justin Fields going to put up as many points as Russell Wilson did with this
The Ravens have, by yards per attempt, the number 1 passing offense in football, the number 1 rushing offense in football, the number 2 scoring offense.
Joe, don't back down from
the number 1
here.
total
I'm
offense.
not, because you know what? You have the best running quarterback in the league and probably one of the best running backs in the past.
You're not doing a good job making a case for why the Steelers are better than the Ravens when you start from there.
Yeah, but what if he says
we pay
this?
how much money for our defense to stop the run, and we've done it. We shut the Ravens
Tyrone
down.
Tracy just ran
wait a minute,
on them like he was Hulkamania.
Okay, but who's Lamar Jackson's daddy? That's the Steelers, and remember that.
That is true, Chris.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, in a Lincoln-Douglas debate, that's where they'd shut the damn thing down.
Well, how about this? How did the Steelers do against the Raiders, and how did the Ravens do against the Raiders?
Very,
you want to do transitive property
very
work?
Trenchant
Let's go
point.
there.
The Raiders are actually going to the Super Bowl as a result. That's why Luke Getsy still has a job.
That's why Norv Turner just got hired to be their offensive coordinator. Here's Neil in Coriopolis. Hello, Neil.
All right. So, on paper, yeah, the Ravens are better on paper, but
games aren't played on
Lamar
paper.
Jackson,
if they were, we'd see way less concussions and injuries, Neil.
Yep, I know. So listen.
Can you imagine if there were concussions when games are played on paper? Very dangerous paper.
So, 20 times he's been sacked by the Steelers. Derrick Henry, when he was on a fight, shut down by the Steelers. So, those two guys don't really matter to the Steelers.
True.
So, I would say, yeah, they might beat the Chiefs. The Steelers probably couldn't beat the Chiefs, but the Ravens would. But that doesn't mean that the Ravens are better than the Steelers.
Well, hold on a second. Now I need to jump in. I'm not ready to concede the Chiefs game now. I know that they're undefeated, but they don't have great offensive tackles. Actually, they have terrible offensive tackles. And we've got Alex Highsmith and T.J. Watt.
Who would you give them a better chance of beating in a one-game scenario right now? Kansas City, neutral field, or Baltimore?
Baltimore. Yeah, because of the history against Baltimore. And because you like to bring up, too, in that matchup, I feel like the Steelers do have the better coach in that matchup. Tomlin is John Harbaugh's daddy.
People just, I think, need to look at one thing. The Ravens are very bad at defending the pass. And
we just got Mike Williams.
They are very good at everything else. Number 1 in the league in yards per attempt allowed and gained running,
Chris,
and yards per attempt passing. Do you know why they're bad at pass defense, Pony? Because everyone they play is playing from way behind.
No, that's not the only reason why they're bad on it.
It is the major reason that they are behind. They have problems there relative to most years.
They don't pressure the quarterback enough, and their corners aren't like they used to be.
Yeah, and they make up for that fact by scoring 30-plus points most every game. They have 2 of the worst losses in the NFL this year. I would never deny that. They also are beating...
sounds like you're denying
They
it.
also are beating good teams by 3 and 4 touchdowns. They beat the Bills 35-10, Pony.
Okay, and the Steelers beat the Jets 37-15. I can shout out random scores if you want to play that game. Follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by what?
Who's better, the Bills or the Jets? Who's better?
Have they played yet? Yeah, the
Bills won.
beat them. Okay.
Got anything else for me?
PM Team Tomlinism of the week coming up. We want your reaction to the Mike Williams trade. It is official. The Steelers get their man. They send a fifth to the Jets for Mike Williams. Your reaction to that trade, 412-928-9370. Are the Steelers done? We'll get into some of the rumors about what else could happen between now and 4 o'clock. Right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Kansas City stays undefeated. They beat Tampa Bay 30-24 in overtime last night. Thursday night football, Cincinnati and Baltimore. Thursday, 8:15 kick. You can listen to that game right here on the Fan. NFL on Westwood 1 coverage starts at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about the Wet Go Car Wash. And I was just there actually twice while I was on my staycation at the one on 19 in Peters Township. Very nice people there getting me in and out quickly. Stella went through twice. She likes the noises and the optics of going through the car wash, so it's very soothing, I guess, for her. She was napping one time and didn't wake up. And right now you can get your car washed over and over again as much as you want when you pay just one low monthly price from WetGo. And the good thing is there's so many locations, you're always close to one. 45-plus locations in town. And the Unlimited Pass gets you access to all of them. There are some gym memberships within a company where, you have to pay extra to get access to all of them. This is not true. You can have one that you go to frequently like I do because of location and proximity, but they're all available and much easier to get your car washed by them in less than 2 minutes than it is to get everything together, the wax and the soap, and to try to do it yourself and to get the undercarriage wash and the tire shine and everything else. So go with GetGo today. The WetGo Car Wash, getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related, Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need an ASCO dye test? Call Metz. Need a second opinion for a sewer repair? Call Metz. Black and gold hydrojetting with camera special, only $299. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, 412-872-4105.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Introducing Pittsburgh's first concept store, Tons. Discover exclusive designer brands for women and men in the heart of East Liberty, 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
No, we don't care about the Joneses, man. Our story is our story. We got an agenda that we're trying to live, and when we don't meet it, man, we're thumb pointers. We guys that look in the mirror. The opponent, the nameless great faces that we play are irrelevant in terms of the agendas, particularly the things that we value and the places that we hang our hat.
All right. That is our Tomlinism of the week. There's like 3 to choose from there. When talking about the Steelers' poorest run defense versus the Giants and the task ahead of playing Washington, leads the league in rushing touchdowns, and then the Ravens after that averaging almost 6 yards per carry, the number 1 rushing attack. He said we don't worry about the Joneses. He also said we're thumb pointers, and also went back to the nameless gray face which is one of Mike's favorites.
Thumb pointers. We're thumb pointers. Point that thumb right at me, pal.
The Joneses, that family gets thrown around a lot, man.
They must have it.
People are either very worried about the Joneses or they're not thinking about the Joneses at all. There's no middle ground.
But
you're
the
either
Joneses
obsessed about the Joneses and keeping up with them, or you want nothing to do with them.
Well, either way, the Joneses are very prosperous, right?
The Joneses are like the gold standard, it sounds
right.
like.
So you're either trying to keep up with them, implying they are very successful, or you're ignoring them because you don't want to compare yourself to a more successful
The Joneses
group.
are like the New York Yankees of families.
Like the Rockefellers.
Yeah.
Those Joneses, man, I'll tell you what, they must have it made, though. Would you like to be in the Jones family? What if they said, we're keeping up with the Filipponis?
Who's the most famous Jones to ever play for the Steelers, Broderick?
No. I hope not.
Landry?
How about Felix?
There's got to be some other, Joneses that have plied their trade here, right?
The Steelers have just made another trade. We will update you on that in a second. Let's go to Brandon in Phoenix first. Hello, Brandon.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, brother.
So I think getting Mike Williams is obviously an upgrade over what they had. As soon as the trade went down when I was at work, I have a guy I work with who's a Cowboys fan, and I pretty much laughed in his face and said, you guys traded for Jonathan Mingo for a 4th-round pick. We just got Mike Williams for a 5th. I don't really want to hear it from you, buddy.
The only thing I will say about that Mingo deal, and I still think it's a bad deal because I think Jonathan Mingo stinks, I will stress, if he's any good because he's on a rookie deal and only in year 2 of that rookie deal, that's why they paid so much. But I think he sucks.
And Cowboys fans trying to, still be obnoxious and win arguments is hilarious. I don't even know why.
It's been 30
years.
With
that. That's why.
30 years
that's why we hate Cowboys fans because they still try to act like they have.
What's Jonathan Mingo going to do with Cooper Rush throwing him the ball? By the way, that's what you should have said.
Yeah, and I started having a conversation, and we're obviously getting off tangent about the Cowboys, but saying that, I would rather have Cooper Rush than Daniel Jones. I'm like, okay, let's not be.
Has your friend been drug tested lately?
Yeah, he probably. How else do you become a Cowboys fan? Anyways, Brandon, what else you got?
Exactly. I'm saying, I was thinking, okay, if Russell Wilson, who, yes, the sample size is small of the last 2 weeks, if Russell Wilson can elevate Van Jefferson to a decent wide receiver too, what's not to say that Russell Wilson can't elevate Mike Williams, who, other than George Pickens, is like the king of running under a deep ball and out jumping people which is a perfect combination with Russell Wilson.
I mean, that's the thing. I gave it a C+, which everyone thinks is me being mean about the trade, but that's the thing I like best is that he is redundant with Pickens, but in an offense where the quarterback loves heaving it deep, like that's his favorite thing to do, I don't think redundancy is a bad thing.
Especially when redundancy works. If you were trading for somebody that has similar skill set to another wide receiver and it already didn't fit your offense, well, then that would just be banging your head against the wall and doing something in a bullheaded, stubborn way. This is getting more of something that has been successful with the quarterback you have. I do think, and I agree with this, but it is crazy to say that we've reached a point where we think Russell Wilson will get more out of a wide receiver than Aaron Rodgers.
But, I mean, you've seen 2 games where, the proof of concept is there, and you can just – it's easy
Yes, I know, but one guy has won 4 MVPs and is a top 10 quarterback of all time, and the other guy was told by his previous employer to leave, and they wanted him out so badly they're paying him almost $40 million to suit up for us. But I think Brandon's right. yes, I do have confidence in Russell Wilson untapping or pulling something out of Mike Williams more so than one of the handful of best quarterbacks of all time. Because I also think Aaron Rodgers, and Ben was like this.
I think he wants to get it out quick now.
But yes, that's true. But the point I was going to make is when Ben wanted to freeze somebody out just because he had a problem with the guy or didn't trust him or didn't like him, he would do that.
I do not think that Russ has that in his DNA.
No, but I think Aaron Rodgers did that with Mike Williams.
I'm agreeing with you in that we know.
Well, I'm not used to you agreeing with me so far today. That's why I'm argumentative even when there's an agreement that's taking place.
Well, then get right after it with the callers here. Let's see if we can get any more crazy.
Mike is on the north side. Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, man, good to talk to you again, Mike. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so I do think that that trade with Mike Williams is probably a C+ to me. I don't think he
Muller's
is
getting
a great
killed
receiver.
by people for saying C+. Tell everybody why Chris isn't out of his mind.
Well, here's the thing. I think for him to be impactful, I think it's going to have more to do with strategy and play calling than his natural athletic ability. Just the way that the offense is set up, I don't think there's room for him to be another freak athlete like George Pickens is. So that's why I'm saying this is C+. But I mean, he will bring some depth. And here's the thing about the Ravens not being better than the Steelers. We got better at a position, which is receiver, which is their Achilles heel in their secondary. It sucks, but our Achilles heel also is the run game, and they got stronger, in that area. So it's kind of a toss-up. But the reason I would give the Steelers the tip is because if the game gets tight and we need to pass, then we're better at that than they are. And so I feel like that for that reason, the Steelers are better than the Ravens.
What if the game doesn't get tight? Well, forget it.
The games are always tight against them. You're throwing out something that never happens against the Ravens.
I just remember,
we don't lose to them 41-10 like the Broncos do.
I don't know. You got to rely on a lot of weird stuff happening, like them dropping 9 or 10 passes in the game that the Steelers beat them last year with Pickett.
Oh, I'm sorry. You haven't been watching the Steelers for the last 10 years, or weird things seem to happen in every single one of their games.
I don't like hanging my hat on weird things. I don't.
Mike Tomlin's made a career off of winning weird games lately.
And do you usually feel very good about Mike Tomlin?
No, but I will admit he's winning me over this year with the Russell Wilson move.
And I guess one of the other things that's weird in those games is John Harbaugh obsesses over being perceived as smarter than Mike Tomlin and steps on a rake.
Last caller just gave the Mike Williams trade a C+. What do you guys give it? 412-928-9370. Did the Steelers finally answer their wide receiver riddle with this trade? A 5th-round pick going to New York for Mike Williams. 412-928-9370. And we have another Steelers trade to report. We'll tell you what they did with a contending team. They traded with another team with Super Bowl aspirations. What's the deal? We'll tell you next. First, a quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment on The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Pennsylvania, you've got a big choice to make. Who are you going to send to the Senate?
Bob Casey's Pennsylvania through and through. Scranton-born. PA values.
Dave McCormick's the hedge fund CEO, living in Connecticut for 15 years.
Casey is taking on Mexican drug cartels smuggling fentanyl and voted for the toughest border bill in history.
McCormick opposed that bipartisan border bill and got rich investing in Chinese fentanyl.
Casey is working to restore abortion rights.
McCormick wanted to outlaw abortion with no exception for rape.
Casey wrote the bill to expand Social Security.
McCormick's plan could cut Social Security and your Medicare.
Bob Casey has always fought for you.
Dave McCormick fights only for himself.
Pennsylvania, it's your choice now, and you have a great one with Bob Casey.
Paid for by Win Senate, which is responsible for the content of this ad. WinSenate.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Hey, are you considering an electric vehicle but you're worried about the cost of a home charger? Worry no more. When you buy or lease a new EV from No. 1 Cochran Kia, you'll receive a $1,500 credit toward your charger purchase and installation. This offer is exclusively available at No. 1 Cochran Kia this October only. Simply mention this ad when you buy, and the $1,500 home charger credit is yours. No. 1 Cochran Kia has also partnered with Treehouse, a nationally renowned electrical contractor that can handle the entire permitting and installation process. Get your EV and a $1,500 credit toward your home charger purchase now at No. 1 Cochran Kia. Shop their EV inventory online at CochranKia.com. May not stack with other offer. New in stock only. Promo does not increase price of vehicle. Ends 10/31/24.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us, they're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
The heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Get your home winter ready with Window Nation. Save up to 40% on your energy bills. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Schedule an in-home estimate now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com. It's harvest season. Stop by Salem's Market today for your farm-to-table fresh and local produce. Perfect for soups and stews. Open every day. 29th and Penn in the Strip and 1850 Center Avenue in the Hill District. Find more at salemsmarketgrill.com. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Steelers finally get a wide receiver, Mike Williams, who they wanted in the offseason, comes over for the Jets for a 5th-round pick. The Steelers have made another deal that we will tell you about right after this headline. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a trade deadline Tuesday with Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Is there a piece that needs to be added to that group? Do you anticipate any kind of movement?
We work the trade market, not only at that position, but all positions. I think every team does, particularly those of us that are trying to lean in as the road gets narrow. I acknowledge that we're active participants in trade discussions, but to be quite honest with you, we always are. I wouldn't read too much into that behavior. I just think that's normal, prudent business for us if you're trying to be a developing world championship outfit.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. Well, the hits keep on coming. Mike Williams, welcome to the Berg. And now, how about this trade? Preston Smith, who is in his early 30s, has been a Washington Commander and Green Bay Packer and edge rusher for several years. Last year, actually, had a really good sack season, had 8. The year before that, 8.5. This is a guy that has a reputation for getting to the quarterback. He has been traded to the Steelers for a 7th-round pick. Is this in this upcoming draft or the year after, guys? Did you see the year? Is it 2025?
2025, yeah.
Okay, so they trade a 7th-round pick
assumption
in 2025 for a solid
He's a depth
edge rusher.
He makes you wonder about Herbig's health, I would think.
Really?
Don't you have to?
I think that Mike Tomlin is just...
I know Mike Tomlin's a huge
trying
Preston
to make
Smith
sure
fan because here's what Ramon
their ducks
Foster
are in
said.
a row here, and that they've got, regardless of injury, they're loaded at the position on defense that he values the most, which is the edge rusher getting after the other team's quarterback.
And if you felt great about Nick Herbig's health, I think, well, no, DeMarvin Leal's done for the year too, obviously. Ramon Foster 3 minutes ago, our buddy Ramon. Coach T has always been a fan of him, meaning Smith, since he was in Washington. Wednesday team meetings on Preston were always very detailed. Good to see him in black and gold. So Mike Tomlin was spending an inordinate amount of time or a very detailed portion of the meeting making sure Preston Smith didn't beat him. This almost sounds to me like they found out he might be available and Mike said to Omar, please go get this guy. I love this player.
It's strange that the Packers, who are very much in the mix, would trade a guy that started all 9 games for them this year. But as a friend of mine in Wisconsin pointed out, they did the same thing last year. They traded Rasul Douglas, a corner, to the Bills when they were still in the mix for the playoffs.
I'm just looking to see who
they do things differently there. They draft quarterbacks when they still have franchise quarterbacks, and evidently they trade good players when they still think they can make the playoffs for chump change for 7th-round picks.
On their defensive line, because he was listed there as defensive lineman. He was their oldest listed D lineman by far. They've got Van Ness.
Yeah, Van Ness has backed him up most of the year, but in the last game against Detroit, Van Ness did out-snap Smith. So,
Devontae Wyatt's on that team. I mean, the guy was at 2.5 sacks. That's a sack by committee team. Nobody on that team has more than 3 sacks this year, the Packers.
And their defense has been really good.
Yeah,
even without some big-time sack artists. They've
got 13 players.
They held Detroit in check on Sunday. The rain helped, but they didn't get lit up.
They have 13 players who have recorded at least a half sack this year. I feel like that's a pretty large number.
I'm going to give this trade an A-. I like this deal because you said that you think it has something to do with Herbig. I just think Tomlin wants that position loaded. He wants it stuffed to the gills, and that's the name of the game on defense. You get pressure on the quarterback, it makes life a lot easier.
Well, is he better than I can give it how about I give it a B+ and people can bitch that I'm still being negative. I'll give it a B+. When you take Watt and Highsmith, or maybe even Herbig, if Herbig's not back yet, out of a game, do you want Jeremiah Moon coming off the edge in a big situation? Now, I know the time that happened this year, it worked out fine for the Steelers. Or do you want somebody like Preston Smith who's got a baseball card?
Well, that's why they had Marcus Golden here before he retired abruptly. They like having the veteran guy that can go in there as a change of pace for 15 or 20 plays and just pin his ears back and get after the quarterback.
PFF thinks he's been pretty solid this year. They got him graded as more good games, I would say, than bad. They got him graded with 2 really bad games.
Well, in this case, I'm going to trust PFF.
No, I know. That's why I brought it up. It's the classic, do you like PFF's grading? Well, if it agrees with my priors. I was looking at his run defense grade, too, because it matters to them if a guy sets an edge pretty well. He gets a decent grade, above average, almost a 70. He's also a bigger dude.
Like, if you just look at him, he's a much larger human being than Nick Herbig.
Packers fans furious with this, by the way. They don't get it.
Well, that always makes me feel good because you know what? Packers fans know ball, in my opinion.
Do they?
I think they're ball knowers. I think they're certified ball knowers. And therefore, if they are pissed off about this, if they're crying into their cheddar, then I am happy about it.
Donnie, you want to grade this one?
I'm pretty happy with this one, too. I mean, I hate being the same on this if I give it an A-, but...
Well, great minds like you and me can think alike.
I mean, they're loading up on a position they don't really need to, but it's also nice to just have that in your back pocket. And, okay, the numbers for him are down this year, but he has put together a pretty solid
He's also kind of a hybrid player, too.
Watt missed the playoff game against Buffalo with an injury last year. Highsmith has missed time this season. So if you can get a solid player, a good player, and give up really nothing to get him to enhance your depth, go and do that. For me, it's another sign that they think they have a good team, that they have a shot, that they're filling in around the margins here to add to the talent pool of their roster.
It's what good teams do anymore. Donnie, what's your grade here formally?
He said A-.
I'm going A-. I mean,
I'm gonna
they
get
got
killed
him for
again.
a 7th, and they're only paying him $2 million. I know he's due.
It's not guaranteed money. He's
correct.
due like $28 million over the next 2 years, 27.5. None of it's guaranteed.
Correct. So just cut him loose if you don't like how things are looking.
He is more of a Leal type player in terms of how big he is. Like, he's big enough that he could actually get down and play like in a pinch on the defensive line for a snap or two, but he's a big edge-setting type of player. Your buddy with the man bun, Nick Farabaugh, said he has already asked around to his people, nothing tied into Nick Herbig at all.
There you go. See, I told you. They just value that position, and so do I.
Well, you should have asked somebody like Nick Farabaugh did.
Omar Khan. He's making big enough moves where we can start playing that again.
Yeah.
He got himself back on track today.
You know what I wouldn't mind seeing?
Yes, I think he's done. They've traded their 5th, 6th, and 7th round pick. I think that they're done.
Why, you think 6th?
What's that? The 6th is going for Justin Fields.
The Fields deal.
Yeah.
Well, they have 2 5ths. Well, they could always trade like a 7th from 2026 and maybe get like a Brandon Scherf or somebody like offensive line. I think they need some O-line depth. Donald?
I think they need an O-line starter, as in a guy to play right tackle, but those dudes don't grow on trees at the trade deadline.
Maybe they could flip Dan Moore over and see if he can handle it now, several years into his career.
412-928-9370. Let's talk to you. Here's Matt on the fan. Hello, Matt. Matt, you there?
Hello, Matt. Goodbye, Matt.
Here is James in Elwood City. Hello, James.
I appreciate you guys. First-time caller.
Cool. What do you got for us?
Going back to the Mike Williams trade, I think that's a solid B because he overcame injuries early in his career. He had the pedigree. He had some productive seasons in San Diego. He'd still be there if it wasn't for cap issues with him and Keenan Allen. I think people are probably lowballing him a little bit due to the fact that he went to the Jets and due to Rodgers and his favoritism or nepotism. He got, pushed aside and forgotten. And I think for a 5th rounder that, we looked at years earlier and wanted him, he's better than what we have now. I'd also like to say real quick that I think we should throw something, kick the tires, maybe for Tyler Boyd, because we are missing a Roman Wilson type guy. We keep talking about it. So Tyler Boyd would make a good story coming here, and he's had production as well.
I've heard Mike Tomlin wants nothing to do with him, James.
Oh, personal reasons?
The time he said the Steelers quit at the end of a game?
Yeah, he's not endeared himself to the Steelers coaches, is what I've heard. Because he's said he has said and done some things that have, I think, gotten under their skin to the point where they're like, the hell with you, is my understanding. Because he wanted to come and play here this offseason, and they're like, no, we're good. We don't need you. We view you strictly as a slot receiver. We need outside guys. I'm coming around on little Calvin Austin. I can't believe I'm saying that, but
Russ has gotten him involved.
I would rather have Calvin Austin than Tyler Boyd. There, I said it, even though Boyd is one of the great wide receivers. In fact, he's the 2nd greatest wide receiver to ever come out of Pitt.
Antonio Bryant?
Yeah, I take Tyler Boyd's career over him. Here's Rob in West Mifflin. Hello, Rob.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
We're good, Rob.
I talked to Malsey yesterday. He was, call back tomorrow. I called back, Malsey. And
you were worried. I said, call back tomorrow. No, Rob didn't tell you the whole story. He called in.
He only gave me like 2 sentences so far. I would hope that there's more to it.
Exactly.
You were very worried yesterday, weren't you?
And I'm still worried.
Okay.
About what?
This is not the same Mike Williams that came here and torched us, man. There's way better receivers out there. If you're telling
like who, Rob? Start naming some for us.
Jacoby Myers is better than Mike Williams.
He hasn't been traded yet.
Man, go get him. If we're serious about winning, go get him.
Okay, if another team trades for him and we drop the ball and somebody else was willing to give up a package and you want to call back again tomorrow to bitch and complain, well, then I will afford you the right to do so. But if the guy doesn't get traded, I can't get on the Steelers for not acquiring a player who might have been unavailable. I don't know. That doesn't seem fair to me.
Yes, I don't know. Something just popped up in my phone about 15 minutes ago and said they were so close to getting Darius Slayton. I don't want to keep hearing that. We're so close to doing this, doing that.
Well, yeah, they just got a better player than Darius Slayton. His name's Mike Williams, Rob.
Are you serious?
Yep, I'm serious as a heart attack.
Hold on, time out. Don't hang up. Pony, are you serious?
Yeah. You don't think Mike Williams, you want to go back of the baseball card? We can go year by year. You tell me who you're going to like more, Darius Slayton or Mike Williams.
I'm talking about right now, man.
Yeah.
I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, fourth down.
You mean to tell me Mike Williams is better than Darius Slayton, the one who just cooked us on national TV?
He did. He cooked us, and maybe Mike Williams would have had a chance to cook us if he didn't piss off Aaron Rodgers. You know how prickly Aaron Rodgers is.
Listen, man, I don't want to keep hearing he got mad at Aaron Rodgers. You mean if he's cooking people at the Jets practice, he's going to play? I don't want to keep hearing that, man.
Wrong. Aaron Rodgers calls the shots there. Randall Cobb was grilling hot dogs with his family, and he called him and said, come play for the Jets, and guess what? They signed him. That's how much pull he has there.
Tony, so you saying this is a good pickup?
I gave it a B-, Rob. I didn't go crazy for it. I'm not thrilled by it, but I feel better about the Steelers right now than I did at 1:00 this afternoon.
I mean, he's a better upgrade, but he's not better than Darius Slayton.
Well, we're just going to have to agree to disagree on that, Rob. I'll trust the people in New York that say that Darius Slayton played the game of his life here and is actually not that good of a wide receiver. Now, you want to say DeAndre Hopkins? I'd rather have him for a 5th-round pick than Mike Williams after watching him score 2 touchdowns last night. He did also almost blow the game for them.
Steelers weren't interested in him.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. I don't understand that. That makes no sense to me.
You know, if Darius Slayton is not traded yet because the price has been pretty high, then the league at large thinks he's the better player, or in terms
or the Giants are just incompetent and want to keep him for some stupid reason. Again, how can I get pissed at the Steelers for not trading for Darius Slayton if literally no other team does it?
What if he does get traded?
Well, if he gets traded,
a 3rd-round pick or a 4th-round pick,
I'd rather have Mike Williams for a 5th than him for a 3rd. You would have been willing to give up a 3rd to rent Darius Slayton? Are you out of your gourd?
I'm more saying that to the point of other teams would have felt like he was worth more in a trade than Mike Williams.
412-928-9370. So how you feeling about the Steelers trade deadline moves? Mike Williams from the Jets, and now Preston Smith comes over from the Packers. The guy had 8 sacks last year, so they've added to their pass rush. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Donnie's hosting with the Landon Roberts at 6. It'll be the first time you hear a Steelers player react to these big trades. We'll be with Donnie at 6 o'clock from Minio's Pizza House. A headline, and we're right back with your calls on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins in action tonight. They take on the Islanders. Puck drop set for 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk about Weather Seal Home Services. So I'm talking about them for the 2nd time today. I'm totally cool with that. Double dipping here because of my success with Weather Seal. I've double dipped with them. I've used them on the old house. I've used them on my new house. They built my deck. I was talking to my dad today about how I wanted to grill steaks later tonight because this is the warmest election day on record here in Pittsburgh, and taking advantage of the very warm November weather on that luxurious deck that was built by Weather Seal. But that's not all they do. They also do roofs. And Weather Seal right now is an amazing roofing sale going on right now. They can get it done in a week's time, and you have no interest for 2 years. You don't pay a penny in interest for 2 years, plus they're going to throw in a free gutter upgrade with your purchase. Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to their website, weathersealhomeservices.com, and schedule that free quote and estimate today. They'll get your financing all set, and you'll be ready to go in a week's time with Weather Seal Home Services.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I wish I could tell you that I was surprised to see the result in Happy Valley on Saturday, but, of course, I wasn't. Nobody on the planet was surprised to see Ohio State beat Penn State yet again, and that right there is a big problem for Penn State head coach James Franklin. Listen, this is still a really solid Penn State team, and they're still in great shape to make the playoff. But then what? The only way to change that narrative, James, is to actually win one of these games. I'm Jim Rome.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-290-0239. 800-290-0239. Again, that's 800-290-0239. Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to endurancewarranty.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Pennsylvania, you've got a big choice to make. Who are you going to send to the Senate?
Bob Casey's Pennsylvania through and through. Scranton-born, PA values.
Dave McCormick's the hedge fund CEO, living in Connecticut for 15 years.
Casey is taking on Mexican drug cartels smuggling fentanyl and voted for the toughest border bill in history.
McCormick opposed that bipartisan border bill and got rich investing in Chinese fentanyl.
Casey is working to restore abortion rights.
McCormick wanted to outlaw abortion with no exception for rape.
Casey wrote the bill to expand Social Security.
McCormick's plan could cut Social Security and your Medicare.
Bob Casey has always fought for you.
Dave McCormick fights only for himself.
Pennsylvania, it's your choice now, and you have a great one with Bob Casey.
Paid for by Win Senate, which is responsible for the content of this ad. WinSenate.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders is a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the last 13 years. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays, $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see the most electrifying showdown of the year, Friday, November 15th. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul,
only at Cheerleaders.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigars AJ Fernandez Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet John Shabachi, AJ Representee. Save 25% on AJ Fernandez box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free, plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona News AJ Fernandez Cigar Smoker. Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
Medicare open enrollment begins October 15th. Are you ready to explore your options? In Pennsylvania, you can get free, personalized assistance from PA Medi. PA Medi at your local area agency on aging is your trusted, unbiased source for Medicare information. They'll help you compare benefits and plans in your area and could even help save you money. Call PA Medi at 1-800-783-7067 today.
Supported by a grant from the Administration for Community Living, paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of 28 at the interchange with the 40th Street Bridge. Expect some delays coming through Millvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
For the next 15 seconds, there will be no political ads. You're welcome. You know, we don't just remove junk, we restore sanity. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 45 minutes away from the NFL trade deadline, the Steelers have traded a 5th-round pick. They've traded a 7th-round pick. They've gotten back 2 vets. Mike Williams, wide receiver. Preston Smith, an edge rusher with the Packers. We are getting your reaction to these deals at 412-928-9370. Let's go to Ben next. Hello, Ben.
Gentlemen, the sun is shining, the birds are chirping, and the Pittsburgh Steelers finally got a wide receiver number 2. Is he Hawkins? Is he Adams? Is he Ayuk? No. But what he is a good receiver who doesn't fumble the ball, doesn't commit penalties, and is good at the deep ball. Hey, guess who's really good at throwing the deep ball? Russell Wilson. Steelers fans, I know this might seem like a meh kind of trade, but it's only because we've been talking about it since the freaking draft. I promise you, it is okay to be happy. And we got Preston Smith on top of this. Omar Khan for freaking president. Boys, I love the show. I'm fired up, baby.
Thank you, Ben.
You think he did that off a script?
No. I think that was completely ad-libbed.
You like that style of radio call?
I thought the guy brought it.
I mean, but he kind of like didn't want to be interrupted. He wanted to. It was like the air coming out of a balloon.
He was
and then
rolling. It was like Belushi in Animal House. Just let him keep going.
Donnie, your thoughts on that one? Good call.
That was a good call.
I think it was pretty good.
See, the point, the fact that you had to ask makes me think you didn't like it.
It just seemed a little sing-songy.
These moves enough for people to now sing the praises of Omar Khan.
We don't got Omar coming?
Donnie has that one, or at least he did. He'll have to look into that. All right, so there's a guy that's very bullish now on what the Steelers have done today. How about you? 412-928-9370. Here is Adrian in Pittsburgh. Hello, Adrian.
Hey, fellas, since everybody's voting, can we all vote to get Crowley off the station?
Did you say Crowley?
Crowley, yeah. Get him off.
Turn your radio off in the background.
Why are we hearing such?
I'm in. Hold on one second here. Okay, I'm in the hospital, so.
Are you all right, Adrian?
What the hell's going on?
I might be getting put under for surgery tonight or in the morning, but hopefully I don't have to. But
well, thank you for squeezing us in between all of your complicated health issues, Adrian. We appreciate that.
Well, what a day to be a Steelers fan. Because I agree with you, Pony. And we'll get into that after I get my comment about Mike Williams. Mike Williams is a B+.
Okay.
The only thing wrong with this trade is we didn't give up a 6 instead of a 5. Mike Williams goes right into the Steelers offense. Van Jefferson and Austin's role that does not change. That because Austin and Jefferson can get us 20 to 20. Now we have the red zone threat that is tall, Jefferson's snaps will go down a little bit. Mike Williams is going to take some of those. Mike Williams can also block.
Adrian, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Since you're in the hospital, I hope everything obviously goes very, very well and you don't have to get surgery. But let's just say, for argument's sake, since we're talking about medical terms, you ended up in a coma for 5 years. You woke up, came out of the coma, and you were fine, but you had lost out on 5 years of your life. But you found out that Crowley had been fired from the Fan in that same time frame. Would you be more pissed off that you lost out on 5 years or happy that you never had to listen to Crowley again?
Happy that I never had to listen to Crowley again.
I was going to ask you if Crowley put you in the hospital, if he's to blame for what's going on here.
Not at all. It was just something bad that I ate. But I really want to tap on. I really want to tap into the Steelers are better than the Ratbirds.
Yeah, that's what I said, and Mueller got mad at me.
You are 100% correct, okay? And don't give me Jackson's a two-time MVP because the MVP's a joke. They just give the MVP to the team with the best record every year. It's a joke. So the Steelers are better everywhere on defense, secondary, linebacker, and defensive line, okay? The only thing on offense that Baltimore has better is the tight ends. We have a better O-line. We have the best wide receiver out of all 10 of them on both rosters. We got the best receiver, and we do have the best quarterback. Because all Mueller can say is he's a two-time MVP, and last year's was a joke.
I mean, they have one of the best running backs to ever play football in an offense that is absolutely humming, where he's got like 3 or 4 guys that are legitimate targets now for him to throw to.
But one game to win, Adrian would take Russell Wilson over Lamar Jackson. That's what I'm hearing.
Absolutely. And King Henry is better than Najee Harris. But the good thing about Harris is he's King Henry 2.0. He's a replica.
No, he is not.
He's not the real one.
No, he's not. That's like getting, what's that site, Temu or whatever, T-E-M-U? That's like going onto Temu or whatever and getting a Derrick Henry figurine because Najee, when he gets into the open field, can be caught by virtually anyone.
Well, he's playing like Henry right now. He's got 3 straight 100-yard games, Chris. Why you got to put the guy down?
He ain't Derrick Henry.
Yeah, but Adrian said 2.0. He didn't say just as good. He said he's a reasonable facsimile of him.
Thank you, Pony. You're
welcome,
listening.
Adrian. Yep.
Preston Smith is an A-plus grade. We can get a better player around the NFL for a 7th round.
If the Ravens,
that's actually a great point.
Now,
Adrian,
if the Ravens
let you go
had
to 10 of your health problems. Thank you. We hope you feel better.
You didn't want to make Adrian answer that next question.
What was the next one going to be?
Now, if the Ravens had traded for Preston Smith, what would you say about who's better?
See, you know what? That's actually a move they should have made. The Ravens can't get after the quarterback. They should have traded a 7th-round pick for him. But that last point is...
He has a 10% pass rush win rate right now.
What's happening the other 90% of the time? He's losing?
Zadarius Smith, for argument's sake, has the same exact win rate.
Okay.
And everyone's falling all over themselves.
Oh, they're fawning. They're saying the Lions
My
get ready
Detroit
to
Lions.
get to New Orleans and plan the parade thereafter.
No, I think they're going to go and win it all.
7th-round pick, you just... Come on. You find those under couch cushions. You trade them because very rarely do those guys amount to much. I know Brett Kiesel did great.
Would you like to name any other Steelers 7th-round picks of note?
Rob Blanchflower.
How about Spencer Anderson and Corey Trice? How about Chris Oladokun and Mark Robinson?
You know, it's a guy that's a dependable player. Pro. It's a pro player for a 7th-round pick.
Apparently Tomlin loves him, which means hopefully he loves the idea of playing for Mike Tomlin.
I just have to figure out, because my buddy in Green Bay texted me how much cap savings there is for the Packers now that they made this deal. Mm-hmm. For example, in 2025, they saved $10 million. In 2026, they saved $18 million. Mm-hmm. So now when we cut Smith after the year, do we have to endure that big cap penalty?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so we cut him basically free.
They trade him and still have to incur some of the dead cap, whatever the dead cap actually is for them, regardless of the cap savings. If the Steelers now have him and choose to cut him loose, I don't believe, unless I'm completely on drugs here, that that's their purview or their problem.
So those are basically phony, baloney, made-up years that are left on that contract beyond this year. He's a rental, even though on paper there's a couple of years left on the contract, is how you interpret that.
Correct.
Okay.
I might be wrong. Spot Track's very confusing to a stupid person like me.
Well, yes, because By the way, does Spot Trek actually have the Preston Smith contract in front of them? Isn't it also a little bit of educated guesswork on their part?
I think by this point, the guy who runs it, Giannetti or whatever, Marty Giannetti, I think he actually does have all these deals, basically. I think people leak this stuff to him and send it to him.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. We have 2 trades and still another 35 minutes before the deadline comes. The Steelers finally got their receiver, Mike Williams, and they also got help on defense with Preston Smith from the Packers. 5th round and 7th round picks traded. How do you feel about what the Steelers are doing? 412-928-9370. Does Mike Williams solve their wide receiver problem? 412-928-9370. Let's get your calls in on that next. Also, Donnie has his Tomlin tidbit of the week, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football back at it Saturday night. The Panthers host Virginia. Kickoff at 8 at Acrisure Stadium. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan with our pregame coverage starting at 5. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
I'm still kind of reeling from the fact that Adrian, currently in the hospital, said if he lost 5 years of his life to a coma but found out Crowley had been fired in the interim, he would call it a net win. Still can't believe that actually happened. Anyway, you know what I can believe, because I've seen the before and after so far, is that our pal Harry Callis, Donnie, he's on track to dwarf our successes with Awaken 180, and he had a little bit more to lose than we did. I mean, everybody's got a different situation. He texted me today, 32 pounds down already on the program. You look at the before and after, you could see our guy, his shirt is fitting better. You could see the beard is not kind of like pressed up with skin. The face is already looking a lot skinnier. I asked him, I said, Harry, how do you feel? He goes, a lot better. That is the main bonus. Besides seeing the number on the scale go down, is feeling so much better, sleeping better, reaping all the benefits of not carrying around all that extra weight. I lost 35 pounds. All those improvements happened for me. I think Donnie can attest to the same. He's lost over 45 pounds now. You can be the next big success story with Awaken 180 weight loss. They put out the program for you. You follow the program. You check in with your coach. The coaching stays free for life even after you reach your goal weight. It's all about you having success and sustaining success with the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 weight loss.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for Week 10. Joey Felitsky, the Whipple's leading passer, completed 24 of 37 for 247 in a win for North Catholic. Mars running back Eric Kasparovich scored 6 touchdowns in an upset win over Montour. And wideout Drew Cook, along with quarterback Ryan Coates, connected for 4 touchdowns for South Allegheny. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade. Men with ED, if you think taking old outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, New Flow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Will Indiana keep rolling as a favorite? I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Hoosiers spotted Michigan State 10 points and still easily covered last weekend, but the BetQL model is going to step in front of that Indiana freight train and take Michigan plus 14. It's a 4-star BetQL best bet. Are you in? I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh Firefighters. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
The season of performance event is happening now at Spitzer Acura. We're rolling out the red carpet and unleashing huge Black Friday savings all month long. Plus available low financing rates, 0 down leases, top dollar trade allowances. And with any new Acura, get a no-charge lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner during service. Hurry, our friendly consultants are ready to help you now.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Is there a piece that needs to be added to that group? Do you anticipate any kind of movement?
We work the trade market, not only at that position, but all positions. I think every team does, particularly those of us that are trying to lean in as the road gets narrow. I acknowledge that we're active participants in trade discussions, but to be quite honest with you, we always are. I wouldn't read too much into that behavior. I just think that's normal, prudent business for us if you're trying to be a developing world championship outfit.
Mike Tomlin. Donnie's Tomlin tidbit of the day on being transparent about the phones buzzing, the phones ringing, the texts chiming in, the emails being swapped as the Steelers were working hard, working fast to find help for this team, and they've landed 2 guys, Mike Williams and Preston Smith today. At 3:31, the deadline's at 4. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums. 724-443-5610. Donnie will be hosting with Landon Roberts at 6 o'clock tonight. The Landon Roberts Show from Minio's Pizza House. It'll be the first live reaction from a Steelers player to these deals.
What is Cordero Patterson saying? He's been recruiting every player in the NFL to come to the Steelers. Is he on Twitter?
Oh, he's loving the Williams move. He's tickled pink by it. I can see Cordero Patterson's tweets. I can't see Broderick Jones because I got blocked last week by him.
First block, forget it. That was too easy.
Yeah. I don't know what it was. When they tell you, they don't tell you what you were blocked for.
Patterson.
I mean, you got to keep in mind he clearly searches his name. Remember what happened earlier in the season.
Yeah, and I've sent out some videos of him not doing his job well.
Cordero Patterson tweeted Mike Williams 3 weeks ago. Heard them boys trying to get you out of New York. Finally got me one, he writes. Welcome to Mike Williams.
Yeah, he was
So he's casting fishing lines in the water and just hoping one of them bites.
Yeah, whereas, since he is a player and he was, tweeting out at, every single receiver, people were just loving it. Pony did the same thing from a radio host standpoint, and everybody just got mad at him.
Yeah, well, he didn't. Cordero Patterson didn't say, hey, Brandon Ayuk, glad to hear this one's on the goal line. Can't wait for you to be a Steeler.
That one's true.
I should get credit for Mike Williams.
No.
Yeah, I said, mark my words, he's going to be a Steeler.
You said he'll be a Steeler by next week, 3 weeks ago.
Correct. No, you don't get credit for that.
And if the Steelers had taken my advice, they would have had him for a 7th-round pick.
I'm not disagreeing with you there.
If and butts were candy and nuts, he doesn't get credit for anything.
I was ahead of my time. I was a
A futurist.
pioneer here on this.
Oh, wow. Who are you, Lewis and Clark?
You know that the Rooney family, recreated the entire Lewis and Clark thing?
How?
They did a family trip.
Oh, they did it. Okay.
They went to all the outposts. They, recreated the trek.
That sounds like something out of National Lampoon or something my dad would have wanted to do.
Oh, definitely, Mr. Mueller. I could totally see his history obsessed.
Oh, you should have seen my face light up when at 12 years old I was told we were going to Colonial Williamsburg for a summer trip.
My in-laws just got back from Williamsburg and said that there are people that now live in the colonial town and have the old colonial jobs.
Blacksmith,
so
cobbler.
they're legitimate cobblers and things of that nature.
Now, was there prostitution back in that time?
Definitely.
So there's got to be a town prostitute then, right?
You know what? I'm going to text my father-in-law and ask him that, because that's actually a really good point.
How far does the entrepreneurial spirit extend?
Donnie's Tomlin tidbit. Thank you, Don.
Wait, was there one in there?
Yeah, it was what he said about trades.
I already just blanked out completely because we started talking about Lewis and Clark.
Here's Steve on the Steelers trade deadline activity. Hello, Steve.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. How are you?
We're good.
Hello.
Good. This might have been said earlier. I've only been on for about an hour, but I am not a fan of the Williams trade, and here's why. And give me a minute. Is for a fifth-round pick, you could have had DeAndre Hopkins.
Yes.
And you can put his resume up against Williams all day long. And so I find this absolutely an abject failure on their part because it's value versus investment. And as a business owner, it's always value versus investment. So how do you give up a fifth for Mike Williams, but you couldn't give up a fifth for DeAndre Hopkins unless he didn't want to come to the Steelers? I mean, the guy's money.
He has no agency in that. He didn't have a no trade clause. You can overpay for something and it still makes sense for your team and makes it better.
Who would you rather have, Hopkins or Williams?
I'd rather have DeAndre Hopkins, but who would you rather have, Van Jefferson or Mike Williams?
Well, no, Mike Williams on top of Van Jefferson, absolutely. But I mean, for the same amount of value versus investment, the value of a fifth-round pick.
Okay, but I know, but I agree that the trade doesn't look as good when you compare it to what Kansas City did. But if DeAndre Hopkins, pretend for a second that DeAndre Hopkins didn't get traded for a fifth-round pick, you still would not like the Mike Williams deal?
Well, I love his red zone exposure. I love how the fact he can get some touchdowns down there. And I like the fact that he doesn't turn the ball over, but I just still find it disappointing that for the pick that we gave up, we couldn't get DeAndre Hopkins unless he didn't want to come here.
I heard and Pony heard the same thing, that they weren't that interested for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's not a DeAndre Hopkins was anti-Steelers. It was that the Steelers didn't want him.
No idea why they're not interested in him,
well,
although Williams does fit what Russ Wilson likes to do.
That is one of the reasons why I gave it a B- and not an A, because Kansas City, the team that you're chasing, got a better wide receiver for the same price, although it does turn into a fourth-round pick if they go to the Super Bowl, which is certainly possible. So if that happens, then they would have given up more than what you gave up for Mike
but
Williams.
they'd have gotten to a Super Bowl,
right?
So I think
exactly. So would it be worth it? Last night he made in his second game was just outstanding. 8 catches, 86 yards.
Stop for a second. Why are people talking about Mike Williams, by the way? He doesn't commit penalties and he doesn't fumble the ball.
Because it's just a way of taking a shot at Deontay Johnson is what it is, and I'm okay with that. That's why.
Who started this, though?
Oh, I didn't say any of that stuff. This is an organic thing. This is a grassroots thing.
I heard Starkey talking about it, that he doesn't take penalties, so he's a sound technique blocker.
Yeah, but then Austin said 10 minutes later, Starkey corrected himself and said, wait a second, what am I talking about? Mike Williams isn't that good. I don't like this trade anymore.
Oh, that sounds like Joe. I was on the receiving
Donnie,
end of
have
many
you
of
worked
those.
a show with a Joe where he's done that, where he's given one opinion and then in the span of 10 minutes he's completely changed his mind on something?
Surprisingly, no, not yet.
It'll happen. It will happen. Especially if you say something that he realizes is a really good point, and instead of saying that's a great point, he'll go, hold on, wait a minute. Then he'll just unravel his own argument and change it on the fly. It's a very neat little trick he does.
The only way this turns out to be an abject failure for me is if Mike Williams comes here and gets hurt or isn't productive, And then a couple of the guys that have gone to other places, like DeAndre Hopkins to Kansas City and Deontay Johnson to Baltimore, even though you weren't allowed to acquire Johnson. If those two guys go off and help those teams go deeper in the playoffs than you, well, then you can look back on it and say, well, like, woulda, coulda, shoulda, we should have been more aggressive, we should have given up more, yada, yada, yada. But I abject failure, I can't get there.
I think one of the interesting
now
things
they made themselves better, and yes,
they are better than they were today.
It was a fair deal. We've had great compromises in politics. That's what happened on this trade. You ended up giving up more than you wanted, but you needed to.
Name me a great political compromise in history.
Oh, well, Henry Clay was involved in some of those. Go look up the great compromise in Henry Clay.
I'll be sure to do that. I
bet your dad could tell us about that till we were blue in the face.
I will tell you this much about Mike Williams. I think what's going to be sort of interesting in a high wire act is the way he plays, and I think how they want to use him. He might only get 3 or 4 targets a game where they're going to try to throw up those home run balls.
Yeah, make them count.
Well, that's what I mean, though. I think he's got a thin margin. If he was a guy who's going to come in and get targeted 7, 8, 9 times a game, different story. He has more chances to show that he's worth the trade.
They don't throw the ball enough for that to happen.
They throw 50-50 balls, and he better come down with more than 50-50 of them.
Zach is on the fan. Hello, Zach.
Hey.
You there?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, man.
Yeah, so I'm actually from New York. So I'm a diehard Steelers fan, but all my friends are Giants fans. I go to a lot of Giants games.
Yep.
I get to watch Darius Slayton up close. Trust me on this. He had the best game of his life against us. I would take Mike Williams over him any day, especially that if we would have to get him, we'd have to reach like crazy. I'll take Mike Williams for a 5th rounder any day over Darius Slayton.
Well, we're 20 minutes away from the deadline, and Slayton still hasn't been traded. So there you go, Chris, someone that's watching both up close. Need I say more?
I think Sean Marash sent him to call us and give us this Darius Slayton take.
There's a guy that's, if someone called in from Green Bay and wanted to tell us about Preston Smith, I would value his opinion.
Well, the real thing Darius Slayton doesn't do well that would have made you specifically, Pony, lose your mind on him very quickly. He drops the football.
Yep.
He actually has a very real problem holding on to the ball.
All right.
Rating when targeted last year, however, 101.8. I don't think he sucks.
20 minutes away from the deadline. We'll see if Omar Khan has any more surprises for us. The Steelers have traded for Mike Williams, so they finally got their wide receiver, and they added depth on defense with Preston Smith, another edge rusher. We just had a caller call in and say that this Mike Williams deal is an abject failure, that the Steelers did not do enough at wide receiver. Do you agree or disagree with that? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Come back with your calls, and we'll give you the latest moves on the deadline, including the Ravens just made another move. But first, a headline.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking, though, for real. No, I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mostly clear skies this evening will give way to more clouds as the night continues, and a few showers late tonight with lows in the low to mid-60s. Highs tomorrow in the lower 70s, some showers early, and then they'll become less numerous as we continue through the day and into the afternoon. Cooler for the rest of the week. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
Pittsburghers, Pat Bostic here. Winter is coming. Are your tires ready? You can save hundreds, even thousands of dollars on brand name tires with Champ Tires. I saved nearly $1,300 on Bridgestones for my SUV. Used tires, like used cars, are an affordable way to keep you safe through rain, snow, and sleet. Champ Tires has 2 locations in Pittsburgh and offers free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan to start saving today.
Chris Muller here. Don't suffer this winter with a cold, drafty house because of substandard windows. Call my guys at Universal Windows Direct. Get peace of mind, lower energy bills, and a more comfortable home. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, Universal stands behind their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call today, 412-545-6003, and for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's Dan Zangerli for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. Their flagship office located in Newcastle, but now 7 offices canvassing the Pittsburgh region. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
The moment of truth comes down to when you get an offer in a personal injury case. You got to decide whether it's the right offer, the right number, and you got to decide whether it isn't. And if it's not, you're going to trial. And you can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
So if you're injured in an accident or have a medical malpractice case that needs the attention of LGKG, visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com for a quote.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-290-0239. 800-290-0239. Again, that's 800-290-0239. Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to endurancewarranty.com.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating. From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
We take whiskey seriously. Taste the difference of a hand-selected bourbon at your local lodge, like the Twin Peaks Buffalo Trace Barrel Select.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Delays are starting to stack up on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You'll be moving slowly from the Birmingham Bridge into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we are less than 10 minutes away from the NFL trade deadline. The Steelers have made 2 deals. Mike Williams over from the Jets for a 5th-round pick, and pass rusher Preston Smith from the Packers for a 7th. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a trade deadline Tuesday on Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
You know, I've learned not to overanalyze it, to be quite honest with you. There's an axiom in coaching, you are what your record is, and so I don't waste a lot of time pondering, to be quite honest with you. I'm just trying to focus on number 7.
Mike Tomlin on his Steelers at the halfway point and 8 minutes away from the NFL trade deadline where they have made moves today. Nothing sexy, nothing big, but filling the hole that has been there since April. Actually, March. Check that, March with the Deontay Johnson trade, and that's the deal for Mike Williams, who they wanted to sign way back in April. Ultimately, they did not do that because he went to New York.
They never let him leave.
Brought in a breakfast sandwich. He ate it. He liked it so much that he signed there and never left the facility.
You think Aaron Rodgers lectured him on how breakfast sandwiches are actually bad for you after he found that out? That got it off to a bad start there. It's like, drink this cayenne water with lemon-infused herbs instead.
No, there's no lemon and herbs. It's just straight cayenne pepper and water. is his new
So
concoction.
he just mixes it up and drinks it.
Yeah, I don't know how much is in there. I'm going to try it, though.
You know what I bet that does, though, that you probably wouldn't like too much?
Explosive craps?
Well, they come out probably feeling like your butt's on fire, I would think. That's a lot of spice in there.
So these are the two deals. I think the Steelers have made their team better. My father-in-law, I think, sent me a very straightforward question. He said, are you happy with the Mike Williams trade? And when you actually put it that way, I think my answer is no. I'm not happy. I'm not in a celebratory mood because the Steelers have made these trades. I wanna actually compare them to what the Pirates did at the deadline. The difference is I think the Steelers are closer than the Pirates. So the Pirates made two moves where they brought in guys that upgraded their roster. They didn't give up much to get them, and they ended up getting what they paid for.
Well, they got less than what they paid for.
Or less than, but they really didn't.
IKF was a much worse player here than he was
But
in
they gave
Toronto.
up no top prospects. They gave up nothing. They gave up nobody of repute. They gave up nobody that had a big ceiling and a bright future. They gave up just guys.
Yep.
And the Steelers here just gave up low-end picks, and they got name players back. Everybody knows Mike Williams, who's played fantasy football or watched the NFL for the last 10 years.
Do you think they're going to get more in return from the players than they did in what they gave up in this particular case? You think Mike Williams – let me put it this way. Let me give you a stat line for Mike Williams, okay, for 9 games. Let's say he catches 30 balls in 9 games. So that's a little bit over 3 per game. Let's say in 9 games he has 500 yards receiving. So about pace for about 1,000 if he were to play a whole season.
Wow.
450.
That's a lot of big plays in there then.
Yeah. What? He's a big play artist, is he not? And let's say you get 3 touchdowns
Yeah,
from him.
that's good.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Okay.
That's a lot of yards.
Okay, let me knock that down to like between 400 and 450. Let's knock 100
Yeah, I'd
yards
still
off.
say I'd probably
You'd
take
sign up for that.
But it has to get them somewhere. I mean, if they get Mike Williams and they gave up a 5th-round pick, which is not a premium pick, if they miss the playoffs or lose in the first round and he's not on the team next year, it's not a good trade. Doesn't have to be a bad trade where you feel like you got ripped off. I wouldn't feel that way either.
I want him to help them win.
It'll feel like a nothing trade if that happens.
He's one of those players, Williams is for me, that I need to almost see him like directly win them a game, or not 2, but win them a game in a way or with a skill set that they didn't have beforehand. Like Pickens is being bottled up, and here comes Mike Williams getting a sideline ball in stride, beating somebody one-on-one and going to the house.
I disagree with that. I think these trades, I think in order for them to be deemed good trades, the team has to have a successful season because they're deals for this year.
So if Mike Williams doesn't do jack squat, but the team actually wins 11 or even somehow 12 games, but he has like very little statistical impact, you'd call that a good trade?
Well, yeah, and here's why I would say that. I would give them credit for creating depth and creating a safety net for their weakest position on the field. And you're saying it won't garner much or it won't lead to much, but I like where their heart was. I like the motive behind it. I like the intentions that they had.
I'll go back to what I said. The only way I think he tangibly could impact them in terms of doing something other than catching longer passes down the field is the threat of what Mike Williams can be when he's been at his best in the NFL, plus the threat of George Pickens opens up a lot of other stuff that they want to do. Whether it's underneath to Freiermuth or even Calvin Austin, or whether it's just Najee and Jalen Warren and Cordero Patterson running against light boxes because nobody wants Russ throwing moonballs past them, then that could be useful.
Well, right. I think that if Russell Wilson can find his game again in his mid-30s, that with a quarterback that has a skill or a tool that brings out the best in Mike Williams, that he can be brought back to life too. So they gave up more than I thought they would have to give up for him. I thought he could be had for a 7th round, at most a 6th round pick. They overpaid, but I think that the personality of the quarterback fits what the receiver does well. So I could see him flourishing here. I could see him blossoming back into a number 2 wide receiver. Before he blew out his knee, that's who he was. We talked about the Chargers as having one of the best 1-2 wide receiver punches in the entire NFL for years when Keenan Allen and Mike Williams were healthy and they were out there together.
Well, the pedigree, there is no doubt about the pedigree.
And the production has been good. He's averaged over 15 yards a catch. I mean, that's George Pickens.
The health
George
is the other thing.
The
health's the other thing for me. I mean, does he stay healthy? Like, I know that he blew out his knee, and that doesn't necessarily foretell future
injuries. He's played more
but...
games than you think.
No, I know. He had a good run there of playing virtually every game, but the last 2 years...
He had an injury in college, and then the last 2 years he's had a knee injury, and then he had a back injury. Yep.
Now, see, I don't like it when there's back injuries involved either. It's not great. I think the best thing I could say about it is he's obviously better than Van Jefferson. He is a big athletic dude still, even at his age. And like you just said, like we've all said, he absolutely fits the kind of receiver that would thrive in a Russell Wilson deep ball-oriented passing offense.
It is, fifth-round picks are not big-time picks, but it is a lot to give up for a relatively unknown commodity. We don't know even after 9 games this year if Mike Williams is another Allen Robinson who had a big name and a good stat history, but was cooked when he got here, or if he was just rusty because of the knee recovery and just a bad fit in the Jets offense.
We can't even look to the fact that Aaron Rodgers didn't want him there as proof that he's like not good and be pessimistic because Rodgers is so mercurial and so petty and so willing to do whatever he wants to do to get his way. You can't make value judgments about a player based on whether Aaron Rodgers likes them or not. Aaron Rodgers, if he could, would tote Alan Lazard, Devontae Adams, and Randall Cobb everywhere he went with him like it was the Super Friends. He doesn't even like Garrett Wilson, who has made 2 of the most insane catches in football this year. And I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers, like, push came to shove, wouldn't want him around.
I'm surprised that on that 4th down play against the Steelers, he didn't just take the sack instead of throw it to Williams over the middle because he's just so bitter and pissed off at the guy for forcing him to throw an interception. Well, when you mess up Rodgers' stats...
Ooh, not a fan.
So you either drop one, like Garrett Wilson did off his numbers that went to Beanie Bishop for an interception, or you run what he thought was the wrong route with Mike Williams, and you haven't hung out with him and become his friends and bought into all of his conspiracy theories. I think
is that a requirement? So, wait, do we have to assume that Devontae Adams believes basically the same set of things that Rodgers does? Ain't no way Rodgers is eating Taco Bell.
No, but I think you humor him and just like go along with it,
Very
even though in your heart
Aaron.
you just disagree with
Look
it.
at those planes up there. Look what they're doing to us, Aaron.
Do we know if Aaron Rodgers is a flat earth guy?
I don't think he is.
Do we think he voted for Harris or Trump today?
He wrote in like a bunch of symbols that look like the Zodiac Killer writing, probably. I don't know.
I think he voted for Trump. I think Trump being in the building for the Jets game threw him off.
Did you hear Trump didn't go to... He ended up not going to Penn State, Ohio State?
He was supposed to go?
He was supposed to go. I think that Vivek Ramaswamy guy went.
Took a spot?
But I know he went.
So they're 0-1 with Vivek in the house.
Man, can you imagine them? They don't get it over the goal line there in Pennsylvania with Trump in attendance. What an omen that would have been.
412-928-9370. Let's get your reaction to the moves made today. Mike Williams and Preston Smith. It's 4:01. We don't have anything else. If something comes in last second, because as long as you made the trade call to the NFL before 4 o'clock, trades can get reported after 4:02, which is where we are right now. Nate is in Canonsburg. Hello, Nate.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. And again, Pony, greetings from Canonsburg down the street.
You bet.
So, yeah, looking at these 2 trades, even when it all started as far as the wideout number 2 goes, Mike Williams is the direction I'd hope they went. I mean, you have your dedicated wideout number 1 in Pickens, and then you have your shifty slot guy in Austin who, like you, is growing on me, especially with what he can do in the special teams, who would fit right there in the middle. And that's a big physical receiver who can contest deep catches like Mike Williams. Now, as far as the other signing with Preston Smith, I didn't see that coming, and I think it speaks volumes possibly to the health of Herbig.
They've already said internally, now you can believe them or not, but other people who cover the team as beat guys have said that the deal has nothing, Nate, to do with Herbig's health. That this is a player Mike Tomlin, according to Ramon Foster, has liked for years in Preston Smith, to the point where he would take special note of him in meetings when they would play his team. And he's just a guy that they wanted depth as a depth player because they love that position and value that position.
And they've had injuries there. Those guys keep getting hurt, whether it's Watt, whether it's Highsmith, whether it's Herbig. And then once one of those guys goes down,
Leal is the one-to-one here if you really want to be technical about it, because Smith is built like a tweener, which is what Leal was. He's a bigger dude on the end. He's bigger than Highsmith. He's like 6'5", 270. He's not a speed guy. He's a set the edge a little bit. He's a run stuffer, and he's more of a power guy. So that's I think the replacement.
I like getting the pro for a 7th-round pick.
Who's probably, like, in balance, is a better player than DeMarvin Leal.
And they've had years where it's been Taco Charlton or Cassius Marsh, and they've had an injury at outside linebacker, and it screwed them.
He's better than I think that's the better of the two trades in terms of value for what they for what they gave up.
Well, yeah, I agree
versus
with that.
what they got strictly. I think that is a better value trade than Mike Williams.
But I think Williams will make a bigger impact.
Well, he better. If he doesn't make a bigger impact, I think they're in trouble.
412-928-9370. Well, wait a minute. What do you mean in trouble?
Like, for what they gave up and for what we have crowed about them needing for months.
No, but are you saying that you think Mike Williams needs to be highly productive in order for them to win playoff games?
I think he needs to be a productive player for them, period. The difference between them being a team that probably gets into the playoffs and has a hard time still winning a game and them being a team that's dangerous is the guy you just traded for turned back the clock and looked like he did 2-3 years ago.
So if they're going to beat the Chiefs or beat the Ravens in the playoffs, you think Mike Williams needs to be a factor?
Arms race, yes. You might absolutely, especially if it's the Chiefs, just to play this game for a second. The one thing we know about them is their defense has been remarkably good. You might need just a deep, cheap touchdown where you don't have to put a drive together. You just have Russell Wilson go, I'm going to take a 7-step drop, max protect. I'm going to throw the ball 55 or 60 yards down the field. I hope it drops in that guy's hands. It's the Joe Flacco offense. I'm not even saying that to knock it. It works. It has made them way more interesting and way more fun to watch. But yes, that's how I feel about Mike Williams on this team.
I don't think they're as far away from those teams as I thought. I think he'll help. I think if he doesn't, I don't think it makes or breaks them, though. I don't think it's like a season ender.
The only reason I'm laughing about this, I'm laughing internally about you saying this. You know why?
Why is that?
Because you have so lustily, do you like that word, pounded the table for a wide receiver to come in, that now that they got one, for you to just say what you said just strikes me as funny. That's all.
I mean, I like that he's here and he takes the defense's attention, but...
You think he makes Pickens better?
Yeah, I do.
Then that in and of itself is also a good justification.
412-928-9370. Here, let's hear Dustin's thoughts on things. Hello, Dustin.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man.
I like the trade. I'm glad we didn't hit 4 o'clock with nothing happening defensively and offensively. I think Mike Williams will make George Pickens better, number one. Number two, I think he'll help get number 3 guy open as well. So I think our offense should score more points and will score more points. I'm not mad at the trade. I'm not mad we didn't get Darius Slayton, et cetera, et cetera.
He didn't get traded, as it turned out.
Yep.
So we can't.
Neither did Ojulari there, did he?
They kept their guys, so we can't say, well, they should have made this move for Darius Slayton because no one in the NFL did.
Right. I think Steelers should be around 12 wins. I think we can compete with the Chiefs. I think we can compete with Philadelphia. I think we can destroy the 49ers. I don't think they're a very good team this year. I think Pittsburgh.
Why are you worried about playing Philadelphia and the Niners?
In the Super Bowl.
Philly, I know they'll play in the season.
The Niners would be a team we'd play in New Orleans in February. Dustin.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. I'm pretty excited. I'm just glad we didn't hit the deadline and not do anything. I'm glad they're showing effort.
So you just wanted to see some activity.
Yes, which is what I said on July or August 1st when the Pirates made those moves. I wanted to see a pulse. I wanted to see that the organization
I hope it goes better
belief.
Than it did for the Pirates.
Well, it can't possibly go any worse.
I feel like you shouldn't say that without possibly knocking on wood.
If I told you what I did before today's show, you would be very, very worried about things.
With the Steelers?
Yes.
What did you do before today's show?
I bet them to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, you killed them. You killed them.
35-1. Nellie's here now for Donnie. You can't go wrong at that price.
Nellie sees little cash.
35 to 1 now?
At 6-2, yeah, there's value on that.
Oh, there's tile. It's loaded with
All right,
value.
you know what I'll do? I'll try to cancel it out.
It's
and
just
I'll also bet it.
It's chock full of value.
Oh, just chock full. How do you spell chalk in that context?
CHOCK.
Just checking. Just making sure. Just chalking. 35 to 1, huh?
So Dustin is very optimistic with these moves. He just wanted to see that they weren't going to let the trade deadline come and go without nothing happening.
I think there's a lot of Dustins. I do think that there is a base level of optimism around this team because I think there is another team currently in the playoff picture right now, if the season ended today, that has taken the role of what the Steelers were the last couple of years. The Denver Broncos, to me, are the drawing dead Steelers of the 2023 or 2021 season.
Okay, what does that have to do with?
I just think people are enthusiastic right now because they feel like the offense can actually go out and win football games and play good teams on even terms.
Yeah,
and
I know.
I think you're getting a lot of base level optimism generated off of that fact, which I would even count myself in that group.
So when you have that kind of team, and you can make yourself better even if it's marginally.
No, I think marginal
by trading
improvement's
day
still
3
better,
picks,
yes.
you do it.
Sure.
So we got to give the Confather some love. Doesn't have to be, we don't have to heap it on him. We don't have to
ladle it.
Yeah, we don't have to. It doesn't have to be an avalanche of love. But
I'm trying to get this Steelers bet in here before you saying that messes with the odds. But actually, the odds would go higher because
they'd
they
become
would
more of
figure
a
it was
long
the kiss
shot.
of
So
death.
you actually want that.
I want to wait
get
here
out.
for
but
a
then,
little bit.
But then you'd also think that it was just a loser. Why would you even want to tail me on the bet when you think it's just an automatic loser now because of my bad luck?
I'm worried about you right now.
Why?
You tried to slough it off like you didn't get a lot of sleep. You sound like I know what you.
I feel good. I feel great. This trade deadline is giving me life, and I want to get people's reaction to it. 412-928-9370. So now it's official. We're 10 minutes past the deadline. The Steelers make 2 moves. Did they do enough, in your opinion? Mike Williams from the Jets, Preston Smith from the Packers, a pass rusher for a 7th-round pick. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Let's take your calls on it when we come back. Last 2 callers were very pleased with what the Steelers have done. Would you count yourself among that group? 412-928-9370. Here's a headline from Nelly, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football looks to rebound on Saturday night when they take on Virginia at 8 o'clock from Acrisure Stadium. Pre-game coverage on the Fan will begin at 5. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And they are working with the NBA now, an official sportsbook partner of the association. And right now, NBA into its 2nd month. And that means we got a lot of games, including that play-in tournament that's getting underway. And a chance for you to watch all the action. All you need to do is make a bet on FanDuel, and everyone gets 3 months of NBA League Pass. You get to watch every single game. Out-of-market game, that's the whole league for us. In places like Indiana, where TJ McConnell is, or Washington, where Bub Carrington is. And to get it, all you have to do is place a $5 bet on an NBA game, and then you get 3 months of League Pass thanks to FanDuel. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on the action. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burrito. The team to beat in the NFC, the Detroit Lions, just got that much better. And to think, Lions fans, you were already having the time of your lives. But that doesn't mean that you don't have flaws. Brad Holmes went out and got the best edge rusher available. Yes, I buried the lead. Zadarius Smith from the Browns is now a member of the Lions. I'm Jim Rome.
Wendy's Breakfast Burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
All right, gentlemen. This is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Partly cloudy this evening, the low 64.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the northbound side of 79, just south of the exit for Wexford Bain Road. That's causing backups to the merge with the Parkway North. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by fourth-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family-owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
19 players moved at the trade deadline or in the days surrounding the trade deadline in the NFL. The Steelers were one of only 3 AFC teams to make multiple moves. The other 2 are the Chiefs and Ravens. So that tells you everything you need to know about what the Steelers... how the Steelers feel about themselves. They think they're a contender, and they're trying to keep up with the Chiefs and Ravens. Kansas City traded for DeAndre Hopkins, who had 2 touchdowns last night. Josh Uche, who's a pass rusher, depth guy. And then Baltimore made 2 moves. Deontay Johnson, that happened last week. And then Tre'Davious White today, where he was just given to them by the Rams, the former Bills corner, who was an all-pro back in the day, but has been injured and has been awful.
He might be worse.
They swapped 7th-round picks years down the road, so he's just a warm body for Baltimore. I think the Steelers did better than the Ravens with their trade deadline moves. I'd rather have Mike Williams and Preston Smith than Tre'Davious White and Deontay Johnson.
Well, I think Smith is a more useful defensive player at this juncture of his career for sure than Tre'Davious White. Tre'Davious White, by the way, is 29. He just looks like he's ancient on his PFF page for some reason. The reason I think...
Then Mike Williams is better than Deontay Johnson?
I don't think he is better. But he has a much greater... He has a much... That was a trade that got laughed at, though, by the Panthers. And it also, I think it had to do something with, like, amount of money being exchanged and whatever. Like it affected the draft compensation was, like, the amount of money. Neither here nor there. Don't care about getting in the weeds with you on that. The reason why even though
I was asking you to defend why Johnson went for so little, and you said there was money involved.
Yeah, but you get bored with that when I tell you that it has to do with, like, how much money is being retained and all these, like, spot track-centric things. You don't care about that. So why would I try to convince you on that? You don't care. You say player went for better pick, therefore player must be better.
Yes.
I am not going to try to argue with that logic, which is very ham-fisted.
Because it's flawless logic.
Oh, yes, it's flawless logic, yes. Well, that means that a player drafted in the first round should always be viewed as better than a player drafted any later.
Right after the draft, they are. And on trade deadline day, right after
That's why George Pickens was... Well, then why was George Pickens viewed by many people as better than Kenny Pickett the second the Steelers drafted them?
What do you mean? They play different positions.
On draft night, though, you would say a player drafted in the first round should be viewed as better. But when the Steelers drafted those 2, I think most people felt like Pickens was automatically
I think you did because you didn't like Kenny Pickett, but I don't I mean, if the Steelers thought
I think most people did.
If the Steelers thought Pickens was better than Pickett, then they should have drafted Pickens ahead of Pickett.
Well, they didn't because of the red flags on the personality. The reason Mike Williams, even though he's not a better player than Deontay, has a chance to make a bigger impact is Deontay is just one of many weapons on that team. He's better than Rashad Bateman, but he is going to fill in with Derrick Henry, with Mark Andrews, with Likely, with Zay Flowers. Lamar himself is one of the weapons. The Steelers had Pickens, Harris, were banged up. Wilson now has unlocked the passing game, and I think Williams, in that context, can absolutely make a more significant impact than Johnson probably will be able to. He'll just be one of many in Baltimore.
Text here from Elliot. I don't know if we've ever had someone named Elliot call in or text into our show before. Have we?
There's definitely been an Elliot.
There's been an Elliot?
Better chance that there's been a person named Elliot or somebody calling in from the neighborhood of Elliot, which is a neighborhood.
Elliot and Elliot. Is there an Elliot in Elliot right now? Elliot said, why are you guys spending so much time talking like this? Another ho-hum trade deadline.
It's a better trade deadline than Major League Baseball's at this point.
First of all, yes, like the NFL trade deadline has not always been a thing, number one.
Now it is becoming a thing, and it's a very entertaining thing. Two, it is by orders of magnitude the most popular sport in the country. The team is in season right now. They literally didn't play a football game last week.
Don't justify it.
I'll justify whatever I want, even stupid texts.
Hey, maybe he'll be right. Maybe people don't have an opinion on these deals. Here's Brandon at 412-928-9370. Hello, Brandon.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi. Wow, you sound like you're really energized by these deals, Brandon. Holy crap.
No, I'm energized by your co-host. He's a complete and utter moron.
Me, Brandon?
He's right here. His mic didn't get turned off.
Yeah, you could say your co-host Chris. I have a name.
You know what? Look, last season I called it the curse of Shazier. They had so much inside linebacker depth, and they lost it like the entire season. And you're snubbing like, hey, there's something wrong with Herbig because, all of a sudden they want to draft, they want to get somebody in free agency before the trade deadline, which is ridiculous. You know what? And you know what? Mike Williams is fine. You know what? We haven't even seen Russell Wilson tap these receivers. It's only been 2 games, but you're just so anti-Steelers. It's ridiculous.
I gave one trade a C+, which is above average, and the other trade a B+. And I said yesterday on the air.
Williams, you know what? For a reason. Because,
and I said yesterday on the air, I'm more optimistic about this team than I've been in over a half decade.
Okay.
Good rebuttal. What else you got?
And your optimism is, that's.
It is infectious. His optimism is it has a palpable buzz to it for sure. The Mulsey optimism.
Man, that was a good call from a guy who was taking bong rips out of a boot.
Brian is next. Let's see if he can do better in Mulsey's eyes. Hello, Brian. Tough act to follow for Chris, I guess.
If you're going to say that I suck and my opinions suck, at least have the energy to back them up somewhat coherently.
Well, but let me just say...
He just said, you just said they didn't want to get a guy in a depth in free agency before the trade deadline. All right, mushmouth.
Yes, but in his defense, when you say, I've never felt better about the Steelers, but they have very little chance of doing better than the Ravens, that doesn't exactly, get people
I spent the entire show
excited.
yesterday when I was talking about the Steelers, talking about how this is more optimistic than I'd felt, and while I wouldn't necessarily pick them to beat any of those teams in a one-game situation, I'd feel pretty good about their chances.
Okay, but if you really want to get people on your side, you need to start saying that they're going to win those games.
Why? It's not how I feel. You saying I shouldn't give my real opinion?
Well, then you're not that optimistic about them.
No.
Sorry,
You
Brian.
can be optimistic about a team and not think that they're necessarily going to beat the two-time defending champions.
Sorry, Brian, that you got dragged into this fight. What do you have for
Mom
us?
and Dad are arguing, Brian. It's okay.
Hey, I just a couple quick points. I don't mind the trades. I don't think we had a legit shot at Devontae Adams, from what I read.
Because he wanted to go play with Aaron Rodgers.
He wasn't coming here.
Yep.
Now, D-Hop was a different story, but at his age, I think maybe they, he's a veteran. I don't know that he necessarily wanted to come to Pittsburgh. And
they didn't want him, man. Pony and I independently heard the same thing, that internally it wasn't like they were anti-Hopkins. They just weren't really that interested.
Yeah, and with Mike Williams, I'm hoping what Aaron Rodgers said, which you got to take out with a grain of salt, that he's going to be good in the locker room. I think they need a veteran presence in that room.
Brian, I would not I would not put any stock in anything Aaron Rodgers said. That was the most passive-aggressive endorsement of Mike Williams in history today. Like, Aaron Rodgers is just happy that he's gone out of New York, so he'll say anything about him.
Yeah, I mean, if he really felt like Mike Williams was an important player or someone that they needed, he would have blocked the trade sending Mike Williams here. That's how much power and pull he has there. I want to go back to the optimistic thing, though. It is hard to say that you feel great about this team when you still think that their chief rival is better than them. That would be like going on the air in State College and saying, you know what, I feel great about this team, but they're still going to lose to Ohio State.
True.
Yes,
I think the Ravens are one of the 5 best teams in football. I think the Steelers are just outside that realm. So the last couple of years they've made the playoffs, you have tried to gas yourself up into thinking they would have a chance in those games. I thought I
said they were going to get murdered by the Bills. Don't try to put words in my mouth.
Did you not pick the Chiefs to lose to them? Didn't you pick them to pull an incredible upset?
No, I said they'd cover the spread against Kansas
Which
City.
They did not come close to doing.
Which they did not. I mean, but that's not like me gaslighting people by saying they're going to lose by less than 10 points.
I made it very clear that I thought they were up you-know-what creek without a paddle the last couple times they've been in the playoffs.
And so did I.
This year, I feel like they are a real, honest-to-God fighter in there with a chance. I haven't felt that way about them in a long time because I haven't felt like they have had a real, honest-to-God NFL offense since probably 2018. Now I think they do. And therefore, I am a lot more optimistic than I have been about them. That doesn't mean I think that they should be favored or would beat, for sure, that I'd put money on it, the 2-time defending champs in a game, Buffalo, who still looks very good, or Baltimore. I think right now they're the 4th best team in the AFC because I can't keep giving Houston benefit of the doubt when they keep gagging. Okay? So how am I saying just because I have them 4th best in the AFC doesn't mean that I'm going to automatically slot them ahead of the other 3 teams in the conference that I think are better than them. It also doesn't mean that I'm being unfair to them.
But the optimism is only based on how much you've hated the team.
The optimism is based on I think they are an actual good football team this year. And they are a multifaceted team with 2 sides of the ball that actually can do damage.
Yes, that's more than you can say about the Ravens. They have 1 side of the ball that can do damage.
And because it does a ton of damage, they win more than they lose. Twice as much,
but that includes losses to Jameis Winston and Gardner Minshew in there.
I guess we'll see if you're right or I'm right when they play Baltimore, Pony.
But I don't even think that really I don't think that seals the deal.
Nope, you're
That's
right.
just a game in November. Lamar Jackson wins games played before Thanksgiving all the time. It's the games in January.
Now, if the Ravens were to sweep the Steelers in the regular season, but the Steelers still staggered in as the 6 or 7 seed, didn't see the Ravens in the first round, lost, and then the Ravens were upset in the first round.
Yes.
Then what?
Then they had equally bad seasons because they would have gone out.
But the Ravens would have beaten them twice and maybe prevented them from getting a better seed. Maybe even prevented them from winning the division.
Yeah, but all that matters is how far you go in the playoffs. And if you lose in the same exact round, well, then you had the same exact season.
Then I think we should shut this show down until the playoffs and then start talking when the games really count.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Do we have people with opinions on the trades that got made? People have called into this radio station since March, since before Pitt got snubbed by the NCAA Tournament Committee, talking about finding a wide receiver. They finally did today with Mike Williams, or a 5th-round pick. Is that deal good enough for you? Does that please you and satisfy your craving for a wide receiver, yes or no? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370, plus the debrief coming your way in 3 minutes. But first, the headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball took down Radford 96-56 last night, and Pitt, their next game will be Friday night at the Pete. They'll take on Murray State at 7, with pregame coverage on the Fan set for 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances for Week 10. Joey Felitsky, the Whipple's leading passer, completed 24 of 37 for 247 in a win for North Catholic. Mars running back Eric Kasparovich scored 6 touchdowns in an upset win over Montour. And wideout Drew Cook, along with quarterback Ryan Coates, connected for 4 touchdowns for South Allegheny. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron, presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade.
Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. Week 1 on Awaken 180, lost 21 pounds. Then through week 2, I got a little compulsive, got really stressed about continuing to drop weight. I started weighing myself every day. Turns out, I didn't lose a single pound in my second week. Didn't gain anything either, but didn't lose any weight. Here's where the Awaken 180 difference comes in. Because I spoke with my coach, Natalie, and she helped me focus on some things. 1, don't get so stressed. Stress is bad. My body's clearly adjusting to the program, and she made sure that I knew that. Secondly, I actually wasn't eating enough. I got so stressed and so busy that I forgot to fit in extra veggies and healthy fats that I should have been eating. What kind of program encourages you to eat more often? Yeah, Awaken 180. What program has supportive and knowledgeable coaches? Awaken 180. Do what I'm doing now. Do what Chris Smaller, Donnie Football, Paul Alexander, and what 23,000 others have done. Choose the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Go online for a consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Pennsylvania, you've got a big choice to make. Who are you going to send to the Senate?
Bob Casey's Pennsylvania through and through. Scranton-born, PA values.
Dave McCormick's the hedge fund CEO, living in Connecticut for 15 years.
Casey is taking on Mexican drug cartels smuggling fentanyl and voted for the toughest border bill in history.
McCormick opposed that bipartisan border bill and got rich investing in Chinese fentanyl.
Casey is working to restore abortion rights.
McCormick wanted to outlaw abortion with no exception for rape.
Casey wrote the bill to expand Social Security.
McCormick's plan could cut Social Security and your Medicare.
Bob Casey has always fought for you.
Dave McCormick fights only for himself.
Pennsylvania, it's your choice now, and you have a great one with Bob Casey.
Paid for by Win Senate, which is responsible for the content of this ad. WinSenate.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Introducing Pittsburgh's first concept store, Tons. Discover exclusive designer brands for women and men in the heart of East Liberty, 5935 Baum Boulevard, or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Debrief time. Donnie's off to host the Landon Roberts Show tonight. Here are Landon's thoughts on the Steelers trades. No Steeler has commented yet on the deals. He'll be the first one to do it with us at 6. Debrief time. Mike's Beer Bars Fan of the Month, Fan Beer of the Month is out. It's Cinderland Squish, benefiting Adventures in Training with a Purpose. That is John Kolb's charity, the great Steelers left tackle. Wide receivers who were not moved at the trade deadline. Darius Slayton stayed in New York. Adam Thielen stayed in Carolina. DK Metcalf remained in Seattle. Chris Olave, bad injury Sunday. He did not get shipped out by the Saints. So some of these pie-in-the-sky guys, Olave and Metcalf, and players that everyone assumed would be available like Thielen and Slayton did not get moved. Oh, also I should throw Cortland Sutton in there too. He stayed with Denver.
Why would Denver be a seller, though? I mean, I think that they're last year's Steelers as far as being a pop-gun offense that just can't sustain this, but they're in the playoffs if the season ended today.
That was the reaction I got from somebody in Denver who said if they traded him, it would have been waving the white flag on the season at 5-4.
You can't. They've actually they smoked the Buccaneers, who I think are probably in balance a better team than them.
I would feel the same way as a Broncos fan. I would rather try to sneak into the playoffs with a rookie quarterback and lay the foundation for the future than trade Sutton for
he does look a little bit.
Picks.
He looks a little better to me than Pickett ever did, as far as like the athletic ability, some of the other stuff with him. I think getting better coaching too, even though I think Sean Payton's kind of a boob. He knows offense. But the Giants are the team that I feel like fumbled the bag here.
They had 2 guys on expiring deals, a pass rusher and Slayton, and they didn't trade either one.
Yeah. And they said that they weren't going to just, like, give away those guys for free. What's their GM, Joe Shane?
Yeah.
Yeah. You might want to do something, pal. Unless, you know what? Here's the only theory I can give you, man. He thinks he's getting fired after this year, so why get the picks for somebody else?
He just got a vote of confidence from the owner there. They assured him he wasn't getting fired.
I'm having deja vu because you said this last time you were on, and I said, is it a dreaded vote of confidence or an actual vote of confidence?
What did I end up saying?
I think you said it could be a dreaded one.
I think it is the dreaded one.
So why if you're him, you'd go with the Hail Mary shot of try to get on a big winning streak and, like, drag yourself to 9-8. It's not going to happen, but you might as well do that.
The idea in Carolina that they were going to hold on to Thielen to mentor the younger receivers there turned out to be right. Seattle and this, it feels like created primarily by Steelers fans of wanting to wish it into existence that DK Metcalf was going to get traded.
And Cordero Patterson.
Yep. It never.
They're only 1 game out in their division. They can't trade. That division's
Metcalf
a mess.
is not on an expiring deal or anything like that.
That'd be a blockbuster.
Here's another one that just got pointed out to me by a texter. New England didn't trade any of its guys, and they've got like 3 or 4 receivers that were rumored to be dealt. The problem is I think all of them suck.
Kendrick Bourne, 8 catches for 70 yards this
Osborne.
year. 7 catches for 57 yards.
Yep.
This year.
So they couldn't find a home for any of those guys.
Those guys combined, if you Voltron them together, wouldn't be as productive as Van Jefferson.
The only wide receiver deal that got made that I look at and I think, yeah, the Steelers could have done that deal and should have done that deal is the DeAndre Hopkins one.
But
and it sucks that it's in the division, that it's in your conference, and it's the Chiefs of all teams.
But we know that they weren't, for whatever reason, interested in the guy. They just weren't.
Yeah, but I'm going to criticize them for that. They should have been.
I'm not absolving them of blame, nor am I saying that, like, they know best when it comes to receiver. It just almost felt like one for me that you don't even bother getting too worked up about because they've telegraphed that they're not into that as a move. I think that Williams, though, I'm starting to come around. Like, I would almost bump the grade up to a B-. I'm starting to talk myself into the idea of here comes Russell Wilson on a deep drop. Here comes Russell Wilson just heaving that ball down the sidelines.
And I give the overwhelmingly critical listeners who have called you names credit for that.
For what?
For getting you to shift.
No, if anything, anytime somebody calls me a name, it makes me want to strengthen the resolve of my opinion just to spite them and ruin their day.
You say that, but I think you've got a softer side that you don't want people to know about, and it's shining through in this situation.
To our listeners who say I suck?
Yes. I think that you don't want them to know that you can get either manipulated or persuaded by them, but I think it's happening here.
No, it's not. I'm just choosing to be optimistic, which you don't believe is actually possible unless I think that the Steelers are winning the next 6 Super Bowls.
Seth is next. Hello, Seth.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey,
hello,
man.
Seth.
Hey, bottom line, very excited about the trade. I do believe they kind of maybe overpaid a little bit. I would have loved, again, I know you guys keep saying that they weren't interested in D-Hop, but I think all the things that go along with this is the team gets better. You take away emphasis from Pickens. You can open the field up a lot more. Najee may be able to run better. And coming into the last part of this season, you're going to have to be playing teams that have much better offenses than the ones we've played. So you're going to have to score some points.
All right. So for months we've said Omar Khan needs to go find a wide receiver. He's not doing his job well. He's not succeeding. He's failing if he doesn't get one. Did he get a good enough one to tamp down that criticism, Seth?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to say B minus, like Mosley
Here's
said.
the problem, Seth. There's no easy answer there. If you knew you were getting Mike Williams of a couple of years ago when he was healthy, we wouldn't be even discussing whether this is a good enough move. 2, you wouldn't have gotten him for a 5th-round pick. So there's always devil in the details. It's always a balance.
I agree with that. I don't think he played his cards right. I don't think he played his cards well, but I don't think he lost the hand, or I don't think he lost all his chips and has to leave the casino. Like he did not manage the situation as well as he could have.
He took a calculated risk on a player when he could have probably taken it earlier or done something differently and paid a little bit less for the player.
Or at any other number of times during the offseason?
Yeah.
Or around the draft?
They also clearly
got
thought
a wide receiver better than Mike Williams.
They also clearly thought Roman Wilson was going to be a precocious third-round pick. That's my belief. Part of the offseason dragging of the feet.
Even with that moving train, you think?
No.
Tomlin
I'm saying
before
he ever got hurt. I think they went in there.
So
and
he
then
got
they
on
just
the train when it was still in the station. Then
he got on the train, then immediately fell off the train, hurt his leg, and has not been able to catch up to the train.
Here is Eddie on the Fan. Hello, Eddie.
Hey, what's going on, fella?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm actually surprised that the picks weren't swapped. You know what I mean? I'm surprised that Mike Williams wasn't for a 7 and Preston Smith wasn't for the 5. I mean,
I agree with that.
Mike Williams hasn't really been that productive. I mean, of course, like you guys are saying that it's Aaron Rodgers related, and he definitely did make him mad. But I'm just surprised by that. I will say this though, fellas, I'm not really sold on the Mike Williams thing. I really wish that they would have maybe even given a 4th and try to take Cortland Sutton, but I do understand what you guys are saying about them waving the white flag.
They're not going to do it. Yeah, Denver was just not going to trade him at 5-4 and currently occupying the 7th seed. It's obvious there were guys that were not available for one reason or another. In the Giants' case, it might be just GM incompetence where they had a price for Slayton or Ojulari, the edge, that was just so high, no one was going to meet it, and everyone probably thought they were bluffing and that they would, make a last-minute deal. And they weren't bluffing.
Eddie, it sounds like, though, to the question I asked the last caller, everyone wanted Omar Khan to fill this hole and get this right, and it seems to me like you don't think he did that with this trade.
No, I think there were too many receivers available before this happened. I feel like this is kind of just a desperation to save face.
A save face move? You just do it, and you do it now because you at least need to save face. Not actually going to work. But you can't do nothing.
See, I think that's unfair. I do think he's better than Van Jefferson, Mike Williams. I do think they got deeper and more talented at outside linebacker and a guy who could also kind of work as a hybrid in a very small pinch.
I don't think that desperation move needs to have a negative connotation here. Yes, it was a desperate move because they couldn't afford to do nothing, and they gave up more than they probably should have.
It's the word choice, though. When desperate doesn't have a negative connotation, you know what it is? It's a move that shows the urgency with which they're treating the situation.
But I'm happy there's at least a second word that follows it, move. I like move more than the Steelers stood pat today. Coming on at 4 o'clock and saying, thanks for finding us. The Steelers maintained status quo.
Do you think there's
another find a deal? They shopped around.
Is there a team that has the same record or a similar station in the NFL that they have that you think probably stood pat when they shouldn't have? Did Houston need to do something else?
There you go. Stephon Diggs is out for the year. They're going to get Collins back. Their offensive line stinks. You're telling me, I guess no guards got traded. So.
Scherf didn't get dealt. I think people dangled him as somebody
they did not improve themselves whatsoever. And they put a lot of eggs in this year's basket to win.
They're clearly putting eggs in when Nico Collins comes back, everything changes for our receiving corps.
Cincinnati bought at the deadline.
They should, by the way, because I think they're better than Denver.
Here we go again. All it takes is one win off against the Raiders to get Mulsey right back on the
Denver
Bengals.
Or the Bengals?
Of course I'd pick the Bengals.
Denver or Chargers the Bengals, neutral field.
They're going to play on Sunday Night Football instead of Steelers-Ravens in a couple of weeks.
I'd pick the Bengals. I love that offense.
Yes,
still.
I know, but when they lost to Philly, you said, you guys are right. The Bengals are dead this year. It's not happening. All they needed to do was beat the friggin' Raiders.
I can't quit the Bengals.
Look out for the Bengals. Here we go again, which gets back to the whole...
My big takeaway there was stop doubting the Eagles, which almost got disproven this week as they nearly blew a 22-0 lead.
No, but this gets back to you trying to... say, as loud as you can, I am optimistic. But when you follow it with, man, here come the Bengals, people don't buy into the optimism. Look out for the team that's at a losing record all year.
Some of the people that are optimistic right now, their version of optimism is the Steelers literally cannot be beaten unless Mike Tomlin does something dumb. Every other team in the NFL.
That point.
Well, yeah, I think that's a dumb viewpoint. Every other team in the NFL actually sucks. The Steelers are great. Only they can self-sabotage. I like to think of myself as above that kind of critique.
Are the Steelers a trade deadline winner? They make 2 deals. Mike Williams is the wide receiver coming back. The last caller, not really that enthralled by it or that excited for it. The guy before that didn't seem to really feel like this move was what the Steelers needed at wide receiver. After months and countless days on this station and hours being spent talking about how they were going to tie up this loose end, they finally do it with Mike Williams for a 5th-round pick. We'll come back. We'll take more of your calls, and we'll answer the question, were they a winner or loser at the trade deadline? 412-928-9370 with your calls sprinkled in, too. Nelly's on the phone lines. He'll take your calls when you chime in. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 68 degrees is the PM team on the Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over. And if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
244-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. Question for all business owners out there and anyone worried about risk and loss. How satisfied are you with your current security provider? Not so much? Make a switch to Guardian Protection, the security experts who install surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, access control, and fire alarms. Make a switch for the better. To get a free security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience.
Cheerleaders is a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the last 13 years. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays, $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see the most electrifying showdown of the year, Friday, November 15th, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, only at Cheerleaders.
Staples has amazing deals on everything you need for the holidays, from custom holiday cards and photo gifts to laptops and gaming systems, even shipping solutions. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. In-store only, offer ends 11/16. Unwrap huge savings at Staples.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40%. Like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This planet is so incredibly beautiful that I can't get enough of it. I did 950 miles on the Pacific Crest Trail, and Good Feet was with me all the way.
Are you worried about pain and discomfort? Don't let your feet get in the way. Learn how the Good Feet store can help you.
Your passion's important, but if your body aches and if your heel feels like you've got a nail stuck in it and won't come out, trust me, it's going to wear you down. The Good Feet store knew what they were talking about and took the time to really dial in what I needed. I hiked 84 miles in the Himalaya and to do it pain-free. You think I'm not grateful for Good Feet?
You deserve a better life, too. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet, because you deserve comfort in your life. No waiting required. Good Feet arch supports are immediately available and proudly made in the USA.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Pittsburgh's longest-running financial services radio show, started at Heffron Tillotson and continued at Baird, is now a new podcast. Baird's Your Wealth and You has launched just in time to kick off the year. Hosted by the same advisors you've grown to know and trust, Baird's Your Wealth and You offers timely financial information and advice weekly, wherever you get your podcasts. So now listen anytime on any device, or simply visit yourwealthandyou.com and discover the Baird difference. Robert W. Baird and Company Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement,
They watch out for us every day, and so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh Firefighters, I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Is your home ready for the holidays? Beat the holiday rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the northbound side of 79, just south of exit 73. There is a shoulder closed that's causing a backup to Mount Nebo Road on 79 and the Parkway North. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
A single cloud can weigh 550 tons. A sports car fits inside a hippo's mouth. NJM Insurance puts policyholders first. Seems unbelievable, but it's all true and approved by legal. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com for a quote.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Steelers made 2 moves on trade deadline day. They acquire Mike Williams from the Jets for a 5th-round pick. And in a surprising move, the Green Bay Packers, in a playoff spot, traded a starter, pass rusher Preston Smith, to the Steelers for a 7th-round pick. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now on a trade deadline Tuesday. It's Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Can't say enough about Mike Williams and his ability to stretch the field. He's stretching the field for him this year, but he stretched the field for him over the course of his career. I think he's one of those 15 yards per catch average guys over the course of his career, and so that captures your attention. Preston is a savvy veteran, never out of place, man, very aware. Their front works really well as a collective.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. Mike Tomlin's initial scouting reports on the 2 guys they acquired, Mike Williams and Preston Smith. Mike Williams, a guy that can flip the field with big plays, and that fits right in with Russell Wilson. And in Preston Smith, a veteran-savvy defensive player who's in the right places. You're not going to have to worry about him screwing up setting the edge or trying to do more than he's asked to do, according to Tomlin. And both of these guys, now Pittsburgh Steelers, on trade deadline day. Despite only giving up a 5th and 7th round picks for guys that we know can be productive based on their careers, ESPN